When Roy was hit by a truck of reincarnation, the silly goddess unexpectedly threw him into the world of One Piece. Before he could sort out the situation, he was grabbed by Karp by the collar and dragged into the Navy headquarters. The promise system benefits turned into a mirage, replaced by a hell of 10,000 punches every day. But no one expected that this accident would completely change the Navy's style. Luffy mastered the fusion technique of the pink dragon fruit and the fistbone mastery and aces. Flame Fruit evolved into a new form. The power dynamics of the entire sea were being completely overturned by this resentful transmigrator. Chapter 1. Thrown into the One Piece world by a silly goddess brain storage area. Kind reminder, please temporarily store your brain here. Roy, 25 years old, an orphan, an ordinary wage slave, and an avid fan of One Piece. After working overtime one day, he dragged his weary body home, holding a convenience store sandwich in one hand and scrolling through the latest One Piece manga with the other. He couldn't help but complain, why hasn't Akainu retired yet? He gets exploited by the Gorosei every day. Can the Navy send a funny admiral? My sense of humor is dying. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a piercing horn blared like thunder, and Roy looked up in shock. He saw a large truck barreling toward him like a runaway wild horse, crashing through the guardrail. Holy crap, isn't this the truck for reincarnation in another world? His eyes widened, instinctively wanting to dodge. But it was too late. Boom! His body was thrown into the air by the immense force, like a kite with a broken string, plunging into darkness. Hey, 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 don't play dead. A noisy female voice rang in his ears. Roy groggily opened his eyes and found himself floating in a pure white space, as if he were inside a giant screen. In front of him, a messy, blue-haired woman in pink pajamas was munching on chips and rolling her eyes at him. Goddess. Oh, you're awake? Let me introduce myself. I'm the goddess responsible for reincarnation in other worlds. Just call me Lady Aqua. Roy twitched at the corner of his mouth. Isn't you setting a rip-off of the character from Konosuba? The goddess was taken aback for half a second, her expression stiffening. Ahem, that's not the point. She slapped the chip bag on the table and said seriously, listen up, you got hit by a truck, and now, according to the process, I'm going to send you to another world. Roy's eyes instantly lit up. The One Piece world? The goddess scratched her ear with an exasperated look. Why do you transmigrators always pick the same story? Fine, I'm also catching up on the latest episodes. She pulled out a transmigrator's beginner's handbook from her pocket, flipped it open, and read seriously. According to regulations, reincarnators will randomly obtain one. Ability. Roy's hands moved quickly. I want the Logia-type Thunder Fruit. The goddess leisurely dug out an earwax. Nice try. That's a sign to Enel. Roy's eyes widened. Then the mythical Zoan-type Nika form. The goddess slammed the handbook shut. Do you think MWT? I said it's random. No negotiations. Bang. The handbook suddenly exploded in a burst of fireworks, and as the smoke cleared, 2 lines of golden text appeared. Ability 1. Teleportation Fruit Enhanced Version. Note, I can go wherever I want. Ability 2. Giant Race Physique, Giant Strength Stats, not Giant Height. Note, getting hit doesn't hurt. Fighting isn't tiring, even Kaido would. Cry. Why did it come out with 2 abilities? Whatever. The goddess nervously smiled. Though it doesn't sound like a cheat, it's quite practical, right? Roy turned pale. This combination clearly makes me a punching bag. Before he could explode, the goddess pressed the teleport button on the table, causing the entire white space to tremble. Oh, I almost forgot to say, the goddess suddenly called out to him. She leaned in close to Roy, a sly glint in her eyes. Hey, Race, a little tip. You will be born into an ordinary villager family in the East Blue, and at the age of 10, you will meet Karp. Roy's mouth twitched. So? The goddess grinned, giving him a thumbs up. So remember to build rapport. Hug the Navy's thigh tight. Roy went crazy. Can't you at least give me a system? System delayed loading, bye-bye. A burst of white light engulfed Roy's figure, accompanied by his piercing scream. The next second, Roy's soul was kicked into the world of One Piece. East Blue, Dawn Island. It's born. It's a boy. The midwife's voice thundered, shaking the beams of the house. With the sound of a baby crying, Roy's consciousness gradually awakened in the small body, his mind buzzing. Holy crap, I really reincarnated. He tried to speak, but only managed to let out wah. Translation. What a terrible start. His father, Rock, was so excited he had tears in his eyes. holding him in his hands. Honey, look how vigorous this child cries. He will definitely be a tough guy in the future. Roya, iya. Translation, tough guy my ass. I want to be the mastermind. After a chaotic round of wrapping, feeding, and soothing, Roy could only helplessly close his eyes, his inner thoughts. All right, let's just focus on growing up for now and see how things go. 5 years later, East Blue, Dawn Island. Roy, you stole my chicken again. The neighbor aunt waved a broom, running like she was on steroids. 5-year-old Roy sprinted away, followed by a group of snot-nosed little brothers, shouting as he ran. Auntie, the chicken came with me on its own. It probably wants to pursue freedom. The aunt stomped her feet in anger. Freedom my ass. The chicken has your belt tied to its leg. Roy darted up a tree, holding his spoils. This is called strategic cooperation, understand? His little brothers looked up at him in admiration. Boss is awesome. The villagers facepalmed. Whom does this brat resemble? In the orange grove on the back mountain. Roy squatted on a branch, staring at the plump oranges hanging from the branches, his eyes sparkling. He licked his lips, talking to himself. Ability test, activate. As soon as he finished speaking, swish. There was no afterimage, no air disturbance, that he seemed to have vanished into thin air. The next second, he appeared in the neighboring village's orange field, skillfully picking the 2 largest and sweetest oranges. Swish. Another silent space vibration. He appeared steadily back on the original branch, his expression unchanged, his movements fluid. Crunch, crunch. Roy ate while showing a mischievous grin. Teleportation fruit, the perfect tool for stealing. Not far away, 2 villagers were dumbfounded. Villager A rub his eyes. Did we just lose 2 oranges? Villager B remain calm. Don't panic, maybe a new breed of oranges learned to grow legs. Deep in the back mountain, Roy stood with his hands on his hips, striking a provocative pose at a raging wild boar. Come on, hit me, with all your might. The wild boar glared with red eyes, nostrils flaring, roaring as it charged. Bang! Roy was directly knocked 10 meters away, landing on his back, covered in dirt, and got up, brushing off the dirt with a grin. Is that all? 10 more wouldn't be enough to see. The wild boar widened its eyes, showing a human-like expression of confusion. Roy stood with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily. I have the physique stats of a giant. Letting you hit me is just child's play. From then on, the legend of the immortal cockroach Roy began to spread throughout the village. The little brat was gored by a wild boar for 3 days and nights. Yet he can still jump around. I just wonder if his brain is still normal. Chapter 2. The emergence of Old 6, Karp's forced conscription. 5 years passed quietly, and it was now the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar. On the coast of Dawn Island in the East Sea, the waves gently lapped against the rocks, and the sea breeze brushed against the face with a hint of saltiness. A 10-year-old boy, dressed in simple cloth and with a handsome face, was squatting on the highest rock by the shore, chewing on a blade of grass, with his elbows resting on his knees and a pair of deep eyes gazing at the calm sea, as if contemplating life, or rather, questioning life. It's been 2 years since Roger was executed, and the great pirate era has officially begun. He mumbled to himself, the grass in his mouth, his expression somewhat complicated. Right now, the seas are filled with heroes and currents are surging, but this East Sea, the weakest of them all, is still quite peaceful. Luffy hasn't been born yet, and Ace was just born not long ago. I guess I came quite early. He sighed lightly, gazing at the shimmering sea in the distance, lost in thought. In these 5 years, he hadn't been idly waiting for death. Although he didn't have a system or a golden finger upgrade panel, he had relied on the persistence of a transmigrator and his inhuman physique to train himself into a half-monster, teleportation fruit enhanced version. Initially, he could only teleport 3 to 5 meters, feeling dizzy afterward now. He can teleport 100 meters away and even flicker continuously, and afterward he can do 300 push-ups without panting. Giant physique. He was knocked 20 meters away by a mad wild boar, but got up and chased it for 3 blocks, eventually picking it up with one hand and throwing it into a pot to make soup. His mom was so scared she almost called the police, thinking her son was possessed by a demon. Signs of Haki awakening. He could occasionally predict the angle of his mom's slippers flying out of the kitchen with Kinbunchika Haki, dodging with precision while Busashoku Haki could already reliably cover his arms. Roy lamented, lazily rolling over and lying back on the rock. In the end, I still lack systematic teaching. Relying on myself and groping around is just like shaving in the dark. It's all based on feeling. He scratched his head in frustration, mumbling, that damn goddess. Couldn't she leave me a cheat panel before she left? At least give me a book titled Hockey Training from Beginner to Super God. While complaining, a familiar line of sarcasm flashed through his mind. Did that stupid goddess say I'd meet Karp when I was 10? It's been 10 years. Where is he? He muttered to himself. Logically speaking, if I were to meet Karp, I could smoothly blend into the higher-ups of the Navy. But the problem is, Luffy hasn't even been born yet. Is this timeline really that early? Just then, the sea suddenly churned, and a massive sea king burst through the waves, opening its bloody maw and lunging at Roy. Roar! Hey, hey, hey! The screams of passing villagers rose like a tide. Roy, run. Roy couldn't even be bothered to lift his head. Shut up. I'm contemplating life here. The next second, Roy teleported to the Sea King's face, a sinister smile tugging at his lips. Go back and take a bath. Bang! With a loud crash, the Sea King's face instantly deformed, its massive body flying backward like a cannonball, crashing into the sea and splashing waves over 10 meters high. Hiss! The villager's jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Is this still human? Roy shook his hand, calmly teleporting back to the shore. Is this the level of sea kings in the EC? He continued walking towards the village with the grass in his mouth, just about to complain again when suddenly, a huge shadow loomed over him. Roy frowned slightly and slowly looked up. He saw a man wearing a dog hat, with a big silly grin on his face, looking down at him, his eyes sparkling with light. Karp grinned widely, his voice booming, Kid, your strength is quite extraordinary. Roy's pupils constricted. The Navy? Karp casually scratched his head, and in the next second grabbed Roy by the collar. You can knock a sea king away with your bare hands, teleport, and have that strange strength. Ha ha ha! I've struck gold. Roy kicked and screamed. Wait, I haven't agreed to this. Karp completely ignored him, throwing him over his shoulder and walking back. Come on, let's go to the Navy headquarters. Roy's screams echoed in the sea breeze. Kidnapping. Put me down. On the shore, Villager, it wiped his tears and waved a handkerchief. Roy, remember to come back and fix the roads in the village when you become a general. Villager hugged a chicken, laughing so hard his teeth were showing. We'll tell your parents you want to join the army. Karp staggered towards the port, followed by a neatly dressed lieutenant, Bogart, wearing sunglasses. Bogart covered his forehead, sighing helplessly. Colonel, could you please not use finding treasure as an excuse to just haul people away every time? Karp laughed heartily. Ha! Good seedlings don't wait for someone to hand over a business card. Just take them away. It's more convenient. Bogart could only shake his head and sigh. Yes, yes. I'll go inform this kid's family first. Under the guidance of the villagers, Bogart arrived at Roy's home. Politely knocking on the door, Roy's father, Rock, opened it, looking puzzled. Ah? The Navy? Is there something wrong? Bogart smiled slightly, speaking gently. Hello, I'm Bogart from the Navy headquarters. Just now, Roy displayed some incredible strength by the shore and was noticed by Colonel Karp, who took him to the Navy headquarters for training. Rock was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes lit up, almost jumping with excitement. Really? He was noticed by Colonel Karp? Ha ha ha! That's great, that's great. His mother rushed out, hands together. Thank you, Navy sir. That little brat is a real troublemaker. Please take good care of him. Rock slapped his thigh. Just let that little brat train to his heart's content. We're counting on you. Bogart smiled wryly and nodded. We definitely will. Turning to see Karp carrying Roy all the way to the warship, he sighed helplessly. Sigh. This is truly striking gold. Karp hoisted Roy onto the warship like a kitten, and along the way, Roy kicked and struggled, but it was of no use. Karp held him steady with one hand. Only when he saw Lieutenant Bogart returning from the shore did Roy shout like he had found a lifeline. Hey, Navy sir, save me. Bogart walked over calmly, glancing at Roy on Karp's shoulder, his tone unchanged. I've already explained the situation to your parents. They are very supportive. Roy instantly fell silent, his eyes flickering. Really? Bogart nodded. Yes, your father said. Anyway, this kid is a menace at home. Roy's mouth twitched. Is this really my dad? Bogart continued. Your mother cried and stuffed me with a basket of oranges, saying, please don't let him get killed by Colonel Karp. Roy covered his face. Is this really my mom? Karp laughed heartily. Ha! Don't worry, kid. I'm careful with my strength. Karp casually tossed Roy onto the deck, sitting cross-legged, pulling out a pack of sunbae to munch on, his eyes sparkling as he stared at him. All right, let's talk about your teleportation and that strange strength of yours. Roy thought to himself, if I tell the truth, it'll probably end up locked up and dissected for research. He blinked innocently. About that. When I was playing on the back mountain at 5, I found a strange fruit that tasted terrible, and after eating it, I discovered I could whoosh around everywhere. It's super fun. Karp raised an eyebrow. Oh, I've never heard of such a fruit. Bogart pushed his sunglasses up and added, it might be the legendary Superman-type instant transmission fruit. There are some scattered records in the Navy headquarters library. Roy played dumb, smiling as he said, anyway, I figured out a lot of uses for it. For example, before he could finish, he suddenly flashed behind Karp and swung his fist down hard. Sneak attack. Karp didn't even turn his head, accurately grabbing Roy's fist with his other hand. Karp grinned. Young man, you lack martial ethics. Roy's pupils shook. What? In the next second, Karp swung his arm, sending Roy flying like a rag doll, crashing hard onto the deck and creating a crack with a loud bang. Roy saw stars. Wait, I wasn't ready. Karp laughed heartily, a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Ready? Do pirates give you time to prepare? His fist was covered in a thick layer of armament hockey, slamming towards Roy's face. Roy's instant transmission instinctively activated, and he whooshed to the mast, just catching his breath when a sudden wave of killing intent hit him from behind. Karp's voice was low and laced with amusement. Observation hockey isn't just for show. Boom! A powerful iron fist hit Roy's back hard, sending him crashing into the deck and breaking through a layer down into the lower cabin. The entire warship echoed with Roy's screams. Don't hit my face, I was wrong. I want sneak attack again. Mr. Bogart, save me. Bogart calmly sipped his tea. You'll get used to it. The Navy soldiers on the warship whispered among themselves. That scream Karp has found a new punching bag, hasn't he? The last time it was this bad was when Admiral Kazan was young. Half an hour later, Roy, with a swollen face, lay limp on the deck, feeling like he had fallen apart. Karp clapped his hands, laughing heartily. Not bad. Your combat awareness is like a headless fly, but your physical fitness is all right. Roy weakly grinned. Thanks for the compliment. Karp's smile vanished, his gaze turning sharp. From today on, I will personally train you. Roy trembled, struggling. Can I refuse? Karp clenched his fist, grinning like an old tiger. What do you think? Chapter 3. First appearance at Navy headquarters. Night fell, and the warship quietly docked on the sea. Roy sat on the deck, holding a handwritten training plan from Karp, and almost fainted when he read it. The Karp Elite Training Program. Daily basics. Punching 10,000 times with sea tower stones. Physical special training. Dragging a small warship around the beach with extra practice along the way. Endurance course. Stand still and let Karp hit you for 10 minutes, no crying aloud. Practical training. Sparring with Navy veterans losers don't get to eat. Roy trembled all over, his mouth twitching madly. This training elites? It's clearly training punching bags. Karp walked over with a big laugh, patting his shoulder. It starts tomorrow, kid. Under the night sky, the boy's furious roar echoed across the deck. Damn goddess. You've ruined me, 3 days later, on the warship's deck, Roy was soaked in sweat, his fists tightly wrapped in bandages, wildly punching a specially designed iron post. 9,998. 9,999. 10,000. With the last punch, the iron post cracked with a catching sound, and Roy collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes shining with stubbornness. The surrounding soldiers were dumbfounded. This kid adapted in just 3 days. Admiral Kazan took half a month to catch up with Admiral Karp's pace back in the day. A monster, he's truly a monster. Bogart held his teacup, a hint of approval in his eyes. He really is a good seedling. The evening sun shone down on the deck, and Roy lay on the ground, sore all over and unable to move, but his eyes were particularly bright. Karp walked over, casually tossing him a bottle of water. How's it going? Still alive? Roy took the water, tilted his head back, and gulped it down, panting. Still okay, but, Grandpa Karp, I have a question. Karp raised an eyebrow. Oh, go ahead. Roy struggled to sit up and said seriously, how do you cultivate armament hockey and observation hockey? Karp paused slightly, then burst into a big laugh, finally asking the key question. He sat cross-legged, revealing a rare, serious expression. Listen well, kid. Armament hockey is a manifestation of will. Imagine your fist is harder than steel. Your skin can withstand any attack. This isn't brute force, it's the belief that you can do it. Karp waved his fist, demonstrating a momentum that seemed capable of breaking mountains. Observation hockey, on the other hand, is an extension of perception. Close your eyes. Don't use your eyes to see, but feel the breath around you with your heart. The enemy's movements, the flow of the wind, even emotional fluctuations can all be heard. Roy's eyes widened, deep in thought. So, when you hit me, you're actually training my observation hockey? Karp laughed. Exactly. The more you get hit, the better you'll learn to predict. Roy's mouth twitched. What a simple and brutal teaching method. Karp patted his shoulder. But when we return to the headquarters, there will be better teachers to teach you. Roy's heart shook, breathing heavily. Better teachers? Karp smiled and nodded. That's right, former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, now the chief instructor for new Navy recruits. With his teaching methods, you will master armament hockey and observation hockey even faster. That night, Roy lay in the cabin, reflecting on Karp's words. Zephyr, former Navy Admiral, now the chief instructor, but if I can learn from him, I will definitely master armament hockey and observation hockey faster. Roy's eyes lit up in the moonlight, clenching his fists tightly, a fierce fighting spirit igniting within him. Since I've already stepped onto this ship, I must become strong enough to be invincible. Just as he was filled with ambition, the cabin door creaked open, and Karp's head popped in, grinning. Kid, don't slack off. Tomorrow we'll add armament hockey endurance training. Roy, again. Karp, haha. This is for your own good. Under the night sky, the warship echoed once more with the boys' desperate wails. Damn goddess. Give me a system already. Marineford. 2 days later, Karp's dog-headed warship slowly sailed into the port of Navy Headquarters Marineford. Under the night sky, the lights of the port shone like a galaxy, illuminating the magnificent fortress that symbolizes justice. The sea breeze blew, and the Navy's flag waved high. Roy stood on the deck, gazing at the grand military fortress before him, his heart racing. So this is the Navy Headquarters Marineford? By the port, a tall, thin man, resembling a bamboo pole, lazily leaned against the railing, wearing an eye patch, holding a popsicle in his mouth, one hand in his pocket, and a distant look in his eyes that, la, old man, I heard you brought back a little monster from the East Blue. Roy looked up. The future Admiral Akiji, Kazan himself. Karp laughed heartily, lifting Roy up like a kitten and bringing him in front of Kazan. Kazan, what do you think of this kid? Kazan opened his eyes slightly, his ice blue pupils flashing with interest as they landed on Roy's bandaged fists and that stubborn gaze, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Oh, to withstand your special training. He's indeed not ordinary. Karp beamed with pride. This kid can send sea kings flying with his bare hands. Kazan raised an eyebrow. Wow, that's much stronger than I was back in the day. He lazily stretched and said, however, Admiral Sengoku wants you to go to his office as soon as you return. He says it's urgent. Karp's smile slightly stiffened. Huh? Is he angry again? Kazan shrugged and leisurely licked his popsicle. Who knows? In front of Admiral Sengoku's office. Roy followed closely behind Karp, and before they got near, he heard a roar from inside the office, making him shiver. Karp, you scoundrel, what time is it now? The Great Pirate Era is so chaotic, and the entire Navy is overwhelmed. And you actually ran to the South Blue and then slipped to the East Blue? Karp entered with a cheerful smile. Sengoku, don't be angry. Look, I brought you back a good seedling. Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, his goat beard trembling. Don't change the subject. Roy secretly peeked inside and saw Admiral Sengoku's hair standing on end, his eyes behind his glasses wide open like copper bells, looking furious as if he was about to breathe. Fire. Roy thought, wow, is this the pressure of a Navy admiral? Karp scratched his ear nonchalantly. I had some personal matters in the South Blue, and it was just on the way back to the East Blue. Roy's eyes flashed. South Blue? Personal matters? It couldn't be Ace, could it? Sengoku took a deep breath, stared hard at Karp, and then glanced at Roy, finally softening his tone a bit. Is this what you call a good seedling? Karp grinned. That's right. A Logia fruit user, possesses immense strength, and can withstand my punches. Sengoku was taken aback. Logia fruit. He fixed his sharp gaze on Roy, his eyes as sharp as knives. Kid, what's your name? Roy straightened up and replied loudly. Reporting to the Admiral. My name is Roy. Sengoku's gaze softened slightly, and he nodded. Since Karp has taken a liking to you, train well and don't let the Navy down. Yes. After leaving the office, Roy realized his back was already soaked with cold sweat. He quietly clenched his fists, thinking, is this the pressure from the highest levels of the Navy? And secretly vowed, one day I will. Karp laughed heartily. So how is it? Sengoku isn't as scary as you imagined, right? Roy gave a dry laugh. You and he have a really good relationship. Karp waved his hand and laughed heartily. Come on, I'll take you to meet others in the headquarters. Just as they turned a corner in the hallway, a lazy voice came from the shadows. Hey, is this the little monster Karp brought from the East Blue? Wow. Roy looked up and saw a tall, thin man in a yellow striped suit lazily leaning against the wall, holding a cup of coffee and smiling slightly. Admiral Fujitora Borsellino. Borsellino leisurely walked over, bent down, and stared at Roy. I heard you can teleport? That must be convenient for slacking off, right? Roy broke into a cold sweat, awkwardly shaking his head. No, to never slack off. Karp put his arm around Roy's shoulder. Don't mind him. This guy just looks like he's slacking off. Don't follow his bad example. Roy let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Karp laughed heartily. Let's go. I'll take you to meet Black Arm Zephyr. Roy's eyes lit up, his heart racing. Zephyr, the legendary Navy instructor. Karp grinned. That's right. Don't be nervous. He won't hit you as soon as he sees you, haha. Roy swallowed. But didn't you say the same thing? Karp looked innocent. My punches are filled with love. Roy. Chapter 4. Black Arm Zephyr. The training ground under the night sky, the Navy headquarters training ground, was brightly lit even in the night. With hundreds of new recruits sweating profusely under the moonlight, throwing punches like rain. Roy followed closely behind Karp, and from a distance, he could see a towering figure standing at the center of the field. It was a man with short purple hair, the night wind tousling the tips of his hair, and black sunglasses reflecting the moonlight. His calloused fists were guiding the recruits' punching techniques, as if he were infusing justice itself into their strikes. Black Arm Zephyr. Roy's heart skipped a beat. In the comics from his previous life, this was the character he felt most conflicted about. The mentor who trained the monstrous 3 admirals while adhering to a no-kill philosophy. The man who continued to fight for justice even after losing everything. And now, Zephyr from 1500 was in peak condition, with both arms intact. Sensing Karp's presence, Zephyr let out a cold grunt without turning his head. Karp, you bastard, finally decided to come back? Sengoku smashed 3 vases in the office out of anger. Karp laughed heartily, slapping Roy on the back and pushing him forward. Look what I brought for you. This is a treasure picked up from the East Sea. Under the moonlight, Zephyr finally turned slowly, when his eyes, hidden behind the sunglasses, fell on Roy, who was standing straight with bandages wrapped around him. He raised an eyebrow slightly. You managed to make this old bastard call it treasure? Before the words could finish, his right fist suddenly swung out. Boom! The air seemed to explode, and the punch's wind was like a cannonball. Roy's pupils constricted, and his body reacted before his mind could process it, instantly teleporting backward while his arm instinctively covered in hockey. Clang! A sound like metal clashing echoed in the air. Zephyr's fist stopped firmly in midair, a rare smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Observation hockey prediction. Basic hockey form. Reaction speed is acceptable. Withdrawing his fist, he glanced at Karp. Indeed. A good seedling. Karp proudly placed his hand on Roy's shoulder, grinning like a sly old fox. This kid even knocked a Sea King back with his bare hands. Zephyr raised an eyebrow, his smile deepening. Oh? Now that's interesting. After the training ended, Zephyr brought the two into his office. Inside, an old chandelier emitted a dim yellow light, and a faded group photo hung on the wall. It depicted Zephyr when he first became a Navy instructor, draped in a coat, arms crossed, standing proudly and sternly on the training ground. Beside him stood the young Akiji, Akainu, and Kizuru, still a bit green and sharp before becoming admirals. They were his strongest disciples, the pride of his heart. In the photo, everyone was radiating youthful smiles, although Sakazuki's smile at Borsellino looked a bit unsettling, one too serious and the other too lewd. That was Zephyr's most glorious era and also his most painful memory. Sit down, kid. Zephyr pointed to a chair, his voice low and steady. Roy quickly sat up straight. Yes. Zephyr looked at Roy, his tone slow. Karp said you have the shifting fruit? Roy nodded yes. I call it super shifting. I can teleport to any visible place. After saying this, he vanished from his spot and reappeared steadily behind Zephyr. Without turning his head, Zephyr suddenly reached back to grab, but he grasped at empty air. Looking up, he saw Roy hanging upside down from the ceiling, a smug look on his face. Hee. Zephyr rarely showed a hint of a smile. Interesting. He stood up, his gaze intense beneath the sunglasses. Starting tomorrow, you'll train with the new recruits. At this point, he pointed at Roy, his tone suddenly severe. Add 2 hours of extra training every day. I will personally teach you hockey. Roy suddenly jumped up from his chair, which clattered to the floor. Really? Teacher Zephyr. Zephyr placed a hand on his shoulder. The strength and warmth from his calloused palm made Roy shiver slightly. Remember, Zephyr's voice was powerful. Ability is just a tool. True strength is enforced through your fists for justice. Karp suddenly interjected, his hearty laughter echoing in the office. Zephyr smiled gently. Hockey is the only truth. Karp laughed heartily. I told you I was right. Zephyr, old buddy, you truly live up to your reputation. Roy stared blankly at the two old soldiers laughing together. Under the moonlight, it seemed as if he could see the spirited black-armed Zephyr, forever guarding justice. With eyes shining like stars. At that moment, he silently vowed, since I've been given a chance, I will definitely change that tragic future. The next morning, at the Navy headquarters training ground, the first rays of dawn spilled onto the field, and the new recruits had already gathered, standing in neat lines. The air filled with the scent of sweat and sea breeze. Karp and Zephyr stood at the center of the training ground simultaneously, a scene legendary in the eyes of the recruits. Today's focus was hockey practical training. Zephyr removed his sunglasses, revealing sharp eyes, his voice booming, as if it had a metallic quality. Hockey is the foundation of a Navy. If you can't learn it, don't talk about justice. Karp placed his hands on his hips, grinning widely. Listen up, kids. Today we have a special demonstration of observation hockey and armament hockey in practical combat. As he finished speaking, he pushed Roy into the center of the field. Roy, this practice will be personally guided by Zephyr. The new recruits erupted in a commotion, all eyes fixed on Roy. Is that the newcomer from the EC? Who is he? How can he be personally guided by both Teacher Zephyr and Vice Admiral Karp? What kind of background does he have? Is he a relative of some high-ranking Navy official? Roy's heart tightened. He took a deep breath and slowly walked up to Zephyr, fists clenched tight. Teacher Zephyr, please guide me. Zephyr squinted his eyes, his voice steady. No need to be nervous. Strike kid. Let me see your reaction. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zephyr's figure flashed, suddenly closing the distance. A punch like a hammer came crashing in with a whoosh. Boom! Roy's pupils constricted. His observation hockey instinctively activated. His feet sparked with lightning as he teleported to the side. Just as he steadied himself, Zephyr's sidekick came rushing in like a whirlwind. Whoosh! Armament hockey. Roy instantly covered his arms with armament hockey, crossing them to block. With a loud bang, Roy was pushed back several meters but managed to stabilize himself. The recruits widened their eyes. He can actually fight against Teacher Zephyr. He can withstand Teacher Zephyr's attack. Is he a monster? The corner of Zephyr's mouth lifted slightly. Not bad. Being able to use observation hockey to dodge and armament hockey to block in such a short time shows good reaction speed. But before he could finish, Zephyr suddenly retracted his fist, his footsteps thundering as his figure surged forward like a mountain. Bang, bang, bang. A series of shadowy punches rained down like a storm. Roy exerted all his strength to use his teleportation, dodging again and again, but Zephyr's punches seemed to predict his trajectory, closely following him. While dodging, Roy thought, Teacher Zephyr is too strong. The range of observation hockey is like having X-ray vision. Suddenly, a gap appeared. Zephyr seized the moment, swinging a heavy punch. Roy instinctively blocked it. Boom! His arms went numb, and Roy was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Zephyr walked over slowly, looking down at him. Not bad, kid. Your teleportation ability is strong, but hockey is the foundation for standing at the top of the strong. Remember, hockey is an extension of your conviction. The stronger your conviction, the stronger your power. Karp laughed heartily as he stepped forward, lifting Roy from the ground. I have high hopes for you. Don't just dodge. Fight back. Roy gritted his teeth, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, determination igniting in his eyes. Yes. Please continue to guide me. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Continue. On the training ground, the wind from the punches howled. Flashes of electric light danced, and waves of hockey shock waves rippled outward. The new recruits were completely dumbfounded. Oh my God. He has been fighting against Teacher Zephyr for so long and still hasn't fallen. That's Black Arm Zephyr. What kind of monster is he? This newcomer is definitely a future admiral-level figure. As the morning light poured down, sweat and dust intertwined. Roy, covered in bruises and trembling arms, had eyes that were incredibly determined. It turns out that honing hockey is not something that can be achieved overnight, but he took a deep breath, bit his lip tightly. I will become stronger than anyone. On the training ground, Karp and Zephyr exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with immense satisfaction and anticipation. On the other side of the training ground, senior recruits from the Zephyr training camp, Smoker, 14 years old, and Tina, 12 years old, were also present, preparing to start their own physical training. Smoker stared intently at Roy, who was shining in the center of the field, his brows slightly furrowed. That kid was actually able to hold his ground against Teacher Zephyr for so long and even used his teleportation ability. What a monster. Tina played with the handcuffs in her hand, her tone slightly cold, but unable to hide her admiration. Smoker, this newcomer might become your future rival. Smoker snorted, exhaling a puff of smoke. Humph. No matter who he is, to become strong, one must go through countless trials. I hope he can withstand Teacher Zephyr's training. Tina's lips curled up. I'm actually a bit interested in him. The two exchanged glances, simultaneously looking at the boy standing firm in the center of the field despite Zephyr's storm-like attacks. Chapter 5 Training Camp on the early morning playground. Hundreds of naval recruits were lined up neatly, but everyone's gaze unconsciously drifted toward the black-haired boy at the front of the line, who was doing one-arm push-ups while balancing on his hands, sweat glistening in the morning sun. 9,998, 9,999, 10,000. Roy suddenly flipped over, landing steadily, sweat flying off his body, looking as if he was coated in gold under the rising sun. Surrounding him, there were immediately muffled gasps of astonishment. Hey, is this guy really from our batch? I heard he practiced with Teacher Zephyr for 10 minutes yesterday. After the 3 natural-type monsters, is there a new monster? Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke condensed in front of Roy. A silver-haired boy, with 2 cigars in his mouth, looked down at him with piercing eyes. Hey, teleportation kid. Roy looked up and met the fierce gaze of Smoker, the mad dog of the Navy, the later White Hunter, the king of beatings. Smoker tore off his training uniform, revealing a body of solid muscle, raising an eyebrow. Dare to fight me? The entire training ground instantly erupted, the recruits holding their breath. Tina jogged over, her pink hair fluttering in the morning breeze, her eyes eager. Smoker, you're acting on your own again. All right. Roy's response stunned everyone. He smiled, flexing his wrists, his eyes resolute. Just right to test the results of my special training. Zephyr's whistle sounded at the right moment. Everyone, stand back. The practical assessment is starting early. Bang! Smoker instantly elementalized. Billowing white smoke surged toward Roy like a tsunami, instantly engulfing a corner of the training ground. If you can't find me, don't talk about justice. Smoker's voice came from within the white mist, mixed with confidence and provocation. Roy, however, closed his eyes and took a deep breath, his observation hockey spreading out like ripples. To the left, whoosh, Roy flashed like lightning. Teleporting to the side of the white smoke, his eyes sharp, his fists instantly covered with black armament hockey, smashing violently toward a certain void. Bang! The smoke exploded, revealing a white figure. Smoker staggered back 2 steps, a dark fist mark on his shoulder, disbelief written all over his face. How did you predict my position? Roy shook his fist, his gaze resolute. Natural types are not invincible, Smoker. Hockey is the key to victory. This sentence thundered like a clap of thunder on the training ground. The recruits widened their eyes. He really hit Smoker? That's a natural type. He was actually hit out. Observation hockey? And that black fist? is armament hockey. Smoker stared at Roy, his fists clenched so tightly that they turned white. Hockey, he muttered, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes, but also a moment of realization. During the lunch break, Roy was wrapping bandages around his swollen fists under the shade of a tree, sweat dripping to the ground, his face weary. A cloud of white smoke condensed, and Smoker walked over, cigar in his mouth, his expression complex. Hey, teleportation kid. Roy looked up, smiling slightly. Want to have another match? Smoker shook his head, took a puff of smoke, and slowly exhaled. That punch just now made me understand. He took a deep breath, his expression serious. Fruit abilities are indeed powerful, but if one relies too much on them, one day they will be defeated by a true strong person. Hockey, I really lack it. Roy smiled, his gaze gentle. Smoker, you are a born naval warrior. You just need one thing, the awareness to face your weaknesses. Smoker was stunned, then slowly clenched his fist, gritting his teeth and smiling. Thank you. From now on, I rely solely on the natural type. Just then, a light and quick footstep approached. Tina came over with 2 cups of chilled juice, her pink hair fluttering in the breeze, softly handing a cup to him. You fought brilliantly. Tina really admires you. Roy, just as he was wiping sweat, was taken aback, noticing the calluses on her slender fingertips. Those were not ordinary training marks, but the backlash from frequent use of the barrier fruit. He took a sip of the cold juice and sincerely said, Actually, Smoker is really strong. He looked toward the silver-haired boy who was back to the crowd, practicing alone not far away, with a hint of regret in his eyes. It's just that he relies too much on his fruit and neglects the foundation of his body. Tina also followed his gaze, her eyes complex, but soon returned to Roy's face with a teasing smile. What about Tina? Would you like to point out Tina's weaknesses as well? Before she finished speaking, Roy, who was drinking juice, froze, almost spitting it out. Cough, cough, cough. How could I have that ability? He coughed while hurriedly retreating, only to bump against something solid as a wall behind him. Huh. A familiar low grunt that sent chills down his spine sounded behind him. Roy stiffly turned his head. He saw Teacher Zephyr standing behind him at some point, arms crossed, the light from his sunglasses reflecting a deadly glimmer, his tone sarcastic. Oh, looks like you're quite energetic. Roy, you even have time to guide others. Roy's face turned pale on the spot. Teacher, please let me explain. This was really just a simple conversation. Oh, a conversation? Zephyr slowly took off his sunglasses, casually grabbing Roy by the collar, lifting him like an unruly monkey. Since your communication skills are pretty good, then practice your armament hockey more in the afternoon. 2,000 times of hardening training. Do it again if your form is not standard. Teacher, help. At 5 in the morning, Roy was immersed in a sleep that was pitifully short when suddenly a bucket of ice water was poured over his head, shocking him awake. Zephyr's serious face looked particularly terrifying under the nightlight, his sunglasses reflecting weak light. Real Navy wakes up at 5. By 6, you should be ready for training. Yes. Roy shivered all over, quickly rolling out of bed. Breakfast time. In the cafeteria, as Roy was about to dig into his meal with his chopsticks, Zephyr walked over from behind, swatting his chopsticks away, which flew through the air in a beautiful parabolic arc. Eating is also training. Zephyr crossed his arms, his gaze piercing. Use armament hockey to handle your utensils. If the utensils break, don't even think about eating. Roy's eyes widened. This. Cultural lessons are important. On the podium, Zephyr stepped onto the lectern, holding a thick book titled A Comprehensive History of the Navy. Don't think that only fists are power. Knowledge is also a weapon in battle. In the classroom, Roy was furiously taking notes while struggling to keep his eyes open. Zephyr twitched the corners of his mouth and suddenly yanked him up, hanging him on the flagpole at the door. Are you awake now? Hanging in midair, the wind tousled Roy's hair. Yes, I'm awake, teacher. Nighttime training. In the training ground under the bright moon, Roy's silhouette cast a long shadow on the ground. Zephyr rolled up his sleeves, his muscles bulging like rocks. Dominance is the extension of belief. If you can't hold on, shout it out. Roy gritted his teeth and stared hard at Zephyr, throwing punches at him again and again, the sheen of his armed hockey shimmering in the night. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch felt like a hammer hitting him, sweat and blood mingling and dripping to the ground. In the distance, a faint light shone from the infirmary window, and Smoker's cigar sparkled briefly before being quietly extinguished. "What a madman," he murmured, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes, mixed with a bit of unwillingness. On the day of the end-of-month assessment, the morning sun shone through the training grounds flags, illuminating the neatly lined-up trainees. Zephyr walked step by step to Roy, pinning the medal, symbolizing passing onto his blood-stained collar. "You passed." Roy lifted his head, his gaze firm and stubborn. "Thank you, Teacher Zephyr." The entire venue fell silent, the eyes of many new recruits fixed on him, filled with awe and disbelief. Suddenly, Smoker stepped out of the line, his expression complicated. He took off the top student badge from his chest and slapped it heavily into Roy's palm. "Next time, I will definitely win." Roy was taken aback, then tightly clenched the badge, revealing a sincere smile. "I'll be waiting." Tina walked over with a light laugh, her eyes soft yet mischievous. "Tina thinks you're both idiots." She handed Roy a handkerchief, the white fabric reflecting the morning light. "Wipe your face, top student boy." Roy pressed his lips together and gently took the handkerchief. Under the sunset, Zephyr looked from afar at the group of trainees surrounding Roy, his gaze deep, as if behind his sunglasses there were endless expectations and memories. The adjutant quietly approached him. "Should we report to Admiral Sengoku in advance?" Zephyr smiled slightly, turned, and left, his shadow stretching long in the sunset. "Wait a bit longer. Let the young eagle fly a little longer." The wind lifted his purple hair, as if carrying endless fighting spirit and warmth. Chapter 6, Ability Training. Bang! In the center of the training ground, two figures clashed at an astonishing speed. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoing one after another, shaking the surrounding railings. Smoker's hands were covered with armed haki, and the white smoke fruit's power was no longer erratically spewing, but was precisely compressed between his arms and legs, creating a swirling flow with incredible explosive power. In an instant, Roy's figure vanished, and the next second he appeared behind Smoker, his fist covered in pitch-black armed haki, striking like thunder at Smoker's back. "Anticipated it." Smoker sneered, and his body suddenly elementized and dispersed, the white smoke swirling in the air, then instantly condensing, delivering a reverse kick. Roy flickered away like a flash of lightning, narrowly avoiding the strike while taking a deep breath. Life returns to the giant's breath. In that moment, his muscles swelled dramatically, his height rising to nearly 4 meters, his skin gleaming with a metallic cold light, armed haki enveloping his hands like iron arms, exuding fierce battle intent. "What?" Smoker's pupils constricted, but his battle instincts drove him forward without hesitation. Boom! The violent collision of their fists created a massive shockwave, dust flying everywhere, shaking the railings around the training ground to the ground. In the observation seats, Tina bit her straw, her pink hair fluttering in the wind, her eyes flashing with surprise. Smoker can actually keep up with Roy's pace. Karp chuckled, holding a bag of sunbae. "Huh, that kid has been working his butt off training after being stimulated by Roy." Zephyr stood quietly at the edge of the field, his gaze sharp yet pleased behind his sunglasses. Smoker's progress is indeed remarkable, but Roy. His gaze fell on Roy's fists gleaming with pitch-black armed haki, secretly admiring him. Over a year ago, Zephyr was worried that Roy would become too reliant on the ability of the teleportation fruit, neglecting the basic martial arts training of the Navy. But to his surprise, this boy not only did not slack off, but worked harder than anyone else. Under Zephyr's high-pressure special training, Roy tackled the Navy's 6 powers, shave, the best preparation for teleportation, perfectly connected with his fruit ability, forming an even more bizarre teleportation technique. Moonwalk, air mobility, combined with teleportation allowed him to almost bounce back multiple times in midair. Storm leg, a slash enhanced by armed haki, was seamlessly integrated with his teleportation ambush, forming an astonishing series of surprise attacks. Iron block and life returns were transformed by him to an almost perverse level, allowing him to harden his body to steel level in the giant's breath state in an instant. Even a finger pistol could be executed like a ghost, appearing before the enemy in an instant, launching surprise attacks under the influence of teleportation. All of this made Zephyr secretly admire. The teleportation fruit is just his tool. His real weapon is that unwillingness to give up and his talent for turning all power into his own. As the smoke and dust settled, Smoker knelt on the ground. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, but his gaze remained sharp as a knife. It's not over yet. Roy's size returned to normal, but the layer of deep black armed haki still covered his fists, looking proudly at Smoker. Smoker, you've gotten stronger. Let's talk. Smoker gritted his teeth, standing up. The white smoke and armed haki coiling around his arms almost solidifying, the swirling shockwave surging around him. Final blow. White smoke impact. With a roar, his fist, carrying astonishing explosive power, shot in the sky like white smoke, shaking the air. Roy took a deep breath, crossing his hands over his chest, his gaze resolute. Iron block. Steel bones. Boom. Amidst the massive explosion, Smoker's white smoke giant fist slammed into Roy's defense. Yet it didn't budge, as if hitting a mountain. What? Smoker's pupils constricted as he watched Roy slowly raise his head, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Smoker, your haki isn't strong enough. The next second, Roy delivered a reverse finger pistol, stopping just in front of Smoker's throat in a flash. I lost. Smoker gritted his teeth in acknowledgement, but his eyes showed no sign of defeat. Instead, he was filled with battling spirit. Next time, I will definitely win. Roy slowly retracted his hand and patted Smoker's shoulder. However, your progress is truly remarkable. Zephyr stepped forward, arms crossed, his gaze behind his sunglasses revealing unprecedented recognition. Well done. Roy. He shifted his tone, serious yet expectant. Remember, no matter how strong the teleportation fruit is, it's just a tool. The foundation, martial arts, and haki are your true strengths. Don't let me down. Roy stood at attention, saluted, his voice firm. Yes, teacher Zephyr. Smoker wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a slight smile forming. Whether it's teleportation or the 6 powers, just wait. Roy. Next time I will surpass you. Ha ha ha. Karp laughed like a chipmunk from the side. That's the spirit, boys. That's what makes it interesting. The wind swept across the training ground, dispersing the dust and stirring up a new generation's fighting spirit in this port. As they grew step by step into true Navy officers, Zephyr looked at the two with satisfaction. Not bad. Both of you have grown. He looked at Roy, his tone unusually filled with a hint of admiration. Roy, your life returns is grasped faster than I imagined. Roy scratched his head, smiling. Thanks to Grandpa Karp's loving special training. Karp laughed heartily from the side. That's right, that's right. My special training is very effective. Zephyr shook his head helplessly, but his eyes were filled with satisfaction. In the dormitory late at night, Roy sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed in concentration. His consciousness spread out like an invisible radar with observation haki, sweeping across the entire naval base and even extending to the distant sea. 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters, 2,000 meters. A year ago, his teleportation range was limited to within 100 meters of his line of sight. Now, with the perception of observation haki, he could lock onto targets several kilometers away. On the training ground, Zephyr held up binoculars and pointed to a lighthouse in the distance. Roy, teleport there. On his first attempt, he only moved 500 meters before falling into the sea, and Zephyr had to rescue him urgently. On the second try, he barely reached beneath the lighthouse but felt dizzy. And now whoosh, Roy's figure instantly disappeared, reappearing on top of the naval lookout tower 2 kilometers away. The night wind howled as he stood firmly, a smile creeping onto his lips. He succeeded. The next morning, Roy was having breakfast in the mess hall when a flash of golden light appeared. Hey, Roy kid. Borsellino lazily appeared in front of him, holding a steaming cup of coffee. Can you do an old man a favor? Roy looked up. Admiral, please go ahead. The yellow monkey pushed up his sunglasses. Deliver this cup of coffee to the naval hospital 5 kilometers away. My aide is sick and needs to drink it while it's hot. Roy replied, Admiral, I remember you can move at light speed. The surrounding sailors struggled to suppress their laughter, faces turning red. Looking at Borsellino, Roy took a deep breath, accepted the coffee cup, and fully unleashed his observation haki. The outline of the naval hospital 5 kilometers away gradually became clear in his mind. Whoosh! His figure vanished, and the next second, he appeared at the hospital entrance. without spilling a single drop of coffee. The nurses were dumbfounded. Roy. Roy smiled slightly. This is a gesture from Admiral Borsellino. Please pass it on. When he teleported back to the mess hall, Borsellino was sitting with his legs crossed, munching on rice crackers. Not bad. Next time help me deliver lunch. Karp burst out laughing beside him. Huh? Borsellino, are you treating Roy like a courier? In the afternoon training ground, Zifa crossed his arms. Today we will test teleportation with someone else. Tina immediately had a bad feeling. Tina refuses. Refusal is invalid. Zifa pointed coldly. Roy, take her and teleport to the opposite mountain and back. Roy scratched his head and extended his hand to Tina. Sorry, Tina. Tina sighed and helplessly grabbed his arm. Tina feels like you all are bullying her. Whoosh. The two instantly disappeared. In the next second, they appeared on the mountain peak a kilometer away. The sea breeze brushed against them, and Tina's pink hair danced in the wind. She paused for a moment. That was pretty fast. Roy smiled. Hold on tight, we're heading back. On the return trip, Tina instinctively tightened her grip on Roy's arm. After they landed, she immediately let go, her ears slightly red. Tina was just afraid of falling. Smoker, standing nearby with a cigar, snorted coldly. Boring. Suddenly, Karp jumped out. Roy, take me to the dining hall. I'm hungry. Roy replied, yes. Whoosh. The two disappeared, and the next second, bang. Karp sat down in a chair in the dining hall, raising his fist in cheer. Me come. The chefs were in tears. Admiral Karp, it's not mealtime yet. Chapter 7, The Kingdom of it.But. As the sun set, the training ground was bathed in the afterglow of the sunset, painting the ground red. At this moment, the entire field was left with only Roy and Zifa. Zifa slightly moved his wrist. His calloused right arm's muscles bulged, gleaming like steel. The last task is teleportation with an attack. His tone was serious, but carried a hint of expectation. The rules are simple. You must hit me 3 times in a row to qualify. Roy's breathing paused slightly, his gaze suddenly sharp. Understood. Zifa's footsteps were heavy as he assumed a combat stance. Start. Whoosh. Roy's figure appeared like lightning on Zifa's left side, his darkened armed fist slicing through the air. Zifa didn't turn around, countering with a punch, the air exploding. Bang! Roy was pushed back several steps by the tremendous recoil. A small trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, but he gritted his teeth and activated his ability for a second teleport. Whoosh! This time, he dove down from above Zifa, delivering a punch with a metallic sheen aimed at Zifa's head. Zifa raised his arm to block, a smirk appearing on his lips. Too slow. You have one more chance. The sunset's afterglow illuminated Roy's face, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then let's try this. In the next moment, Roy's figure suddenly vanished, leaving the training ground in silence. Zifa frowned, spreading his observation haki, but this time he couldn't sense Roy's presence. Where is he? Suddenly, Zifa's peripheral vision caught sight of a training sandbag flying in from nowhere. Distracting me? Zifa countered with a punch, sending the sandbag flying, but the next moment, here. Roy's voice came from behind, and Zifa turned sharply, but in that instant, 3 afterimages of Roy appear before him, almost simultaneously throwing punches. Instantaneous afterimage chain punches. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 punches hit Zifa's chest, shoulder, and waist almost simultaneously, forcing him back several steps, cracking the blue bricks beneath his feet. The sunset's glow fell between the two, dust swirling in the air. As if time had frozen for a second, the entire arena was silent. Zifa steadied himself, looking down at the imprints left by the punches on his chest, then burst into laughter. Good kid. He looked up, his eyes shining with shock and admiration. To be able to use the teleportation fruit to transfer objects to distract me, then create afterimages for a chain attack. You've turned the superhuman fruit into a trick of a natural type. Roy was panting, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. I did it. Zifa nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Your fruit development has surpassed the ordinary superhuman level. Combined with the 6 styles teleportation footwork, mastery of armament haki, and the use of psychological warfare on the battlefield, you've passed this assessment. The sunset fell on Roy's face. His youthful features were marked with sweat and scars, yet also radiated unparalleled determination and sharpness. Zifa's gaze softened slightly. Kid, next is real combat. Roy took a deep breath. Fists clenched tightly. Yes, teacher Zifa. In the distance, Smoker, Tina, and several senior trainees from the training camp were dumbfounded, having appeared at some point to watch. Smoker's mouth twitched, muttering quietly. What level of genius is this guy reaching? Tina's eyes sparkled. Tina thinks he seems even stronger now. In the year 1502 of the Sea Circle, at the Navy headquarters training camp, morning light fell on the tidy playground as the new recruits were lined up for training. Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, stared intently at Roy, the 12-year-old kid standing in front of him, whose height was already nearing 2 meters, while he, at 16, had just surpassed 7 meters. Hey, Roy. Smoker's forehead bulged with veins, a wisp of white smoke rising from the top of his head. Gritting his teeth. Did you secretly take some hormones? Roy scratched his head innocently. No, I just eat normally. With such a giant physique, it definitely wouldn't be limited to a height of 8 meters, which is considered a short stature in the world of One Piece. Tina stood beside him, holding a chilled juice, unable to help but laugh. Smoker, Tina thinks you look really funny when you're jealous. Smoker glared at her. Shut up. Zifa crossed his arms, his gaze lingering on Roy for a moment, a hint of appreciation and depth passing through his eyes, before he spoke calmly. Roy, at your growth rate, you could actually graduate in 2 years. Roy was taken aback. So soon? Zephyr nodded. But I want you to stay for another year to help you solidify your foundation. After all, you're still too young, and the outside world is too dangerous. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Roy felt the concern in Zephyr's words and smiled as he saluted. I will listen to my teacher. Smoker snorted from the side. Humph. Anyway, I'm applying for graduation next year, so don't come crying to me when I surpass you. Tina glanced at him, flicked her pink hair, and chuckled softly. Tina suggests you defeat Roy first before talking. Smoker. White smoke explosion. Just as the few of them were bickering, a crunching sound came from a distance, and a strong aroma of sunbae wafted over. Karp came striding over with a large bag of sunbae, chewing on them, and shouted, Zephyr. Let me borrow that kid, Roy, for a while. Zephyr frowned. What now? Karp dug at his nose, laughing heartily. There's a small issue over in the East Blue. The Oikote Kingdom was attacked by pirates, and I'm heading back to the East Blue anyway, so I might as well check it out. Oikote Kingdom. Roy's pupils constricted sharply, and memories flashed in his mind. Nami's hometown, the kingdom where Belmere was. Could the pirate attack be? Roy's heart trembled, but he didn't speak immediately. Instead, he looked at Zephyr, his eyes filled with a request for permission. Zephyr noticed his gaze and pondered for a moment before asking, Do you want to go? Roy nodded, his tone steady. I'm also from the East Blue, and if it's convenient, I hope to take a look on the way back. Smoker, biting his cigar, glanced at him suspiciously. You don't want to slack off, do you? Tina felt that Roy was not that kind of person. Tina blinked and spoke for him. Zephyr thought for a while and finally nodded. All right, go ahead, but remember to come back early. Yes. Roy responded solemnly, then turned to Karp. Karp grinned and threw an arm around his shoulder. Let's go. My dog-headed battleship won't wait for slowpokes. Whoosh. Roy lightly grabbed Karp's arm, activating his teleportation fruit ability. In an instant, the two vanished into thin air, leaving Smoker and Tina staring at each other in surprise. Smoker scoffed. This guy's teleportation is becoming more and more convenient. Tina rested her chin on her hand. Deep in thought, Tina wants to try it too. Zephyr looked in the direction they disappeared, his gaze deep and reflective, the reflection of his sunglasses glimmering as he muttered to himself. With Karp around, there shouldn't be any trouble in the Oikote Kingdom. On the Azure Sea, Karp's dog-headed battleship surged through the waves. On the deck, the sea breeze whipped through, seagulls circled overhead, and the waves crashed against the hull. Roy stood at the edge of the deck, gripping the railing, the sea wind brushing against his face, his heart turbulent. If I remember correctly, Oikote Kingdom is where Nami and Nojiko's hometown, where Belmere adopted them, is located. Karp, munching on sunbae, shook his shoulders and laughed. Kid, you seem particularly concerned about Oikote Kingdom? Roy came back to his senses and replied blandly. I just heard that things haven't been peaceful there lately. Karp grinned widely. Sunbae crumbs falling onto the deck. Don't worry, with me here, no pirate can stir up any waves. Roy gazed at the horizon where the sea met the sky, his eyes gradually firming up. Perhaps I can interfere with this so-called fate ahead of time. In the sea breeze, Karp's laughter boomed, while Roy's fists clenched slightly, his gaze intense. That was the first time the boy faced the trial of fate. Chapter 8. First real battle on the deck of the dog-headed battleship. The sea breeze brought a salty tang. Roy stood at the bow, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the ship's railing, his gaze slicing through the rolling horizon like a blade. "Karp, can you make the ship go faster?" he suddenly asked, his voice overpowering the clamor of the waves. Karp, who was stuffing sunbae into his mouth, paused, crumbs falling onto his cloak. The old man turned his head, cheeks puffed up, confusion etched in the wrinkles on his face. The battleship was already moving at full speed. What was the matter? Roy looked toward the horizon, where ominous dark clouds churned. Every minute wasted could mean civilians being consumed by pirate cannon fire. Karp slowed his chewing, narrowing his eyes as he stared at the boy, who usually wore a silly grin but now had a serious expression. The sunbae bag crunched in his grip, and suddenly the old man let out a booming laugh, startling the seagulls perched on the mast. "Good kid." He ripped off his cloak and tossed it to his first mate, his muscles bulging beneath his floral shirt in an exaggerated arc. "Let me show you how I chased Roger all over the place back in the day." No sooner had he finished speaking than the deck creaked under the strain. He turned around, slightly bending his legs, his right fist coiled with power, veins bulging. "Hold on tight, kids." Boom! Karp's punch slammed into the stern of the dog-headed battleship, the terrifying force launching the entire ship forward like a cannonball, splitting the sea and creating a massive wake, the gale roaring in their ears, nearly shattering the sailors' eardrums. Vice Admiral Karp, the ship is going to fall apart. Cover your ears." The Navy soldiers clung desperately to the railing, their faces pale. Karp, however, laughed heartily. "Don't worry. My battleship is specially made. It's extremely sturdy." Roy stood at the bow, his black hair whipping in the wind, his observation hockey already extending to the maximum 5 kilometers, reaching it.But Kingdom. The sounds of screams, cries, and the crackling of burning flames all clearly reached his ears. Those were cries of despair, far from the cold-blooded scenes simulated in the training camp. Is this what real pirates are like? The idealized version in anime is truly deceiving. A surge of killing intent rose from the depths of his heart. Roy's pupils constricted, and his fists slowly clenched. Karp walked over to him, raising a hand as if to pat his shoulder. After all, this was the first time a 12-year-old faced a real bloody battlefield, and it was inevitable that he would be shaken. But Roy's eyes were colder than the blade of the wind. "Karp, I'm going ahead." Before the words left his mouth, whoosh, his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Karp's hand froze mid-air, stunned for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a hearty smile. This kid is already a qualified warrior. He turned around, his eyes sharp, full speed ahead, prepared to suppress the pirates. it.But Kingdom, burning streets. The houses lining the streets were engulfed in fierce flames, charred beams snapping and emitting choking smoke. "Ha ha ha! Kill all these worthless scum. Don't spare the women and children." Pirates wielding swords and knives roared with ferocity. The streets were littered with the bodies of civilians, blood flowing like rivers, the stench of iron piercing Roy's nostrils. Whoosh! A shadow flashed by, and a pirate suddenly froze, blood spurting from his throat as he fell to the ground in terror. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Where? I can't see anyone." Whoosh! Roy's figure moved like a ghost, each appearance marked by a precise punch. One instant bullet pierced the throat, another flashed behind, and an armament hockey-covered fist shattered the skull. Blood splattered across his cold face. But Roy paid no mind. These scum pirates aren't even worthy of being called human. His pupils narrowed, cold killing intent transforming into his armament hockey-covered fist. Instant continuous finger gun. Bang, bang, bang. 3 thunderous booms echoed in the air. 3 pirates fell instantly, unable to even scream. In the distance, a knife-wielding pirate's eyes widened in terror, trembling. Monster. The next second, Roy's figure suddenly flashed, leaving afterimages across the battlefield, as if the Reaper had descended. In the flames, The street reflected his silhouette, resembling a solitary hunter. He slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, his gaze chillingly fierce. Suddenly, his observation haki detected a faint sound of a baby crying. Roy's pupils constricted. That sound, at the corner of the street, under the ruins. Bloodied Belmere was leaning against the rubble, desperately protecting the short-haired Nojiko and the baby Nami with her arms. Her navy uniform was soaked in blood. Her left arm twisted at an odd angle, but her eyes remained resolute. Don't be afraid. 3 pirates sneered as they approached. What a touching scene, but unfortunately, you all have to die. Belmere gritted her teeth and raised her pistol with her last ounce of strength. Bang! 1 pirate fell to the ground, but the remaining 2 rushed forward with their knives. The glint of the blades flashed, and a chilling murderous intent rushed toward her. Belmere closed her eyes and held the 2 children tightly in her arms. Clang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly erupted, sparks flying. Belmere opened her eyes wide and saw a tall, black-haired boy gripping the descending blade with one hand, his arm covered in armament haki. You, it ends here. The boy's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable pressure. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 afterimages flashed, accompanied by 2 crisp sounds. As the necks of the 2 pirates were precisely severed in the same instant, blood spraying everywhere. Roy turned around and looked at the barely conscious Belmere and the 2 tear-streaked little girls, his voice softening. It's okay now. Belmere struggled to smile. Thank you. Her consciousness was gradually fading, and her body slumped down. Roy quickly crouched down, swiftly checking her injuries, excessive blood loss, broken ribs, fractured left arm. But she can be saved. He tore off his shirt without hesitation, quickly bandaging her wounds to stop the bleeding, whispering to Nojiko, Don't be afraid, I'm the Navy. You will be okay. Nojiko held onto the unconscious Belmere tightly, tears streaming down her face. Roy patted her head, smiling and nodding. Don't worry. He looked towards the end of the street, his eyes growing cold. I must find a medical team. The Navy ship, led by Karp, finally arrived, and the corpses of pirates at the port were piled up like garbage. Roy knelt beside Belmere, his hands still gripping the blood-stained bandages, with the 2 children tightly holding onto their mother. Karp strode over, frowning. What's the situation? Roy did not look up, his voice calm. Excessive blood loss. Needs immediate transfusion. Karp saw Belmere's serious injuries, his gaze sharpening. Medical team. Hurry. The military doctors quickly arrived and carried Belmere onto a stretcher. Nojiko followed behind, holding Nami, tears soaking her face. Just as Roy was about to get up, Karp suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Well done, kid. His voice was unusually serious. In your first real combat, saving a comrade and civilians, you truly are my disciple. Roy shook his head, his eyes showing a hint of self-reproach. Not fast enough. If only I could have been quicker. Karp laughed heartily, ruffling his black hair. Don't be greedy. At 12, you can do this much, already far better than I was back then. Roy's hair was messed up by his ruffling, and he smiled helplessly. But his gaze unconsciously followed Belmere and the 2 children being carried away. Will the fate of Nami and Nojiko be changed? As night fell, the flames gradually extinguished. In the temporary medical tent, Belmere had already escaped life-threatening danger. Nojiko lay beside Nami at the bedside, holding her hand tightly, their small bodies curled together. Roy stood at the entrance, quietly watching the scene, his eyes slightly moving. Karp walked over, munching on rice crackers. What's wrong? Can't bear to leave? Roy spoke softly. What will happen to them in the future? Karp shrugged, his expression warm. That female Navy is a backbone of the local garrison. Once she recovers, she'll likely continue to serve. As for those 2 little ones, he glanced at Nojiko, whose eyes were red from crying, suddenly grinning. Why don't you adopt them? Roy was speechless. I'm only 12 myself. Karp laughed like a chipmunk. Just kidding. Don't worry. I've already arranged it. Once Belmere recovers, they can move into the Navy family area. Roy nodded, exhaling a sigh of relief, turning to walk outside. I'll go clear the remaining pirates nearby. Karp watched his back, his gaze deep, quietly saying, this kid. Chapter 9. Belmere at dawn, on the coastline of the Oikot Kingdom. The first rays of sunlight fell on the sea, and mist lingered. Roy's figure appeared and disappeared in the morning fog, each teleportation precisely landing on the hiding spots of the fleeing pirates. Whoosh! A pirate ship loaded with loot was quietly weighing anchor, with noisy footsteps coming from the deck. Hurry up! Escape before dawn. Bang! Accompanied by a violent explosion. Roy's fist slammed down like a hammer, directly shattering the entire ship's deck, splinters and seawater flying everywhere as the pirate screamed and fell into the sea, splashing water. On the broken deck, the black-haired boy stood tall and proud, the sea breeze ruffling his hair. He slowly exhaled a breath. Just one left. His observation, hockey, quickly spread, covering a radius of 5 kilometers. Confirming there were no pirate presences, Roy finally relaxed, turning his gaze to the rising sun in the east. Time to go back. Whoosh! His figure flashed and disappeared into the morning fog. Inside the temporary medical tent, Belmere leaned against the head of her bed, her face still somewhat pale. But her spirit was noticeably better than yesterday. Nojiko and Nami cuddled beside her, breathing steadily, finally able to sleep peacefully. The tent's flap was gently lifted, and a cool morning breeze, carrying a hint of the sea, blew in as Roy quietly entered. Seeing him, Belmere immediately tried to sit up, her eyes full of gratitude. "Mr. Roy, I can't thank you enough." Roy quickly walked to the bedside, pressing down on her shoulder. "Don't move. Your wounds will reopen." Belmere smiled wryly, relieved. "Sorry, I got too excited." Roy shook his head, sitting in a nearby chair. "How are you feeling?" "Much better." Belmere looked down at the 2 girls in her arms, her gaze gentle. "Thanks to you, they were able to survive." Roy smiled slightly. "I just did what a Navy should do." Belmere looked up, her eyes showing some confusion. "Mr. Roy, which division are you with?" "Once I'm healed, I must write a letter of thanks to your superior." Roy paused for a moment, then smiled. "I'm not with a division." "Huh. I'm a student from the Marine Headquarters Zephyr training camp." Belmere was stunned, her eyes wide. "A disciple of Admiral Zephyr? No wonder you're so strong." Then she seemed to remember something, her pupils suddenly shrinking. "Wait, training camp? How old are you this year?" Roy shrugged. 12. Belmere froze, as if hearing some unbelievable tale, her lips slightly parted. 12? The one who wiped out hundreds of pirates overnight, with armament hockey covering his entire body, and over 2 meters tall, is just a 12-year-old kid? Seeing her expression, Roy couldn't help but chuckle. "What? Don't look at me like that." Belmere covered her face, looking up at the sky and sighing. "No, I just suddenly feel like I've wasted my years in the Navy." Roy shook his head, looking at her seriously. "No, Belmere. You protected them, and that's the most important thing." Belmere was taken aback, looking down at Nami and Nojiko in her arms, her gaze gradually softening. "Yeah, this battle made me realize a lot of things." She took a deep breath, as if finally making a decision. "I want to adopt them." Roy nodded, his expression calm. Belmere bit her lip, her voice lowering. "But I'm worried that the Navy's work will keep me too busy to take care of them." Roy smiled gently yet firmly. "Adopting them does not conflict with being a Navy officer." Belmere looked up, a hint of struggle in her eyes. "But," Roy looked at her with determination in his gaze, "these 2 little girls need someone to protect them, and you need to become stronger. How will you protect them if you encounter similar pirate attacks again?" Belmere's pupils trembled slightly, and her sense of maternal responsibility was completely awakened. Roy chuckled softly besides. "You're not alone." Belmere was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Roy replied, "Old man Garp has already helped you apply for housing in the Navy family area, so you can live there in peace from now on." Belmere was stunned. "Vice Admiral Garp? That naval hero Garp?" Roy nodded. "Yes, that's him." Belmere's mouth fell open, her mind nearly short-circuiting. "Wait, what exactly is your relationship with Vice Admiral Garp?" Roy raised an eyebrow and plainly said, "I guess I'm just a poor guy he picked up for special training." Belmere exclaimed, "What is this little brat's background? Is this Versailles?" Just then, a hearty laugh came from outside the tent. "Ha ha ha! Roy, where have you been, kid? I've been looking for you." Before the words finished, the curtain was suddenly pulled aside, and Garp strode in, holding a large bag of sunbae. Belmere's eyes widened in shock as she stiffly looked toward the entrance. "Vice Admiral Garp?" Garp casually glanced at her and grinned. "Oh, you must be that East Blue female soldier who is desperately protecting the kids. Not bad. You got guts." Belmere's voice trembled with excitement. "Why, yes." Garp cheerfully slapped her shoulder, almost knocking her back on her hospital bed. Take care of your injuries. Following me will be more promising than staying in the East Blue Branch. Belmer replied, huh? Roy face-bombed, helplessly saying, Mr. Garp, don't just recruit people randomly. Garp laughed heartily. What's the big deal? Anyway, Sengoku's side is short on manpower. He turned to look at the sleeping Nojiko and Nami on the bed, suddenly leaning over to pinch Nami's cheek. This little one is quite cute. Nami groggily opened her eyes, only to see a bearded face close up, instantly screaming wah, and bursting into tears. Nojiko was startled awake and immediately hugged her sister. The tent fell into a few seconds of awkward silence. Garp scratched his head and then laughed like a chipmunk, pulling out 2 bags of candy from his pocket. Here, want some candy? The 2 sisters blinked their tear-filled eyes at him for a few seconds, and finally, Nojiko reached out her chubby little hand toward Garp. Garp laughed heartily. That's the spirit. Roy sighed helplessly. Old man Garp, don't scare them. Garp waved his hand dismissively. They're just kids. They'll get used to it. Belmer twitched her lips, thinking, why does this naval hero feel so unreliable? Days later, the reconstruction work on the streets of the Oikit Kingdom was in full swing. The application for the Navy family area was quickly approved, and Belmer officially adopted Nojiko and Nami. By the port, Roy and Garp prepared to set off back to headquarters. Belmer, holding Nojiko and carrying Nami, deeply bowed to Roy. Mr. Roy, thank you very much. Roy smiled slightly. It's nothing. Just live well from now on. Nojiko suddenly ran up to Roy, tugging at his clothes with bright eyes. Big brother, will you still come see us? Roy smiled and squatted down. Ruffling her blue short hair, I will. Nojiko quietly asked, can we come to the Navy headquarters to find you in the future? Roy's smile was warm, of course. When you grow up, you might even become my junior. Nojiko's eyes lit up. I want to be a Navy officer, even stronger than Big Brother. Garp laughed heartily, patting her head. You've got ambition. I like you. Belmer watched from the side, her eyes filled with tenderness and hope. Roy stood up and looked at Belmer. Take care. Belmer nodded, her gaze resolute. You too. Garp waved his large hand. Let's go. Roy. Roy took one last deep look at them before turning to follow Garp. Whoosh. The figures of the two instantly disappeared into the morning sun at the port, leaving only a gentle breeze. Nojiko widened her eyes, excitedly clenching her fists. Wow, so amazing. Belmer gently hugged them, her gaze looking toward the distant horizon, with a smile that held a hint of determination. Yes, it really is amazing. Chapter 10. Parents' Dawn Island. At dusk, whoosh, a tall figure silently appeared at the village entrance, with black short hair and a crisp Navy uniform. Adorned with the commendation medal personally signed by Admiral Zifa, it was Roy. He took a deep breath, the familiar scent of grass and trees rushing over him, awakening memories deep in his mind. It's been 2 years. He quickly walked toward the small house from his memories, and from a distance, he saw his father Rock chopping firewood in the yard, while his mother Erin was gathering the clothes that had been hung out to dry. Dad, Mom. The familiar voices felt like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. The axe in Rock's hand clattered to the ground as Roy teleported it to the table, and the basket of clothes in Erin's hands flipped over. Roy. Erin's voice trembled slightly, her eyes instantly reddening. Rock's eyes widened as he looked up and down at the nearly 2-meter-tall young man, his uniform impeccably pressed, with a steady gaze and a hint of determination and composure between his brows. Was that the mischievous little brat who used to steal chickens and cause trouble? You brat. Rock stepped forward, firmly slapping his son's shoulder, his eyes slightly red. You've grown taller than me. Erin had already rushed forward, hugging Roy's waist tightly, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. My child, you've lost weight. Has the Navy not fed you well? Roy chuckled helplessly. Mom, I've gained 30 kilograms since I left. Erin looked up at his face, wiping her tears. But I still feel sorry for you. Why are you so tanned? Roy reached out to hug his mother, his gaze gentle. Mom, I'm fine. The fire in the house crackled, and the dining table was filled with a bountiful home-cooked meal. Braised meat, stewed fish, stir-fried vegetables, and a large bowl of steaming rice. Rock poured a cup of homemade rice wine and raised his glass. Come on, tell me what you've been up to these past 2 years. Roy smiled and gently clinked his drink with his father's, mainly training at Navy headquarters. I've come to the East Blue to eliminate pirates these past few days. As he spoke, he took out the Navy commendation and a bag of bonus money from his pocket and pushed it in front of his father. This is the reward for some accumulated achievements from the training camp, personally signed by Teacher Zifa. Rock's fingers trembled slightly as he looked at the gilded commendation. A proud, yet pained expression appearing on his face. Good boy. Just like my son. Aaron hurriedly scooped a large bowl of food into Roy's bowl. Eat more. Look at you. You're almost skinnier than that black bear in the village. Saying this, she reached out to pinch Roy's arm, gasping in surprise. These muscles. Is this human? Roy smiled and put down his chopsticks. This is iron, you know? Huh? Roy calmly replied. I can catch cannonballs with my bare hands now. Rock spat out a mouthful of rice wine, nearly choking. Aaron, with a mix of laughter and tears, used a handkerchief to help Rock wipe his mouth. Don't scare me. Don't do dangerous things. Roy smiled gently. Don't worry. Training camp is even more dangerous than the battlefield. I've long gotten used to it. Laughter filled the dining table, creating a warm atmosphere. After dinner, Roy helped his mother clear the dishes and neatly stack the firewood in the yard for his father. As night fell, Roy stood up to say goodbye. Aaron, heartbroken, stuffed a large bag of rice balls and pickled vegetables into his arms. Take this. The food on the warship can't compare to what your mom makes. Rock laughed. Wife, I've heard that the Navy ships serve top-notch meals. Eileen shot him a glare. Mom's cooking is even better. Rock placed his hands on his hips and pretended to look serious at Roy. Remember, kid, don't embarrass your old man. Yes. Roy saluted with a smile as bright as the sun. Whoosh. The next second, his figure turned into a blurred shadow, disappearing into the night wind at the village entrance. The yard fell silent as Rock wrapped an arm around his wife's shoulders. Speaking gently, it seems our little guy has really grown up. Eileen wiped her tears from the corners of her eyes and sighed softly. Yes, just growing up too fast. I haven't even had the chance to hold him a few more times. In the night sky, a shooting star streaked across, its faint light illuminating the smiles and tears of the two parents. The next day, on the vast blue sea, Cap's dog-headed warship cut through the waves. On the deck, two figures crossed paths and collided at an astonishing speed, the sound of fists and feet striking each other echoing under the sunset. Bang, bang, bang. Roy was covered in a dark hue of armament hockey, his black hair flying in the sea breeze, each punch carrying a fierce gust of wind, as if wanting to tear the air apart. Meanwhile, Cap was barehanded, his steps as steady as a rock, each punch accompanied by a deep booming sound, like a giant beast roaring. Not bad, but still too soft. Bang! Cap landed a punch squarely on Roy's head, slamming him into the deck, splinters flying everywhere. On the deck, the Navy soldiers were left dumbfounded, holding their breath. Hey, Roy's been knocked into the deck again. That's the third time today, right? So terrifying. That's the fist of Vice Admiral Cap. The lieutenant, Bogart, with a pipe in his mouth, squinted his eyes, a hint of admiration flashing in his gaze. Not many in the Navy can take so many punches from Mr. Cap without a word. Splash! Roy slowly crawled out from the shattered deck, with chips still in his black hair, his face marked with a few streaks of blood. But his eyes remained sharp as a knife. Come again. Cap laughed heartily, hands on his hips. You've got guts. But that's enough for today. If we keep going, my ship will fall apart. Roy looked down at the now sunken and deformed deck beneath his feet and silently closed his mouth. As the sun set, the golden horizon shimmered with sparkling waves. Roy and Cap sat side by side at the bow of the ship, each holding a cup of steaming tea, the cool sea breeze refreshing them. Cap, munching on rice crackers, mumbled, Kid, you're improving quite fast. You lasted 3 more minutes than last time. Roy's face fell, squeezing his sore wrist. But I still can't beat you. Cap laughed loudly. Nonsense. Want to beat me? Train for another 20 years. Roy shook his head with a bitter smile, fell silent for a moment, then suddenly put away his smile, looking at Cap with piercing eyes. Mr. Cap, I want to learn your boxing techniques. Cap, mid-bite of a rice cracker, paused slightly, turning to look at him. Oh? Roy's gaze was firm. Not just ordinary armament hockey, but your kind of iron fist that can smash anything with one punch. Cap stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly burst into thunderous laughter. Ha! Kid, you're still early for that. Roy. Cap patted his back hard. nearly knocking him into the sea. Armament hockey is just the basics. The real Iron Fist relies not on flashy techniques, but on momentum. He suddenly raised his fist, the wind from his punch howling. His gaze sharp as if it could split the sea. It's belief. It's the determination to protect someone. Roy was stunned. Cap's expression suddenly turned serious. His voice low. Roy, you have great talent. But a true strong person isn't built just on skills and strength. He pointed a finger, poking Roy's chest. Here? How hard it is, that's the key. Roy looked down, remaining silent for a long time, his fists resting on his knees, slowly tightening. Cap suddenly reverted to his carefree smile, laughing heartily. But hey, kid, it's still too early for you to learn. We'll talk once you can take my punches. Roy's mouth twitched. How long will that take? Cap raised an eyebrow, smugly. At least 100 years. Roy, 100 years. Cap waved his hand. Too little? Then make it 200 years. Roy. The soldiers on the deck watched this scene, each one holding back laughter to the point of cramping their faces. Bogart sighed, slightly shaking his pipe. Mr. Cap, please don't bully young Roy. Cap laughed heartily, full of bravado. Bully? This is my love. The sea breeze swept across the deck, bringing a wave of laughter, and under the sunset, the young man clenched his fists tighter, his gaze becoming even more resolute. Chapter 11. The Navy High Command's Prospective Navy Headquarters, Sengoku's office. Sengoku put down the report in his hand, pushed up his glasses, and spoke with a hint of shock. 12 years old, single-handedly suppressing the pirate rebellion in the Oikote Kingdom, killing the bounty of 12 million berries, Bloodblade Lek, and saving dozens of civilians. Vice Admiral Crane picked up his teacup, took a sip, with a hint of a smile on his lips. It seems Zephyr has trained another incredible little monster. Boris Lino lounged back, casually swaying his coffee cup, his eyes half closed. Wow, this kid is really growing up fast. Kazan yawned widely, looking lazy. After all, he's the kid who can withstand Old Man Cap's special training. Sakazuki had a stern expression, but a hint of recognition flashed in his eyes. His strength is good, but he still needs more practical experience. Sengoku closed the report, his brows slightly furrowed, speaking with caution. Roy has been in Zephyr's training camp for 2 years, right? At this growth rate. Shouldn't he be transferred to a branch for training ahead of time? Just as he finished speaking, bang, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and a wave of overwhelming momentum rushed in. Zephyr strode in, his voice booming like thunder. I disagree. Yellow Monkey, Akiji, and Akainu immediately stood up, saluting in unison. Teacher Zephyr. Zephyr waved his hand, striding to Sengoku's front, grinning widely. Sengoku, this kid is my precious treasure. Let him stay another year. I want to personally give him some practical lessons. Vice Admiral Crane chuckled and shook his head. It seems you really value this child. Zephyr unabashedly nodded, pride written all over his face. Of course, that kid Roy's potential is even stronger than the likes of Akiji back in the day. Akiji scratched his neck, smiling helplessly. I've been compared now. Boris Lino lazily squinted his eyes. Wow, Teacher Zephyr values him so much, it's really enviable. Sakazuki snorted coldly. No matter how great the potential, one must go through blood battles to be truly refined. Zephyr waved his hand grandly, full of enthusiasm. Don't worry. Next, I will personally take him to the battlefield. Practical experience? No problem. Sengoku looked at Zephyr's rarely excited face, sighed, but couldn't help but smile. All right, then let him stay for another year. However, he looked at Zephyr meaningfully. Just don't spoil him. Zephyr laughed heartily, his voice booming. Don't worry. My training is hell level. The 3 prospective admirals shivered simultaneously, as if recalling some unbearable nightmare. Navy Headquarters Port. The dog-headed warship slowly entered the port, and the crowd on the dock began to stir. Roy stood at the bow of the ship, squinting at the shore, where a familiar figure was waiting. Cap strode over, patting his shoulder. Kid, Zephyr himself came to pick you up. That's quite a big deal. Roy smiled slightly, his tone calm. The teacher has always been very strict. Cap raised his eyebrows, grinning meaningfully. Strict? Ha. The stricter, the more he values you. Roy nodded slightly as the warship slowly docked. Zephyr's booming voice had already sounded. Roy. Good job. Roy immediately teleported and landed steadily on the dock, standing at attention and saluting. Teacher Zephyr. Zephyr laughed heartily, reaching out to ruffle his black hair, almost pushing him into the ground. Let us go. Back to continue training. Roy's hair was messed up like a bird's nest. Yes. Karp laughed heartily behind him, hands on his hips. Hey, Zephyr, don't ruin my disciple. Zephyr didn't turn around and raised his middle finger at Karp. Get lost. He's my disciple now. Karp immediately laughed like a madman, rice crackers flying everywhere. Huh? Roy watched the two legendary Navy figures bicker, smiling helplessly, but his eyes were filled with respect. As soon as he stepped through the training camp's entrance, two familiar figures quickly surrounded him. Oh, the great hero is back? Tina crossed her arms, a teasing smile on her face. Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, exhaled white smoke. His gaze sharp. I heard you took down an entire pirate crew by yourself? Roy shrugged. Just got lucky the opponents weren't too strong. Smoker snorted. Don't give me that. During the last practical assessment, we didn't face that many pirates. Tina chuckled lightly. Smoker is just envious that you achieved results in battle before him. Smoker's forehead bulged with veins. Shut up. Roy looked at the two bickering and couldn't help but smile. How's your training been lately? Smoker blew out a smoke ring, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Want to know? Let's have a match. Tina facepalmed. Here we go again. Roy raised an eyebrow now. Smoker had already turned and was heading to the training ground. Of course. Let me see how much you've improved after going out. Roy helplessly looked at Tina, who shrugged. I suggest you go easy on him. His pride has been a bit fragile lately. On the training ground, Smoker and Roy stood facing each other, surrounded by eager onlookers. Hey, Smoker is challenging Roy again. Didn't he get beaten up badly last time? Chill. Keep it down. Senior Smoker will hear you. Smoker's forehead twitched, roaring, you bunch of bastards. Roy couldn't help but laugh. Your popularity still sucks. Smoker glared at him fiercely. Less talk. White smoke erupted. Smoker instantly transformed into smoke, his body becoming a rapidly spinning mass of white smoke, shooting towards Roy like a cannonball. Roy's eyes narrowed, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Whoosh! When he reappeared, he was already behind Smoker. Finger gun flickered. Bang! A finger coated in hockey stabbed into Smoker's back, but Smoker was prepared. The smoke suddenly contracted, narrowly avoiding the strike. Oof. Do you think I would fall for that like last time? Smoker sneered, the smoke rapidly condensing into a solid form, throwing a punch at Roy's face. Roy stood his ground, raising his hand to block. Clang! A loud metallic crash erupted, shockwaves sweeping across the entire training ground. The onlookers were pushed back a few steps, dumbfounded. What level of collision is this? Tina stood at the sidelines, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Smoker has gotten stronger. Zephyr appeared beside her at some point, arms crossed, a small smile on his lips. Not bad. It seems this kid has become less arrogant after being stimulated by Roy. In the ring, Smoker's offensive became fiercer, the white smoke perfectly blending with hockey. Each strike accompanied by a sharp sound of air being sliced. White smoke cannon. Boom! Roy was pushed back several steps by the punch, his expression finally becoming serious. Not bad. Smoker. Smoker grinned widely, clenching his cigar tighter. It's not over yet. He suddenly brought his hands together, and the white smoke surged wildly. White smoke prison. Instantly, countless chains of smoke rose from the ground, enveloping Roy like a giant net. Roy's eyes sharpened. Observation hockey fully activated, his figure flickering as he rapidly maneuvered through the gaps in the smoke. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each flicker precisely avoided the chains. But Smoker's smoke seemed endless, the offensive growing denser. Got you. Smoker suddenly roared, all the chains retracting in an instant. Roy's figure was completely enveloped by the smoke. The onlookers gasped. Roy got caught. Tina frowned. Not good. But Zephyr laughed. Don't worry, just watch. Si power secret technique, instant el kill. Boom! The inside of the smoke prison suddenly exploded, Roy's figure flashing like a ghost 3 times, each time accompanied by a heavy punch. Bang! 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 Smoker couldn't react in time, taking hits to the chest, abdomen, and chin consecutively, sending him flying to the ground. Cough! He spat out a mouthful of smoke, his eyes momentarily vacant, but quickly gritted his teeth and got back up. It's not over yet. Still going? Smoker swayed as he stood up straight, smoke uncontrollably pouring out of his pores, his whole body enveloped in thick smoke like a human smoke bomb. Of course. His voice came muffled from within the smoke. I haven't lost yet. Tina finally couldn't help but laugh. Smoker, you look like a deflating smoke bomb right now. Zephyr also laughed heartily. Not bad. At least the smoke volume is up to standard. Smoker, you guys. Roy stepped forward, patted the thick smoke. All right, you've improved a lot. Let's fight again next time. A reluctant mumble came from the smoke, but it gradually dissipated, revealing his bruised but stubborn face. Next time, I will definitely win. Chapter 12. First encounter with Rosinante, the afterglow of the setting sun spilled over the stone path of the headquarters. After a day of training, Roy was about to head to the cafeteria to fill his stomach. He had his hands in his pockets, his black hair slightly messy, but his eyes were bright and composed. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of a tall figure with slightly tousled golden short hair, the white navy uniform accentuating a tall stature, the epaulets glinting in the sunlight. The person was looking down at some documents, and the buttons on the cuffs flashed with movement, their steps steady yet showing a hint of fatigue. Hosinende. Roy paused for a moment, memories of the man's profile flashing through his mind. The adopted son of Admiral Sengoku, who would one day infiltrate the Don Quixote family as an undercover agent. But for now, he was still an active Navy officer. He smiled slightly, his figure flashing. Whoosh. What? The sudden appearance startled Rosinante, causing him to stumble, and his documents fell scattered everywhere. He clutched his chest with both hands, eyes wide. You. Roy bent down to help him pick up the documents, looking up with a smile. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Rosinante focused on the young man and was momentarily taken aback. You're Roy, Zephyr's student? Roy raised an eyebrow. You know me? Rosinante scratched the back of his head, revealing a somewhat shy smile. Your name has been quite loud around the headquarters lately. At just 12 years old, you suppressed a pirate riot by yourself and saved so many people. You're like a monstrous rookie. Roy handed him the documents, speaking calmly. Just lucky, that's all. Rosinante took the documents, his eyes showing a hint of curiosity and kindness. But can you not suddenly pop up next time? My heart can't take that level of scares. Roy shrugged slightly, a smile on his lips. I'm used to it, can't change. The two held each other's gaze for a moment before bursting into laughter simultaneously. By the way, are you heading to the cafeteria? Rosinante asked casually, holding the documents. Roy nodded. Yeah, I'm starting after training. Rosinante patted his stomach. What a coincidence. I haven't had dinner yet either. Want to go together? Roy didn't refuse. Sure. The two walked side by side towards the cafeteria. Along the way, Rosinante couldn't help but glance at the young man next to him. Even though he was only 12 years old, he was nearly 2 meters tall, and his presence was frighteningly steady. I heard you usually train with Zephyr? Rosinante spoke with a hint of admiration. Roy nodded. Yeah, sometimes I get pulled into special training by Mr. Karp. Rosinante's eye twitched, and he bitterly patted his chest. Mr. Karp's loving iron fist? That's truly an unforgettable experience. Roy glanced at him. Looks like you've experienced it more than once. Rosinante shook his head and sighed. When I was a child, I was taken to see that fist by Admiral Sengoku a few times. It's more terrifying than a cannonball. The cafeteria was brightly lit, and soldiers were gathered in groups, having their meals. The two found a relatively quiet corner to sit down. Rosinante picked up a piece of bread and asked indistinctly, By the way, I've always been curious. How did you develop your teleportation devil fruit? Can it carry people? Roy picked up a piece of meat and chewed it a few times, then replied casually, yes. But the more people I carry, the greater the consumption. Rosinante's eyes lit up. That must be very useful during rescue missions. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized he had asked too much and awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry, it's a bad habit for my profession, asking too many questions. Roy put down his chopsticks. His gaze slightly darkened and casually asked, What about you? Why do you want to join the Navy? Rosinante's smile stiffened slightly, a complex light flickering in his eyes, and the bread in his hand paused in midair. Well, that's a long story. He didn't continue, and Roy didn't press further. After a moment of communication, Rosinante looked down at his watch, smiled wryly, and stood up. Oh no, I need to report to Admiral Sengoku. Let's talk next time. Roy nodded, yeah. Be careful on the way. Watching Rosinante leave quickly, Roy's gaze gradually deepened. At this point, he should not have received the undercover mission yet. He sighed softly, then stood up and walked out of the cafeteria. The night breeze blew in, bringing a hint of coolness. Roy looked up at the lights of Sengoku's office in the distance, shook his head, and stepped towards the training ground, on the small path of the training camp. The afterglow of the sunset sprinkled on the leaves, and a gentle breeze carried a touch of coolness. Suddenly, a lazy conversation came from ahead. Allah, smoker, you're smoking more and more fiercely. Humph, better than you sleeping all day. Roy was slightly taken aback and looked up to see Kazan lazily leaning against a tree trunk, hands in his pants pockets, sunglasses half hanging on his nose. Looking as if he just woke up. Smoker stood in front of him, holding a cigar, looking displeased. None of your business. Roy raised an eyebrow, not expecting to encounter the future Admiral Akiji here. He quickly walked over and politely saluted Mr. Kazan Smoker. The two turned their heads simultaneously. Smoker huffed, just in time. This guy was just complaining about you. Kazan lazily waved his hand, a slight smile on his lips. Yo, Roy, there have been rumors about you in the headquarters recently. Roy smiled faintly. I didn't expect you to come to the training camp. Kazan yawned and said lazily, just finished a meeting and stopped by to see Instructor Zephyr, and ended up running into this kid complaining that you beat him up. Smoker's face darkened. Hey, that was training. Kazan ignored him and instead squinted at Roy, his lazy gaze suddenly sharp. Roy's eyes revealed a hint of fighting spirit, which Kazan keenly caught. Smoker was taken aback and immediately frowned. Hey, Roy, you're not. Roy did not evade and directly spoke. Mr. Kazan, can we have a sparring match? Smoker. Kazan paused for a moment, then revealed a meaningful smile. Oh? Why? Roy replied earnestly. I want to know where my current limits are. Smoker immediately tried to dissuade him. Hey, are you crazy? Kazan is one of the strongest Logia admirals. But Kazan had already straightened his body, his lazy gaze instantly turning sharp. Allah, interesting. Just then, a steady voice came from not far away. Don't worry about it. I'll be overseeing from the side. The three turned their heads simultaneously to see Zephyr standing under a large tree, arms crossed, with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Roy was slightly taken aback. Instructor Zephyr? Zephyr walked over, patted Roy's shoulder, and smiled with a hint of anticipation. I also want to see what you can achieve when you go all out. Kazan scratched his head. Allah. Since Instructor Zephyr said so, I have to take it seriously. Smoker's mouth twitched. Hey, are you really going to do this? Kazan is one of the Navy's strongest Logia users. Zephyr glanced at him lightly, his gaze sharp. What? Afraid Roy will lose too badly? Smoker. Roy took a deep breath, his fist slowly tightening. Winning or losing doesn't matter. I just want to test my current limits. Kazan raised an eyebrow, revealing a smile. Then let us do it. Chapter 13. Ice, an instant night fell, and the training ground was brightly lit. The news spread like wildfire throughout the training camp, with countless trainees flocking in, and even many instructors putting down their work to come watch the excitement. Have you heard? Roy's going to challenge Mr. Kazan. Are you crazy? That's one of the three monster Logia rear admirals. Chill. Instructor Zephyr is here too. There must be arrangements. In the center of the arena, Roy and Kazan stood facing each other. A gentle breeze brushed by, and the fighting spirit filled the air. Kazan stood lazily with his hands in his pockets, a slight smile on his lips. Rules? Roy's gaze was focused, his muscles slightly tensed. I hope you can give it your all. A glint of interest flashed in Kazan's eyes. Allah, sure, kid. Zephyr stood at the side, arms crossed, his voice deep and powerful. Begin. Whoosh. Roy's figure instantly vanished from the spot. So fast. Is this teleportation? The onlookers exclaimed. Kazan squinted slightly, activating his observation haki, and a circle of light blue, cold air suddenly condensed around him. Bang! Roy's fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, almost brushed against Kazan's cheek. The air was shaken by the punch, emitting a thunderous roar. Kazan's lazy expression slightly stiffened as he tilted his head to dodge, the hair by his ear being blown up by the punch's wind. Not bad, kid. Before the words left his mouth, the ground suddenly froze. Ice Age. Crack. The entire ground of the training field began to freeze madly, with countless ice spikes shooting up from the ground, like swords blocking Roy. Hiss! A gasp arose from the crowd. Roy's eyes narrowed, and he began to teleport rapidly, a series of teleportations slicing through the night sky like lightning. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Shadows flickered on the ice surface, each teleportation accompanied by the ground rumbling and cracking as the ice spikes were shattered. Instant gale slash. Boom! A blue-green slash burst from Roy's leg, directly cleaving towards Kazan. Kazan's expression turned serious. His right hand raised as cold air surged wildly. Ice shield. Bang! The slash heavily struck the ice shield, instantly exploding into countless ice shards. The cold air spread, the ice shield cracked, but still blocked this earth-shattering blow. Not bad, kid. Kazan revealed a playful smile, but you still can't break my defense. Then let's continue. Roy stomped suddenly, his whole body instantly disappearing. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The shadows of teleportation in the arena became so dense that it was almost impossible to see the trajectory. Each reappearance accompanied by a black-armed hockey fist smashing towards Kazan's vital points. Bang, bang, bang. The punches fell like a torrential rain, striking with the force of thunder. But the cold air surrounding Kazan seemed to form an absolute domain. Every attack was predicted in advance. Observation hockey capturing every movement of Roy. And the ice shield constantly appeared, blocking all attacks. Alala, your movements are too straightforward. Roy's foot paused, his eyes suddenly focused, taking a deep breath, life return. Breath of the giants. Boom! His muscles instantly expanded, his physique growing to 5 meters tall, the pitch-black armed hockey covering his entire body like armor. Standing like a black war god statue in the arena. Whoa, he is even bigger than when he fought me. Smoker's eyes widened. A smile finally appeared on Zephyr's face, finally serious. Kazan's eyes also flashed with a hint of seriousness. Oh, this is a bit tricky. With a sudden sinking of his feet, he clasped his hands together. Ice bird, frozen bird. A massive ice bird let out a long howl, enveloped in sharp cold air. Charging straight at Roy. Roy raised his giant fist, and the flickering symbols spread like electric currents. He clenched his right fist tightly and met it with a punch. Instant heavy cannon. Boom! The ice giant bird exploded in midair, a terrifying cold air intertwined with the scorching wind of his punch, transforming into a blizzard-like shockwave sweeping across the field. The observing students were forced to take several steps back, and the instructors at the side gasped. Is this still a 12-year-old child? When the icy mist dissipated, Roy was half kneeling on the ground, his entire body covered with a thin layer of frost, his arms still in a punching position, his gaze terrifyingly determined. Kazan stood in front, his chest slightly heaving, with a faint crack-like pattern of cold air appearing on his arm, clearly not unscathed. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. Ah, this time I admit defeat. The audience was in an uproar. Roy frowned and said softly, You went easy on me. Kazan scratched the back of his head, smiling brightly. Not at all. If we continued, I would have to use advanced hockey, and that wouldn't be sparring, but a killing move. Zephyr strode over, his eyes filled with immense pride. Well done. Roy. Roy slowly stood up, shrinking back to his normal size, breathing heavily and shaking his head. But I'm still far from it. Kazan lazily stretched, a smile at the corner of his mouth. Don't say that. You're only 12 years old, and I'm almost 30. Smoker walked over, looking at the two with a complicated expression. You monsters. Kazan suddenly reached out and ruffled Smoker's hair. Little Smokey, you need to work hard too. Get off me. Smoker angrily swatted his hand away. Zephyr laughed heartily. All right, that's it for today. Roy, a new round of special training starts tomorrow. Roy nodded, his eyes shining with determination. Yes. Kazan casually patted Roy's shoulder and turned to walk toward the training ground exit. Ah, get some rest. If I really get serious next time, it won't be that simple. The afterglow of the setting sun cast long shadows of the few figures on the training ground. Roy looked at Kazan's back, silently setting a new goal in his heart. Next time, I want to force him to use his true strength. 10 minutes later, at the edge of the Navy headquarters, 2 lounge chairs were placed side by side, the afterglow of the sunset dyeing the sky a golden red. Garp leaned back in his chair, his mouth full of sanbei, speaking indistinctly. I heard you spar with that little brat? Kazan lazily leaned back, his eye patch pushed up to his forehead, one hand holding a chilled fruit juice, the straw gently swaying. Ah, the news travels fast. Garp laughed heartily, patting his belly. Of course, my disciple sparring with a vice admiral candidate. The whole headquarters is going crazy. Kazan lifted his eyelids, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. He is not an ordinary brat. He has great potential. Garp raised an eyebrow, squinting at Kazan. Oh, such a high evaluation? Kazan narrowed his eyes slightly, tapping his fingers on the juice cup. The development of the shifting fruit has almost no shortcomings, and his combat awareness is also quite good. The most troublesome thing is, he paused, his voice rarely carrying a hint of seriousness. If he doesn't want to fight, he can run away at any time. It's almost impossible to catch him. Garp was stunned for a moment, then laughed uncontrollably. Haha, indeed, if that brat really plans to run, even Borisolino might not catch him. Kazan shook his head gently, his gaze slightly sharp. Moreover, I can sense that he hasn't revealed all his trump cards in battle. Garp chewed on Senbei, raising an eyebrow with interest. Oh, still holding back. Kazan sighed lightly, stretching. If I don't use advanced armament hockey and observation hockey, I might really not be able to take him down for a while. Of course, my special training isn't given for free. Kazan glanced at him thoughtfully, his tone meaningful. Did you teach him the hockey of the fist? Garp waved his hand. It's still early. That kid is still laying the foundation. We'll talk after he solidifies his hockey practice. Kazan chuckled lightly, his tone carrying a hint of emotion. Zephyr-sensei probably thinks the same, right? Garp was silent for a moment, then suddenly leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Hey Kazan, how far do you think that little brat can go in the future? Kazan gazed at the distant horizon. A faint glimmer reflected in his eyes. Ah, who knows? The corners of his mouth rose slightly. However, I always feel that if he fully grows up in the future, there won't be anyone in this world who can completely defeat him. Garp was slightly taken aback, then laughed heartily, his laughter shaking the chair. That's the kind of disciple I want. Kazan shook his head helplessly. You, always so confident. Not far away, behind a tall tree trunk, Akainu crossed his arms, coldly observing the conversation between the two. His expression was serious, but a hint of inexplicable anticipation flashed in his heart. The shifting fruit, armament hockey, and life return are indeed good seedlings. After pondering for a moment, he frowned slightly, his fist tightening, but it's still not enough. Meanwhile, on the roof of the training camp, Roy lay alone on the rooftop, the afterglow of the sunset casting a faint golden sheen on his black hair. He toyed with a coin, which spun rapidly between his fingers, sometimes disappearing and sometimes reappearing. The sound of Kuzan's light-hearted laughter seemed to echo in his ears. Ah, if I would get serious, it wouldn't be sparring anymore. Roy murmured to himself, his gaze sharp. Kazan went easy on me. If he used advanced armament hockey and observation hockey, I wouldn't last 3 moves. The coin suddenly stopped spinning in his fingers and vanished with a swish, as if it had never existed. Still far from it. Chapter 14. Practical Training South Sea, Castro Island. The dilapidated fishing village twisted in the firelight. Half the sky swallowed by thick smoke. Ha ha ha. Hand over all the valuables. The captain of the Bone Breaker Pirates, with a bounty of 80 million berries, kicked over an old man begging for mercy, grinning as he raised a blood-stained iron hook, his eyes flashing with violent light. Old man, if you dare to keep that mournful face, I'll gouge out your granddaughter's eyes. Behind him, dozens of pirates laughed recklessly. Some tore at stolen fishing nets and food. Some dragged weeping women, and more simply raised torches to set thatched huts on fire, reveling in the thrill of watching the flames consume the wooden beams. Stop it. We're just fishermen. We have no money. The old man clutched Barrow's leg, his voice trembling. Shut up. Barrow's gaze hardened, the iron hook raised high, glinting coldly. Whoosh. A shadow cut through the night sky, the wind howling. Barrow's iron hook swung down suddenly, but only struck air. Barrow was momentarily taken aback, his hand pausing slightly. The next second, a strong arm supported the old man, a black-haired youth clad in a Navy uniform. his gaze icy. Pirates, truly disgusting beings. Barrow's pupils constricted. In Navy, Roy said calmly, "Don't be afraid, old man. Go to a safe place." Before the words fell, his figure suddenly vanished. "Where is he?" "Up there." Amidst the gasps, Roy appeared in midair, holding two flintlock pistols taken from the pirates, his black hair fluttering in the wind. Bang! Bang! Two gunshots rang out. Bullets accurately piercing the skulls of two pirates, blood spraying under the firelight, glaring and bloody. "Bastard! Kill him!" Barrow roared, and the pirates surged forward, bullets raining down on Roy. However, all the bullets passed through his afterimage. Whoosh! Roy's figure appeared behind a knife-wielding pirate, his finger twitching slightly. Finger gun. Crack! The pirate's neck snapped instantly, his eyes wide open, maintaining a terrified expression as he fell. "Damn it! He's a devil fruit user. Don't let him take us down one by one." The pirates began to panic and retreat, but Roy's figure flickered like a ghost. Each teleportation accompanied by the fall of a pirate. Gale step. His feet traced a smooth arc in the air, and the slashing waves refracted 3 times in succession, forcefully severing the weapons and bodies of 10 pirates, sparks flying everywhere. What's happening? Cold sweat trickled down Barrow's forehead, and the iron hook in his hand trembled slightly. What kind of monster is this? Roy landed on the ground, his gaze icy as he looked at him. "You people are not even worthy of judgment." In the distance, Zifa was watching with the new recruits from the training camp. "Are you kidding me?" The new recruits widened their eyes, watching the boy who seemed to descend from the heavens. One person crushing an entire pirate crew. Those slashes and gunfire were executed during the teleportation. It was like dancing. Zifa stood by the sidelines, his eyes shining beneath his sunglasses, integrating gale, step, and spear techniques into the rhythm of teleportation, even creating a continuous refracting flash technique. This kid is already forging his own path. Barrow's face turned pale, and he finally couldn't hold back a roar. "Don't underestimate me." He was covered in blood, but suddenly his arms were enveloped in a faint hue of hockey, and his roar seemed to shatter the heavens and earth. "I am Bone Crusher Barrow." Roy remained expressionless, slowly raising his right hand, fingers curling. "Bone Crusher?" He formed a fist, and the air began to twist as he swung his fist, the fist wind appearing instantly before Barrow. Instant cannon. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the fist wind transformed into an invisible shockwave that instantly shattered Barrow's iron hook. The shockwave striking his face and forcefully smashing his burly body into the ground, creating a giant pit with a diameter of 10 meters. As the dust settled, Barrow's pupils lost focus. Half of his teeth scattered at the bottom of the pit, and his entire body resembled a meat patty crushed by a giant hammer. Clearly dead beyond measure. The entire village fell into silence, leaving only the howling wind. Barrow's corpse was still embedded in the giant pit, blood slowly seeping from the cracked ground, carrying a strong smell of rust. Zifa stood on the half-destroyed rooftop, his gaze like a torch, watching the black-haired boy slowly walk back, feeling immensely gratified. Roy shook his wrist, still wrapped in hockey, and walked calmly towards the coast, his gaze tranquil. Mission accomplished. Before his words could fade, a wave of excited shouts suddenly erupted. "Senior Roy, can you teach me that move from just now? So cool. How did you achieve continuous teleportation with Gale Step? Senior, can you sign for me?" The new recruits swarmed forward, each with adoring glints in their eyes. Several bold recruits had even pulled out pens and notebooks, looking like fervent fans. Roy initially wanted to keep a stern face, but being surrounded made him feel cramped, and a vein throbbed at his temple. "Don't crowd." "Senior Roy, how did you combine the spear and teleportation?" That punch was so awesome. Please teach us." Roy's head ached from the noise. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a large hand pat his shoulder. "Quiet." Zifa, not knowing when he had come behind him, crossed his arms, his voice booming like a bell. "Want to learn? Finish my basic training first." As soon as he finished speaking, the new recruits deflated like deflated balls, their heads drooping. Ugh, basic training. Roy finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Zifa with gratitude in his eyes. Zifa glanced at him, grinning. "Don't look at me with that expression. This is just the beginning." "Yes, teacher." The sun set, dyed the sea red, golden rays shimmering on the waves. The warship slowly departed from the South Sea, the sea breeze carrying a salty taste brushing over the deck. Roy stood at the bow of the ship, his black hair tousled by the wind, his deep gaze fixed on the direction of the gradually receding South Sea fishing village. "What are you thinking about?" A low voice rang out as Zifa approached him with 2 cups of hot tea, handing one to him. Roy took it, lowered his head to sip lightly, and said faintly, "The people from that village might encounter pirates again, even if they survive." Zifa fell silent for a moment, his eyes dimming slightly as he sighed. "The atrocities of pirates will never stop. What we can do is save as many as possible." Roy tightened his grip on the teacup, his tone resolute. "Simply saving Iasen tea enough." Zifa raised an eyebrow, turning to look at him. "Oh?" Roy lifted his head, a cold light flashing in his black eyes. "Pirates must be eradicated completely." Zifa was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "Ha ha, that kind of determination is just right." As the laughter subsided, he took a deep breath, drank some tea, and suddenly became serious. "Roy, I've already taught you almost everything you need to know." Roy was slightly taken aback, looking up. "Teacher?" Zifa gazed at the distant horizon, his voice deep and powerful. "Your current strength can no longer learn much more in the training camp. It's time to let you go out and hone your skills." He turned to face Roy, a smile spreading across his face. "Of course, with your current abilities, even if you encounter someone you can't beat, escaping shouldn't be a problem." Ha ha. Roy nodded gently, his gaze resolute. "Teacher, can I choose where to go?" Zifa raised an eyebrow, smiling. "Oh? Where do you want to go?" A fiery light flashed in Roy's eyes. "A place with many pirates." Zifa laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, I knew you would say that." He stroked his stubble, pretending to think seriously. "Well, in that case, let us go to Branch 3 first." "Branch 3? Roy was slightly taken aback. Zifa narrowed his eyes. "That old bastard Karp is stationed there, though he is probably just slacking off and sleeping." At this point, he straightened his expression, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. "Branch 3 is located at the junction of the first half of the Grand Line, Paradise, and the New World, with enough pirates in quantity and quality for you to hone your skills. Besides, with Karp around, I can rest easy." Roy nodded solemnly, understood. As night deepened, the sea breeze turned cool, and the lights of the warship cast dots of golden light on the sea. Zifa took out a delicate pocket watch from his pocket and handed it to Roy. "Here, take this as a farewell gift." Roy took the pocket watch, gently opened it, and inside was a miniature sea chart, the hands always pointing towards Marineford. Zifa huffed, speaking gruffly. "If you get lost, use this to come back. Don't keep me waiting too long." Roy tightly grasped the pocket watch, bowing deeply, "Yes." Zifa turned his face away, his voice low. "Don't embarrass me at Branch 3, you little brat." Roy smiled slightly, noticing a hint of redness at Zifa's ears. "Teacher, thank you." Zifa waved his hand, his back still upright. "Humph, stop with the nonsense. Hurry up and pack your things. We set off early tomorrow." The sea breeze ruffled the deck, lifting Roy's black hair. Chapter 15. Branch 3. A small warship slowly entered the port of Branch 3, the ship's side shining golden under the sunset. On the deck, Roy stood straight, his gaze fixed on the familiar figure at the end of the port. He saw Karp lying on a deck chair by the dock, wearing a military cap, snoring loudly, even accompanied by a giant bubble from his nose, quivering with each breath. "Huh." A vein throbbed at Roy's temple. "Is this the guardian of Branch 3? The warship docked, and the Vice Admiral Bogart immediately came over, a hint of helplessness and a smile on his face. "Roy, welcome to Branch 3. Roy stood at attention and saluted. "Mr. Bogart." Bogart nodded, then glanced at the still sleeping Karp, his mouth twitching. "Don't mind him, Mr. Karp, is on duty." "Roy, this way of duty is truly unique." Just then, Karp suddenly jolted awake, the giant bubble bursting with a pop, and he sat up abruptly, his military cap falling to the ground. "Huh, who's here?" He rubbed his eyes, and when he saw Roy's face clearly, his eyes instantly lit up, bursting into a hearty laugh. "Oh, Kid Roy, finally here." Before he finished speaking, he jumped up like a carp leaping from the water, rushing a few steps to Roy, and threw his arm around his shoulder. Great. Now I can finally relax and fish. Roy looked confused. Bogart, standing beside them, covered his forehead and smiled wryly. Mr. Karp, could you tone it down a bit? Karp ignored him, laughing like a child. Ever since that kid Kazan got promoted to Rear Admiral, I can't find a decent muscle to help me. Now that you're here, finally someone can do the work for me. Roy, looking bewildered, pointed at himself. So, I'm here to be a laborer? Karp's eyes sparkled, and suddenly, as if performing a magic trick, he pulled out a huge iron ball from behind. Come on, the welcome ceremony begins. Roy raised an eyebrow, feeling wary. Wait, what welcome ceremony? Karp laughed heartily. Of course, it's the upgraded version of the Iron Fist of Love, the Fist Meteor. As soon as he finished speaking, Karp lifted the iron ball high, like a giant swinging a meteor hammer, and smashed it down towards Roy. Boom! Roy instantly activated his teleportation fruit ability, disappearing from spot, while the iron ball hit the dock, creating a huge crater several meters in diameter, with debris flying everywhere. The Navy soldiers at Dock 3 poked their heads out, dumbfounded. Wow, Rear Admiral Karp is welcoming a newcomer again. Who's so unlucky this time? Seems like it's Colonel Roy, the monster personally trained by Zifa. Roy, with a black line on his face, just landed when he saw Karp lift the iron ball again, grinning like a mischievous child. Don't run. I want to test your strength. Bang, bang, bang. For the next 10 minutes, Dock 3 turned into a hellish battleground of iron ball chaos. Roy teleported back and forth between the dock, rooftops, lighthouse, and even the crane, with the shadow of the iron ball and its afterimages overwhelming the sunset. Bogart stood aside, calmly sipping coffee, his tone as if he had seen it all before. Get used to it, mister. Karp has a rather unique way of expressing his affection. Finally, after playing enough, Karp casually tossed the iron ball aside, which landed with a thud at the edge of the dock. He clapped his hands and looked at Roy with satisfaction. Not bad. Reaction speed is up to standard. Ha ha ha. Roy, panting and expressionless. Thank you for the welcome. Karp laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around Roy's neck. Come on, let us go. I'll treat you to some sunbae. Roy, why do I feel like I've been tricked onto a pirate ship? The afterglow of the sunset spilled over the sea, shimmering. On the dock, laughter mingled with the sea breeze, reminiscent of the warmth and absurdity of home. Since Roy arrived at Dock 3, Karp's fishing activities had become even more excessive. In the office, Karp was lounging with his legs crossed, stuffing his nose with sunbae, casually ordering, Bogart, handle the documents today. Bogart, with a headache, held his forehead. Mister. Karp, this is your duty. Karp, with a serious face. Roy, come help Bogart. Roy, confused, pointed at himself. Me? In the cafeteria, Karp stood at the entrance with his hands on his hips, cheerfully shouting, Roy, bring me back food. Teleporting is faster. Roy, with a black line across his face. Don't you have hands? Karp, with righteous indignation. This is training. To exercise your fruit ability. And to see if there are any potential assassins in the cafeteria. Roy, there's a pirate extermination mission. Karp slapped the table. Bogart, take Roy out to exterminate pirates. I want to take a nap. Bogart sighed yes. Roy helplessly. Mr. Karp, are you a bit too lazy? Karp, with righteous indignation. Nonsense. I'm cultivating your independent combat ability. One excuse. Although he was notorious for slacking off, Karp never compromised on training Roy. Every morning, soldiers at Dock 3 would witness such a scene. Karp, carrying a large bag of iron balls, chased Roy wildly across the beach, throwing iron balls while shouting, faster, even faster. Roy dodged while complaining. Can you change your training method? Karp laughed like a mischievous old child. No way. This is my special training of love. During his time at Dock 3, Roy's strength improved at an astonishing rate. During pirate extermination missions, Roy's gaze was sharp. 6 styles, instant hell kill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several afterimages flashed by, accompanied by the pirate screams, thud, thud, thud. The entire pirate crew collapsed instantly. Bogart nodded faintly at the bow of the ship. Not bad. That's a wrap. During routine training, Karp laughed heartily, throwing a punch. Take this punch from me. Roy braced himself to take it. Bang! The wall shattered, and Roy was smashed into it, leaving only half of his body exposed. But soon he crawled out again, determined. Come again. Karp grinned. You got guts. In the training field at night, under the moonlight, Roy practiced alone, surrounded by a faint aura of armament hockey, with flickering afterimages interwoven on the cold ground. He continuously tried to perfectly combine teleportation with the power of hockey, each move sharper and more rapid than the last. In the Dock 3 office, Bogart strode in, his face serious, as he reported, Rear Admiral Karp, a pirate crew with a bounty over 300 million berries has appeared nearby, reportedly carrying a large amount of armed firearms and gas bombs. Karp, who had been lounging with his legs crossed, perked up at the sound, laughing heartily. Great. Just in time for a long-lost warm-up. But just as he was about to get up, the office door was pushed open. Roy walked in confidently, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Old man, let me go. Karp was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Now that is my disciple. He patted Roy's shoulder hard. All right, go ahead. But remember, if you encounter someone you can't beat, come back. Don't die. Roy nodded firmly. Don't worry. Chapter 16, Under the Sea. Paradise, near an unnamed deserted island. The three-masted sailing ship Blood Shark, flying a skull flag, was slowly approaching the shore, and the blood-stained shark flag on the mast fluttered in the wind. On the deck, pirates were laughing wildly, the sounds of clinking glasses echoing, with the air filled with a pungent smell of sea and alcohol. Ha ha ha. Captain, isn't our route a bit too close to Base 3? A burly man with a face full of scars and a necklace of human bones chugged his drink and said worriedly, I heard that's the territory guarded by the Navy hero Karp. At the bow, a nearly 3-meter-tall man, bare-chested and covered in bizarre blood-red tattoos, slowly turned around. It was a face covered in countless scars and burns, with blood-red eyes and a mouth that grinned, revealing jagged fangs. Blood Shark Samuel, bounty of 320 million berries. Zoan type, fish fruit, ancient giant tooth shark form user. He crushed the barrel of liquor in his hand while laughing hoarsely. Karp? Ha ha ha. Just an old dog. If I really meet him, I'll tear him apart. Oh! The pirates instantly erupted in excitement, banging their swords and waving torches, thrilled like a pack of beasts about to raid a village. Captain is mighty. Old dog Karp is nothing. The Navy is nothing. Ha ha. We are the Blood Shark Pirates, the future tigers of the New World. Samuel stepped on the ship's railing, overlooking the dilapidated port on the shore, his eyes bloodthirsty. Listen up, tonight we feast. Women, alcohol, and meat, bring them all to me. Tomorrow we storm the New World and take down those Whitebeard and Kaido-esque territories. Oh, the pirates were at the peak of excitement, practically itching to wash the entire island in blood. But just then Captain, a tall, skinny navigator, suddenly collapsed in fear on the ground, pointing at the distant sea. A warship is coming. Samuel's body stiffened, and even his breathing paused for half a second. What? Please, not Karp, not Karp. He screamed inwardly, turning around abruptly, his blood-red eyes fixed on the sea. There was a standard Navy warship cutting through the waves, and on the bow deck stood two figures. One was a cold-faced man with a long knife at his waist, and the other was a black-haired boy in a Navy uniform, arms crossed. No Karp. Samuel was stunned for 2 seconds, then burst into wild laughter. Ha! You scared me. He tore off the ragged cloak on his body, revealing muscular flesh covered in bite marks and scars, as if countless vengeful souls were howling on his skin, grotesque and terrifying. Hey, you little ones. He glared at the crew with his blood-red eyes, his voice hoarse yet filled with sinister laughter. Look closely. I'm going to chop these two clueless kids into pieces and drink them in wine. Oh! On the deck, the pirates revealed their ugly faces, grinning, screaming, and spitting. The dirty blood-red flag waved behind them, as if symbolizing their cruelty and arrogance. Ha ha ha! What is the Navy? In front of my Blood Shark pirate group. They are even less than ants. Quickly, aim all the cannons at them. I want to see them blown to bits. The crew frantically operated the cannons, bottles and bones rolling on the deck, making a harsh clattering sound. On the warship, Bogart pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his expression as calm as water. The opponent is Blood Shark Samuel, a Zoan-type ancient species ability user, with a bounty of 320 million. Roy crossed his arms, his black hair fluttering in the wind, his gaze as cold as the deep sea. Bogart raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Do you need help? Roy shook his head, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. No need. The next second, he slowly raised his hand, and the flowing black metallic armed color covered his entire arm, his indifferent voice ringing out in the sea breeze. I alone am enough. Bogart's lips curled slightly. Then let me see the results of Mr. Karp's special training. Swish. Roy's figure flickered like a ghost. Samuel's pupils constricted, feeling a flash before his eyes, and the two figures on the distant warship had turned into one. Where did he go? The next second, boom. The deck of the Blood Shark suddenly exploded. A shadow carrying a terrifying shockwave instantly swept across the entire ship. Finger gun, instant pressure. Crack. A pirate holding a knife had his throat precisely pierced, unable to even scream before falling backward. Storm step, instant flash. The slashing wave refracted in the air, cutting through 5 pirates in half, blood spraying and splattering on the already blood-stained deck of the Blood Shark. Bastard! What the hell is this? It's an ability user. Quick, deploy the sea stone net. The pirates panicked, pulling out specially made nets containing sea stone powder in an attempt to trap him. But Roy's figure was as fast as a specter, each flash accompanied by the fall of a pirate, the bloodshed resembling a hellish scene. Swish! 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 Cold sweat dripped from Samuel's forehead. The blood-red tattoos on him seemed to tremble. What kind of monster is this guy? Just then, Roy's figure appeared right in front of him, his black hair flying in the wild wind, his gaze cold and sharp as a knife. It's your turn. Samuel roared in anger. Don't look down on me. Full beastification. Roar. The blood-red tattoos writhed madly. His body expanded several times, transforming into an ancient megalodon over 10 meters long, with sharp fangs, its massive jaws lunging directly at Roy. Roy's expression remained unchanged, his right fist suddenly covered in pitch-black armed color, striking back with a punch. Instant iron fist. Boom! His fist collided violently with the fangs, the shockwave like a raging storm, directly blowing away the remnants of the deck. Crack! Samuel's fangs were forcefully shattered before everyone's eyes. The megalodon form of Samuel let out a heart-wrenching scream. Its enormous body was sent flying by a single punch, crashing into the harbor and kicking up a cloud of dust. Roy's figure flashed, instantly teleporting above the harbor, staring at the wildly thrashing giant shark below, his gaze cold and merciless. In an instant, he grabbed the shark's head with his massive arm covered in armed color, as if it were an iron clamp, holding it tightly, then suddenly teleported into the air. Instant sea bottom drop. Bang! The ground seemed to tear apart. A massive black shadow falling from the sky with a sonic boom. Boom! The giant shark smashed into the harbor underground like a meteor, the shock wave spreading and causing waves over 10 meters high, the entire dock collapsing under the tremors. Dust filled the air, debris flying, and the sea roiling. After a while, Roy slowly walked out from the edge of the pit, holding the already rolling-eyed, battered, and foaming at the mouth Samuel in his right hand, casually tossing him onto the deck like a dead fish. Mission accomplished. On the warship, Bogart's pupils constricted sharply, looking at the giant pit in disbelief. Is that the sea bottom drop from Vice Admiral Karp? The wind blew through Roy's black hair as he lowered his head, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. That's right. I've been working hard to learn the old man's fist techniques. When Roy stepped into the third branch holding Samuel's massive body, the entire base erupted in excitement. Hey, isn't that Blood Shark Samuel? The 320 million bounty pirate, defeated single-handedly by 13-year-old Roy. So strong. Colonel Roy is simply a monster. So cool. The soldiers widened their eyes, as if watching a hero from mythology return. Karp had long blended into the crowd, holding a large bag of senbei. Upon seeing Roy approaching with Samuel, his mouth dropped open. Then he burst into a thunderous laugh. Well done. Saying this, he suddenly slapped Roy's back, bang, almost knocking Roy into the ground. Roy staggered from the hit, nearly twisting his waist. Mr. Karp, could you be a little gentler? Karp completely ignored him, turning to shout at Bogart. Hey, Bogart, hurry up. and prepare the celebration feast. We're having meat tonight. I'm going to cook up a storm. Bogart's corner of the mouth twitched. Yes, Mr. Karp. The soldiers, while surrounding Samuel's corpse. Couldn't he help but discuss? Did you hear that he even used the sea bottom drop? Isn't that Vice Admiral Karp's technique? Colonel Roy actually learned that move. How crazy. Just as the excitement was building, a communications soldier rushed over, panting, holding a den mushy. Report. Admiral Sengoku is calling. Karp frowned, looking displeased as he picked his nose. Tisich, that old man Sengoku always calls at times like this. He lazily picked up the den mushy. Hello? Hello? If you have something to say, hurry up. The voice on the other end erupted in anger. Karp, you let Roy fight alone again. And it's against a pirate with a bounty of 300 million. He is only 13 years old. Karp, unconcerned, munched on Simbei. Oh, what's there to worry about? Didn't he win? There was silence for a few seconds on the other end, before it suddenly changed to the gentle, yet slightly exasperated voice of Vice Admiral Tsuru. Roy. Well done. Thank you for your hard work. Roy stood at attention and saluted. Thank you, Vice Admiral Tsuru. Tsuru chuckled softly. However, remember to bring support next time. Don't imitate Karp's reckless ways, got it? Roy nodded solemnly. Understood. After the call ended, Karp excitedly put his arm around Roy's shoulders. Ha ha ha. Did you hear? Tsuru praised you. Not bad, well done. He suddenly wore a smug expression. That move ISNT something just anyone can pull off. I don't know how many guys I smashed with that move back in the day. Roy smiled wryly. Old man, that's the move you personally taught me. I just copied about 70 to 80%. Kapu laughed heartily. Wah, 70 or 80% is enough. From now on, my reputation will depend on you to carry it forward. Bogart beside him helplessly rubbed his forehead. Mr. Kapu, can you stop praising someone while giving him work? Roy looked at the bustling base in front of him. Listening to his colleagues' cheers and laughter, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 17. The warships jump 3 years later, in the year 1506 of the Sea Circle, at the training ground of Branch 3. Boom! The entire training ground shook violently, dust flying and debris rolling down. The surrounding soldiers were knocked off balance, each wide-eyed, staring at the towering figure in the center of the field. Roy, at 16 years old, stood an impressive 3 meters tall, his muscular build sculpted to perfection and brimming with strength, every inch containing terrifying, explosive power. His upper body was bare, veins bulging on his arms, and he was lifting a super heavy iron ball specially made by Kapu, compressed to the extreme with one hand. The iron ball weighed at least 2,000 tons. Its surface covered with iron rivets crafted by Kapu, reflecting a cold light. Thud! Roy gently placed the iron ball back on the ground, and the moment it landed, the entire plaza's tiles were upheaved as if a small earthquake had struck. Senior Roy is too exaggerated. That's a 2,000-ton iron ball specially made by Rear Admiral Kapu. He can actually lift it with one hand for training. Damn it, I've been training for 3 years and can't even lift 3 tons. The soldiers looked at Roy's back with admiration and deep envy. Roy simply wiped the sweat from his forehead, calmly watching Kapu approach with slow steps. Kapu crossed his arms, his mouth full of rice crackers, his eyes squinting into crescent shapes. You little brat, you've improved again. Roy nodded. It's okay. Kapu laughed heartily, as usual giving him a pat on the back. Thud. This time Roy didn't budge. Kapu's smile grew wider. That old guy Sengoku has urged me several times to let you return to headquarters for a promotion to Rear Admiral. He chewed on his rice crackers while nudging Roy with his shoulder, grinning mischievously. You've wiped out so many pirate crews over the years. Even the guys with bounties over 100 million dare not pass by us. Roy raised an eyebrow. So should I return to headquarters now? Kapu waved his hand, suddenly leaning in closer and lowering his voice. No rush. His eyes shifted, revealing a mischievous grin like an old fox. Actually, I want to take a trip back to the EC. With your fruit ability, you should be able to teleport an entire warship now, right? Take me back to have a look. Roy was slightly taken aback. East Sea? He pondered internally, thinking that Luffy probably hadn't been sent over yet. Was he going to see Ace? After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. All right. Kapu's eyes lit up, as if he had found a new toy, his excitement shining through. As expected of my disciple, Let's go, we leave right now. At the port of Branch 3, the iconic dog-headed warship was docked. The deputy officer Bogart was standing on the deck with a sword in hand. Seeing Kapu and Roy approach, he raised an eyebrow and spoke calmly. Mr. Kapu, where are we going this time? Kapu waved his hand. Bogart, you come with me. Bogart was taken aback. Yes. The three boarded the warship, and Roy walked steadily to the center of the ship, resting his hands on the railing, closing his eyes to feel the sea breeze. He took a deep breath, activating his fruit ability, hum. The ship trembled slightly, and in that moment, it seemed as if it was about to break free from the Earth's gravity, the hull appearing to merge with the air, creating a sense of distortion. Kapu stood on the deck, his eyes sparkling like a child eagerly shouting, "Hurry! Let me see your limits." Swish! The space twisted in an instant, and the entire warship was as if being kneaded by an invisible giant hand into a canvas, then unfolded again after 1/100th of a second, disappearing amidst the astonished cries of everyone. The sea surface was left with only faint ripples spreading out, as if nothing had happened just moments ago. The soldiers at the port of Branch 3 stared wide-eyed, looking at the suddenly vanished warship, utterly confused. What just happened? The sea breeze lifted a few papers that had been swept up by the residual energy, fluttering like butterflies. On the deck of the warship, the sea wind continued to howl. Roy let out a sigh of relief, a slight sweat forming on his forehead. As expected, teleporting an entire warship is much more strenuous than teleporting alone. Bogart, holding his sword, couldn't hide his shock. Teleporting across dozens of kilometers in one go, if used continuously, we can quickly approach the target sea area without a route. This is close to spatial jumping. However, Kapu was already overjoyed, crunching on his rice crackers. Ha ha ha, this is so convenient. From now on, I can go wherever I want. Roy twitched the corners of his mouth. This ISNTA taxi. Kapu slapped him on the shoulder. Since it's on the way, let us teleport a few more times. Let's cover this distance in one breath. Roy took a deep breath, yes. Swish. The warship shook violently again, transforming into a pale blue light shadow, crossing dozens of nautical miles, directly appearing in a whole new sea area. Swish! The continuous teleportation made the warship glide across the ocean like a ghost, as if directly leaping over the waves. The next day, in the Goa Kingdom, offshore, splash! The sea surface exploded, and a warship seemed to materialize out of thin air, floating steadily on the water. Kapu laughed heartily, his whole demeanor childlike. Ha, this is so refreshing. Roy, I love this move. Bogart rarely showed a hint of a smile. In less than a day, we crossed from the Grand Line to the East Sea. If this gets back to headquarters, even Admiral Sengoku would be shocked. Roy was slightly out of breath, wiping sweat. The consumption is indeed considerable, but it's still manageable. Kapu put his arm around his shoulder, smiling like a child. Let us go. Let us go. I'll take you to meet someone. Roy was slightly taken aback. Kapu grinned mysteriously. My grandson. Is it really Ace? The sea breeze brushed against Roy's face, stirring a feeling within him as he looked towards the familiar coastline. Kolbo Mountain, the back mountain forest. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. A small boy with black hair and freckles was swinging a wooden stick, fiercely striking a sturdy old tree. Damn it! Stronger, stronger. He looked to be only 6 or 7 years old, small in stature, but his amber eyes shone with undeniable stubbornness and wildness. Ace! A voice like a cannonball suddenly boomed. Ace's entire body trembled, and he turned his head abruptly, seeing the newcomer and instantly becoming furious. You old man. Why are you here again? Kapu laughed heartily, his footsteps swift as he dashed to Ace's side, delivering a loving iron fist right on his head. No respect. Call me Grandpa. Bang. A large bump rose on Ace's head, causing him to grimace in pain. That hurts. You old bastard. Roy stood by quietly, his gaze calm as he looked at the future Fire Fist Ace, mentally comparing him to the memory of his appearance. Ace soon noticed Roy's presence, his eyes sharpening instantly. Who are you? Kapu laughed heartily, ruffling Ace's hair. This is my disciple, Roy. 1,000 times stronger than you. Let go of me. I'll definitely be stronger than him in the future. Ace shouted as he struggled. Roy smiled slightly, crouching down. Do you want to become stronger? Ace glared at him, teeth clenched. Of course. Roy nodded, calmly saying, then you have to put in more effort than others. Ace was taken aback, staring blankly into Roy's deep eyes. Oof. I know that without you saying it. He huffily turned his head away. Kapu laughed heartily, ruffling Ace's hair. You little brat, you have spirit. Then he turned to Roy. Hey, Roy, show this kid your signature skill. Roy felt a bit helpless, but slowly stood up. He scanned the surroundings, finally settling his gaze on a massive rock in the distance. He raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread, swish. The giant rock suddenly vanished without warning and, in the next moment, appeared 100 meters up in the air. Bang! The rock fell like a meteor, instantly creating a massive crater with dust flying everywhere. Ace's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open as if he could fit an egg in it. Wow, that's amazing. Karp, with his hands on his hips, laughed proudly. How about that? Want to learn? Ace snapped back to reality, determination shining in his eyes. I want to learn. Roy silently watched this scene, sighing inwardly. Can the course of history really be changed? In the evening, the campfire illuminated the figures of the three. Starlight sprinkled down, and a gentle breeze carried a hint of sea salt. Ace had already fallen asleep, hugging a stick, his brow slightly furrowed as if still fighting in a dream. Karp put away his smile, squinting as he looked at Ace reflected in the firelight, his voice low. Roy, what do you think of this kid? Roy pondered for a moment, his expression serious. He has great talent and is strong, but his personality is too extreme. Karp nodded slowly. Yeah, with his character, he's bound to walk a difficult path. He turned to Roy, revealing a familiar smile. So, I have to train him to be a Navy man. Ha ha ha. Roy chuckled. I'll help too. Karp clapped him on the shoulder. Now that's more like my disciple. Chapter 18. Ace on the morning of Corbo Mountain. Ace. Karp's roar sounded like cannon fire, startling all the birds in the forest into flight, squawking in chaos. Still in a dream, Ace jolted awake, sitting up like a carp leaping, his messy black hair and eyes still closed. You old man? Here again. Bang. Karp kicked open the wooden door, his laughter echoing. Ha ha. Time to get up for training. Today starts my special love training. Ace's face instantly turned green, clinging to his blanket. I don't want your love. That's murder. No more nonsense. Karp reached out with a big hand, grabbing the back of Ace's collar and lifting him up like a kitten. First, I'll teach you the iron fist of love. Help! Ace kicked wildly in the air, tears almost coming out. You bastard old man. Put me down. Bang! Karp punched him on the head, causing a bump to instantly swell. This is love education. Ace covered his head. That hurts. I'm going to report you for child abuse. Roy stood by, helplessly rubbing his forehead. Every day, you abuse your grandson like this and leave him to a bunch of mountain bandits to raise. It's a wonder he won't grow up to be a pirate. In the clearing behind the mountain, Ace lay on the ground, bruised and panting, with a Karp-sized bump on his head. Karp laughed wildly, hands on his hips. Ha ha! You fell down after just 50 laps? Back in my day, I ran 100 laps carrying a cannon. Ace lifted his head, gritting his teeth. Who wants to compete with you, you perverted old man? Roy walked over, handing him a bottle of water. Drink some water, don't get dehydrated. Ace gulped down a couple of swigs, glaring at Karp like a little wolf cub. You old man, I want to change masters. I want to learn for Brother Roy. Roy raised an eyebrow. Me? Ace nodded eagerly. Yes. You're much gentler than this old man. Karp's beard bristled with anger. You brat. What nonsense are you talking about? Ace stood his ground. Brother Roy's training just makes me tired. Your training is trying to take my life. I can tell the difference. Karp. Roy couldn't help but laugh. All right then, let us practice together. Ace's eyes instantly lit up, jumping up and down. Yay. Teach me that move. The one where the rock suddenly flies up and then crashes down. Roy chuckled helplessly. That's a devil fruit ability. You can't learn that. Ace deflated instantly. TCH boring. Roy thought for a moment and smiled. But I can teach you some basic Navy martial arts. Ace's eyes sparkled again. Martial arts? Great. Karp, feeling sour, grumbled. Humph. You little brat, forgetting the old man as soon as you have a new friend. It makes me furious. Ace provocatively replied. Hee hee. Karp, fuming, glared. You little rascal. For the next 2 days, The clearing behind Corbo Mountain became a temporary training ground. Aya! Ace swung a stick wildly, only to be easily caught by Roy with 2 fingers. Your stance is wrong. Tighten your wrist and stabilize your center of gravity. Damn it! Ace's face flushed with anger as he reset his stance. Karp stood by, holding a pack of rice crackers like a cheerleader, munching and shouting. Come on, brat. Hit more accurately. Roy taught Ace basic martial arts, with clean and decisive movements, showing the utmost patience. Hey, I didn't tell you to swing so weakly. Show some spirit. Ace, furious, swung the stick at Roy's head. You're the weak one. I'm a super strong man. Roy tilted his head, easily snapping the stick between his fingers. Enough of that. Keep practicing. Ace. Karp laughed so hard he almost fell over. Ha! These 2 little brats are naturally a good match. Roy. Ace, try to catch up with me. Ace put his hands on his hips, looking disdainful. Huh? You can teleport. Roy smiled slightly. Don't worry. I won't use teleportation, just normal speed. Ace raised an eyebrow. That is more like it. Watch me. 5 minutes later. You call that normal speed? Ace lay flat on the grass, sweat flowing like a stream, his chest heaving heavily, like a collapsed husky. Roy stood with one hand on his hip, his expression calm. Karp sat on a nearby stump, munching on rice crackers while laughing wildly. Ha! You little brat. Do you see the gap now? This guy's normal speed is something even I can't catch up to. Ace's eyes widened. After a moment's rest, Roy casually picked up a giant rock taller than him, lifting it with one hand effortlessly. Come on, give it a try. Ace's eyes widened, his mouth agape enough to fit a watermelon. This is way too big. Are you trying to crush me? Roy calmly replied. Mister, Karp's iron ball is 100 times heavier than this. Karp interjected proudly. That's right. My iron ball is specially made. Ace, tearing up, he gritted his teeth, wrapping his arms around the giant rock, putting in all his strength, his face turning red, but the rock didn't budge an inch. Seeing this, Roy silently switched the giant rock for a mini version, about the size of a barrel. Let's start with something simple. Ace's pride shattered into pieces. 2 days later, on Corbo Mountain at dusk, the sunset's afterglow bathed the grass in the clearing, stretching the shadows of the 3 long. After finishing today's training, Ace lay on the ground, breathing heavily, sweat soaking his worn-out tank top. He took the apple Roy handed him and bit into it hard, mumbling, Brother Roy, are you guys leaving tomorrow? Roy nodded. Yeah, heading back to headquarters. Ace fell silent for a moment, suddenly looking up, determination sparkling in his amber eyes. I will definitely be stronger than you in the future. Roy smiled slightly, reaching out to ruffle his messy black hair. Then you need to work hard. Ace clenched his fists tightly, defiantly shouting, Of course. I won't lose to you. Karp walked over, chuckling as he slapped Ace on the head, causing the newly formed bump to swell again. You little brat, followed Dayton and the others well. And don't cause trouble. Ace grimaced in pain but stubbornly pouted. I know. Karp laughed heartily, but there was a hint of unnoticeable heaviness in his laughter. Roy stood up, his gaze crossing Corbo Mountain, looking out toward the distant sea. The sea breeze brushed against his face, bringing a slight coolness and salty scent. He paused for a moment before finally speaking. Old man, we need to talk. Karp was taken aback for a moment before nodding. All right. The 2 walked to a slightly further spot, ensuring Ace couldn't hear their conversation. Roy looked directly into Karp's eyes, his tone calm, yet firm. Leaving him here for the mountain bandits to raise is ultimately not a solution. Karp's smile gradually faded, but he remained silent. Roy continued, I have inquired over the past few days, and Dayton basically gives him only a bowl of rice and a cup of water every day. The rest, he has to fend for himself. He turned to glance at Ace, who was munching on an apple, his voice low. Growing up in such an environment, I'm afraid he might go to sea and become a pirate in the future. Karp remained silent. The wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen. His fists clenched slightly, then relaxed, as if he was grappling with something unspeakable. Roy looked at Karp, his tone resolute. If we want him to not go down the wrong path, I suggest bringing him back to the Navy. Upon hearing this, Karp's expression darkened suddenly, as if he had made a certain decision. He took a deep breath, his gaze piercing as he stared at Roy, his voice hoarse and low. What if he is the son of the Pirate King? After saying this, he fixed his gaze tightly on Roy's face, as if waiting for some expected shock or fear. However, Roy simply replied nonchalantly, "Oh." Karp's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that really your reaction?" Roy remained calm, his gaze deep and determined. "The child is innocent. He can still be saved now. If he truly becomes a pirate, then it will be too late to save him." This statement struck Karp's heart like a thunderbolt. He stood there in a daze, his pupils trembling slightly, as if shaken by some great impact. Roy continued, "His background is not his fault. It is uncontrollable. But if we allow him to walk towards darkness because of this background, then that is our fault." Karp closed his eyes, breathing heavily, his fists cracking as if he was engaged in an intense internal struggle. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes, his voice low and hoarse. "Roy, do you know what this means?" Roy nodded. "I know." Karp stared at him intently. Once his identity is exposed, the Navy, the world government, and even the entire sea will see him as an enemy. Roy said calmly, "That's why he needs to stand on the side of justice even more. Besides, since we have raised him this far, would you be afraid of being enemies with the whole world?" Karp was silent for a long time, and finally, he let out a long breath, as if releasing some heavy burden. He looked up at the sky and murmured, "Perhaps you were right." Turning to Ace, his eyes filled with determination, he shouted, "You brat, pack your things." Ace was taken aback and looked up in confusion. "Huh? Where to?" Karp grinned widely, revealing a long-lost heroic smile. "Come back to the Navy with me." Ace's eyes widened, and the apple in his hand dropped to the ground with a thud. "Huh?" Roy smiled slightly, his gaze once again directed towards the distant sea. Perhaps something could really be changed. Chapter 19. The shock at Navy headquarters 2 days later, Marine Ford. Navy headquarters dock. Under Roy's intentional control of the frequency of the teleportation ships, Ace also experienced the feeling of a warship sailing on the sea. And the sensation of battling the wind and waves made Ace exclaim with excitement. Finally, the familiar lines of the harbor came into view. Above the harbor, the magnificent fortress sparkled in the golden sunlight. Karp stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the familiar Marine Ford, and surprisingly remained silent. His fists clenched slightly, then slowly relaxed, as if trying to motivate himself. "Old man." Roy walked up to him, gently patting his shoulder, smiling as he spoke. "Don't worry, we'll face it together." Karp was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Huh? When have I ever been afraid?" But in that laughter, there was a complexity and heaviness that was more than usual. Ace stood behind the two, looking up at the fortress that symbolized justice, his eyes flickering with curiosity, tension, and a hint of unease. "Is this the Navy headquarters?" The matter of Karp bringing back his grandson immediately caused a stir. From officers to soldiers, everyone was whispering. "Have you heard? Vice Admiral Karp brought back child." "What? A grandson? Is that true? Could it be that child's father is?" In the most central office of the headquarters, a few informed individuals, Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Zephyr, and Roy, gathered together. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it could be wrung out. Sengoku leaned on the office desk, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes behind the glasses burning with anger. "Karp, do you know what you're doing?" Karp, unusually, did not respond with his usual playful demeanor, crossing his arms and remaining steadfast and silent. Roy was about to step forward to explain, but Zephyr reached out to stop him, shaking his head slightly, signaling him not to intervene just yet. After a long silence, Karp finally spoke slowly, his voice deep and powerful. "Sengoku, I know my decision back then was wrong." Sengoku was momentarily stunned, not expecting Karp, who usually acted carelessly, to admit his mistake so directly. Karp looked Sengoku in the eyes, his voice firm. "But the child is innocent. It is precisely because of this that I have made up my mind to bring him back to the Navy and raise him in the Navy's way." Sengoku's anger eased slightly, but his brows remained tightly furrowed. "But Karp, once his identity is exposed, do you know how much turmoil this will bring to the Navy?" Karp said in a deep voice, "Then don't let this matter be exposed." Sengoku's eyes widened in shock. "You." At that moment, Roy finally stepped forward, his tone calm and resolute. "Admiral Sengoku, I am willing to vouch for Ace." The entire office fell into silence. Sengoku looked at Roy in shock. "Roy, do you know what this means?" Roy nodded, his gaze unwavering, I know. But I believe he is innocent. Please rest assured. I will teach him well and make him a true Navy officer. Sengoku remained silent for a long time, his gaze sweeping between Karp, Roy, Zephyr, and Vice Admiral Tsuru. Vice Admiral Tsuru interlocked his hands, speaking softly. The child is indeed innocent. Zephyr crossed his arms, snorting coldly, but his words carried a rare seriousness. Although, I hate trouble. A child should not bear the sins of his forebears. Sengoku looked at these familiar faces, and his inner anger gradually subsided. He slowly sat back down his chair, took off his glasses, rubbed his temples, and sighed. You have really given me a tough problem. Karp grinned, but his smile carried an unprecedented seriousness. Thank you, Sengoku. Sengoku shot him a glare, angrily saying, Don't be too happy. This matter must be kept strictly confidential. Other than the 5 people present, no 6th person can know. Everyone nodded in agreement, their expressions grave. Sengoku put his glasses back on, his gaze fixed on Roy. Since you are vouching for him, then Ace's training and supervision will be entrusted to you. Roy stood at attention and gave a standard military salute. Yes. Sengoku then looked at Karp, his face darkening. Karp, you'd better keep a low profile. Don't go around shouting that he is your grandson. Karp laughed heartily. Ha! Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Sengoku's forehead veins bulged again, slamming his hand on the desk. You don't know anything. The office was filled with a mix of laughter and exasperation, and the tense atmosphere gradually eased. Stepping out of Sengoku's office, the echoes in the empty corridor felt particularly clear. Karp let out a long breath, patting Roy on the shoulder. Thanks, kid. Roy shook his head, his gaze steady. I just did what I had to do. Zephyr walked over, arms crossed, snorting. You two keep causing me trouble. But the eyes hidden behind his sunglasses revealed a rare warmth and appreciation. Vice Admiral Tsuru smiled slightly, her tone gentle. All right, next. We need to think carefully about how to arrange for that child. Roy nodded. I plan to arrange for him to live with me, starting with basic training, gradually progressing. Karp grinned widely. Then I'll leave it to you. I still need to make a trip to the East Blue. That kid Luffy is about ready to be picked up. Roy raised an eyebrow and teased. Are you trying to gather the whole family of problem children? Zephyr rubbed his forehead and sighed impatiently. Kapu, can you just stop already? Kapu laughed heartily, waved his hand, and strode out. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Everyone, totally don't believe that. In the evening, at the dormitory area of the Marine Corps in Marineford, because Roy's achievements were already enough to promote him to Rear Admiral, and everyone in the Navy knew his potential. His further promotion was inevitable, so a standalone residence had long been arranged for him. The sunset painted the sky outside the window in warm orange hues. Ace sat on a wooden chair by the window, hugging his knees, his head lowered like a lost little beast. His gaze through the window was fixed on the distant sunset, filled with complexity. What are you thinking about? Roy walked into the room, holding a cup of steaming milk, and asked softly. Ace paused slightly, took the milk, and muttered, Can I really become a Marine? Roy sat down beside him, resting his elbow on his knee, and replied calmly, That depends on you. Ace tightened his grip on the milk cup, his lips trembling slightly. But if they find out who my father is? Roy looked out at the rosy clouds, his tone calm, yet resolute. Who your father is doesn't determine what kind of person you will become. What's important is what kind of person you want to be. Ace was stunned. His eyes gradually lit up. Roy stood up and ruffled his hair. Get some rest. Training starts tomorrow. Ace's eyes turned slightly red. Biting his lip, he nodded silently. Just as Roy was walking towards the door, a firm voice suddenly called out from behind. Roy. Roy turned his head, looking at him gently. Ace took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as if it could pierce through the storm. I will definitely be stronger than you. Roy smiled slightly, the corners of his mouth curving into a gentle arc. I'll be waiting. The moment the door closed, Ace watched the fading figure, a smile quietly rising at the corners of his mouth, his eyes finally filled with a sense of direction. Chapter 20. Promotion to Rear Admiral Marineford, Navy Headquarters Square. The afternoon sun shone on the snow-white square, with rows of neatly lined-up Navy soldiers standing solemnly, their capes gently fluttering in the breeze. In the center of the platform, Roy wore a brand-new white Rear Admiral uniform, the golden star insignia on his chest shining brilliantly in the sunlight. making him look like a sword drawn from its sheath. Behind him, a big screen was playing footage of Roy's heroic deeds in the 3rd Division, single-handedly annihilating over 20 pirate crews with bounties exceeding 100 million within 3 years. And dozens of images of destroying pirate strongholds flashed by, eliciting waves of gasps from the audience. Admiral Sengoku stood on the platform, his expression grave, his voice booming. From today onwards, Roy is officially promoted to Rear Admiral. Wow! The audience erupted in excitement. A 16-year-old Rear Admiral? This is a historical record for the Navy. The last one who was promoted at such a young age was Admiral Kazan. Just how strong is Rear Admiral Roy? Countless soldiers widened their eyes, their gazes filled with shock and reverence as they looked at the black-haired boy on the platform. Among the crowd, Ace gazed intensely at Roy, his fists unconsciously tightening, his knuckles turning slightly white. So, it turns out that Big Brother Roy is this strong? The voices of the sailors praising Roy echoed in his ears, and a surge of unprecedented fighting spirit welled up in his heart. One day, I will also be looked up to by everyone like him. Meanwhile, in Mariehua, the Holy Land of Power, the 5 elders sat around a round table, flipping through a recently delivered report. A 16-year-old Rear Admiral? An interesting prospect, St. Pitt said lightly, his long fingers gently turning the pages. The teleportation fruit is a rare paramecia type. St. Nasudra nodded slightly, his expression still indifferent. The mobility is indeed outstanding, but the threat level is ultimately limited. St. Vacheli snorted dismissively, casually tossing the report onto the table. Just a new star in the Navy, not worth too much attention. St. Satan put down his teacup, coldly announcing the conclusion. Agreed. The other 4 nodded slightly, reaching a tacit consensus. In their eyes, geniuses in the Navy were not uncommon. But those who could truly threaten the rule of the world government were few and far between. At least for now, Roy was not qualified. After the promotion ceremony, the afterglow of the sunset spilled over the dormitory area of Marineford. Roy pushed open the door and saw Ace in the yard, gripping a wooden stick and panting as he practiced his swings. Training? Roy raised an eyebrow. Ace suddenly stopped, wiped the sweat from his brow, and looked at him with determination. I want to get stronger. Roy walked over and smiled slightly. Getting stronger isn't something that happens overnight. Ace pouted stubbornly. Don't underestimate me. I will definitely catch up to you. Roy chuckled, squatting down to meet his gaze. What suddenly gave you so much motivation? Ace tightened his grip on the stick, whispering, Today I saw everyone respecting you, admiring you. He looked up, his eyes burning with a fierce flame. I want to be that kind of person too. Roy was stunned, then smiled softly, then work hard. Saying this, he took out a brand new Navy emblem from his pocket and handed it to Ace. This is for you. Ace's eyes widened as he took the emblem. Stunned, what is this? Roy replied casually, it's the symbol of the Naval Reserve. Ace's breath hitched. Then he tightly gripped the emblem with both hands, as if holding onto his future. I will definitely surpass you. Roy ruffled his hair, his gaze gentle. I'll be waiting. In the night, the door gently closed, and Ace's lips subtly curled up, that smile shining brightly under the moonlight. At night, Roy stood alone by the window, gazing at the starry sky of Marineford. The distant lights intertwined with the stars, as if countless unknown destinies were waiting for him. And at this moment, the dream-chasing child Ace was also silently working hard. The trajectory of history had quietly shifted. Marineford, Zephyr Training Camp. The first rays of morning sunlight fell on the training ground, the air filled with the scent of seawater and sweat. Rows of Navy recruits stood in neat formation, their eyes focused on the front, fearful of being targeted by Zephyr's sharp gaze. In one corner of this fervently active training ground, a small boy with black hair and freckles, soaked in sweat, was secretly imitating the actions of the recruits. 997, 998, 999, 1000. His small body trembled slightly, his arms seeming like they would fall apart like butterfly wings at any moment. Yet he persisted to complete the last set of push-ups. Phew! Ace collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, sweat trickling down his cheeks, but a stubborn smile was still on his lips. Heh, kid, not bad for your perseverance. A deep voice suddenly came from above. Ace quickly looked up to see Zephyr standing with his arms crossed, his gaze behind sunglasses carrying a hint of scrutiny and authority. Zephyr instructor. Ace instinctively stood straight, his hands tightening into fists out of nervousness. Zephyr snorted coldly, staring at him for a few seconds, then slowly spoke. It's been half a month, and you've been secretly training every day without complaining. Ace gritted his teeth and replied proudly, I would never complain. Zephyr's lips curled slightly as he reached out a large hand and suddenly pressed down on his shoulder, applying a bit of force. Ugh! Ace gasped in pain, but remained silent. A hint of appreciation flashed in Zephyr's eyes as he withdrew his hand and turned to leave, leaving behind just one sentence. From today on, train openly. Ace's eyes widened, stunned for a few seconds. Then he broke into a heartfelt smile. That's great. In the following half-month, the Navy soldiers had already gotten used to the sight of a black-haired kid on the training field. Hey kid, your movements are too slow. Faster. Yes. Lower your center of gravity. The enemy can kick you away with 1 foot. Understood. Although he is only 6 years old, Ace's training intensity and fighting spirit are fiercer than many adult recruits. Occasionally, when he is so exhausted that he almost collapses, Zephyr will always grunt coldly. If you fall, don't get up. No one is forcing you. But Ace grits his teeth and gets back up, persisting time and again. Roy occasionally helps the new recruits practice and silently observes everything, a hint of satisfaction at the corner of his mouth. Teacher, he is working very hard. Yes. Although he is just a little kid, he reminds me a bit of my younger self. Zephyr said, casually handing Ace a bottle of water. Ace took the water, grinning like a little son. Thank you, Grandpa Zephyr. Hearing Ace call him Grandpa, Zephyr paused slightly, then turned and walked away, and Roy watched the teacher's back and chuckled softly. In the evening, at Roy's residence, the golden sunset spills into the room, illuminating a table covered with several mission briefs. What? Ace suddenly jumped up from his chair, his eyes shining. You're going on a mission to eliminate pirates? Roy put down the brief he was holding and looked up calmly. Yes. Ace clenched his fists, his eyes blazing. Take me with you. Roy raised an eyebrow. It's too dangerous. You're only 6 years old. If I take you out, I'm afraid the old man Garp will kill me when he finds out. Ace shouted unwillingly. I can keep up with Instructor Zephyr's training. I won't hold you back. And you said, real combat is the fastest way to grow. Roy chuckled. You've learned to use my words against me. But real combat is not something a 6-year-old should be considering. Ace leaned both hands on the table, his eyes stubborn. Let me go. I want to become stronger. I want to prove myself. Roy was silent for a moment, looking at this stubborn little guy, and that indomitable spirit reminded him of his younger self. All right. He nodded in agreement. Ace's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Roy warned. But you must obey orders unconditionally. If the situation is dangerous, I will send you back at the first opportunity. Ace immediately straightened his back. Got it. Roy reached out and ruffled his hair, showing a hint of a smile. Then get ready. We set off tomorrow. Ace's eyes sparkled, nodding vigorously. Okay. As night fell, the sound of insects chirping filled the yard. Roy gazed at the starry sky outside the window, silently thinking, since I've decided to train him, I should let him see the cruelty and hope of this world with his own eyes. I need to protect his growth, while also allowing him to have the right to choose his own path. Chapter 21. Ace's first battle. Luffy appears South Sea. An unnamed sea area. Under the night, a rusty 3-masted ship, the Crazy Axe, is floating on the sea. The fire on the deck illuminates scenes of brutality. Ha ha! Bring all the women to me. Please, spare my daughter. Old man, stop talking nonsense. A burly pirate brandishes a bloodied battle axe, grinning as he corners a crying woman. On the other side, several pirates are carelessly piling up the stolen goods, trampling them. Captain, that little brat is crying so amusingly. Gaga gaga. Let's dig out his eyeballs and see how much we can sell them for. At the cabin door, the muscular Captain Buckton slowly walks out, licking his lips, his voice deep like a beast. Hurry up and finish, don't waste time. Just then, a warship breaks through the waves in the distance. On the deck, Roy stands at the bow, his gaze sharp as a knife, while Ace nervously clenches his fists, a hint of tremor in his eyes. Ace, are you scared? Roy asked lightly. Ace bit his teeth tightly, eyes filled with stubbornness. I'm not scared. but his clenched fist trembled slightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. The disgusting and brutal scene he saw through the telescope made his young heart truly feel the ugliness and cruelty of pirates for the first time. Roy raised his hand and gently patted his shoulder. "Stick close to me." In the next second, whoosh, Roy and Ace's figures instantly vanished. Boom! A thunderous crash rang out on the enemy's ship's deck, sending 3 boastful, laughing pirates flying. Enemy attack. Buckton's pupils constricted. Who is it? Roy stomped down, shattering the deck, and with one punch, a pirate's chest instantly caved in, blood spraying. Ace's eyes widened. In that moment, he saw the coldness in Roy's gaze. A pirate swung a knife at Ace, and Ace suddenly came to his senses, grabbing a metal rod and dodging, striking the man's knee hard. Crack! The pirate screamed in pain, kneeling on the ground, and Ace struck him again on the back of the head, knocking him out. "Well done." Roy's voice came from behind. Ace gritted his teeth. These guys must not be allowed to harm others freely. Roy smiled slightly, and the next second, a huge figure burst out. "Who dares to make trouble on my ship?" Crazy Axe Buckton, nearly 3 meters tall, wielding a giant axe, his face full of muscles, covered in bloodstains, exuding murderous intent. "Ha-ha-ha. I didn't expect the Navy to send a little brat to his death." Buckton sneered, a trace of sickly excitement flashing in his eyes. Ace trembled all over, but the flames in his eyes burned even brighter. "Roy, let us go together." Roy was momentarily stunned, then chuckled lightly. "All right, let us give it a try." Buckton roared, swinging the giant axe down. Whoosh! Roy grabbed Ace's shoulder, and their figures instantly vanished, the giant axe slicing through the air, splitting the deck in half. "Where are they?" Buckton exclaimed in horror. "Right here." Roy and Ace appear behind him, and Ace leaped up, smashing his rod on Buckton's back of the head. Bang! Buckton cried out in pain, preparing to counterattack. But Roy dodged, kicking him in the abdomen with his right leg. Boom! Buckton staggered back a few steps, grinning in rage. "Is this all you've got?" Roy's gaze turned cold. "Ace, coordinate with me." Ace nodded firmly. "Understood." Roy flashed to Buckton's front, his fist charged and ready. Buckton roared, raising his axe to block. But Roy's fist strangely vanished just as it was about to connect. What? In the next second, Roy appeared behind him, smashing an elbow into his spine. Ugh! Buckton cried out in pain, ready to retaliate, but Ace charged in from the side, jabbing the rod at his backside. "Damn little brat!" Buckton roared, clenching his buttocks, about to swing his axe in retaliation, when Roy teleported above him, delivering a heavy kick with haki to his chin. Bang! Buckton's massive body crashed down, completely unconscious. The deck was stained with blood, and the torchlight reflected on Ace's face, his gaze determined like fire. "Roy, we won." Roy slowly withdrew his fist, nodding lightly. Good coordination. Ace sat on the deck, his hands still slightly trembling, sweat dripping down his cheeks, but the fire in his eyes burned brighter and brighter. "Roy, let me come along next time." Roy leaned against the ship's railing, smiling. "Wait until you're a bit stronger." Ace clenched his fists tightly. "I will definitely become stronger." Roy gazed at the distant starry sky, a hint of deep meaning flashing in his eyes. "This is the kind of resolve I want." Subtly, he will surely become a reliable presence in the future. After arranging for the warship to escort the civilians safely home and completely eliminating all the pirates, Roy and Ace boarded the returning warship. At the Marineford port, as the sea breeze howled, the warship slowly sailed into the Marineford port. Just as they stepped onto the dock, a deafening laugh came over. Roy, I brought you a gift." Roy was momentarily taken aback and saw Garp striding over, carrying a little snot-nosed child. Roy raised an eyebrow. "Who is this?" Karp placed the little brat on the ground. "Ace, this is your brother Luffy." The little guy stumbled and stood up, sniffing and staring at Ace with big watery eyes, tilting his head. "Ace." The next second, the little guy suddenly pounced on Ace as if he had discovered a new continent. Face pinch. "Bastard. Let go." Ace was furious. Bang. Bang. Karp gave both kids a punch of love, and both little brats simultaneously had bumps on their heads, squatting down while holding their heads. "It hurts." Karp laughed heartily. "Ha ha. This is your brother. You should love each other." Roy sighed and rubbed his forehead. "Old man, can't you be normal for once?" At the Navy headquarters, Roy's residence. Night fell, and the lights were bright. In the living room, Luffy was bouncing around, treating the table as a training ground, while Ace chased him around the room with a wooden stick. "Stop right there, bastard Luffy. Ha ha ha. Ace is so slow. Brat, stop messing around." Roy grabbed both of them and lifted them up, a helpless black line appearing on his face. "Old man, you don't think I'm running a kindergarten here, do you?" Karp squatted on the sofa, laughing. "What can I do? I've already brought one back. Sengoku specifically instructed me not to stuff more people into the headquarters. So this time it's up to you." He leaned closer to Roy, mysteriously, "Just declare to the outside world that these orphans were rescued on your mission." Roy frowned. "Do you think Sengoku is a fool? Will he believe that?" Karp, ha ha. "That old man Sengoku has always been soft-hearted. Maybe he'll believe it." Just then, Luffy suddenly pounced on Roy's back. "Big brother, you're so tall." Ace was exasperated. "Idiot. Get down." Just as Roy was about to put Luffy down, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he turned to Karp. "Old man, do you remember Belmere?" Karp was taken aback. "The female Navy from East Blue? The one who adopted 2 little girls?" Roy nodded, a hint of a smile on his lips. "Bring her to the headquarters. Since we've already brought 2, why not add 2 more? Karp's eyes widened. "Hey, brat, you're not thinking about bringing those 2 little girls over too, are you?" Roy spread his hands, as if it was obvious. "Since we've started raising them, we might as well complete the set. It's just right for the kids to have companions." Karp was speechless. "You're even more daring than I am." After pondering for a moment, Karp's expression turned serious. Maybe it really could work? From then on, Roy's residence completely turned into a children's shelter. "Meat. I want to eat meat." "Shut up. That's mine. Stealing meat. Bastard. Bang. Bang. Be quiet while eating." Roy gave each brother a punch on their heads, making them behave while eating. "In the training ground, look at my iron fist." Ouch. Ace was squatting on the ground, holding his fist and howling in pain in front of the iron post. "Ha ha. Ace is so weak." Luffy laughed, so hard he rolled on the ground. "Do you want to die?" Ace lunged at him, and the two rolled into a ball, ultimately being picked up by Zifa. "If you want to fight, run 100 laps first." At night, Luffy hugged Ace. "Ace, let us sleep together." Ace frowned in disgust. "Get away. It's too hot." Luffy, with teary eyes, "Wah. Ace is so fierce." Ace turned his head awkwardly. "TCH, whatever you want." At the door, Roy leaned against the door frame, watching the two calm down, a smile quietly appearing on his face. 2 days later, in Sengoku's office at Marineford, Sengoku slammed the table angrily. "Karp, is this you doing again?" Karp, digging his nose contentedly, replied, "I didn't do anything. It was Roy's request." Sengoku's forehead twitched with anger. "Do you think I would believe that? Belmere being transferred is one thing, but why bring 2 little girls along?" Vice Admiral Crane smiled gently. "It's quite good. The headquarters should have some humanity." Zifa snorted coldly. "Better than some old bastard stuffing grandsons into the headquarters every day." Karp picked his nose. "Someone even likes to raise little mice." Sengoku held his forehead. "You guys are going to drive me crazy sooner or later." Chapter 22. Belmere arrives. At the Marineford port, morning. The morning light spilled over the sea, shimmering. A warship slowly docked. Belmere, dressed in a neat navy uniform, stood tall, holding the hand of 6-year-old Nokigao with one hand and 4-year-old Nami with the other, gazing at the Grand Marine Headquarters fortress before her pupils trembling slightly. Is this the Navy headquarters? The towering gate of justice, the majestic fortress walls, dozens of giant warships docked at the port, and the distant Justice Fortress. Symbolizing the Navy's highest authority, Marineford gave this young female Navy lieutenant from East Blue a sense of awe and oppression. 3 years ago, during the Battle of Oikot Kingdom, she risked her life to protect the 2 children from a pirate attack, thus forming a deep bond with Roy. After that battle, Roy was stationed at Branch 3, and later, due to task requirements, he transferred Belmere to the headquarters, which is why she was stepping onto this unfamiliar and solemn land at this moment. Nokigao looked up with shining eyes. "Belmere, it's so big here." Nami tightly gripped Belmere's hand, nervously and curiously looking at the bustling Navy soldiers. "Are we going to live here from now on?" Belmere took a deep breath, about to answer when suddenly, whoosh, a tall figure appeared before them in an instant. Nami was startled and immediately hid behind Belmir, while Nokigao gasped. "Long time no see, Belmir." That familiar voice instantly relaxed Belmir. She looked up and saw the young man who had rescued her and the two children 3 years ago. Now a tall and imposing Rear Admiral Roy of the Marine Headquarters. "And Major Roy." She immediately stood at attention and saluted, her eyes filled with respect and a smile. "Long time no see." Was that instantaneous movement just now? Roy smiled lightly and waved his hand. "No need to be so formal. We're old friends. Welcome to Marineford." Belmir relaxed her stance, a genuine smile appearing on her face. "Thank you for your care, Major." Roy looked at the two little girls behind her, his gaze softening. "Nokigao and Ami, do you remember me?" Nokigao shyly nodded. "I remember the big brother saved us before." Nami, however, looked at Roy a bit shyly, clutching Belmir's clothing. Roy smiled. "No need to be nervous. Vice Admiral Karp has already given the word. There are many people here, so let me take you directly to your residence." Before Belmir could respond, Roy waved his hand, whoosh. The four of them instantly disappeared from the port. In the next moment, Belmir felt a flash in front of her eyes, and the surrounding scenery changed from the port to a spacious and bright living room. "What is this?" She looked around in shock, her voice trembling slightly. Roy walked to the coffee table, poured a cup of water, and handed it to her. "My fruit ability, sorry to make you laugh." Belmir took the cup, her fingers still trembling. "No, I just didn't expect." Roy gestured for Belmir to sit down, then sat across from her. "I've read your resume. You protected civilians during the retreat single-handedly and fought against an 8 million berry bounty pirate crew alone. It's indeed a waste of your talent at the branch." Belmir tightened her grip on the cup, her knuckles turning slightly white. "I just did what I had to do." Roy looked directly into her eyes. "Vice Admiral Karp and I both believe you deserve a better platform for development." Nokigao suddenly tugged at Belmir's clothing, looking up with admiration. "Belmir, the big brother, is so amazing." Just as Belmir was about to respond, suddenly, sneak attack, a snot-nosed little brat shot down the hallway. Beaming with excitement, hands heading straight for Nami's face. Face pinch. Slap. Nami instinctively swung her fist, hitting Luffy squarely on the forehead. Ouch! Luffy covered his swollen bump, rolling on the ground and crying out with tears in his eyes. "Wah! My head! My head!" Roy couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Is it really going to be like this? Haha. Nokigao and Nami were startled, with Nokigao cautiously hiding behind Belmir. "Who is this kid? So strange." Belmir looked confused. This child is? Roy stood by, holding his forehead and laughing. "This guy is Luffy, the grandson of Old Man Garp." As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy instantly got up and made a big face at Nami. You hit me so hard. Next time I'll definitely dodge." Nami put her hands on her hips, angrily shaking her little fists. "Who told you to rush over suddenly? You deserve it. Luffy, you little brat, don't run around." Ace's voice came from the hallway. He stood at the corner with his arms crossed, frowning and looking disdainfully at the three in front of him. "Why are there two more brats?" Seeing this, Luffy immediately pouted, covering the bump on his head, with tears in his eyes pointing at Nami. "Ace, she hit me. My head hurts." Nami immediately shrank her head into Belmir's embrace, who told him to suddenly reach out. Belmir held Nami, looking at the group of kids with a headache. "Roy, what is going on here?" Roy sighed helplessly, pointing at the two brothers. "Belmir, let me formally introduce. This is Monkey D. Luffy, the grandson of Admiral Garp. This is Portgas D. Ace, currently under my care." Belmir's mouth twitched crazily, as if she had heard a thunderclap. "So, this place is..." Roy shrugged, expressionless, spreading his hands. "A temporary shelter for troubled children of the Navy." "Belmir." Luffy suddenly raised both hands and shouted, "Since it's a shelter, then I'm hungry. Give me meat to eat." Ace's face darkened. "Bastard. Not this again." Bang. Nami and Nokigao also rushed to Belmir's side. "We want to eat too." Belmir covered her forehead. "My head hurts." Roy looked at the chaotic scene in front of him and sighed deeply. Old Man Garp really knows how to cause trouble. Just then, the living room door was pushed open, and Garp poked his head in, grinning. "Roy, these troubled children are up to you. I'm off to find Sengoku for tea." "Hey, Admiral Garp. Old man, don't run. Meat. I want meat." The room instantly erupted into chaos. In the evening, at Roy's residence, Belmir stood at the kitchen door, looking at the fully stocked fridge, her eyebrows slightly raised. Isn't your food supply a bit exaggerated? The oversized fridge was packed with various meats, vegetables, fruits, and even a whole frozen piece of sea king meat. Roy leaned against the doorframe, shrugging. What can I say? The three of us eat a lot. He pointed towards the living room, where Ace and Luffy were rolling on the floor, while Nokigao and Nami curiously flipped through a nautical chart. Especially those two, Roy added, their appetite is 5 times that of an average adult. Belmir chuckled lightly, rolling up her sleeves. All right, then let me show off tonight. She skillfully tied on an apron, pulled a knife from the rack, and with a flick of her wrist, swish, 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 the onion was instantly sliced into even thin pieces. Roy raised an eyebrow. Nice knife skills. Belmir didn't look up. These two kids didn't grow up for nothing. As the aroma wafted from the kitchen, the noise in the living room gradually quieted down. Ace sniffed the air. What smells so good? Luffy's eyes sparkled as he shouted, meat? It must be meat. Bang. Roy pressed down on his head. Don't disturb Belmir while she's cooking. Nami and Nokigao also came over, their eyes shining. Belmir's cooking is the best. Half an hour later, the dining table was filled with sumptuous dishes, pan-fried sea king steaks, vegetable stew, seafood fried rice, and a large pot of steaming fish soup. The 4 kids sat neatly at the dining table, staring at the food with their mouths watering. Belmir wiped her hands and smiled. Dig in. I'm starting. Luffy reached for the largest steak. Slap. Ace hit his hand with his chopstick. Wait your turn. Nami elegantly scooped up a bite of fried rice with her spoon. Belmir. This is so delicious. Nokigao sipped the fish soup in small bites, happily squinting his eyes. Roy watched this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. It was a rare moment of peace. After dinner, in the yard, the sunset in Marineford painted the clouds golden red, and the sea breeze gently brushed against their cheeks. Belmir leaned against the railing, lighting a cigarette. So, what exactly do you want me to do? Roy looked into the distance. Admiral Garp arranged accommodation for you nearby. Please come over, mainly to help occasionally look after these kids. He turned to Belmir. Of course, we won't let you work for free. I'll cover the children's daily expenses. And, he paused, continuing, starting tomorrow, I will teach you the Navy's 6 styles and hockey. Belmir's hand, holding the cigarette, trembled slightly. Hockey? As a Navy officer from the East Sea, she had only heard of this power in rumors. Roy nodded. Your talent shouldn't be wasted. I believe you have the potential to awaken armament hockey. Belmir was silent for a moment, exhaling a puff of smoke. Why are you being so nice to me? Roy smiled. Because we need you. He glanced inside, where Ace and Luffy were fighting over the last piece of steak. Nami was angrily hitting Luffy on the head with a spoon, and Nokigao was trying to mediate. These kids are all very special, Roy said softly. They need proper guidance. Belmir followed his gaze, suddenly chuckling. They are indeed quite special. She extinguished the cigarette and extended her hand. Deal. Roy shook her hand. Pleasure to cooperate. Chapter 23. Introduction to Hockey Training. The morning sun filled the courtyard of Marineford, with a cool sea breeze bringing the unique salty moisture of the sea. Roy stood in the center of the courtyard, arms crossed, intently watching the 2 people in front of him, Belmir and Ace. Not far away, Luffy was chasing a butterfly, constantly shouting wah, and occasionally rolling around on the grass, tricked by the butterfly. Hockey is just a general term for a type of power. Roy raised his right hand, and the black armament hockey flowed over his entire arm like water, glinting with a faint metallic sheen in the sunlight. Belmir, holding a cigarette, narrowed her pupils slightly. Is this armament hockey? Ace's eyes lit up as he clenched his fists. So cool. I want to learn too. Roy nodded slightly. Hockey is divided into 3 types. Armament hockey, observation hockey, and conqueror's hockey. As he spoke, he casually picked up a stone and threw it into the air. Then his armament hockey-covered arm met it directly. Crack! The stone shattered instantly like a crisp cookie, while the black arm remained completely unscathed. Armament hockey hardening is the most basic application, but when mastered to the extreme, even a cannonball can be caught barehanded. Roy shook his arm, his gaze calm. Moreover, in the Grand Line, armament hockey is the most important weapon against devil fruit users. Belmir's eyes flashed, murmuring with her cigarette. The legendary devil fruit users can also be suppressed? Roy smiled. In the latter half of the Grand Line, that's just common knowledge. The information from the East Sea is still too isolated. Observation Haki allows one to sense the surrounding aura, sounds, and even predict the trajectory of an opponent's attack. As he spoke, he closed his eyes as if entering a meditative state. Try it. Close your eyes. Don't rely on your sight and hearing, but rather sense the surrounding aura. Ace clenched his fists, trying hard to calm himself down. Roy said calmly, focus, feel the flow of the wind. Sense the breathing of people. Feel every pulse of life. A few seconds later, Ace looked conflicted. Damn, why can't I feel anything? Roy walked up to him and gently tapped his forehead with his finger. Because you are too anxious. When your heart is calm, you can naturally sense the aura. Ace froze, slowly closed his eyes, and his breathing gradually steadied. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded at the back door of the yard. Thud! Ace opened his eyes wide and precisely locked onto the direction of the door. Someone's coming. The door was pushed open, and Nojiko was peeking in at the three of them. Roy smiled and nodded. That's right, Ace. Observation Haki requires not strength, but a calm heart. Belmir looked thoughtfully at Roy. So, the training of Haki is not just about power, but also about inner cultivation? Roy said seriously, exactly. If you want to become a true strong person, your heart must be calm, and your punches must be steady. At that moment, Luffy suddenly jumped over. I want to learn the skill of sensing aura too. Ace pressed his hand on his head. Let's talk about it when you stop running around. Nami and Nojiko were leaning on the windowsill, enviously watching Roy teach. Ace suddenly raised his hand. What about Conqueror's Haki? Roy glanced at him, his tone calm. That's a talent possessed by very few people, one in millions. After hearing this, Ace lowered his head in contemplation, but his fists clenched tighter. Now, try to feel the power within you, Roy said in a deep and steady voice. Imagine your blood boiling, your muscles contracting. That power has always been hidden deep within your body. You just haven't truly called upon it. Belmir sat cross-legged in the corner of the training ground, a cigarette in her mouth unlit, her brow furrowed. The power within, she murmured, closing her eyes, the cigarette swaying slightly as if moving with her breath. She began to try to guide, compress, and awaken as Roy had said. After a moment, a faint shadow emerged on the surface of her arm's skin, like a thin mist condensing, as she could vaguely feel some power stirring. That power suddenly became chaotic, and the pattern shattered and dispersed, as if a newly formed water mirror was blown away by the wind. Belmir opened her eyes wide, a flash of astonishment and unwillingness in her gaze. What is this? You caught a glimpse on your first try. Roy took a couple of steps closer, his gaze falling on the fleeting shadow on her arm. Nodding gently. Although it hasn't solidified, you are already on the right path. Many people take a week without feeling anything, yet you responded to the aura on your first attempt. That's already impressive. Belmir gritted her teeth, her gaze deepening as she said softly. That feeling was like something roaring in my bones, almost within my grasp, but slipping through my fingers. Roy smiled, a touch of affirming warmth in his eyes. You've touched the door. Next, it depends on whether you can tame it. Belmir shot him a glance, her mouth curling into a defiant arc. There's nothing in this life I can't tame. Ace watched with wide eyes, leaning over enviously. I want to learn too. I want Haki. Not so fast. Roy pressed his hand on Ace's head, smiling as he ruffled his hair. Not so fast. First learn how to mobilize the power within you, then learn to use Haki. Belmir stood up, looking at Roy's fists with determination in her eyes. As long as I have this ability, even without a gun, I can smash a pirate's head like a rotten watermelon. Roy nodded slightly, his gaze steady. A wise choice, but you also need to think carefully about whether to focus on martial arts, or try swordsmanship, or... I speak with my fists. Belmir spat out her cigarette, her tone crisp and decisive. Ace gritted his teeth, looking at her with the determination to catch up. All right, that's enough for today. Roy smiled as he withdrew his aura. Belmir, this afternoon I'll take you to the headquarters training ground. After systematic training in the Navy, I believe you'll achieve something. Belmir tugged at her sleeve, grinning. Great, let you see what the fierce spirit of an East Blue woman is. Just as she finished speaking, Luffy jumped onto Roy's back, his eyes shining. I want to learn too. Teach me. Teach me. Roy helplessly lifted Luffy. Wait until you're a bit bigger. Luffy pouted, looking frustrated. It's not fair. Ace can learn. Ace proudly lifted his chin, hands on his hips. That's because I'm older than you. Nami jumped down from the windowsill with a clap, hands on her hips. I want to learn too. No, Jiko stumbled out, her expression earnest as a little adult. I want it too. Roy looked at the group of kids surrounding him and helplessly rubbed his forehead. Old man Garp, you really left me with a good job. In the afternoon, Belmere changed into a smart Navy uniform. Her whole aura transformed. Roy handed her a document, his expression calm and serious. The headquarters training camp has a systematic hockey course, an elite camp personally guided by Admiral Zifa. Belmere took the document, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, and looked up to ask, Roy, why did you choose me? Roy's gaze fell on the group of kids playing and chasing in the courtyard, his voice low and firm. Because we need more people like you. He turned and walked towards the gate, his back steady. Let's go, let black-armed Zifa see the weight of an East blue fist. Belmere was slightly stunned, then revealed a confident smile, stepping forward to follow. All right, let him see. Just then, a familiar little head popped out from the wall. Ace clinging to it with both hands, his eyes shining. Wait for me. I want to go too. Roy turned around and smiled helplessly, a hint of softness flashing through his heart. Since you've given me this opportunity, I want to try to completely change this world. Perhaps they can truly uphold the flag of justice. Chapter 24. Training Ground Incident Swish. In the elite camp's training ground, the sun blazed overhead and heat waves rolled. As the air shimmered slightly, three figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. Zifa stood with his back to the trainees, hands on his hips, reprimanding a few lazy soldiers when he suddenly sensed an aura fluctuation and turned around sharply. He saw Roy standing in the center of the open space with two others, the residual energy from their teleportation rippling at their feet like waves on water. Zifa took off his sunglasses, raised an eyebrow, and shouted, You little brat, where have you been these past few days? Roy smiled wryly, raised his hand to scratch the back of his neck helplessly. What can I say, teacher? Old man Garp handed me 2 kids and ran off to have fun. I'm practically becoming a kindergarten principal. Zifa was taken aback, then burst out laughing, causing all the trainees in the training ground to look over in unison. After the laughter subsided, Zifa's gaze shifted to the impressive figure behind Roy. It was a woman in a Navy lieutenant's uniform, with short pink hair, determined eyes, standing straight and with perfect military posture. Who is this? Roy immediately turned around, pointing to her. Teacher, this is Belmere from East Blue. She just started to grasp the concept of hockey and was able to catch a glimpse on her first attempt. Zifa raised an eyebrow, adjusting his sunglasses slightly, his sharp gaze scanning Belmere from top to bottom. From East Blue? Never encountered hockey before, yet able to have some insight on the first training? Belmere immediately stood at attention, her voice crisp and strong. Admiral Zifa. Her eyes showed no signs of backing down, almost burning with fire. Even her breathing carried a sense of determination. Zifa looked at her for a moment, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes, then waved his hand. From today on, train with the newcomers. The Navy needs more people like you. Yes. At that moment, a childish yet stubborn voice interrupted. Mr. Zifa. I want it too. Ace suddenly jumped out from behind Roy, his eyes sparkling, fists clenched tightly. I want to train too. Zifa looked down at the 6-year-old boy, his mouth twitching slightly, and sneered. Little brat, this training isn't child's play. Ace raised his head, his eyes burning with determination. I'm not afraid. Roy said I'm very talented. Zephyr raised an eyebrow and turned to Roy, who shrugged with a wry smile. He really learns quickly. Humph, stubborn little brat. Zephyr snorted coldly and suddenly reached out his large hand, pressing down on Ace's head. Buzz. An invisible pressure descended like a mountain. Ace felt his whole body stiffen. His limbs seemed to be filled with lead, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Sweat dripped down like raindrops, but he bit his lip tightly, desperately trying to control his knees from bending. What is this? Ace trembled all over, the veins on his forehead bulging, but he stubbornly held on. Zephyr raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise flashing his eyes. Then he coldly withdrew his pressure. Not bad, kid. You actually held on. Ace gasped for air. His face flushed, but he glared fiercely at Zephyr. I said I can do it. Zephyr looked at those stubborn eyes and suddenly burst into laughter. his voice booming like thunder. Good. Then you practice with me, but if you can't hold on, get lost. Ace gritted his teeth, showing a big smile. I will never lose. The new recruits of the elite camp had already lined up, each looking at the two newcomers with burning eyes. A female Navy from the East Sea? Can she do it? Who is that little brat? Only 5 or 6 years old. Can he practice with us? The discussions rose and fell. Shut up, Zephyr shouted, his voice like thunder, causing all the new recruits to fall silent. Today's lesson is hockey hardening. He raised his hand, fingers slightly tightening, and his fist was instantly wrapped in pitch-black hockey, like obsidian. In the next second, he punched fiercely towards the iron post beside him. Boom! The steel post was instantly penetrated, iron shavings flew, and the ground trembled slightly. Belmare's pupils constricted violently. Her whole body stiffened. This is the black arm. Zephyr shook his arm, his tone calm. The essence of hockey is in its flow. Hardening is just the beginning. His gaze locked onto Belmare like a hawk. Yeah, come up and try. Belmare took a deep breath, meeting Zephyr's gaze without flinching, then stepped out of the crowd and walked to the training iron post. She steadied her shoulders, planted her feet, and slowly raised her right arm. The skin on her arm faintly showed a shallow gray shadow, barely noticeable. That was her still formless hockey. Huh! She let out a low roar and smashed her fist down. Bang! The iron post made a muffled sound, its surface barely trembling, leaving a not very obvious shallow mark. She slammed her fist down hard. The iron post made a muffled sound, its surface slightly dented, leaving a shallow imprint of her fist. The new recruits on the sidelines whispered to each other, their eyes flashing with confusion, as if the scene was far from what they had expected from a powerful strike. Belmare furrowed her brows, gritting her teeth, showing no signs of frustration on her face, but instead revealing strong unwillingness and fighting spirit. Zephyr slowly walked forward, silently looking at her, his gaze still sharp as a knife, but his tone held no ridicule. He placed his hand on her arm and said in a deep voice, "You're trying too hard. Hockey is not iron armor. Grit and determination won't help." His palm slid gently from Belmare's wrist to her elbow, as if sketching some flowing trajectory. Feel it. It's not steel forcibly shoved in, but the flowing power that naturally enters between your bones and muscles, following your blood and your will. Belmare pressed her lips tightly, closed her eyes, and let Zephyr's voice echo in her mind. She tried to relax. Try not to hold on so hard. Tried to let that vague power truly rise from her heart, extending from her veins, from her fingertips. After a moment, her arm still hadn't fully darkened, but that layer of weak gray shadow no longer shattered. Huh. She suddenly opened her eyes and raised her fist again. Huh. The wind from her punch howled down. Bang. The iron post trembled more noticeably than before. Although it still didn't dent, the resulting waves had already stirred the dust on the ground. She shook her fist, exhaled a little sweat on her forehead, but grinned. Not enough yet, but I've already found a bit of feeling. Zephyr didn't respond, but the look in his eyes held a deeper meaning. He turned around and said lightly, "That unwillingness to give up is good." Although the new recruits didn't hear him clearly, they saw the corners of Zephyr's mouth curve slightly. For these newcomers, that was practically a legendary level of extraordinary praise. Belmare looked at Zephyr's back, her fists tightening, her eyes full of fire. On the other side, Ace was arranged in front of the lightest iron post, looking up at it with an unwilling expression, muttering, "Don't underestimate me. Stupid brat, don't be cocky. Learn to control your strength first." Zephyr casually tossed him a pair of gloves, coldly saying, "Don't break your hands." Ace reluctantly put them on, imitating Belmare's stance, clenching his fists tightly, closing his eyes and imagining the flow of power. Bang! Ouch! The iron post didn't budge, but Ace's hand swelled up, causing him to grimace in pain. Roy squatted down helplessly, gently holding Ace's wrist, and said kindly, "Hockey isn't about brute force. Feel my arm." Saying this, he covered his right arm with hockey and stretched it out in front of Ace. "Here, do you feel it? This isn't brute force. It's the power of density and flow." Ace froze, his fingertips touching that seemingly steel yet flexible arm, his eyes suddenly brightening. I understand." He swung his fist again, and this time, a hint of black ripples appeared on the edge of his fist. Ding! The iron post trembled slightly, actually emitting a faint buzzing sound. Zephyr looked over from a distance, the corners of his mouth lifting. He really does have some talent. The new recruits beside him were even more shocked, staring wide-eyed. That little brat can actually harden too? People really can't be compared. Just as the training was in full swing, a sudden commotion broke out on the sidelines. Wow, Ace, I want to play too. It turned out that Luffy had sneaked in at some point, grabbing onto an iron post with both hands, swinging his legs in the air like a swing, looking thrilled. Roy's face darkened. How did that little rascal get in here? Zephyr's veins bulged on his forehead, and he glared. That bastard Garp's genes are truly a disaster. The next second, his expression turned sharp, and he shouted, "Attention everyone, today we'll practice catching monkeys. Whoever catches that little brat will skip 10 laps. Yes." The new recruits instantly surged forward like hunting dogs. Luffy screamed and dashed between the iron posts. "Help! Ace!" Ace covered his face. "Idiot!" Belmare watched the scene. The corners of her mouth slightly raised. This training camp is really lively. Roy looked at the chaotic scene before him and couldn't he help but chuckle, secretly thinking, it seems that this kind of Navy isn't so bad after all. Chapter 25, The Growth Process. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the year 1509 of the Sea Circle, Marineford. In the elite training camp on a bright morning. The morning light intertwined with sweat, and the air was filled with the scent of blood and passion. "Huh!" A clear shout broke the silence, and 9-year-old Ace leaped into the air, his fist wrapped in pitch-black hockey, smashing down towards the training iron post. Boom! The iron post violently dented, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. Not bad. Zephyr stood nearby with his arms crossed, a look of approval in his eyes behind his sunglasses. "Your control is 3 times stronger than last week." Ace landed steadily, grinning as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Grandpa Zephyr, when will you teach me the 6 forms?" Zephyr snorted. "First, solidify your physical foundation. Don't be too ambitious." Not far away, 6-year-old Luffy squatted in front of a smaller iron post, his fists barely wrapped in a thin layer of hockey. And he struck down hard, huh? Bang! The iron post didn't budge, but he hugged his fists, crying out, "So painful." Ace rubbed his forehead helplessly and said, "Idiot, I told you to feel the flow of power. Just brute force won't work." Luffy, with tears in his eyes, shouted, "But so hard." Zephyr sighed, looking at the two brothers. That bastard Karp left me with nothing but troublemakers. Meanwhile, in the Navy headquarters conference room, a promotion ceremony was underway. Admiral Sengoku personally pinned the shining colonel insignia on Belmere's uniform, his voice solemn and authoritative. "Colonel Belmere, I hope you will continue to work hard." "Yes." Belmere's eyes were resolute, her salute crisp and clean, emanating a strong sense of determination. In the audience, Roy stood side by side with Zephyr, both gazing at the figure on stage. Karp, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim softly, in just 3 years, from a lieutenant in the branch to a colonel in the headquarters, this girl's growth rate is astonishing even to me. Roy smiled slightly, his voice calm. Her experiences in the East Blue limited her. Once someone guides her onto the right path, her potential will naturally explode. In these 3 years, Belmere not only mastered the use of armament hockey, but also awakened observation hockey, able to sense the movements and malice around her. When she fought alongside Roy, she once single-handedly suppressed a pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 100 million, achieving impressive results that shocked the entire Navy. Karp sighed, "Fortunately, I didn't let her stay in the East Blue, wasting that talent." In the garden of the Navy headquarters, the sun was just right and a gentle breeze blew. A group of female sailors surrounded a pair of sisters, laughing and chatting. "Nami, come try this new hairpin." Rear Admiral Guion held a delicate bow and gently pinned it in Nami's orange hair. 7-year-old Nami spun around happily, her skirt flying. "Does it look good?" "So cute." The female sailors clutched their hearts, exclaiming with ant-like admiration. 9-year-old Nojiko sat quietly beside Admiral Tsuru, quickly helping her organize documents and intelligence materials. Admiral Tsuru lovingly ruffled her hair. "Nojiko, you're so considerate." Suddenly, Nami ran to the window, closing her eyes to feel the sea breeze, her eyelashes fluttering. Her brows slightly furrowed. It's going to rain heavily tomorrow. Admiral Tsuru was slightly taken aback, her gaze sharpening. How do you know? Nami opened her eyes, confidence shining in her amber pupils. I can feel the humidity and wind direction, as well as the slight changes in air pressure. Admiral Tsuru's eyes widened. Then she smiled. Is it a talent for meteorological perception? Nami shyly smiled. And I could draw sea charts too. Saying this, she cautiously took out a small notebook from her skirt pocket, filled with detailed drawings of islands, routes, undercurrents, and wind direction markers in the East Blue. Rear Admiral Gion leaned in, astonished, holding the notebook. Did you draw this? Nami nodded. Yes. I want to draw navigation charts for the whole world. Admiral Tsuru and Rear Admiral Gion exchanged glances, both seeing shock and joy in each other's eyes. This child's talent for navigation and meteorology is simply that of a natural navigator. Admiral Tsuru immediately made a decision. Nami, starting today, you will report to the Intelligence Department 3 days a week for professional training in meteorology and navigation. Rear Admiral Gion added with a smile. You're also welcome to come play at the Women's Navy Club during the rest of your time. Everyone is looking forward to having you, little cutie. Nami's face turned red. Really? Nojiko patted Nami's shoulder, proudly smiling. That's awesome. The sunlight in the garden bathed the two sisters, as if coating them in a layer of golden light. After the authorization ceremony, a burst of laughter suddenly erupted from the training ground. Ha! Kids, old man is back. Oh no, the old man is back. Ace and Luffy's faces turned pale, and they immediately turned to run. Karp lunged forward, his fists ready. Double love, iron fist. Bang! Bang! His fists accurately struck Ace and Luffy's heads, instantly causing large bumps to swell. Want to run away from Grandpa? How rude. Ace covered his head and squatted down. That hurts. You violent old man. Luffy, with tears in his eyes, cried, I'm going to tell Grandma, Tsuru. Karp laughed heartily. Ha ha. Complaining won't help. Come on, practice with me. In the distance, Roy and Belmere, walking slowly, exchanged knowing looks as they both rubbed their foreheads. Karp's educational methods are always filled with love. As dusk quietly fell, the sea breeze picked up, and the Navy headquarters was brightly lit. In Sengoku's office, he was looking down at a thick training plan, his brows furrowed, the light reflecting coldly off his glasses. Roy, are you sure this training plan for these kids is feasible? Roy stood straight, his voice firm. Ace and Luffy have immense potential. They will surely become the backbone of the Navy in the future. Nami has a natural talent for meteorological perception and cartography, suitable for the Intelligence Department. Nojiko has a meticulous personality and is steady, suitable for logistics and medical management. Tsuru took a sip of tea, her lips curling slightly. I support Roy's plan. The children's personalities are different, and they need targeted training. Zephyr snorted coldly, crossing his arms. It's better than letting that bastard Karp raise them freely. At least someone is keeping an eye on them. Karp scratched the back of his head and laughed. Well, I trust Roy. Sengoku remained silent for a long time, finally sighing and stamping his seal. I hope this time. You won't give me a headache. Yes. Roy stood at attention, his gaze sharp. Just then, his eyes inadvertently swept outside the window, in the night. Luffy and Ace were in a scuffle on the training ground, their running figures interspersed with laughter and sweat. Roy was slightly taken aback. A flash of inspiration struck his mind. Right, this seems to be the year when Kuina had her accident, doesn't it? He recalled the swordsmanship girl from the East Blue who always competed with Zoro, feeling a slight tightening in his heart. If only she could have met that guy Zoro earlier. He also seems quite suited to be in the Navy. His expression grew serious as he silently made up his mind. Once I finish dealing with things here, I must take a trip to the East Blue to check on those two. The office lights reflected his somewhat stern profile, and the night breeze brushed through the window, carrying the scent of the sea. Chapter 26. Frost Moon Dojo on the Azure Sea. The warship sliced through the waves, the sea breeze brushing against their faces, bringing with it a salty tang. Wow, the ocean is so big. Luffy clung to the side of the ship, his eyes sparkling, his military cap blown askew by the wind. He danced around, shouting like an eternally energetic monkey. Nami stood beside him, arms wide open to welcome the wind. Her orange hair flying in the breeze, her eyes reflecting the blue sky, smiling innocently. Roy, the smell of the sea breeze is so nice. Roy leaned against the mast, smiling as he looked at the two kids, his gaze gentle. Do you like it? Love it. Luffy jumped up excitedly, directly hanging onto Roy's back, his arms around his neck, curiously asking, Roy, where are we going? Roy, feeling helpless from his antics, reached back to lift him down. We're going to meet someone who might become your destined first mate. What's a first mate? Luffy tilted his head, blinking his eyes like a curious squirrel. Can I eat it? Nami rolled her eyes, hands on her hips, looking very much like an adult. Idiot. A first mate is a partner who will adventure and fight alongside you in the future. Luffy's eyes lit up instantly, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Really? Will he fight? Can we eat meat together? Roy directly pressed his hand onto Luffy's head, which was about to explode with excitement. You'll find out when we get there. Near Frost Moon Village, the sky was darkening, and the clouds reflected the sunset's afterglow. The warship slowly came to a stop, the Navy flag on the mast flapping in the sea breeze. Roy stood on the deck, his expression determined, instructing the sailors behind him. You stay here on standby. No need to dock. Yes, Major General Roy. Luffy jumped up in excitement, waving his fists. Are we going to swim over? Nami was almost startled by his actions, unable to help but retort. Idiot. This is the open sea. Do you want to tire yourself out? Luffy scratched his head, grinning. Hee. Then let's go a bit faster. Roy chuckled softly, shook his head, and suddenly placed his hands on her shoulders. Stop messing around. Whoosh. In the next moment, the three figures flashed like flowing light, disappearing from the deck and instantly appearing at the coast of Frost Moon Village. Luffy's eyes widened as he looked left and right, his eyes round with amazement. Wow, so amazing. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Nami also slightly opened her mouth, clearly startled by the sudden teleportation, but quickly pretended to be calm and coughed. This level, I want to learn it too. Roy couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to ruffle her soft orange hair. Sure, as long as you study hard, you'll definitely be able to. Saying this, he looked up towards a winding path ahead, where an ancient wooden dojo could be faintly seen at the end. Let's go, he said softly, his eyes glinting. Destination, Frost Moon Dojo. The three walked slowly along the country path, the wildflowers by the roadside gently swaying in the breeze, and the occasional mooing of cows could be heard from the fields, peaceful and full of rustic charm. In the distance, a series of synchronized and powerful shouts broke the tranquility. Ha! 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 Luffy suddenly jumped up, waving his arms and legs. Wow, is someone fighting in there? Nami, hands on her hips, shot him an annoyed glare. Idiot! That's the sound of sword training. Roy's eyes flickered, smiling. Looks like they are quite diligent. Finally, the wooden gate of the Frost Moon Dojo came into view, with the characters Frost Moon carved on the ancient door, exuding a sense of time's passage. At the entrance, a little boy with green algae-like hair was leaning against the wall, sound asleep, clutching a wooden sword, drooling at the corner of his mouth, looking like he was dreaming of fighting. Luffy pointed at him and laughed so hard he doubled over. Ha ha. Roy. There's a green algae head over there slacking off and drooling. Roy's mouth curved slightly, while Luffy excitedly ran forward, as if discovering a new continent. Hey, green algae head, wake up. Gulu, let me sleep for 5 more minutes. The green algae head groggily turned over, almost dropping the wooden sword. Luffy frowned and kicked his little leg. Hey, wake up. Huh. When he saw 3 strangers standing in front of him, Zoro jolted awake, instantly jumping up, the wooden sword across his chest, taking a defensive stance. Who are you? What are you doing here? Roy raised his hand to signal harmlessness, smiling. Rorinoa Zoro. Right? Zoro paused. How do you know my name? Luffy leaned in, grinning widely. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become an admiral. Zoro blinked, his gaze sweeping from Luffy's small arm to the military cap on his head. Navy? Kid? What a weird combination. Nami crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow as she looked him up and down. So you're the deputy that Roy's brother mentioned? Doesn't look like much. Huh. Zoro instantly blew up, veins popping on his forehead. What did you say? Do you believe I could cut you down with one sword? Luffy's eyes lit up, clenching his fists. All right. All right. Let's have a fight. Huh? You two. Just as Zoro was about to raise his sword, Roy pressed down on his shoulder. You two be quiet. The two kids huffed in unison and obediently stepped aside. Just then, the dojo's door creaked open, and a short-haired girl walked out. She was holding a sweat towel, clearly having just finished a round of practice, with beads of sweat still glistening on her forehead. Zoro, you're slacking off again. Huh? The girl's gaze landed on Roy, her eyes widening slightly. You are from the Navy? Roy smiled slightly and nodded politely. Sorry to disturb you. We would like to visit Mr. Yagyu. Kuina was taken aback. Then she put away her sharpness as a sword training girl and politely bowed. Please wait a moment. I'll go inform my father. As she turned, she couldn't help but glance back at Zoro and Luffy, muttering quietly, why are there so many weird people today? Luffy and Zoro glared at each other like two little wolf cubs, neither willing to back down. Nami watched the show with her arms crossed. Just two fools. Roy chuckled softly, thinking to himself, these kids. Inside the dojo, the aroma of tea wafted. Yagyu was kneeling in the center of the tea room, pouring a cup of tea for Roy, smiling gently. I didn't expect the legendary Navy rising star to visit my humble abode. Truly a great honor. Roy took the teacup, gently rubbing the rim with his fingertips, his gaze calm, yet profound. The swordsmanship of the Frost Moon clan is renowned in the East Sea. I have come to pay my respects. Yagyu's eyes behind his glasses flickered slightly, his smile unchanged. The Frost Moon clan has long since declined. Now it's just a rural dojo, not worth mentioning. Roy took a sip of tea and slowly set the cup down. But your daughter Kuina has extraordinary talent. Her swordsmanship far surpasses her peers. Yagyu's smile faded a bit. You flatter her, but unfortunately, due to physical limitations, the girl will never become the world's best. Outside the door, the sounds of Luffy and Zoro arguing could be heard. Let's duel. Green algae head. You're the green algae head. Look at my sword. Bang. Crack. Thud. Yagyu shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry for the disturbance. Roy didn't respond, just quietly watched Yagyu, suddenly speaking. Mr. Yagyu, do you believe in fate? Yagyu was slightly taken aback. Fate? Roy's gaze was sharp as a blade. For example, a girl who practices martial arts all her life accidentally falls down the stairs at home due to a drop sword. Clap. The teacup in Yagyu's hand trembled violently. Spilling there. His expression froze instantly. The gentle smile completely vanished, replaced by unprecedented seriousness. How do you know these things? His voice was low, carrying a hint of chill. Roy did not directly answer, but countered. Is following so-called fate really more important than your daughter's life? The air in the tea room seemed to solidify. Yagyu remained silent for a long time before finally, slowly placing the teacup down, his fingertips slightly turning white. He raised his head, his gaze complicated. Major Roy, what exactly do you want to say? Roy looked directly into his eyes. I want to make a deal with you. A deal? Let Zoro and Kuina follow me to train. In the future, they will become swordsmen who change the world. Roy paused, his tone deepening. And your daughter Kuina will not have to repeat the fate. Yagyu's pupils suddenly constricted. Outside the window, the wind rustled through the bamboo forest, whispering softly. After a long while, Yagyu sighed heavily, as if he had aged many years in an instant. I need time to think. Roy nodded, of course. He stood up, walked towards the door, but then paused, turning his back to Yagyu and saying, fate can be changed, but the opportunity only comes once. Yagyu watched his back in silence. Chapter 27. Kuina the night at the dojo was as quiet as water, the moonlight filtering through the paper doors and casting mottled shadows on the wooden floor. The night breeze rustled through the courtyard, bringing a faint sound of bamboo leaves. Luffy lay sprawled on the bedding, his belly rising and falling with his snores. Mumbling indistinctly, one more piece of meat, Nami leaned by the window, resting her chin on her hands, her gaze fixed on the bright, round moon. Her orange hair swaying gently in the wind, the soft moonlight illuminating her slightly furrowed brow. Roy, big brother, she spoke softly, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility. Will that green algae head really come with us? Under the eaves, Roy sat alone on the wooden steps, playing with a coin in his hand, the silver glinting between his fingers. Didn't he look up, his voice calm? maybe. Nami tilted her head, pouting slightly, but I feel like that dojo master isn't very willing. The coin bounced up with a ding, tracing a beautiful arc in the night sky. Roy reached out to catch it, a slight smile on his lips. Some decisions need time, and some people need to cross over themselves. As soon as Shasha's voice fell, a faint yet determined sound of footsteps came from the bamboo forest. At the junction of moonlight and shadow, a slender figure stood quietly. Kuina held a severely worn wooden sword, her fingers turning white from gripping it too tightly. Major Roy. Her voice was lighter than the night wind, but carried an undeniable firmness. Can I talk to you? The coin suddenly vanished from her palm as Roy looked up. Of course. Kuina took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently, her eyes betraying an indomitable stubbornness. I overheard your conversation with my father about destiny. Nami gasped, covering her mouth, but Roy didn't even raise an eyebrow. Roy raised an eyebrow, his tone indifferent, and then the wooden sword emitted a slight tremor as Kuina's knuckles turned pale from the force. But her voice was exceptionally clear. I don't want to be bound by fate. She suddenly looked up, her gaze sharp as a blade, her voice rising sharply. I want to prove. A female swordsman can also become the best in the world. The moment her words landed, a crisp sound echoed from deep within the dojo, the sound of porcelain shattering clear in the night. Around the corner, Gung Shiro stood frozen, the teapot in his hands shattered on the ground. Roy slowly rose. The moonlight elongated his shadow, as if merging with the night. He looked down at Kuina, his gaze calm like the deep sea, but the next moment, the corners of his lips lifted slightly. Good. That smile hit a kind of heart-stopping expectation. Prove it to me. Kuina gritted her teeth. How do I prove it? Roy's fingertips lightly traced the night sky, pointing towards the dense black bamboo forest on the back mountain. Before sunrise tomorrow, use your wooden sword to cut down 10 bamboos there. Nami gasped in shock. Each bamboo was as thick as a bowl. But Kuina instantly tightened her grip on the wooden sword, her eyes flashing with fire. I understand. Wait. Gung Shiro finally came back to his senses, rushing to the corridor, his wide sleeves stained with tea. Kuina, you can't. Father. The girl turned back at the edge of the bamboo forest, the moonlight illuminating her resolute profile, the night wind scattering her ponytail. You once taught me that the sword is an extension of the heart, but now you want to deny my heart? Gung Shiro stood frozen as if struck by lightning, his lips trembling slightly, but he couldn't utter a word. The moonlight was like water, cascading over the bamboo forest. When the first ray of dawn pierced the horizon, Gung Shiro walked slowly into the bamboo forest, standing among the scattered bamboos, looking at his daughter kneeling in a pool of blood. Broken bamboos lay in disarray on the ground, each cut as neat as a mirror. And in the center of the bamboo forest, Kuina's hands were torn and bloodied, the wooden sword already broken. She knelt in the pool of blood, trembling slightly, her lips cracked yet still pulling into a victorious smile. I did it. Gung Shiro trembled as he took off his glasses. The morning light shone on his face, etching that moment of daze particularly deep. In his daze, he seemed to see that same stubborn woman from years ago. His wife lay on the sickbed, pale, yet tightly gripping his hand, her voice weak but resolute. Let this child choose for herself. At that time, he only smiled bitterly in response, secretly vowing to shield his daughter from all storms. But now, the bamboo forest before him, the blood-stained white garment, that pair of persistent yet almost stubborn eyes, were so reminiscent of those eyes from years ago. Zoro can go with you guys. He suddenly spoke, his voice light as if afraid to disturb the morning dew. But Kuina. His gaze fell on his daughter's hand gripping the half-broken wooden sword, the handle polished smooth from years of practice. Her swordsmanship should not end only in the dojo. Roy appeared behind him at some point, tossing a blood-stained bamboo leaf, the blood spreading in the morning light, resembling a mark of destiny. Her swordsmanship, Roy's voice was cool and firm, should be in a broader world. Father. Kuina stubbornly bit her lip, using the broken sword to support herself. As she stood up, bloodstains blooming like crimson plum blossoms on her white garment. Rather than dying in an unrecognized corner, her voice, word by word, shouted out a long-buried vow I would rather see with my own eyes. She raised the half-broken wooden sword, pointing to the sky. her bright eyes reflecting the dawn's light, as if she wanted to cut down the stars. Become a female swordsman who can sever fate. The wind suddenly rose, and bamboo leaves flew in the air like snow. Geng Shiro looked at his daughter, the pain and pride in his eyes intertwining. He wiped his glasses with a bitter smile. "Major Roy, can you really guarantee she won't?" The teapot shards dug deeply into his palm, blood flowing down his fingers. Roy's voice echoed like morning mist. "Mr. Geng Shiro, how much time do they have left for you?" The surrounding children showed puzzled expressions simultaneously. His words were like a sharp sword, piercing the deeply buried secret within. Geng Shiro's figure trembled violently, his gaze momentarily drifting, and finally, his voice was hoarse to the point of distortion. 1 month. That voice seemed to be forced out from deep within his lungs, each word accompanied by intense pain. Roy's gaze slightly sharpened, then he slowly turned, the navy cape rustling in the morning wind. "That's enough. Help me keep an eye on these 2 kids." As he spoke, his footsteps reached the front of the dojo, stopping where the first ray of golden sunlight fell. The morning light bathed his profile in a gentle golden glow, illuminating those resolute and fearless eyes. "I will prove it to you." He smiled slightly. That smile contained unshakable confidence and determination. "I have the strength to rewrite this decaying fate." The wind began to rise, like distant waves coming forth. Kuina tightly gripped the half-broken wooden sword, watching the figure destined to change everything, her eyes flashing with an indescribable light. Chapter 28. Prelude to the storm above the clouds of the East Sea. The wind howled like blades, sweeping past the ears. Roy's figure flickered in continuous teleportation, each appearance tearing a pale blue afterimage in the air, as if slicing through the sky. Was Kuina's a sacrifice merely to stimulate Zoro's swordsmanship awareness, serving as nourishment for the so-called followers of Joy Boy? His voice was low, seemingly coming from the depths of the sea of clouds, carrying a hint of sarcasm and helplessness. His gaze pierced through layers of fog, as if able to see the threads of fate, witnessing those already woven trajectories. And now, Luffy had been taken away from the East Sea, far from the stage that fate had prepared for him. The fierce wind swept through the clouds, tearing at the hem of his garment, raising the rustling battle robe. Roy's pupils slightly constricted, a deep light flashing in his eyes. But that man is not someone who would stop his steps because of this. At the Navy headquarters, in Sengoku's office, the sun shone brightly outside the window, but the room was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Karp was lounging with his legs crossed, sitting leisurely on the sofa, holding a large bag of senbei, crunching loudly, crumbs scattered all over the table. Sengoku's forehead pulsed with veins, nearly breaking the steel pen in his hand. He struggled to control his emotions, continuing to review the mountain of documents. Finally, BAM, a booger precisely landed on Sengoku's document. "Karp!" Sengoku suddenly slammed the table, his roar shaking the windows. "If you have nothing to do, get out and go on a mission." Karp lazily scratched his ear, laughing nonchalantly. "Gotta give opportunities to the younger generation." Sengoku was so angry his teeth were itching, just about to continue shouting when the telephone bug on the table suddenly buzzed. Sengoku took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, and picked up the telephone bug. "This is Sengoku." The telephone bug transformed into Roy's image, but the projection flickered occasionally, clearly indicating he was moving at high speed. "Admiral Sengoku, I need to report something to you." Roy's voice came through intermittently, carrying a familiar sense of ease. Sengoku frowned slightly. "What is it? Aren't you in the East Sea right now?" "Yes." Roy's voice remained cheerful. "I have my eyes on 2 super talented kendo practitioners here, but there might be a bit of a conflict with someone." Sengoku was slightly taken aback. Was there someone in the East Blue that Roy needed to report about? As soon as he thought this, a flash of inspiration hit him, his pupils suddenly constricting, and he stood up abruptly, his voice rising. "You're not talking about Shanks, are you?" Karp, who had been lounging around, instantly straightened up, his eyes sharp, with sunbays scattered all over the floor. On the transponder snail, Roy's image shook slightly, a smile on his face. "Yes, there might be a fight with red-haired Shanks, but don't worry, even if I can't win, I can run fast." Karp snatched the transponder snail from him, urgently saying, "Do you want me to come over?" Roy's voice on the other end of the transponder snail chuckled. No need. By the time you get here, it'll all be over. Sengoku's expression turned serious, and after a moment of contemplation, he finally sighed. If possible, try not to fight too fiercely. Peace in the East Blue is hard to come by. Understood. Roy's voice was crisp and clear. After hanging up the transponder snail, the office fell into a brief silence. Karp then threw his head back and laughed heartily. That little brat has some guts. Sengoku rubbed his temples, sighing helplessly. I hope it doesn't cause too much of stir. Karp suddenly scratched his head, his eyes flickering slightly. But that guy Shanks is also a former Rogers crew member. If they really cross paths, it won't be simple. Hearing this, Sengoku's brow tightened further as he gazed deeply out at the horizon. Under the dim light, heavy documents were piled up on the desk, with the topmost one marked with a red file, labeled Highest Alert. Sengoku's fingers slowly traced the gilded letters on the parchment. Captain of the Red-Haired Pirates, Shanks. Bounty, 849 million berries. In 1509, Shanks had just ventured into the New World, but was already known as a formidable pirate. The specific bounty was not available and was set privately. Origin, former trainee crew member of the Roger Pirates. Danger level, Karp stood by the window, unusually not eating senbei, but instead he crossed his arms and stared at the star map of the East Blue. His voice was low and grave. That kid from Roger's crew is now raising his own flag. Sengoku adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. In just a few short years, he has gone from being a nobody to a force that can shake the New World. His crew. The file turned, revealing further information. First Mate Ben Beckman, a genius whose IQ surpasses that of the Navy's strategic department. Sniper Jesus Burgess, a legendary marksman with perfect accuracy. Fighter Lockie Liu, a monster using super-speed martial arts with his hefty physique. Karp suddenly scoffed. This configuration is almost like a deliberate replica of Roger's pirates back in the day. Sengoku heavily circled the words Roger's crew with his pen. The most troublesome part is Shanks himself. He pulled up another battle report. Great route encounter. Description: Shanks did not draw his sword, merely releasing his conqueror's haki, causing 300 elite Navy soldiers to faint instantly. Karp's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. Conqueror's haki. Just like Roger, the qualities of a king. Sengoku closed the file, his voice as firm as iron. The Navy Scientific Department analyzed that his haki purity rivals that of Whitebeard at his peak. If left unchecked, he didn't finish, but Karp understood the implication. Another seed of a pirate king is sprouting. Outside the window, a torrential rain suddenly poured down, as if foreshadowing the coming storm in the East Blue. The rain hammered against the windows, and the office fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, Karp broke into a grin, his rough laughter shattering the heavy atmosphere. Speaking of which, that kid was at the training ground a year ago. Sengoku's eyes flashed behind his glasses, his tense shoulders unconsciously relaxing. He absent-mindedly rubbed his pen. Indeed, that child's control over power has clearly surpassed the criteria for a candidate admiral. Ever since Roy took down 7 supernova crews in succession, the Gorosei's attitude towards the Navy had noticeably warmed up. Karp laughed heartily, propping his feet on the desk. Not to mention his freakish fruit development level, and he might not be unable to have a run-in with red-haired. Sengoku clearly knew what Karp was referring to. The office curtains fluttered without wind, and the justice cloak behind Sengoku billowed slightly. He suddenly slammed Shanks' file shut. Transponder officer. A messenger wearing a transponder snail helmet immediately pushed the door open. In my name, add an order. Allow Rear Admiral Roy to take all necessary measures in the East Blue. If a conflict arises with the red-haired pirates. Sengoku's eyes flashed with sharpness. Do not hold back. Karp whistled loudly, shaking off sunbae crumbs onto the document Sengoku had just reviewed. Now that's more like it. A new era should be played with a new strategy. After the messenger hurriedly left, Sengoku looked out at the storm. Once upon a time, who insisted on steady justice, would never have issued such an order. Since Roy's emergence, many things had already changed. In the rain curtain, the lighthouse of Marineford suddenly shone brightly, projecting the 2 giant characters' navy onto the clouds. This beam of light piercing through the rain was just like the Navy's current bold stance. At this moment in the East Blue, Windmill Village, and Makino's Tavern, As night fell, under the dim yellow lights, the wooden tavern was bustling with activity. Cheers! Members of the red-haired pirates clinked cups and laughed loudly. The wooden table filled with gnawed meat bones and half-empty wine jars. Hey, Lucky, I saw that piece of meat first. Ha ha ha. Jesus Borges. Have you thought about your son lately? What nonsense. My son can't compare to the thrill of adventure. Ha ha ha. The noise was deafening, the air filled with the scent of malt liquor and the sweat of pirates. However, Shanks sat alone at the bar, his fingertips lightly brushing against an empty glass that had been empty for quite some time, his brow slightly furrowed. His gaze passed through the lively crowd and landed on a corner of the tavern, an empty spot where only a small, dust-covered wooden stool stood alone. Beckman walked over, cigarette in mouth, his silver lighter flipping between his fingers, sparks flickering occasionally. What's wrong? You've been uneasy since we docked. Shanks' gaze remained fixed on that wooden stool as he said softly, I just feel like someone is missing here. Beckman raised an eyebrow. Missing who? Shanks' fingers unconsciously tapped the rim of the glass, the crisp sound seeming to resonate in his heart. It's like the person who should be here is now gone. Beckman rarely fell silent, taking a long moment to exhale a puff of smoke. You rarely show this kind of expression. Shanks chuckled lightly, then shook his head. Maybe it's just an illusion. Outside the window, the afterglow of the sunset spilled over the coastline, and a small orange figure sat alone on the rocks, letting the waves crash against her ankles while the sea breeze tousled her pink hair. Yuta hugged her knees, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon, a hint of loneliness at the corners of her lips. How strange. She pressed her hand against her chest, feeling an inexplicable emptiness there. Everyone is here, but why does it feel like someone very important is missing? Laughter and clinking glasses echoed from the tavern in the distance. Yuta turned to look, a complex light flashing in her eyes. She seemed to see that boy with the straw hat, laughing exuberantly, singing and joking with her. But now, that smile seemed to have been blown away by the wind, leaving nothing to grasp. Yuta, time to come back for dinner. Jesus Burgess waved from afar, his voice carried by the sea breeze. Yuta slowly stood up, her skirt fluttering in the wind. She glanced back at the empty beach, softly murmuring to herself, what is it really for? Chapter 29. The impetuous goddess compensation, Windmill Village, the beach in the morning. The morning light spilled onto the golden beach. A gentle breeze brushed by, and the waves softly lapped at the fine sand, with Yuta's cheerful laughter resonating in the air. The red-haired pirates sat around the campfire, enjoying this long-awaited tranquility and leisure. Jesus Burgess closed one eye, relaxed in demeanor, skillfully fiddling with his musket, while his Kinbunchika haki quietly spread out like a spider's web, alertly sensing the surroundings. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply. On the beach, a tall figure appeared silently. It was a man 3 meters tall, his snow-white Navy admiral cloak fluttering in the morning wind, exuding an imposing and cold demeanor that was hard to look at directly. The Navy. Jesus Burgess suddenly drew his gun, but that aura instantly froze him in place. Shanks almost instinctively stood in front of Yuta, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his hawk-like gaze locking onto that figure. Roy, this name, this aura, was the monstrous admiral of the New World, the legendary rising star who had swept away several major pirate crews single-handedly. Beckman dropped the cigarette from his mouth onto the sand, his hand already resting on the gun's grip, as the breathing of Lockie and the other crew members grew heavy. The air suddenly thickened, like the dead silence before a storm. Roy's gaze was like a blade, coldly sweeping over everyone, finally landing on Shanks. Shanks, can we talk? His voice was low. It seemed to carry an irresistible pressure, like a war drum striking the nerves. Jesus Burgess's eyes turned cold, and he blurted out, Who do you think you are? You dare to talk to our captain? Before he could finish, a loud bang shattered everyone's eardrums. Jesus Burgess's figure flew out over 100 meters at a speed untraceable to the naked eye, crashing into the sea with a thunderous splash, sending waves soaring dozens of meters high. What? The entire red-haired pirates were taken aback. Jesus Burgess, what has happened? Didn't he even move? Shanks's eyes turned completely cold. Roy, what do you mean by this? Roy casually glanced at the sea, just making him quiet. Boom! In an instant, a wave of overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted from Shanks's body, as if a tempest swept through the skies, and the entire sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds. The invisible aura roared like a giant beast, extinguishing the campfire on the beach, cracking the ground, sending sand and stones flying, and even causing the waves to roll back. The sky seemed to tremble. However, in the next moment, a pressure that seemed to rise from the deep sea suddenly erupted, and Roy's conqueror's haki surged like a tide, pushing back against Shanks's momentum without yielding. The two conquerors' haki clashed violently in mid-air, the air seemingly twisted and torn apart. As the waves exploded into a massive water wall, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling above the sea, the heavens shaking. Crack! At the moment when the two forces collided, the surrounding air shattered like glass, black cracks flashing through the void. Ugh! The weaker members of the red-haired pirates were instantly forced to their knees, drenched in cold sweat, unable to lift their heads. This guy can actually contend with the captain's conqueror's haki head-on. Beckman's gaze sharpened, stepping forward half a step, and a stabilizing aura suddenly radiated from him, firmly protecting Yuta behind him. He slightly turned his head, confirming that the girl was unharmed. Before looking forward again, looks like we've encountered an interesting character this time. Shanks's pupils constricted sharply, a rare seriousness flashing in his eyes. Roy, you actually... Roy's expression was cold, his eyes like the deep sea, exuding a captivating power. Now, can we have a proper talk? As for why Roy was so confident in seeking trouble with Shanks, the timeline goes back to a year ago, on the night of Roy's 18th birthday. Roy had a strange dream. In the dream, there was a pure white space with soft, fluffy clouds underfoot and colorful light points floating around. He frowned, thinking he might have trained too hard and was hallucinating. Hey, wake up! Don't daze off! Suddenly, a large face zoomed in front of him. With messy blue hair sticking up and wide, watery eyes filled with urgency. Who are you? Who am I? The other party stared wide-eyed, incredulous. You actually forgot the great Aquasama. I am the goddess of luck and wisdom. It was I who sent you to this world. Roy looked at her expressionlessly, taking in her messy white robe, crooked headpiece, and a half-drunk juice bottle in her hand. Hey, what kind of look is that? The messy, foolish goddess stomped her foot angrily. I'm very busy. If it weren't for the system acting up, I wouldn't have come to find you. System? Roy frowned. Yes, the system for crossers. The messy, foolish goddess scratched her head in frustration. It was supposed to awaken for you when you turned 16. But that day, I drank a bit too much and accidentally deleted the installation package. Roy. And then, even worse, the messy, foolish goddess grabbed his shoulders with teary eyes, shaking him frantically. They're going to come check soon. If I get found out for messing this up, I'll lose my year-end bonus. Roy felt dizzy from her shaking, barely managing to hold her head down. So, the messy, foolish goddess's expression changed instantly, showing a radiant smile. Can you help me cover up a lie? Just say the system has loaded normally, but you just didn't notice? Roy, seeing him silent, the messy, foolish goddess immediately put on a pitiful expression. I beg you. I promise to compensate you. Roy sighed. What compensation? The messy, foolish goddess proudly placed her hands on her hips. Then I'll reluctantly help you patch it up. With a casual wave, a giant wheel appeared in the air, densely covered with various abilities. We'll randomly draw 2 rewards. Consider it compensation. The wheel spun wildly, finally stopping. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained Conqueror's Haki, can grow with spirit. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained a special body, can consume 2 devil fruits. Aqua. Roy. The air suddenly went silent. The messy, foolish goddess stared at the wheel, her mouth twitching. How could it be these 2? Roy. Isn't this great? Great my foot. The messy, foolish goddess went crazy. Conqueror's Haki is fine. But what the hell is a special body? How could abilities of this level be drawn out? My performance is going to be ruined. Roy silently watched her go mad, thinking this goddess was indeed unreliable. No. The messy, foolish goddess suddenly leaned in, her face serious. Listen, these 2 abilities are way too over the top. You absolutely cannot use them casually. especially the double fruit ability. If the world government finds out, you'll definitely be taken for research. Roy, So, the foolish goddess revealed a sly smile. I'll pretend I didn't TC it. And you don't go around showing off, got it? Roy, all right. The matter is settled. The foolish goddess clapped her hands, looking relaxed. Thank you for your cooperation. Bye. Wait, I haven't T-bang. Before Roy could finish, the messy goddess kicked him out of the dream. The next day, in the Navy headquarters training ground. Little brat, you have to feel my love today, too. Garp laughed heartily as he charged forward with a fist. Roy had just woken up, still a bit dazed. And when he looked up, he saw a fist the size of a sandbag coming straight at him. Buzz! In an instant, a terrifying pressure erupted from his body. The air trembled, and the ground cracked. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr. The entire training ground's Navy froze instantly. With the weaker ones rolling their eyes and fainting, Garp came to a screeching halt, his eyes wide. Conqueror's Haki. In the office, the documents in Zhongguo's hands fell to the ground with a thud, and the pupils behind his glasses contracted sharply. The third Conqueror's Haki in the Navy. Zephyr was so shocked that he couldn't speak. How did this kid wake up with Conqueror's Haki? Roy was stunned as well, looking down at his hands. So it wasn't a dream? Karp suddenly burst into laughter, wrapping his arms around his neck. Good kid, you hit it well. Roy replied, No, actually I just found out myself. A glint flashed in Zephyr's eyes. Roy, from today on, your training plan is doubled. Roy, idiot goddess just like that. The youngest conqueror in Navy history is born. Chapter 30. Young red-haired on the beach of Windmill Village. The residual power of the conqueror's Haki still trembled in the air. Roy slowly retracted his aura, his cloak falling, his gaze remaining calm. Shanks stared at him, his brows slightly furrowed. The actions of this Navy rear admiral were completely illogical. I just don't want to fight you in Windmill Village, Roy said lightly, his eyes sweeping over the terrified villagers in the distance, and Yuta tightly clutching Shanks's cloak. Follow me to a nearby deserted island. Before his words fell, his figure suddenly disappeared, as if he had never existed. Swish! After the Navy left, Lakiru jumped into the sea without a word, quickly retrieving the Jesus Burgess who had been knocked away by a punch. Beckman stepped forward quickly, lowering his voice. Are we really going? This guy's not right. Shanks smiled slightly, but his eyes flickered with dangerous light. They've already bullied us to our face. Not going is not my style. Yuta tightly held onto his cloak, her small face filled with worry. Shanks turned back, rubbed her head, and smiled gently. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. The next moment, his figure exploded forth, the residual power of the conqueror's Haki erupting beneath him. And he shot toward the direction where Roy's aura had dissipated like a cannonball. Several nautical miles away, on a deserted island, Roy stood at the edge of a cliff, the sea breeze lifting his cloak, making it rustle. Swish! A crimson figure seemed to tear through space. Accompanied by the roar of the conqueror's Haki, Shanks's figure landed fiercely. Boom! The rocks beneath him instantly cracked, the air surged, and debris flew. Shanks's left hand was already resting on the hilt of Griffin, a sharp aura pressing down like a blade, his whole body surrounded by red and black lightning of Haki. What do you Navy want to do? His voice was deep enough to crush the air, his gaze like an eagle, locking onto Roy's figure. Roy turned his back to him, his cloak billowing in the sea breeze, slowly turning around as a trace of battle intent flashed in his pitch-black eyes, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. The so-called lights. Swish! Before he finished speaking, Shanks had already drawn his sword, the blade wrapped in crimson conqueror's Haki, slashing down like a thunder that could tear the heavens apart. What do you really know? The ground instantly shattered, a massive shockwave pulverizing the surrounding rock walls into powder. Yet, Roy's figure vanished into a shadow the moment the slash approached, and the next second, a fist wrapped in dark-armed Haki thundered from the void. Bang! Shanks hurriedly turned and blocked with his sword, but the power of that punch passed through the blade, causing his feet to sink into the rock, the ground beneath him exploding into spiderweb-like cracks, shaking the entire deserted island. This power is just like that, guys. Shanks's eyes narrowed, veins popping on his forehead, Griffin vibrating with a low hum. Roy slowly retracted his fist, the dark hockey swirling around him like a tide. Black and red lightning splitting the night sky. I don't want to care about your little tricks. Roy stood with his fist retracted, the red and black lightning of Conqueror's hockey flickering around him. I'm just here to warn you. I want those two little swordsmen from Frost Moon Dojo. You better choose someone else. Shanks's pupils contracted sharply, a storm brewing in his heart. This Navy not only knew about the Light's plan, but also accurately locked onto the targets in Frost Moon Village. The Navy's intelligence capabilities are more terrifying than imagined. He tightened his grip on Griffin, suddenly grinning. Looks like I can't let you leave alive. Swish! Before his words fell, Shanks stepped forward, the rocks beneath him crumbling inch by inch, and the Conqueror's hockey erupted like a volcano, the crimson sword energy instantly splitting the night sky apart. Roy's eyes turned cold, tearing off his white cloak and tossing it aside, his fists wrapping around a deeper-armed hockey. Just 2 sentences is indeed not enough. He slightly bent his knees, and the rocks beneath him suddenly disintegrated. Boom! The two powers of Conqueror's hockey collided violently, the night sky seeming to tear apart. The sea waves rising to 100-meter giant waves, the deserted island shaking violently, the entire sea area falling into dead silence. Shanks was the first to strike. Griffin sweeping horizontally, God's avoidance. The slash came like a roaring crimson dragon, and the air instantly lifted large rocks. But Roy's figure flashed, instantly teleporting into the air. Only a fool would clash head-on with God's avoidance. His fist, infused with Conqueror's hockey, fell like a meteor fist. Ding! The sword and fist collided violently. A massive shockwave exploding from the two of them, shaking the night sky, and the sea surging into towering waves. Shanks felt an irresistible force pressing down from the blade, his tiger's mouth instantly cracking, blood splattering. This power, Garp's technique. Roy did not respond, his figure flickering again. This time, he appeared at 3 different angles, simultaneously punching. Instant el punch. Shanks's observation hockey went into overdrive, Griffin dancing into a curtain of swords, but still, a heavy punch grazed his cheek, blood splattering. Bastard. Shanks's steps deepened, his observation hockey suddenly expanding, instantly predicting Roy's killing intent. Whoosh! Shanks's figure flickered, the blade sweeping like lightning toward the left empty space. Poochie! Bloodlight flashed, and Roy's shoulder was cut open by the sword energy, leaving a hideous scar. He retreated in shock. It was the first time someone had been able to hurt him. Observation kill? Shanks shook the blood off his sword. Your speed is fast, but the killing intent in your strikes cannot be hidden. Roy's figure paused slightly, blood trickling down his arm. But in an instant, he closed in again, his pitch-black fist wrapped in Conqueror's hockey and armed hockey. Then how about this move? Hockey burst. Boom! This punch seemed to fall like a star, the air distorting and collapsing, the ground of the entire island exploding inch by inch, mountains collapsing, and the sea waves rolling back into the night sky. Shanks suddenly blocked sideways, his body surrounded by red and black lightning, exploding wildly. Bang! The momentum of the two completely tore apart the entire deserted island. The pitch-black and crimson Conqueror's hockey intertwined in the night sky, resembling a battle between gods and demons. Rocks shattered, the heavens and earth changed color, violent winds arose, and monstrous waves surged. Blood trickled from the corner of Shanks's mouth, but he still grinned. Interesting. The two figures clashed fiercely again amid the ruins. On the beach, Beckman frowned, pressing his fingertips against his temple. His expression grave. The observation hockey is being disturbed by the aura. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at the sky torn apart by red and black lightning in the distance. Yuta tightly clutched the music box in her arms, her knuckles turning white, her small face pale as though devoid of blood. Shanks, before she could finish, the sea suddenly surged with monstrous waves, and a figure broke through the waves. Splash! The crew, carrying the soaked and unconscious Jesus Burgess, leaped ashore, gritting his teeth and gasping for breath. What kind of monster is that guy? We couldn't even see clearly in just a few seconds. Jesus Burgess coughed up seawater and woke up, his face pale, his voice trembling. His movements are completely impossible to track. He trembled as he gestured, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. Lakiru looked toward the distant, deserted island, where the red and black lightning still rampaged through the sky, and the waves crashed against the reefs like mad, producing deafening roars. In the center of the island, Shank's red hair was disheveled, his clothes torn, and the blade of the griffin knife in his hand still bore the bloodstains left by Roy. Roy's Navy uniform was equally tattered, his shoulders and arms stained with blood, and his breathing was rapid like a broken bellows. The two faced each other across a 100-meter-deep pit, the dust raised by the night wind drifting like ghosts between them. The Navy youth Shanks struggled to lift his head, the blade still shimmering with red-black lightning. His gaze filled with disbelief. How can someone with your strength only be a rear admiral? Roy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes calm as an abyss. Rank doesn't matter. Shanks was taken aback, his grip on the hilt trembling slightly. Roy slowly turned and began to walk towards the sea. I've delivered today's warning. A complex emotion flickered in Shank's eyes, his observation haki keenly capturing the barely perceptible pity in Roy. Do you think you can stop the fire? Shank's voice was low and cold, laced with killing intent. However, Roy's figure began to blur, as if scattering with the wind. I don't care. Accompanied by the last ripple of his teleportation, his voice seemed to dissipate in the wind like a wisp of a ghost. Don't set your sights on Frostmoon Village. Shank's pupils constricted, and he suddenly looked up, but the island was already empty. Only the collapsed cliff bore witness to this thrilling confrontation. He froze for a moment, then slowly sheathed his knife, a hint of a relieved smile appearing on his face. The captain's talk of a new era is getting more and more interesting. Amid laughter, the setting sun sank in the west, casting a bloody glow on the sea surface. In the distance on the horizon, a snow-white seagull soared high, its chest-mounted recording crystal glimmering slightly, etching the aftermath of this battle into history. Years later, when people see this scene in the dust of history, they can only exclaim endlessly, this is truly the prelude to the new era. Chapter 31. Gung Shiro's determination the next day. The front page of the World News Flash prominently featured. Navy's 19-year-old star takes on red-haired Shanks. Intense battle ends in stalemate. Subtitle. The 19-year-old Navy Rear Admiral Roy clashes with a New World monster red-haired pirate crew. The entire isolated island was almost completely destroyed by Conqueror's haki. The whole world was in an uproar. In a tavern in the New World, pirates sat around the bar, passing the newspaper among the crowd, with images depicting the island's destruction and the clash of Roy and Shanks Conqueror's haki red-black lightning. Is this for real? Shanks was actually stopped by a Navy rookie. I heard that the island collapsed halfway. Is the Navy crazy? Are they going to produce another Karp? He's only 19. That Roy is only 19. The atmosphere instantly exploded. In the Marine headquarters in Sengoku's office, the phone bug projection flickered with battle footage from EC. Roy's teleportation residuals flickered around Shanks like meteors cutting through the night sky. Conqueror's haki-wrapped fists violently clashed with the renowned sword Griffin, sparks flying. The entire island collapsed under the clash of the two Conqueror's haki, like a doomsday judgment. Akainu puffed on his cigar, exhaling flames. Since we're going to strike, we should completely annihilate them, but we did show the Navy's might. Kizaru, with his legs crossed, laughed lazily. The young people nowadays are so bold, daring to provoke a pirate with a bounty close to $1 billion just after graduating. Kazan squinted lazily, resting his arms. It's right to reserve strength. If Red-Haired brings his whole crew to fight, that would be a huge problem. Sengoku sat in the main seat, surprisingly not angry. What does this kid Roy want to do? Bang! Karp suddenly smashed the table with a fist, trembling with excitement. Ha ha! This kid's fist-bone meteor is even more brutal than the islands I smashed back in the day. Zifa pushed up his sunglasses, sneering. Heck, Karp, besides teaching him that sunbae should be paired with tea, what else have you taught him? Karp snorted. Nonsense. Roy's fist-bone meteor is my personal instruction. Your rigid 6 powers training almost ruined him. Zifa immediately slammed the table. Nonsense. His armament haki hardening skills were trained by me. Cargrindo? What about his Conqueror's haki? Can you teach that? Zifa's forehead bulged with veins. Isn't that because you old bastard keep taking him to fight in the new world? The two argued closer and closer, their faces almost touching. Karp suddenly reached out. Since you can't accept it, let's settle this like men. Zifa sneered. Just as I like it. The next second, poof. Karp's index finger suddenly jabbed into Zifa's nostril. Zifa, not to be outdone, also jabbed his finger into Karp's nostril. The two locked noses, glaring at each other. Akainu covered his forehead, his cigar dropping to the ground. Kizuru. Is this what they call the legendary Navy? Kazan just lay back on the sofa. I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up when it's over. Sengoku's forehead bulged with veins, his fist cracking. You two, cut it out. Just as Sengoku was about to explode, swish. Vice Admiral Tsuru calmly walked over, grabbing the two by the scruff of their necks. If you want to fight, take it outside, don't dirty the office. Zifa struggled slightly. Tsuru, let me go. I have to teach this old bastard a lesson today. Karp, still jabbing Zifa's nostril. Ha. Old man, your nose is quite elastic. Sengoku finally exploded with a roar. You too. In the end, amidst Sengoku's furious roar, the three admirals' speechlessness, and Tsuru's helpless sigh, this farce came to an end. In East Sea Windmill Village, Shanks pressed on his tiger mouth that had cracked from armament hockey, gazing in the direction where Roy had disappeared, his expression deep. At just 19 years old, he possesses such strength. The sea breeze brushed through his red hair, the tips swaying slightly, and the smile in his eyes carried a hint of complex emotion. He turned and looked towards Beckman, not far away. Beckman lit a cigarette. Exhaling a long puff of smoke, his pupils slightly narrowed. That guy's teleportation range is at least 20 nautical miles. Observation hockey can't stop him. Shanks gently patted the hilt of his sword, murmuring, "This guy's also a monster of the new era." Captain Jesus Burgess rushed over with a sniper rifle. Looking nervous, "I just received news that the Whitebeard pirate crew has appeared near our territory." As soon as the words were spoken, the members of the red-haired pirate crew's expressions turned serious, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Shanks narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them, then broke into a grin. The Whitebeard pirate crew. It seems that trouble never ends. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire crew instantly readied for action. Everyone, return to the new world on orders. Yes. The members of the red-haired pirate crew responded in unison, quickly and efficiently packing their things and heading towards the ships. Only Shanks remained standing by the sea, the waves crashing against the rocks beneath his feet. He gazed at the once peaceful little village, and in the breeze, the sound of the windmill turning felt particularly lonely. Frostmoon Village. Shanks' gaze was deep, his brow slightly furrowed. Since that guy has set his sights on it, it seems the plan needs to change. Remembering Roy's elusive teleportation ability, his expression gradually darkened. This ability is not easy to deal with. At the Frostmoon Village dojo, the afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto the wooden floor of the dojo, casting a warm yet slightly solemn atmosphere. The air was filled with a faint herbal scent, and the wooden swords used for practice hung on the wall, swaying slightly in the wind. Wow, Roy, you're covered in blood. Little Nami was scared, tears streaming down her face, her small hands tightly gripping Roy's cloak, as if afraid he would collapse at any moment. Luffy was even more flustered, waving his arms. "Doctor! Hurry, call a doctor!" Roy chuckled, rubbing the heads of the two little ones. "Don't panic, it's just minor injuries." As he spoke, he lifted the hem of his uniform, revealing a scabbed wound, saying, "Look, it's almost healed." Nami sniffled, reached out, and poked at the scar. After confirming that it was really fine, she broke into a smile. "You trickster." Luffy instantly forgot his nervousness and leaned in with wide eyes. "That's amazing. How'd you do that?" Roy chuckled lightly and slightly turned to the side. "I forgot to show you this." Before he finished speaking, his figure instantly blurred and disappeared from where he stood. The next second, he had changed into a brand new Navy uniform, the white cape fluttering in the afterglow. Wow. The two kids' eyes widened with excitement, their faces flushed. The sound of wooden clogs echoed from the other end of the corridor. Gung Siro came slowly with Zoro and Kuina, tightly clutching the morning paper, its corners crumpled. On the front page of the morning paper, a striking battle photo came into view. Major Roy and red-haired Shanks clashing with their conqueror's hockey, the entire island shattering in the battle. Mr. Roy. Gung Zero adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the orange afterglow, obscuring the uncertainty in his eyes. This morning's news is truly impressive. Zoro's gaze was fixated on the obvious sword scar on Roy's waist, his 3 bamboo swords creaking in his grip. Kuina bit her lip. Her father's rare loss of composure made her realize that this seemingly gentle Navy youth was likely scarier than any pirate. Gung Zero's gaze fell on the 2 exceptionally talented disciples, and a thought flashed through his mind. At 19, being able to face the monstrous pirate crews of the New World, perhaps he really can change something. Mr. Gung Zero. Roy suddenly became serious and performed a standard Navy salute. I have come to formally make a request. Please allow Kuina and Zoro to participate in the Navy elite training camp. Zoro's bamboo sword clattered to the ground, and Kuina suddenly looked up, her shock difficult to express. Nami and Luffy blinked in confusion, but they saw the usually composed Gung Zero's fingers trembling slightly. Of course, they need to complete their basic training first. Roy's voice was gentle yet firm as he cast a piercing glance over the 2 young swordsmen. After all, at this point, he took a step and his figure rushed like a gust of wind to the courtyard under the century-old cherry tree. He gently pressed against the trunk, his fingertips flashing with armament hockey. Whoosh! The petals of the entire cherry tree cascaded down like a waterfall, filling the sky with pink blossoms that looked dreamlike in the sunset. Amid this flower rain, Roy's voice rang out clearly. If you want to cut off your fate, relying solely on the wooden sword of the dojo is not enough. Kuina's pupils suddenly constricted. Those words were clearly what her father had said to her just last night. Gung Zero was stunned in place, the tightly clutched morning paper trembling slightly in the wind. The newspaper boldly read, "Red-haired pirates clash of conquerors hockey and other words." He took a deep breath, an unprecedented determination flashing in his eyes, and with cherry blossoms swirling around, he deeply bowed. "Then I'll leave it to you." In the distance, Nami excitedly screamed at the flying cherry blossoms, and Luffy shouted about wanting to learn teleportation, while Zoro had already picked up his bamboo sword, his expression serious. Roy looked at them, a slight smile on his lips. From today on, your world will no longer be just a corner of the East Sea. Chapter 32 Return to East Sea, Frost Moon Village. Frost Moon Dojo. The setting sun gilded the wooden eaves of the dojo with a layer of golden red, and the gentle breeze stirred the cherry blossom petals, scattering them on the bluestone slabs, as if wrapping this parting time in a gentle veil. Roy stood at the entrance of the dojo, his white navy cape billowing in the wind. He looked at Gung Zero, his voice deep and firm. Kuina will no longer be targeted by fate, and Zoro will no longer have to bear any destiny. His gaze slowly swept over the 2 young swordsmen, warm yet encouraging. You just need to complete your basic training here at ease, and when you're truly ready, come and find me in the Navy. Kuina tightly gripped her wooden sword, her knuckles turning white, yet her eyes were sharp as a sword. I will definitely become the world's #1 swordswoman. Upon hearing this, Zoro immediately raised his head and glared at her with fighting spirit. What nonsense! I'm the one who will become the world's #1 swordsman. Their gazes fiercely collided in the air, sparks flying. But this time it was no longer mere competition. It carried a tacit understanding of mutual achievement. Gung Zero stood to the side, watching the determination in the eyes of his 2 disciples, a slight smile on his lips. A hint of moisture flashed in his eyes, but he merely raised his hand gently, as if to soothe his inner emotions. He looked at Roy and nodded deeply. I will teach them well. Roy nodded slightly, then turned, his gaze resting on Luffy and Nami. All right, it's time for us to go home. Oh, Luffy jumped up excitedly, waving vigorously at Zoro, shouting, green algae head, you have to come early to be my watt hand. Nami angrily punched Luffy on the head, instantly causing a big bump. Idiot, that's call day. Zoro stared at Luffy, who was seeing stars from the hit, his mouth twitching, but a sincere smile flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fist and muttered to himself, I will definitely go. Kuina looked at Zoro's spirited appearance and finally couldn't help but laugh softly, her eyes filled with trust and longing. In these past few days, the 4 of them had already forged a deep friendship through play, training, and arguments. Roy placed his hand on Luffy and Nami's shoulders, slightly turning. Looking back at the familiar eaves of Frost Moon Village, the breeze lifting his white cape like rolling waves. We're leaving. Whoosh! In an instant, 3 figures disappeared into the twilight glow, leaving behind a ground covered in fallen cherry blossom petals, quietly laid at the entrance of the dojo, reflecting the figures of Zoro, Zoro, and Kuina standing at the door. On the deck of the Navy warship outside Frost Moon Village as dusk deepened. The last rays of the setting sun sank below the horizon, and the searchlights on the warship lit up one after another, drawing a silver sailing route across the dark sea. Whoosh! As the space slightly distorted, Roy appeared in the center of the deck with Luffy and Nami. Stand at attention. The neatly lined-up sailors on the deck instantly straightened their backs, their salute more vigorous than usual. Their eyes burned with fervor as they followed Roy. The morning paper delivered by the birds was now being cherished by the soldiers in their arms. Navy Monster Major takes on red-haired Shanks in a one-on-one duel. Intense battle unresolved. The accompanying image beneath that headline, depicting their commander striking against the monstrous pirates of the New World with his conqueror's haki, still ignited the blood of these young sailors. Return to base, Marineford. Roy's voice wasn't loud, but it pierced through the night like a drawn sword. Yes, Major Roy. The response shook the seagulls perched on the mast into flight. The old sailor at the helm quietly wiped his eyes. It had been too long since the Navy had seen such an exhilarating new star since the end of the Roger era. At the ship's railing, Luffy leaned half of his body out, his arms waving like shadows, green algae head. Short hair girl. You must, idiot. I have a name. Nami delivered chop to his head, but also looked toward the gradually fading outline of Frost Moon Village. The moonlight edged her orange short hair with silver. Kuina. We promised, okay? The sea breeze carried the faint sound of bamboo, swords clashing from the dojo, seemingly responding to their farewell. At the bow, Roy's fingertips brushed over the scabbed wound on his left abdomen. The trajectory of fate, he murmured softly, suddenly sensing something and turning back. In the shadows of the deck, several young recruits were secretly gazing at him with admiration. When discovered, they panicked, almost dropping their military caps into the sea. Roy rarely smiled, casually tossing a few bags of sunbae he had snagged from Garp. Have a snack. Don't be too nervous. Thank you, sir. Amid cheers, the warship sliced through the waves. At the top of the mast, the naval flag fluttered in the wind, its surface reflecting the light of the rising moon. The word justice shining brighter than ever. On the coast of Frost Moon Village, Zoro paused, panting heavily after swinging his sword, sweat dripping from his green short hair. He gazed at the unseen warship, 3 bamboo, swords shimmering coldly in the moonlight. Just wait, Luffy. He turned to look towards the dojo, where Kuina was practicing her sword techniques, raising the sword above her head. I will definitely surpass everyone. Amid the sound of the waves, the crisp sound of 2 wooden swords clashing echoed far and wide. The trajectory of fate seemed to have begun to change. At the port of Marineford, morning, with the help of Roy's teleportation ability, he returned to the Navy headquarters from the East Blue in just 2 days. The morning fog had not yet dissipated, and the cries of seagulls mixed with the whistles of warships created a low symphony. Roy's warship slowly entered the port, and even before it came to a complete stop, the sailors on deck had already lined up neatly, their eyes fixed intensely on the dock. On the dock, 2 tall figures stood side by side. Hey, Zifa, did you see that? That kid didn't even wrinkle his cape. Karp exclaimed, hands on his hips, laughing heartily, crumbs of sunbae flying everywhere. He truly is my disciple. Zifa adjusted his sunglasses, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, scoffing, humph, that's clearly my teaching results. Just as he finished speaking, Roy on the deck felt the familiar presence and smirked. These 2 old men actually came to watch the fun? He quickly issued a series of commands to arrange the ship's affairs, and then turned to Luffy and Nami, saying, let us go. Swish! The space distorted slightly, and the 3 figures instantly appeared in the center of the dock. You little brat. Karp charged over, his fist cutting through the air and landing on Roy's head. How dare you challenge the red-haired pirates? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Roy covered his head, grinning despite the pain, but I came back in one piece, old man. A flicker of relief crossed Karp's eyes. but he then attempted to land another punch, only to be stopped by Zifa. Zifa stepped forward, his sharp gaze sweeping over Roy, and seeing him calm, nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You didn't disgrace the Navy. Of course. How could my disciple bring shame? Karp chimed in proudly. Bullshit. Zifa shot back, pointing at Karp's nose. The mastery of the 6 powers in hockey was all trained by me. Huh. Karp's eyes widened. The two grew increasingly heated, their noses nearly touching, spittle flying everywhere, and the scene almost spiraled out of control. Seeing this, Roy quickly grabbed both of their shoulders. Forcing a smile, wait a minute, you two old men, there's so many people at the port watching. Zifa coldly snorted, putting away his sunglasses, adjusting his jacket, and suddenly became serious. All right, Roy, Sengoku wants to see you. Karp pouted, lifted Luffy by the back of his collar, and picked up Nami. Come on, kids. Grandpa will take you to eat barbecue. Luffy excitedly kicked his feet, shouting, meat, meat. Nami looked at Roy with concern, and he nodded gently, signaling her to relax. In the Marine headquarters, Sengoku's office. In front of the wooden door, Roy took a deep breath and lightly knocked. Come in. Pushing the door open. Sengoku sat behind the desk, his gaze sharp as an eagle behind his glasses, holding a thick document, his brows tightly furrowed. Reporting, Admiral, Major Roy has arrived. Sengoku slowly set down the document and looked up at Roy, a hint of inscrutable emotion flashing in his eyes. Sit. Roy took a seat, his back straight. Red-haired Shanks. Sengoku got straight to the point, his voice low. What do you think of him? Roy frowned slightly and replied solemnly, very strong, but he paused, his gaze firm. He doesn't seem want to be an enemy of the Navy. Sengoku's eyes shifted slightly. Oh, he must have other motives. Sengoku's fingers lightly tapped on the table, and the office fell into a brief silence. After a moment, he suddenly changed the topic. Are you sure you want to train those 2 kids from Frostmoon Village? Roy's gaze was as steady as a rock. Yes. Even if the world government might oppose it? Roy's eyes were sharp as a knife. They're just children with immense potential. The Navy needs fresh blood like them. Sengoku stared at him, remaining silent for a long time. After a while, Sengoku slowly chuckled. Karp and Zifa were right, you indeed. Before he could finish, the office door was suddenly flung open. Sengoku, my disciple is not meant to be used for. Karp's loud voice halted abruptly as he saw Sengoku holding a thick stack of documents, precisely aimed at his face. Sengoku's forehead twitched, and Karp froze for a moment, awkwardly rubbing the back of his head and sticking out his tongue. Cough. Sengoku, don't be angry. Roy. After a brief silence, Sengoku sighed, adjusted his glasses, and turned his gaze to Roy. The current situation at sea is complex. You must proceed with caution. Roy, serious, with piercing eyes, replied, understood. Chapter 33. News of the Surgery Fruit Marine Headquarters Elite Training Camp. The morning sun shone on the sandy training ground, bringing a wave of heat. Sand grains flew through the air like a miniature golden storm. Bang! 9-year-old Ace's feet sank deep into the sand, his arms crossed in defense, his hockey-hardened skin shimmering with a metallic black glow. Yet even so, he was knocked back several meters by Roy's crisp straight punch, carving 2 deep trenches in the sand, obscured by the rising dust. Cough! Ace gritted his teeth, shaking his numb arms, his eyes stubborn as fire. Damn it. Again, the other trainees gasped. That kid is only 9 years old. Is he really human? That's the monster major, after all, though he didn't even use his devil fruit abilities. I heard Ace is Karp's grandson. Zifa, arms crossed, watched with sharp eyes from beneath his sunglasses. He glanced at the clipboard next to him, which clearly recorded continuous use of 6 powers combination techniques for 17 minutes. This data even made Smoker from back in the day feel inferior. Truly worthy of that person. A thought stirred in his heart, but he quickly extinguished the dangerous notion, his gaze coldly fixed on the arena. Now, he is a member of the Navy. In the center of the arena, Roy's aura was as steady as a mountain. Great progress, he said with a slight smile, though his tone remained neutral. But still early. Don't get too proud. Ace suddenly pushed off the ground, dust flying. Shave? In the next moment, his figure vanished. His fist wrapped in dark hockey, striking at Roy's back. Clang! The punch landed on Roy's back, producing a metallic clanging sound, causing Ace's arm to tingle slightly. What? A flicker of astonishment crossed Ace's eyes, and in the next second, Roy countered with a hand chop, lightly striking his head. Slap! Ace squatted down, clutching his head, white smoke rising from his black hair. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Roy calmly withdrew his hand, as if he had merely brushed off some dust from his shoulder. The trainees watched in wide-eyed disbelief. Major Roy didn't even bother to dodge. This is terrifying. After all, this is an hockey attack. Ace raised his head, a large bump on his forehead, but suddenly revealed a smile. Don't think this means you can win against me. He pressed his hands to the ground, his legs flipping in the air for a rapid strike. Storm kick barrage. Swish, 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 swish. Dozens of vacuum slashes shot out from the ground, sweeping across the arena like a storm. Roy raised an eyebrow, finally becoming more serious. He slightly swayed, moving with minimal effort through all the gaps in the slashes, not even grazing the hem of his clothing. Nice creativity. Just as the words left his mouth, Roy suddenly appeared right in front of Ace, gently tapping his fingertip on his forehead. But the opening is too big, kid. Ace sat down in the sandpit with a huff, angrily pounding the ground. It's unfair. You're only 10 years older than me. Roy chuckled and pulled him up. When you reach my age, you might be able to beat me. This statement ignited a spark in Ace's eyes. Just wait. By then, I'll make you submit. Suddenly, a crack echoed from the sidelines. The two turned to see Zephyr crushing the edge of a clipboard, his gaze dark as he stared at Roy. Roy, who gave you permission to arbitrarily increase the difficulty of the training? Roy immediately stood at attention. Sorry, instructor. But Ace excitedly jumped in front of Zephyr. Grandpa Zephyr, I want to learn the moonwalk tomorrow. I already said, in the training camp, you have to call me instructor. Zephyr's forehead twitched with veins, but the corners of his mouth secretly curled into a smile. He looked at Roy, a complex expression passing through his eyes. The two exchanged a glance and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. This kid might really surpass his father. Just then, bang. The training ground's door was violently slammed open. Luffy, wrapped in bandages and with a half-dead crocodile hanging from his neck, grinned widely. Ace, I beat the crocodile from the cafeteria. We're having a feast tonight. Nami chased after him, exasperated. You idiot. That was an experimental subject from the science division. Zephyr's roar instantly echoed. Karp, control your monkey. In an instant, the entire elite training ground was in chaos. Time passed steadily for several months. At the Navy headquarters training ground, sunlight poured over the wide training field. Heat waves and sweat intertwined, and the air was filled with the shouts of young men. Ace sat cross-legged on the ground, his cheeks slightly reddened from the sun, his arms wrapped in black hockey, veins bulging on the back of his hands, seemingly suppressing the power within. Roy half-squatted in front of him, lightly tapping Ace's fist with one hand, his voice calm and firm. Remember, hockey is not brute strength. It is an extension of will. Ace's forehead was beaded with sweat, breathing rapidly with his eyes closed, his fist trembling slightly. Just like breathing, imagine it flowing rhythmically, spreading through every muscle with the blood. Ace furrowed his brows, suddenly opened his eyes, and the black flow of hockey on his fist dissipated. I think I got a sense of it. He excitedly clenched his fist, the fire of determination igniting in his eyes. Roy smiled slightly, raising his hand to pat his shoulder. Good, keep practicing. Before he finished, his smile suddenly vanished, his pupils constricting, and his gaze instantly shifted to the exit of the training ground. Shiwan was striding through the corridor, her long hair blowing in the wind, her expression unusually tense. Roy frowned, and his figure instantly vanished. Whoosh! The next second, he appeared in front of Shiwan. Sister Shiwan, what happened? Shiwan was startled by the sudden appearance, but quickly composed herself. Roy? The intelligence department intercepted information about the surgery fruit transaction. Admiral Sengoku has already sent someone to handle it, but the situation is complicated. The surgery fruit. Roy's pupils suddenly contracted, and his expression instantly became serious. He didn't ask further and directly teleported away. In the intelligence department's confidential archives, whoosh, a flash of light appeared in the document room, the air slightly distorting. Vice Admiral Tsuru was sitting at a long table, her fingers flying as she organized the latest intelligence documents, her gaze sharp as a knife. She instinctively looked up, her glasses reflecting a cold gleam. Roy? What are you? Tsuru, please show me the intelligence on the surgery fruit immediately. Roy's voice was unusually urgent, the usual calmness gone. Tsuru was slightly taken aback, but her trust in Roy left no room for hesitation. She quickly typed in the file cabinet's password, and with a click, the document compartment opened. She swiftly pulled out a classified document and brought the projection screen in front of her. The screen lit up instantly. Rows of densely packed information scrolling rapidly. Target, surgery fruit. Holder, former Navy officer, now Pirate D. Yambarel's crew. Transaction party, Don Quixote family, intermediary. Navy contact, confidential. Vice Admiral Tsuru stared at the projection screen, her brows tightly furrowed, her voice low. Sengoku has already sent someone to take over this fruit. Is there a problem? Before she finished, a sharp light flashed in Roy's eyes, his voice lowered. Doflamingo is not a person who easily lets go of benefits. Vice Admiral Tsuru was slightly stunned, then suddenly realized the terrifying implications of the surgery fruit's abilities and Doflamingo's ambition. The air between them instantly solidified, only the glow of the projection screen flickering on their faces. Tsuru suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with severity and decisiveness. Roy, head to the transaction site immediately. I will report directly to Sengoku. Yes. Whoosh. A flash of blue light zipped past, leaving only swirling documents and Vice Admiral Tsuru's deep sigh in the archives. The wind howled and the clouds surged. Roy's figure flashed at near light speed, each teleportation distorting the air and leaving a faint blue afterimage. At the transaction site for the surgery fruit, he fixed his gaze towards the North Sea, the distant skyline reflected in his pupils, and a warm smile from a young boy flashed through his mind. Admiral Sengoku. A familiar voice echoed in his ears, as it had in the past. Steady and kind. Roy, you have the entire Navy behind you. You have helped us so many times, he whispered, his fists clenched silently, a deep and dark light flickering in his eyes. It's my turn to repay you. The wind howled, and his breathing gradually steadied. Razanandi, you must hold on. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, and the next second, his figure melted into space, rapidly flashing towards the North Sea. Chapter 34, Minion Island. North Sea, Minion Island. The leaden gray sky loomed like a giant pod about to collapse, with snow-covered ruins and wrecked ships forming the desolate backdrop of this battlefield. The sea breeze carried a bone-chilling cold, slicing through eardrums like a sword, and the distant smell of rust and blood intertwined. The surgery fruit, valued at 5 billion berries, was about to unleash a storm of blood and gore here. On the island's cliff, Doflamingo looked down from above, the pupils behind his sunglasses flickering with greed and coldness. Hee, the immortal surgery is finally within reach. The cold wind howled, and his pink coat stood out vividly in the snow. Behind him, Toribol, Pika, Diamante, and other family executives stood in formation, exuding murderous intent. Toribol sneered. Young master, the Navy has landed on the island, but it's okay. Our people have already infiltrated. Doflamingo slowly raised his hand, flicking his fingers lightly, then let them watch their hopes shatter. At the dilapidated dock, 3 Navy warships were docked like steel beasts, their hull numbers blurred in the snowstorm. Admiral Sengoku's orders were clear. The surgery fruit must be safely recovered. A rear admiral gripped the sword at his waist, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Footsteps were chaotic, and the air was thick with gunpowder and unease. The Navy was unaware that there were already undercover agents from the Don Quixote family among them. Deep in the island's warehouse, an oil lamp flickered in the wind, the dim light casting long shadows on the walls. Tomorrow at noon, the transaction would begin on time. The voice of Dias Borellis was low and hoarse, his gaze flickering with greed in the dim light. The world government's requirement is that the surgery fruit must not fall into the hands of pirates. In the shadows, another person licked their cracked lips and sneered. Doflamingo's ship is already approaching the North Sea. Do you really think the Navy can stop them? In the snow, a pair of black leather boots trampled through the thick snow, leaving deep footprints. The early arrived Razanandi, the heart of the Don Quixote family, code name Corazon. At this moment, the muzzle of his gun was still smoking, several unconscious guards lying at the door, the firelight reflecting on his resolute face. Ro, stick close to me. He turned to look at the frail boy wrapped in a blanket, the golden pupils shimmering in the darkness, with cracks from lead disease spreading across his cheeks. Mr. Corazon, where are we going? Rosinandi's azure eyes flashed with determination to steal something that could save your life. The cold wind of the North Sea whipped up the flurries of snow, hitting the outside of the abandoned warehouse on Minion Island. Rosinandi lowered the brim of his hat, blending his black coat into the night. He glanced back at Law, who was hiding in the shadows. The boy's pale face showed that the lead disease had spread to his neck, appearing particularly glaring in the moonlight. We must get the surgery fruit quickly. He took a deep breath, the ability of the silence fruit quietly unfolding, swallowing the sounds of the snowflakes landing around them. The Spalow's pirate crew was counting goods inside the warehouse, with a metal box containing the surgery fruit placed on the central wooden table, surrounded by several armed pirates. Rosinandi narrowed his eyes, pulled out a Molotov cocktail from his pocket, lit it, and gently rolled it into a corner of the warehouse. Boom! Flames shot up instantly, and the pirates shouted in panic, "Fire! Quick, put out!" However, their voices were completely isolated by the ability of the silence fruit, and the outside remained eerily silent. Taking advantage of the chaos, Rosinandi slipped in like a ghost, his fingers touching the cold metal box. Got it. Just as he turned to leave, he stepped on a grease stain on the ground. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, the metal box slipping from his grasp and hitting the floor with a dull thud. Who is it? The pirates instantly reacted, their knives and guns aimed at him. TSK. Rosinandi gritted his teeth, quickly rolling to dodge the first wave of bullets while drawing his gun to retaliate. Bang, bang, bang. Precise shots took down several pirates instantly, but there were still a few closing in. A long knife slashed down fiercely. Rosinandi dodged to the side, but was still grazed on his back, blood soaking through his coat. Damn it. He gritted his teeth against the intense pain, grabbed the surgery fruit, and smashed through the window to escape. The biting cold wind sliced through his ears. The world was a blanket of white, and blood left a vivid trail in the snow. The blizzard of the North Sea engulfed the silhouette of Minion Island, and Rosinandi staggered into an abandoned lighthouse. The knife wound on his back, leaving a glaring bloodstain on the wall. Mr. Corazon, Law rushed over, supporting his swaying body, desperately trying to stop the continuous flow of blood. Rosinandi smiled weakly, his face as pale as snow. Don't worry. He shakily pulled out the fruit covered in spiral patterns from his pocket and stuffed it into Law's arms. Quick, eat it. Law stared at the strange fruit in his hands, the white spots of lead disease already spreading to his cheeks, pain burning with every breath. He looked up at Rosinandi, his voice hoarse. Mr. Corazon, this. Don't talk nonsense. Rosinandi suddenly coughed violently, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Do you want to die? Law gritted his teeth and took a hard bite. The bitterness of the fruit almost made him vomit, but in the next second, a strange power exploded within him, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. What is this? Law was shocked as he looked at his hands. Rosinandi smiled weakly, reaching out to ruffle his hair. Now, you are free. Take this to the Navy outpost and give it to the person in the white uniform. Rosinandi pulled out a blood-stained intelligence document from his pocket and stuffed it in Law's hand. Remember, don't trust anyone. Go straight to Sengoku. Law tightly clutched the document, tears dropping onto the snow. Mr. Corazon, seeing Rosinandi's determined gaze, he nodded vigorously, gripping the document and rushing into the wind and snow. However, when he burst through the doors of the Navy outpost, the person approaching him was not a Navy officer in a white uniform, but the spy Virgo, whom Doflamingo had planted in the Navy's 5th Division. Hey kid, it's late. What brings you here? Virgo pushed up his glasses, his tall figure looming over Law. Law watched him warily, but Virgo's Navy uniform made him relax slightly. This Mr. Corazon told me to deliver this to the Navy. Virgo took the document, his gaze sweeping over the blood seal, a flicker of something unusual flashing in his eyes. He slowly opened the document, and when he saw the contents, his pupils suddenly constricted. The troop distribution map of the Don Quixote family, along with the Navy undercover operation instructions, was signed with little fruit. Huh! A cold smile crept across Virgo's lips. I see. When Law appeared outside the lighthouse with the figure of Virgo in a Navy uniform, Rosinandi's heart almost stopped. What a surprise, Corazon. Virgo's voice was chilling. It's been 10 years, and I didn't realize you were a talking spy. Rosinandi's throat tightened, but he still wore that silly grin. Mr. Virgo, what are you talking about? Playing dumb? Virgo suddenly punched Rosinandi in the abdomen, sending him flying. Bang! Rosinandi crashed into a wooden crate, blood spraying from his mouth. Virgo stepped forward, grabbing his collar and lifting him up. The Navy's little fruit is truly ironic. Virgo's hockey-imbued fist fell again. What expression would Doflamingo have if he knew his own brother was in the Navy? Rosinandi coughed blood, but suddenly laughed. He already knew. Virgo was taken aback, but in the next second, Law's roar came from behind. Let go of Mr. Corazon. A light blue spherical space suddenly unfolded, enveloping the entire lighthouse. Virgo turned sharply, only to see Law's palm aimed at him. Slaughterhouse. Whoosh. Space was swapped. Virgo was forcibly teleported outside the lighthouse in the moment of his confusion, while Rosinandi was pulled to Law's side. Hurry, go. Rosinandi gasped weakly, blood staining Law's sleeve. Law gritted his teeth, carrying Rosinandi on his back and charging into the blizzard. Virgo's furious roar came from behind, but was quickly swallowed by the wind and snow. Law trudged through the snow with Rosinandi on his back, the cold wind slicing like a knife, but his heart raced. The power of the surgery fruit flowed through his body, and the man on his back was his only family. Law. Rosinandi's voice was faint. I'm sorry for involving you in this. Law's tears fell to the snow, instantly freezing into ice. Shut up. You promised to take me to the sea. Rosinandi smiled, his bloodied fingers gently patting Law's shoulder. Yeah, I haven't done that yet. In the wind and snow, their figures gradually disappeared at the edge of Minion Island. In the distance, the Don Quixote family's flag flapped wildly in the gale, as if proclaiming that this betrayal was far from over. Chapter 35. Arriving Doflamingo, who was leading family members in battle against the Navy, was puzzled as he saw Virgo approaching straight towards him at this hour. Virgo knelt on one knee, his voice low. Doflamingo, Corazon is a spy for the Navy, and the surgery fruit has already been eaten by that little brat. As the words fell, the air seemed to freeze. Doflamingo's mouth slowly curled into a grin, a smile as sinister as a flower from hell. My dear brother has betrayed me? The blizzard on Minion Island was abruptly cut into fragments by the sudden appearance of fine strands. Doflamingo stood in the center of town, his pink feather coat fluttering in the wind and snow. His fingers slightly spread, countless almost transparent threads sprang from his fingertips, rampaging like blades, as if the entire Minion Island was bound tightly in an inverted cage. What an unpleasant night. His laughter was cold as ice, and the pupils behind his glasses shrank with rage, murderous intent almost solidifying. Boom! The Conqueror's hockey suddenly erupted, like thunder crashing. Kill him. Bring that little brat back. In the depths of the snow, Luo carried the fainted Rosinandi on his back, blood dripping from his fingers, forming a glaring red line. In the blizzard, his steps were unsteady, but behind him was the howling threat of death. Luo, put me down. Rosinandi's voice was weak yet resolute. No, we have to escape. Luo gritted his teeth, tears welling in his eyes. Rosinandi gently patted his shoulder, a familiar silly smile appearing on his pale face. Idiot, listen to me. My brother might not kill me right away, but you are different. He raised his hand, pointing to a half-covered abandoned treasure chest ahead. Hide in there. I'll use magic to keep you hidden. No, we go together. Luo's tears were about to overflow. That's an order. Rosinandi's voice suddenly turned cold and sharp. The power of the silence fruit activated instantly. A silent barrier pushed Luo into the chest, and then the lid was gently closed. Remember, no matter what you hear, don't make a sound. Snowflakes danced in the air, and the world seemed to freeze. Doflamingo's figure slowly approached, his aura sharp like a blade. Corazon, his voice was deep, like it came from hell, filled with uncontrollable killing intent. It's been 10 years, and you're still pretending to be mute? Rosinandi leaned against the broken wall, still wearing that silly smile, his golden hair disheveled like blood. Sussy doesn't care, brother. Doflamingo's fingertips trembled slightly, the threads in the air drawing a chilling arc. Where's the surgery fruit? Rocinante calmly looked up. That kid has already eaten it. He has escaped the birdcage. Hee hee. Doflamingo's laughter suddenly twisted into a fierce roar, bloodshot eyes glaring. Don't try to fool me with such a lousy lie. The next second, the threads burst forth, piercing Rocinante's shoulder. Blood blossomed in the snow, staining the whole world red. Inside the chest, Luo bit his lip hard, tears blurring his vision. Desperately holding back any sound, Doflamingo approached, slowly raising his pistol, the cold muzzle aimed at Rocinante's forehead. Last chance, where is that little brat? Rocinante slowly raised his head, tears shimmering in his eyes, yet still smiling warmly. He asked, free, brother. Bang! Just as he pulled the trigger, the space suddenly twisted. Whoosh! A tall figure appeared out of nowhere, a white military cloak fluttering in the wind and snow. A palm enveloped in hockey firmly caught the bullet. Roy! Doflamingo's pupils suddenly contracted, retreating rapidly, his voice uncontrollably roaring. Roy, how did you come? At this moment, his hand trembled slightly. The person before him was a monster major who could clash head-on with the red-haired pirates. Roy ignored the furious and panicked Doflamingo, merely glancing at the severely injured Rocinante. His voice deep. You've done well. Leave the rest to me. Rocinante's pupils widened slightly. Then he smiled with relief. Finally a reliable guy's come. Hey. Do you think you can escape from my grasp? Doflamingo sneered, his fingers moving slightly. The threads of the birdcage began to slowly contract like the scythe of death flashing in the wind and snow. The entire Minion Island was under his control, like a sealed prison. This entire island is my cage. Doflamingo spread his arms and laughed, his voice filled with unparalleled confidence and dominance. However, facing this terrifying blockade, Roy merely raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers. Whoosh! The space suddenly twisted, and Roy, Rocinante, and the Luo inside the chest vanished without a trace. Only the swirling snowflakes remained, dancing in the cold wind. What? Doflamingo's smile instantly stiffened, his eyes widening as he spread his observation hockey like a tide, trying to capture the vanished traces. He couldn't sense their presence at all. His heart trembled. Then he exploded in anger. Could it be that this guy's teleportation is not restricted by the birdcage? On the surface, he remained gritting his teeth, but a hint of relief quietly flashed in his eyes. It's better that the monster major has run away. If it really comes to a fight, the outcome is hard to say. But before this thought could fully form, what are you thinking about, little chicken? A mocking voice suddenly rang in his ear. Doflamingo's expression changed drastically, and he turned around sharply, his pupils constricting. Roy's figure had reappeared before him, the white cloak rustling in the wind and snow as if he had never left. I just placed them in a safe spot. Roy's voice was indifferent, his gaze as cold as polar ice, exuding an imposing presence. Next, it's our turn to settle the score. Hey. Doflamingo was taken aback. Then a sinister smile appeared on his face. Interesting. With a flick of his fingers, several threads, wrapped in hockey like sharp blades, tore through the air, aiming directly at Roy's vital points. Whoosh! Roy's figure flickered in place, and the next moment, he vanished without a trace. The threads only penetrated his afterimage. Behind you. The cold voice echoed like a nightmare. Doflamingo felt a chill down his back, and before he could turn around, bang! A heavy punch imbued with hockey slammed into his back. The immense impact sent him flying like a cannonball, crashing through several buildings, snow, and debris flying. Cough, damn it! Doflamingo spat blood from the corner of his mouth, wiping away the blood, his eyes filled with increasing malice. Super Strike Whip. He swung his arm violently, and a thick column of threads swept across, collapsing streets and buildings as if the apocalypse had descended. However, facing this astonishing offensive, Roy simply raised his hand and lightly clenched his fist. Boom! A punch shattered the thread column directly. The powerful shockwave blew away the accumulated snow on the entire street, sending snow dust flying. Doflamingo's pupils contracted, his expression no longer dismissive. Ordinary moves are completely useless against him. He sneered, spreading his arms. The ground beneath him began to tremble violently. Awakened, wild wave, white line. The ground of the entire island stirred like a awakened giant beast, transforming into a surging sea of threads, countless snake-like threads twisting and swirling, crazily attacking Roy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Roy's figure flickered rapidly among the countless waves of threads, each time precisely evading, his steps ghost-like, closing in on Doflamingo. Useless. Inside the birdcage, there's nowhere to run. Doflamingo laughed wildly, the sound echoing in the snowy night. Is that so? Roy smiled faintly, his eyes suddenly flashing with sharp light. Six Powers' ultimate secret. Instant prison collapse. Boom. The next second, Roy's figure transformed into dozens of afterimages, like a ghostly deity, simultaneously attacking Doflamingo from all directions. Each punch was imbued with devastating haki. The punch winds tearing dark cracks, as if even the air was being explosively shattered. What? Doflamingo's expression changed drastically, hastily weaving a giant shield with threads for defense. But still, several haki punches pierced through, blood spraying wildly. Hee. He staggered back, but amidst his sneering laughter, there was a hint of tremor. Monster, you really are a monster. Roy. Chapter 36, Crushing the Flamingo. Hee. Doflamingo's maniacal laughter echoed in the wind and snow. His face twisted, the pink feather coat soaked in blood. The viscous blood dripping from his chin, yet it did not conceal his eyes that sparkled with madness. He suddenly spread his arms wide. The ground beneath him surged violently, like waves of the sea. The awakened power of the string fruit instantly turned the surrounding ruins into a domain of white threads for hundreds of meters. Roy. That roar was like a volcanic eruption. Conqueror's haki violently exploding, red-black lightning splitting the night sky, pouring down with a destructive aura in all directions. The snow being blown away by the shockwave, as if the air itself was burning. Do you think I would lose to a guy like you? Doflamingo's eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead bulged like twisted dragons. Roy coldly stared at him, his gaze unwavering. But the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a disdainful arc. Conqueror's haki? In the next second, boom! A more violent Conqueror's haki erupted from Roy's body. Black and red lightning seemed to engulf everything, instantly crushing Doflamingo's haki domain. That momentum was like the arrival of a deity. The snow curtain was shaken like a tide, and the dark clouds in the sky were forcibly torn apart, revealing the pitch-black night sky. Doflamingo's pupils constricted sharply, his face pale as paper, his knees uncontrollably bending. What a joke! How is this possible? But the fear deep inside him had not fully exploded. He clasped his hands together fiercely and roared in anger. 1,000 arrows piercing heart. The ground exploded, countless threads entwined with haki pouring down like a torrential rain, as if to completely drown Roy in a white, dead sea. Roy's eyes turned cold, his right arm slowly retracting, the armament haki wrapping around his fist like black flames, transforming into a devastating meteor. Fist meteor. Bang! The terrifying shockwave exploded with a loud sound, the air shattered like glass, and countless threads disintegrated into powder the moment they came into contact with the fist's wind. Doflamingo's figure was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing through 3 buildings, bricks flying, and amidst the rolling dust, he spat out a mouthful of blood before barely stopping. Finger gun. A sound of breaking air suddenly surged from the shadows. Virgo's figure was like a sharp sword, wrapped in pitch-black armament haki, his fingers shining with a cold light. Aimed straight at Roy's back, looking for death. Roy slightly raised his eyelids, not turning his head, and retaliated with his left fist in a backhanded motion, the fist bone crashing down like thunder. Clang! In that instant, Virgo's armament haki clashed with Roy's fist, producing a sound like metal clashing. Sparks flew, and the air violently shook. Useless. Virgo grinned, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. My armament haki is crack. The sound of shattering suddenly rang out. Virgo's pupils dilated, disbelief written all over his face. His seemingly thick layer of armament haki actually cracked like glass. What? Bang! In the next moment, that punch landed solidly on Virgo's chest. His chest caved in violently, blood mixed with bone shards gushing out. Virgo flew back dozens of meters like a puppet with a broken string, crashing deep into the ruins, his entire body swallowed by the rubble. Blood seeped out from the crevices of the stones, staining the snow red. At that moment, 8 divine bullets of sacred execution. Doflamingo's roar echoed across the snowy field. 8 waves of white lines covered in armament haki surged up from the ground, like spears of judgment, tearing through the wind and snow, aiming straight at Roy. Roy finally turned around, his gaze cold to the extreme. One by one, "You really think you have the face to negotiate with me?" His palms suddenly rippled with spatial waves. Whoosh! The 8 divine execution bullets collectively vanished, reappearing in front of the severely injured Virgo in the next second. Doflamingo. Virgo's pupils reflected the flash of death. He struggled to rise, but was already too late. Boom, 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 boom. The 8 white lines completely engulfed him, blood and flesh splattering on the snow, creating a grotesque totem. Even the screams were drowned in the roar. Virgo. Doflamingo stood frozen in place, his sunglasses slipping off, revealing his bloodshot eyes. His lips trembled, and a discordant howl squeezed out from his throat. Virgo, his highest-ranking officer, his family, his right-hand man, just like that, was dead. Roy. In the blizzard, Roy's cloak flapped as he walked slowly towards the crumbling Doflamingo, his fist once again entwined with haki. "It's time to end this, little turkey." Doflamingo suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, but he had already lost his fighting spirit. His body trembled slightly, unsure if it was from anger or fear. "Young master." In the distance, Toribol, Pika, Diamante, and other officers of the Don Quixote family finally arrived. However, when they saw the battlefield before them, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their faces pale. Virgo's shattered body was pinned in the ruins, blood staining the entire snowfield like a flag of shame. And Roy was pressing Doflamingo's head down with one hand, forcefully holding him against the broken ground. That fist, covered in black flame-like armament haki, was raised high, as if about to crush that proud head to pieces in the next second. "Major, please spare him," Toribol cried as he rushed forward. His snot and tears smeared across his chubby face, looking utterly pathetic. Roy slightly tilted his head, his indifferent gaze sweeping over him. As if looking at an ant, "What qualifications does a pirate have to negotiate with me?" Toribol fell to his knees in the snow with a thud, his voice trembling. "We are willing to pay the price. As long as you spare the young master, we can give you anything. Treasures? Wealth?" Roy sneered, the armament haki on his fist flickering slightly. "What do you have that would make me spare him?" Toribol hurriedly bowed his head, his voice trembling. "Devil fruits. And intelligence. As long as you say the word, we will definitely offer them up with both hands." Diamante quickly added, "Major, we just acquired a Logia-type devil fruit that can definitely exchange for the young master's life." As soon as those words fell, Doflamingo, who was pinned to the ground, suddenly narrowed his pupils, his expression instantly darkening. Clearly, he was extremely unwilling to use the fruit to exchange his life, his face twitching as he tried to say something. But under the pressure of Roy's giant hand, he ultimately could not speak. Roy raised an eyebrow, a hint of deep meaning flashing in his eyes. "Logia type, huh?" He glanced at the officers kneeling on the ground, then looked down at the subdued Doflamingo, his gaze as indifferent as an abyss. "The current Navy cannot openly defy the world government just yet. It is time to find suitable devil fruits for Ace and the others. Moreover, I have completed my task here. Sparing this group of little Karamais will not affect the bigger picture. As for Dressrosa, they probably won't have the chance." He retracted his gaze, his tone cold and calm. "All right, you can use all of your devil fruits and intelligence to exchange for Doflamingo's life, including that Logia fruit. Within a week, deliver them to the designated location. Don't think about trying to brush me off. As long as I want to find you, you won't be able to escape." Toribol felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, repeatedly bowing his head. "Yes, yes, we will prepare immediately." Roy slowly released his hand. Doflamingo staggered to his feet, his expression twisting for a moment, the humiliation and anger in his eyes almost bursting forth. But he ultimately chose silence. Get lost, Roy said, his gaze as cold as ice. There won't be a next time, little turkey. The officers of the Don Quixote family hurriedly helped Doflamingo, retreating in a disheveled manner. In the wind and snow, Doflamingo glanced back at Roy, his eyes venomous like a snake, as if he wanted to carve this moment of humiliation deep into his soul. He would never forget this disgrace. Roy stood in the snow, watching the Don Quixote family leave. After a long while, he slowly turned and walked toward the hiding place of Rocinante and Law. Just then, tiny particles of light began to gather around him, forming a vague figure. Kizaru's lazy demeanor gradually appeared, hands in his pockets, a half-smile on his face. Oh my, this is quite something, Major Roy. Actually making a deal with them. Kizaru's gaze was meaningful as he looked at Roy, clearly having noticed everything but had no intention of intervening. However, I can roughly guess who that fruit is for. He squinted, the smile at the corner of his mouth seemingly deepening. Well, it's good that the mission is complete. Let's head back to the warship. The night wind was slightly cool, and the snow continued to fall. Roy nodded slightly, his gaze deep as a chasm, and turned to stride into the depths of the snowy night. The mission was accomplished. It was time to return. Chapter 37. Joining the Navy in the naval ship's medical room during the return voyage. The smell of disinfectant filled the air, the walls were snow white, and the instruments flickered with dim lights. Rocinante was wrapped in bandages, quietly lying on the sickbed, his breathing weak yet steady. Beside the sickbed, the young Luo was sprawled on the blanket, his small hands tightly gripping the corners of the blanket, his face still marked with dried tears. But he had already fallen into a deep sleep, his long eyelashes trembling slightly, appearing particularly fragile. At the doorway, Roy stood quietly watching this scene, his gaze gentle, but a flicker of complex emotions passed through his eyes. He raised his hand to adjust his cloak, ultimately deciding not to disturb them, and gently closed the door, moving as if afraid to wake the tranquility of the ward. He turned and walked towards the bow of the ship, the sea breeze howling, carrying a slightly salty scent. Morning light filtered through the thin clouds and fell on the deck, as if wrapping the cold steel in a layer of warmth. Roy stood at the bow, gazing deeply at the horizon gradually illuminated by the rising sun, as if pondering something. What a touching scene! A lazy voice suddenly sounded from behind, tinged with a hint of mockery. Kizaru had appeared beside him at some point, hands in pockets, shoulders slightly shrugged, looking carefree. Roy did not turn around. The surgery fruit has already been eaten by Luo. Kizaru raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What a hassle. That little brat has become a walking 5 billion berries. You need to be careful when going out. So, Roy's voice was low and firm. He must come back with us to the Navy. Kizaru shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. Such matters, you should discuss with Admiral Sengoku. I don't want to get involved. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into countless golden light particles and drifted away with the morning wind. Clearly, he had gone off to slack off again. Roy watched the glow dissipate at the end of the deck, unable to help but shake his head, letting out a helpless sigh. Just then, the phone bug in his arms suddenly rang, making a rhythmic buzzing sound with half-closed eyes. Roy looked down, holding the phone bug in his palm, his gaze flickering. Hello. On the other end of the phone bug, Sengoku's voice came through, hoarse yet weary, as if he had been busy all night. Unlike his usual imposing tone, there was a hint of gratitude in his voice at this moment. Admiral Sengoku. Roy's tone was calm, yet carried genuine respect. There was a moment of silence on the other end, as if Sengoku was calming his emotions. Then he took a deep breath, his voice low and sincere. Thank you for saving Rocinante. Roy was momentarily taken aback, his eyes flickering, then shook his head, his tone gentle yet firm. You overstate it. Admiral Sengoku, this is what I should do. No, Sengoku's voice suddenly trembled, laden with deep-seated emotion and guilt. That child is very important to me. Roy did not answer immediately, simply listening quietly, as if he could feel the heartbeat and breath from the other end of the phone bug. After a long while, Sengoku seemed to have adjusted his emotions and continued. I've already heard about the surgery fruit. Yes, Roy nodded, his brows slightly furrowing. Luo eating the surgery fruit makes his abilities attractive to all factions. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone bug. Only the sound of wind passing through the gaps in the ship's bridge. Then, a deep sigh was heard. Bring him back to Marineford. I will personally arrange for his subsequent protection. Understood. Roy gently closed his eyes, his gaze slowly lifting to the deck bathed in morning light. A hint of a smile surfacing. When the first ray of morning sunlight streamed through the porthole into the medical room, it warmly and gently landed on the sickbed. The faint smell of disinfectant lingered in the air, making the quiet feel as if time had slowed down. Rocinante slowly opened his eyes, squinting slightly, as if he were still adapting to the brightness before him. He felt the soft bed beneath him, as well as the bandages wrapped around his body, and suddenly realized that he was still alive, a faint sense of relief surging in his heart. He slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on the small figure by the bedside. The young Luo was resting by the edge of his bed, sleeping soundly. The boy's small face was buried in the blanket, slightly flushed, his long eyelashes gently fluttering like butterfly wings, one small hand still tightly clutching the corner of the blanket, as if afraid that waking up would mean losing it. Rocinante was slightly taken aback. Then the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, a trace of tenderness and affection surfacing in his eyes. Had this little guy been guarding him all this time? As if sensing his gaze, Luo's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the familiar and warm figure before him, his golden pupils instantly widened, tears surging violently in his eyes. And in an instant they flowed out. Mr. Cola, Luo dove into Rocinante's embrace, his hands tightly wrapping around his neck, his voice filled with the relief and fear of having regained something lost. I thought you would never wake up again. Ouch, that hurts. Rocinante gasped for breath from the tight grip, but still chuckled as he reached out to pat Luo's hair, his voice filled with affectionate amusement. Stupid kid, be gentler. I'm still a heavily injured patient. Luo quickly loosened his grip, hurriedly wiping away the tears from his face. His small face slightly flushed from the tension and joy from earlier, but the corners of his mouth could no longer be restrained from lifting up. Around noon, the door to the medical room opened silently. Roy stood at the doorway, holding 2 steaming lunches, casually leaning against the doorframe. His gaze filled with a gentle smile as he looked at the 2 people chatting happily on the sickbed. It seems you're recovering well, Rocinante. Both Rocinante and Luo turned their heads simultaneously, and, upon seeing who it was, Rocinante instinctively sat up to salute. Major Roy, don't fuss. Roy raised his hand to signal him to lie down, stepping into the room and placing the trays on the bedside table. Your lunch, eat it while it's hot. The trays contained a sumptuous and exquisite Navy meal, the meat soup wafting an enticing aroma, making one's fingers itch. Rocinante looked at the 2 plates of food, a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we might have. Roy pulled up a chair and sat down, his gaze calm, yet filled with a reassuring strength. It's my duty. The room fell silent for a moment, but Luo kept staring at Roy, a complex and odd expression flashing in his eyes. Is this person the kind of existence that even the powerful Don Quixote Doflamingo could only run away from? Mr. Cola is alive because of him. After a moment of silence, Rocinante finally spoke up. I heard that you let Doflamingo go. Roy turned to glance at him, gently nodding. Yes, in exchange for all their family's resources and information. Upon hearing this, the corners of Rocinante's mouth twitched slightly, his expression complex and conflicted. I understand your considerations, but that man will probably... Roy slightly raised his hand to interrupt him, his voice low and calm. I know, but some things can't be completely resolved right now. Rocinante was momentarily taken aback, then sighed with a bitter smile. Yeah, no matter what, he is still my brother. Despite the hatred, there are inevitably some complex feelings inside. Roy remained silent for a moment, looking at the young Luo, his gaze serious and solemn. Admiral Sengoku has already arranged it. Luo will follow us back to Marineford for systematic training. Rocinante smiled slightly, turning his head to exchange a glance with Luo, as if the 2 had already reached a silent understanding. I have no objections. Rocinante's voice was gentle yet firm as he looked down at Luo. Little brat, what about you? Luo clenched his small fist tightly, his eyes burning with determination. I must become stronger, strong enough that I will never let any important person get hurt again. Roy quietly watched this young, yet resolute boy, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Very good. In the afternoon, the warship continued to sail steadily towards Marineford. Rosinante leaned against the window by the sickbed, gazing at the vast and blue ocean outside, a look of emotion and relief appearing on his face. Luo stood quietly beside him, looking into the distance with the wind in his face. At the bow of the ship, Roy stood quietly, knowing that the path ahead would be up to them. Looking at the endless ocean, a faint smile crept onto his lips. But with me here, at least you won't be so easily hurt anymore. The sea breeze howled, the sun shone brightly, and the warship steadily moved towards the direction of hope. Chapter 38. Drake on the deck of the naval warship. The sea breeze gently brushed the deck as the ship sailed smoothly on its way back to Marineford, the blue surface of the sea undulating, with distant seagulls freely flying in the sky. Drake stood at the edge of the ship, gripping the cold railing tightly, the veins on the back of his hands faintly visible, and his knuckles slightly white from the force. His eyes were filled with turmoil and struggle as he stared at the surging waves, his father's grotesque and twisted face repeatedly flashing in his mind. Once, his father was a hero in his heart, a dignified naval officer draped in the cloak of justice, protecting the peace of the sea. He had proudly told everyone, "My father is a great Navy man." However, many years ago, for reasons unknown, this respected father suddenly took off the cloak of justice and became a ruthless and brutal pirate, addicted to alcohol with a violent temper. He would beat and torment his only son day after day, turning Drake's initial admiration into fear and resentment. At 19, he should have been a mature and independent young man, but due to years of fear, he appeared small and helpless in front of his father. Why did his father become like that? Drake took a deep breath, a determined light flashing in his eyes as he slowly turned and walked towards the captain's room. Inside the captain's room, Roy was sitting behind a large desk, flipping through a thick stack of mission reports, his expression focused and calm. A knock sounded at the door. "Come in." The door was gently pushed open, and Drake stood at the entrance, looking somewhat nervous. "Major Roy, may I talk to you?" Roy put down the documents in his hand, slightly raised his head, and with a hint of warmth in his eyes, asked, "How is your injury recovering?" "I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern." Drake hesitated for a moment, then seemed to make up his mind, raising his head firmly, his voice clear yet slightly trembling. I want to join the Navy." Roy raised his eyebrows slightly, signaling him to continue. Drake clenched his fists, his throat moving slightly as he continued. "My father, Barris, was once a naval officer. When I was young, I always regarded him as a hero and a role model, dreaming of one day wearing the cloak of justice like him." His voice lowered, his eyes flickering with pain. "But later, my father betrayed the Navy and fell into piracy. He became addicted to alcohol, went crazy, and became extremely violent, often beating me for no reason." Drake's voice gradually weakened, as if he was struggling to control the intense emotions within him, his knuckles trembling slightly with anger. "I was afraid of him, even hated him. But what I hated even more was that I was powerless at that time." Drake raised his head, his gaze now fiery and determined. "So, I want to become a Navy officer, not to follow in his footsteps, but to avoid repeating the same mistakes. I want to be a true practitioner of justice." There was a moment of silence in the room, and a faint smile gradually appeared on Roy's lips, as if he had already anticipated this outcome. The future captain of the Sword Blade team really hasn't misjudged. Roy stood up, walked in front of Drake, and gently patted his shoulder. "Welcome to the Navy." Drake was clearly taken aback, seemingly not expecting Roy to agree so readily, and hesitantly asked, "Don't you need to ask me more questions?" Roy chuckled lightly, his tone gentle yet firm. "Everyone has a past they cannot change, but what the Navy values more is the choices you will make in the future." He turned and picked up a document from the desk, handing it to Drake. "This is the application form for the Navy's recruit training camp. Although your age slightly exceeds the recruit standard, I will personally recommend you to Teacher Zephyr." Drake slowly took the document, his eyes fixating on the words Navy, and for some reason, his eyes felt a bit warm. He suddenly raised his head, his voice serious and grateful. "Thank you, Major Roy." Roy nodded, his eyes conveying encouragement. "Don't let me down." In the evening, The sunset was like a giant red gemstone, gradually sinking into the horizon, and the glow reflected on the shimmering sea, creating a magnificent painting. Drake walked slowly to the bow of the deck, seeing Roy standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sunset, his back upright and steadfast like a mountain. He hesitated for a moment, then finally couldn't help but ask, "Major Roy, why do you trust me so easily and agree to let me join the Navy?" Roy quietly stared into the distance, his voice low and calm. "Because I see true awakening in your eyes." He slightly turned his head to look at Drake, his gaze warm yet sharp. "What the Navy needs is young people like you, those who dare to face the past and are brave enough to forge the future." Drake was momentarily stunned, as if a warm current flowed through him, and a genuine smile gradually appeared on his originally confused and gloomy face. "I will prove through my actions that your choice is right." Roy smiled lightly, reaching out to pat his shoulder. "I look forward to it." The warship continued to sail steadily, the sea breeze gently blowing, and Drake stood on the deck, looking at the vast ocean, a newfound determination and resolve surging within him. "Father, this time I will no longer follow in your shadow. This time, I will live for my own justice." The next day, as the warship was about to sail out of the North Sea, the blue sea sparkled, and the gentle sunlight fell on the deck, warm and pleasant. Kizaru was comfortably lying in a lounge chair, wearing sunglasses, holding a glass of iced juice, and humming a strange tune. Oh, what a peaceful day. Suddenly, a figure appeared in an instant, and a familiar shadow blocked his sunlight. Kizaru lazily lifted his head, and upon seeing the visitor through his sunglasses, a familiar teasing smile appeared on his lips. "Ah, isn't this our busy little Major Roy?" Roy had his hands in his pockets, a slight smile on his face as he looked at him. "Old uncle, you seem to be living quite well." "Ah, la la. Slacking off is one of life's great pleasures," Kizaru said, lazily leaning back against the chair, taking a sip of his icy juice with a satisfied sigh. Roy was also unceremonious, casually leaning against the nearby railing, his white justice cloak gently swaying in the sea breeze. Looking at the North Sea that was about to be left behind, he spoke casually. "I have some personal matters to attend to, so I'll leave the ship to you." Kizaru raised an eyebrow slightly, taking off his sunglasses. "You're going to collect that special material, right? Today, us young people really are extravagant." Roy pursed his lips. "You know as well as I do, some debts shouldn't be delayed too long." Kizaru chuckled, putting his sunglasses back on, his tone cheeky. "What a bother. What if Mr. Sengoku asks?" Roy seamlessly replied, "Just say I went to inspect the North Sea branch on short notice." The yellow monkey grinned. "Young people are really thorough in their work. Even the excuses are prepared. I need to learn more from you guys." Roy shook his head helplessly. "Uncle, don't start. With your slacking skills, no one can compare." The yellow monkey shook the glass in his hand, the ice cubes making a cheerful sound, and waved his hand with a smile. All right, go ahead. I'll make sure to send this ship back to Marineford properly." Roy smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Just as he turned to leave, he heard the yellow monkey suddenly add meaningfully, "Remember to bring back some Northern Sea specialties for me to taste." Roy paused, turned back with a smile. "Don't worry. It will definitely be a great gift." Before his voice fell, his figure had turned into an afterimage, disappearing in the sea breeze, leaving behind the leisurely yellow monkey. The yellow monkey looked in the direction Roy left, took out a snail phone from his pocket, hesitated for a moment, then quickly stuffed it back, shrugging and muttering to himself. "It's really troublesome. It's easier to just pretend not to know about some things." He took a gentle sip of fruit juice, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, murmuring, "Anyway, it won't bring any harm to the Navy. That little brat Doflamingo is going to be in trouble now." TSK, TSK. Seagulls leisurely skimmed over the warship's mast, and the ship steadily continued its journey towards Marineford. On a remote island in the North Sea, Roy's figure quietly appeared at the harbor dock. The sea breeze, mixed with a damp and salty scent, hit his face, and the familiar atmosphere of bloodshed unconsciously curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. He slowly raised his head to look into the distance, a sharp and cold glint in his eyes. "Doflamingo, the money you owe me for my life, it's time to pay up." Chapter 39. Little calamity on the coastline of an unnamed island in the North Sea. The sun slowly sank in the west, casting golden afterglow on the desolate and silent beach. A group of excited little pirates formed a circle, staring at the metal box on the ground, dancing with excitement, their faces beaming with undisguised pride. Ha ha ha! Finally! It's finally my turn to make a name for myself. Bellamy placed his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. His voice exaggerated, as if he wanted the whole North Sea to hear him. Lord Doflamingo finally recognizes us this time. He proudly patted his chest. As long as we hand over this box to the contact person, we can officially join the Don Quixote family. Boss, this is a rare, good opportunity. Sachs rubbed his hands together excitedly, his eyes gleaming, almost drooling. Once we join the Don Quixote family, we can walk sideways in the North Sea. At that time, whoever we don't like, we can just beat them up, whether they're Navy or pirates. When they see our Bellamy pirate crew, they will have to tuck their tails between their legs. Hey, hey, hey. Hewitt grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, and chimed in with a sinister smile. By then, we can be as glorious as the executives, surrounded by beauties, spending money freely. Yes, yes, yes. The good days for us brothers are finally here. Nearby, Rebus also shouted excitedly, but then suddenly stopped, showing a puzzled expression, scratching his head and saying, "But boss, Lord Torypole, who gave us the mission, didn't seem to say what this contact person looks like." The air instantly fell silent. Bellamy's exaggerated laughter abruptly stopped. His expression stiffened in an instant, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Huh? Sachs, Hewitt, and Rebus all looked at Bellamy in unison, their eyes clear and foolish, filled with confusion and doubt, as if to say, "Boss, you really don't know, do you?" A cold sweat suddenly dripped from Bellamy's forehead. He swallowed hard, but quickly feigned calmness, puffed out his chest, and said proudly, "Umph. In such a deserted island, there's not even a shadow of a person. If the contact person comes, they will definitely be recognized at a glance. Why ask such a trivial question?" Oh, as expected of the boss. You really think things through. Sachs immediately flattered, laughing so hard his eyes almost squinted into a line. This simple task, there's no way it could go wrong. The boss is amazing. Yeah. Hewitt and Rebus hurriedly echoed. The boss is smart. Who would think of such things? Hearing this, Bellamy's face lit up with joy, his nose almost pointing to the sky, and the tension in his heart disappeared. Just as he was about to continue boasting about his great wisdom, someone suddenly tapped him lightly on the shoulder. Sachs pointed to the distant beach. "Boss, it seems someone is coming." Bellamy was taken aback, turned to look into the distance, and under the afterglow of the setting sun, a tall figure was slowly walking towards them, a white cloak billowing in the wind, the outline becoming clearer. Ha ha ha! Bellamy quickly became excited again, pounding his chest and shouting exaggeratedly. It must be the contact person. See, my reasoning was right. The members of the Bellamy pirate crew cheered again, as if the dream of joining the Don Quixote family was right in front of them. But they had no idea about the cold aura emanating from the approaching figure. They turned to look and saw in the afterglow of the sunset a tall and straight figure slowly walking towards them. The white justice cloak rustled in the sea breeze. A young and handsome face, carrying a hint of an almost imperceptible smile, calm to the point of making people feel uneasy. Navy? Bellamy narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the figure, then sneered, his face filled with disdain. Tiska, looking so young and handsome, he must be a rookie Navy brat. A mere new recruit dares to come alone to our Don Quixote family's territory? Boss, Sachs hesitantly reminded in a low voice. But how could he come alone? What are you afraid of? Bellamy scoffed, waving his hand. I am the spring man, the hyena Bellamy who has eaten the spring fruit. A mere Navy brat. Coming here is just asking for death. Saying this, he stepped forward, arrogantly pointing his finger at Roy's nose and shouting, "Hey, Navy brat, do you know whose territory this is? How dare you swagger over here looking for death?" Roy stopped in his tracks, his gaze casually sweeping over them, then meaningfully landing on a metal box. Don Quixote family? When did that little turkey recruit scum like you? Have you fallen so low that even the sacrificial lambs are chosen from among you ignorant fools? What did you say? Hearing this, Bellamy's face suddenly darkened, his eyes bulging red, and he shouted angrily, "You dare to insult Lord Doflamingo? You're looking for death." As he spoke, he stomped down hard, his legs instantly compressing into a spring state, and in the next second he shot towards Roy like a cannonball, his fist whistling through the air, aiming directly at Roy's face. Spring sniper. But Roy didn't even bother to move. Bang! Just as Bellamy's spring fist reached Roy, it was easily blocked by a casual finger he extended, as if it had collided with an indestructible iron wall, unable to advance an inch. Bellamy was stunned, his eyes wide in terror. How is this possible? With this little strength, you dare to call yourself part of the Don Quixote family? Roy shook his head slightly. That flamingo is quite clever to send you fools to your deaths. It seems in his eyes, your value ends here. Bastard, what are you saying? Before Bellamy could finish cursing, Roy lightly raised his hand and gently flicked it at him. Boom! A terrifying shockwave instantly exploded, and Bellamy flew backward like a bullet, crashing heavily against the distant rock wall, the rocks shattering and dust swirling. Boss! Sachi shouted in terror. Roy slowly walked towards a metal box, his tone cold. Where's my stuff? Hand it over. Sachi's gritted his teeth and drew his knife, but his arm was visibly trembling. What are you joking about? This is a task assigned by Lord Doflamingo. What right do you have as a Navy to task? Roy smiled lightly, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. Don't joke around. This thing is just the money for my life, bought with my own life. Sending foolish idiots like you to deliver, it means you're not planning to let you return alive. Sachi's was taken aback, still not reacting when Roy's figure suddenly appeared before him like a ghost. What? Sachi's face changed dramatically, his pupils constricting. Roy raised his hand, delivering a swift and clean chop. Anyway, fools like you pirates are just wasting food by staying alive. Bang! Sachi's had no chance to react and was directly chopped away, his neck bone instantly breaking, killing him on the spot. Sachi's, Hewitt and Libas turned pale with fear and turned to run. But as soon as they had taken 2 steps, they felt a sharp pain in the back of their necks. Their vision darkened, and they fell heavily to the ground, never to rise again. Roy sheathed his hand, calmly lifted the metal box with one hand, and slowly turned to look at Bellamy, who was struggling to rise from the ruins in the distance. Bellamy was in excruciating pain, struggling to steady himself, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Roy in terror. Who are you? Roy did not answer, only looking at him calmly, his eyes seeming to regard a pitiful creature about to die. Go back and tell Doflamingo that I have accepted this life-saving money. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up, accompanied by a chilling smile. By the way, tell that little turkey that if I see him again, the consequences won't be so simple. Bellamy looked at Roy in terror, cold sweat pouring down his body, scrambling to turn and flee, his steps unsteady, completely losing the arrogance he had just displayed. Roy watched the direction where Bellamy fled, snorted coldly, and turned with the box, disappearing into the twilight of the island. The sea breeze whistled. The deserted island was dead silent, with only the afterglow of the sunset quietly falling on the 3 cold corpses. Chapter 40. 4 fruits on a nameless island in the North Sea. The night was dark as ink, and the moonlight was cold. The gentle waves lapped against the rocks, making a soft, rustling sound. Roy's figure slowly appeared at the shore, casually holding the metal box he had snatched from Bellamy. He walked over to a flat rock at the water's edge and sat down, placing the box beside him. With a light flick of his finger, the box lock clicked open. Click! As the lid slowly lifted, 4 uniquely shaped devil fruits lay quietly on the soft velvet lining inside. The moonlight spilled down, and the surface of the fruits emitted a strange, eerie glow, mysterious and enchanting. Ha! Roy chuckled softly, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery and disdain. Such an important thing, and they actually sent an idiot like Bellamy to deliver it? He reached out to fiddle with the fruits, his tone laced with faint sarcasm. Were they hoping someone would rob it along the way, giving them an excuse to default on payment and send someone else to retrieve it? Truly cunning as always. Shaking his head slightly, a trace of disdainful amusement flashed in his eyes. Then his gaze focused on one of the most striking fruits. Roy gently pinched it, and under the moonlight, this devil fruit resembled a solidified flame, an orange-red dragon fruit-shaped fruit. its surface covered with distinct spiral flame patterns and its stem extending outward like blue flames, radiating an undeniable heat. Flame fruit. Roy raised an eyebrow, a nostalgic curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. It really is a fateful connection with Ace. Memories of his past life flooded back, filled with ridiculous comments and hot threads on forums. Flame fruit? Even dogs won't eat it. Who can't set fire in the new world? The flame fruit is already outdated. This is the era of hockey. What use is a Logia type? Those disdainful and mocking words seemed to turn into a biting cold wind, sweeping through the depths of his memory, filled with prejudice and short-sightedness. Yet Roy merely smiled faintly, his gaze calm as water, with a hint of mockery and pity flashing in his eyes. Stupid prejudice. He lightly rubbed the flame fruit with his fingertips, its patterns dancing like flames at his touch. He murmured thoughtfully, Ace's failure was never about the fruit itself. In his memories, the scene of rolling, blazing flames, which had once been so dazzling, ultimately crumbled before the strong. Roy sighed softly, his eyes deep as the night sky. Is the Logia type weak? The three admirals are all Logia types. Akainu's magma, Kizura's light, Akiji's ice. Aren't they all terrifying existences? He gently tapped the surface of the fruit, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The fruit was never the issue. The weakness lies with the user. Images from his past life flashed through his mind. Ace repeatedly using large-scale flame attacks, but never truly understanding the essence of fire. In an era that emphasized hockey, Ace still clung to the notion of increasing the scale of flames while neglecting the most critical aspect, ultimate control of temperature. Temperature. Roy narrowed his eyes, a playful smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. What if the development direction of the flame fruit was not simply about the scale of flames, but about pursuing ultimate control of temperature or explosive compression? He slowly clenched his fist, as if feeling the endless potential hidden within the fruit pulsing at his fingertips. The flame fruit is no less than the magma fruit in my heart. The so-called ultimate flame is to turn everything to ashes. When the temperature exceeds 10,000 degrees, entering the molecular and even atomic layers of combustion, then it truly deserves the title of the sun. The wind gently brushed by, and the waves crashed against the rocks, echoing the whispers of flames in the night. After a moment of contemplation, Roy gently sighed, carefully placing the flame fruit back in a box. Then his gaze shifted to another special fruit inside the box. This fruit was a striking and luxurious golden color, with a gourd-like shape that was quite unique, its surface covered with magnificent swirling patterns, shimmering under the moonlight as if made of pure gold. A hint of surprise flickered across Roy's face. Is this really the gold fruit? His tone carried a hint of surprise and amusement. Then he recalled some fragmented information, chuckling softly to himself. This is indeed an unexpected gain. I remember that Doflamingo originally planned to use this fruit to attract the attention of those big shots at the auction next year, but it was intercepted by that guy treble halfway. Pausing for a moment, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Treble. Perhaps I really will have to deal with that guy later. Roy placed the gold fruit back into the box, his eyes appearing content and satisfied. This trip was truly worthwhile. His gaze swept over the remaining two uniquely shaped devil fruits in the box. Strange. I have no impression of these two fruits at all. He frowned, reached out to pick up one of them, a brownish-yellow, elongated fruit, its surface densely covered with spiral patterns, the stem short and curled, looking like an over-twisted sausage. This shape looks like the casing has a leak. He then picked up another fruit, a dark green spherical fruit with a shell-like pattern, the stem short and thick, feeling quite hard to the touch. Looks like a cheap hybrid version of the dog fruit. And the turtle fruit? Roy fell into deep thought. In theory, he was one of the most loyal fans of One Piece in his past life, and he had at least skimmed through the devil fruit encyclopedia, but the shapes of these two fruits did not match any known forms. Could they be undocumented, rare, mythical zoans? Or experimental products? Just as he was struggling with whether to take the fruits back to the Navy headquarters, ding, a crisp system notification suddenly rang in his mind. System load level 11 due to an error in upper-level operations. System loading failed and is currently recaching. Some permissions have been released, and the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia viewing function has been unlocked. Error in upper-level operations? Roy fell silent for 2 seconds, a vein slowly bulging on his forehead. And the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It can't be that foolish goddess got drunk again, right? In the main god space, in a dimly lit office, the blue-haired, green-eyed, foolish goddess was sprawled out on the sofa, holding half a bottle of leftover beer, her cheeks flushed, looking completely drunk. She was mumbling indistinctly. "Burp, one more cup. This goddess can still drink." She let out a burp, drunkenly turned over, and her smooth toes kicked the control panel with a bang. Warning. Transcender System Program has encountered abnormal operations. System cache resetting. Some functions have been restored. The goddess was oblivious, still mumbling. Ugh, the system, or whatever, just let it be. Continue to sleep soundly. Roy took a deep breath, pinched his brow, and forcibly suppressed the impulse to curse. Well, having it is better than not having it. He looked back at the 2 fruits, and immediately a clear entry appeared in his mind. Animal type: dog fruit, sausage dog form. Ability: gain canine-like keen sense of smell. Contract sense within 3 kilometers. Body can stretch freely up to 2 meters long, but the low chassis makes it easy to trip. No significant combat power increase. Evaluation: suitable as a police dog. Not suitable as a warrior. Roy, he looked at the other fruit. Animal type: turtle fruit, Brazilian turtle form. Ability: gain shell defense, hardness of ordinary iron plate. Gain underwater breathing ability, but swimming speed reduced by 70. Can go 3 months without food without starving. Evaluation: suitable as a sandbag, not suitable for fighting. Roy, he silently closed the box and looked up at the sky. The night breeze brushed against his hair, bringing the salty taste of the sea. And the waves gently lapped at the shore, as if mocking the uselessness of these 2 fruits. Silence was the theme of tonight's Cambridge. Chapter 41. The request from Sengoku after packing up the 4 fruits. Roy closed the metal box and casually placed it beside him. He gently patted the box lid, his fingertips tapping out a series of irregular rhythms, seemingly digesting the system's nonsensical prompt from earlier. If it weren't for this broken system suddenly popping up, I would have almost forgotten. He sighed softly, and a scene of the foolish goddess cheerfully tossing the reward to him flashed through his mind. Reward: special body, multi-fruit adaptation. That's right, with this reward, he possessed the ability that everyone dreamed of in the pirate world, safely consuming a second devil fruit. And his body could perfectly adapt without the risk of rejection or explosion. This was originally the golden finger that all transcenders yearned for, but ironically, he had been so busy during this time that he almost forgot about it. Roy couldn't help but chuckle helplessly, rubbing his brow, his gaze slowly becoming profound. Like the ocean shrouded in night, a special body capable of consuming 2 fruits? He whispered, then suddenly turned his gaze to the fruit in the box, which was entirely fire red, resembling flowing fire. The flame fruit, his eyes flashing with tenderness and determination. The flame fruit should be left for Ace. A picture of Ace's carefree smile flashed through his mind in Marineford. Under my guidance, he at least wouldn't repeat the same mistakes. The fruit itself has great potential. As long as it's developed properly, his future achievements will definitely not be weaker than any natural type admiral. The ultimate of flames has never been just a simple range of fire punches, but the limits and control of temperature. The moonlight spilled down, and he slowly raised his head, gazing at the vast night sky under the moonlight. However, what is truly worth me personally consuming is definitely not just the flame fruit. He closed his eyes, and a name that made countless people yearn for it flashed through his mind. The thunder fruit. With a slight frown, Roy quickly searched through the timeline of his past life in his mind. If he remembered correctly, at this point in time, the thunder fruit should have already been consumed by Enel, right? He shook his head slightly, a wry smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Even if it hasn't been eaten, the Sky Island is so big, I could go look for it. But it would take too much time. The sea breeze brushed by, carrying a damp scent, stirring the hem of his cloak. Moreover, now is the critical time for the kids to lay the foundation. I don't want to go looking for a fruit only to find out that some kid has been taken away by his so-called fate. He chuckled softly, shaking his head in self-deprecation. Besides, no matter how strong the Thunder Fruit is, it is only powerful in terms of large-scale destruction and the speed of lightning. I don't currently lack speed-type abilities, and with the enhancement of my giant physique and old man Garp's fist techniques, my destructive power isn't bad either. If I were to say which second fruit truly suits me. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp, knife-like glint flashed in his eyes. That was the gaze of a hunter, carrying an unmistakable ambition. That fruit, I must get it. 2 days later, at the Marine Headquarters Marineford Port, morning light spilled onto the white stone bricks of the port with a hint of cool, salty air. Roy's figure seemed to materialize like a ghost, his white justice cloak fluttering gently in the wind, making his steps appear steady and powerful. The patrolling Marines saw the figure and instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons. But when they recognized who it was, they straightened up sharply and saluted respectfully. Major General Roy. Roy nodded slightly, his steps unbroken. After just a couple of steps, the Marine suddenly nervously spoke up. Major General, Admiral Sengoku just instructed that when you arrive, please go to his office immediately. Sengoku is looking for me? Roy raised an eyebrow, a hint of suspicion flashing through his mind. Logically speaking, he hadn't formally reported this trip to the North Sea, unless Uncle Kizaru is reporting on me behind my back. A hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes, but he didn't intend to explain anything. As he turned around, he heard the Marine mumbling softly. I heard that this morning, a kid from the North Sea was also in the Admiral's office. Roy paused slightly, raised an eyebrow, said nothing, and continued walking forward. In the Marine Headquarters Sengoku's office, pushing the door open, a rich aroma of tea rushed towards him, mingled with a slight scent of senbei. Sengoku was holding a teacup, a faint smile on his lips, with a few crumbs of senbei sticking to his white goatee, making him appear particularly amiable. Beside him stood a black-haired boy wearing a spotted hat, looking somewhat awkward. Law. Roy immediately recognized this boy whom he had saved from Doflamingo. Trafalgar Law looked up, and a glimmer of light flashed in his clear eyes beneath the brim of his hat. Mr. Roy. Sengoku gently put down the teacup, his smile seeming to overflow, and his voice softened a few degrees. Roy, this child has been wanting to meet you. Roy took a few steps closer, reached out to ruffle Law's hat, his eyes showing a hint of concern. How is the situation with your lead poisoning? Law's body stiffened slightly but quickly relaxed. Biting his lip, his voice small but undeniably firm. It's completely fine now, thanks to the fruit's ability. Sengoku watched this scene, a hint of comfort flashing in his eyes, then cleared his throat, his expression becoming slightly serious. Roy, I have a request. Roy raised an eyebrow. You don't want me to help you babysit, do you? Sengoku's old face flushed, and he coughed lightly. Ahem, this child has extremely high talent, especially with the abilities of the it.But no Mi, which are very valuable to the Navy. And his tone suddenly softened, even carrying a rare warmth. He, like Razanani, was saved by you from Doflamingo. At this point, Sengoku's lips curled slightly, seemingly trying to conceal his inner joy and anticipation. Moreover, I've already adopted this child as my grandson. Grandson? Roy was slightly taken aback. Buddha Sengoku simply put down his teacup, unable to hide the smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes betraying a hint of pride. Humph. Who told that old bastard Karp to flaunt his grandsons who will definitely be powerful Navy officers every day in front of me? He curled his lips, his voice unexpectedly childlike. I want a grandson too. Besides, this kid is named Law, so it's somewhat fateful. Roy couldn't help but chuckle at Sengoku's expression. Shaking his head, you really are something, Admiral. His gaze fell on Law, who at this moment was stubbornly pursing his lips, his eyes filled with determination and admiration. Mr. Roy. Law took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly, but his eyes were more resolute than ever. I want to become stronger. Oh. Roy looked at him with interest. Tell me why. Law clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white. I don't want to escape anymore. I want to be strong like you. Strong enough to protect important people. Sengoku smiled at them from the side, his eyes filled with appreciation and expectation. So, Roy, Are you willing to take on this disciple? Roy glanced at Sengoku, then looked back at Law's face, seeing those eyes filled with persistence. After a moment of silence, he finally sighed, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. All right, since I already have two troublesome brats, one more doesn't matter. Law's eyes instantly lit up, as if he had found a true home at that moment. Sengoku laughed heartily. Then it settled. From now on, Law will train with you, Ace and Luffy. Roy rolled his eyes, shaking his head helplessly. Old Sengoku, are you trying to turn my place into a problem child shelter? Sengoku laughed loudly. Bits of sunbae flying out. Ha. Who told you that you're the best at taking care of kids? Law smiled subtly to the side. That smile carrying a sense of relief after surviving a calamity, as well as hope for the future. Chapter 42. The feeling of family at the Marine headquarters. Roy's residence. Morning light streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows on the stone bricks of the corridor. Roy had just brought Law to the door and paused slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Huh. Law looked up in confusion, about to speak, but Roy pushed the door open directly. Surprise attack. Almost at the moment the door swung open, two black shadows suddenly pounced out from behind the door. Ace, with his hands wrapped in faint armament haki, wore an eager smile on his face, while Luffy leaped into the air, shouting rocket kick, both of them lunging towards Roy from left and right. Law's pupils constricted, and he reflexively took a step back, but bang, bang. Two crisp sounds echoed through the air, as if beating a drum. In the next second, Ace and Luffy each had a large bump on their heads, instantly squatting on the ground, holding their heads in pain, gritting their teeth. A surprise attack? Roy retracted his fists, smiling at the two, his eyes filled with a teasing expression that was half smile, half mockery. With this little skill, you dare to surprise attack me? Damn it, discovered again. Ace pouted, unacceptably holding his head. Next time I'll definitely succeed. It hurts so much. Roy's punch is even harder than Grandpa's. Luffy wailed, his mouth forming a straight line. At that moment, the kitchen door swung open, and the aroma of stewed dishes wafted out. Belmare was carrying a pot of steaming hot dishes, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Oh, Roy, you're back? Roy bro. Nami and Nojiko peeked out from behind her, their eyes sparkling, in unison calling out with eager anticipation. Roy smiled and nodded at them. I'm back. Ace pouted, a hint of complaint in his tone. Who told you to be gone for days without a word? I thought you were sent on some dangerous mission again. Luffy nodded repeatedly, clutching his swollen head. Yeah. Roy smiled helplessly, reaching out to ruffle Ace's hair. All right, since you all are so free, I'll have Teacher Zifa give you extra training this afternoon until you're satisfied. Extra training? I'm not afraid. Ace shouted defiantly, but his gaze was clearly a bit unfocused. Luffy nodded enthusiastically. Yay. At that moment, Ace finally noticed the white-haired boy standing behind Roy, who was quietly watching them. He frowned. Hey, why is there another brat? Law's expression was indifferent, only glancing at him slightly, without speaking. Roy chuckled lightly, placing his hand on Law's head. He is not a brat. He is 4 years older than you. Ace was taken aback. 4 years older than me? Is that true? Roy smiled slightly, calmly adding, let me introduce you. This is Admiral Sengoku's grandson, Trafalgar Law, and from now on he will live and train with us. Nanny. Ace and Luffy's eyes widened simultaneously, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Admiral Sengoku's grandson? Ace stared in disbelief, pointing at Law and stuttering. Is he the grandson of that goat-bearded old man? Law's mouth twitched slightly, coldly replying, are you being polite? Luffy, on the other hand, excitedly leaned closer, his eyes sparkling. Wow. So you must be strong too, right? Law raised an eyebrow. Stronger than you. Hey, you brat. Ace instantly exploded, ready to pounce, only to be held down by Roy. All right, stop messing around. Just then, Belmare couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. Let us eat first. If you keep arguing, the food will get cold. Okay, let us eat. Nami and Nojiko quickly helped set the table, their faces filled with cheerful smiles. Roy looked at this lively group of kids, a warm smile appearing in his eyes, and casually ruffled Ace's hair again. All right, enough playing. From now on, Law is our new family member. Ace pouted, Though he appeared reluctant, he finally muttered, "Humph. I'll just become stronger than him anyway." Law glanced at Ace, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, a confident smile towards the future. "Family, huh?" He softly repeated this word in his heart, his gaze softening a bit. Suddenly, Roy looked up at the sky, a hint of gentle emotion flashing in his eyes. "Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I visited my parents. I should find a time to take these kids back to visit." At the dining table, Belmare had meticulously prepared a feast that nearly covered the entire table. A whole roasted pig, golden and crispy, emitted a strong meaty aroma. A mountain of braised beef glistened with oil, sizzling fried fish fillets were arranged neatly, sauce-covered meatballs glimmered enticingly, and there were various side dishes and bread. The aromas intertwined, making one's mouth water. Law stood beside the dining table, his eyes widening slightly, clearly taken aback by the battlefield before him. 7 people need to eat this much? He subconsciously looked at Roy, a hint of hesitation and awkwardness in his eyes. Roy seemed to see through his thoughts, smiling as he ruffled Law's head. "Don't worry about it. There aren't that many rules here. Eat as much as you can. No one will laugh at you." Nojiko and Nami were quickly setting the table, and Nami even mischievously winked at Law. "Just don't get scared later." Law. As soon as the words left her mouth, the answer was immediately revealed. "Let us eat." With Roy's command, Ace and Luffy charged towards the dining table like tigers descending the mountain. "This piece of meat is mine." Ace shot his hands out, almost instantaneously stuffing a whole chicken leg into his mouth, his other hand still scooping meat from the plate into his bowl. "Meat, meat, meat, meat." Luffy simply dragged the whole plate of roasted pork in front of him, opening his mouth wide for a bite, stuffing his cheeks like a hamster, his mouth covered in grease. "You two, don't clear the table in one go." Although Roy's movements were much more graceful, the food on his plate decreased at a visibly rapid speed as the knives and forks flew about, almost like a remnant shadow. Roy, the cold expression of the young boy completely shattered, his chin nearly crashing onto the dining table. Is this still the eating speed of a human? Seeing this, Belmare couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to pat Roy's shoulder. "Surprising, right? When I saw it for the first time, I was about the same as you." She casually picked up a large piece of roast beef and placed it on Roy's plate, her smile gentle. "Eat it while it's hot. Otherwise, it will all go into the stomachs of those 2 guys soon." Roy stared blankly down at the steaming piece of roast beef on his plate, then looked up at the nearly clear dishes on the table, finally stiffly picking up his fork and cautiously taking a bite. Delicious. In that instant, his eyes brightened slightly, as if a layer of frost was quietly melting away. Nami leaned over with a grin, her eyes curving. "How is it?" "Belmare's cooking is even better than the chefs in the Navy can provide." Noki also smiled and handed him a glass of juice. "Don't just eat meat. Drink some juice to moisten your throat." Roy nodded, his movements a bit stiff, but the corners of his mouth subtly lifted a little. At the other end of the table, Ace and Luffy were fighting over the last meatball, one holding a fork and the other shouting that it was his. Both of them had several punch marks on their heads. Roy calmly sipped his soup, occasionally reaching out to tap the heads of the two. No fighting while eating. Oh my, what a lively scene. Belmare looked at this, and her eyes were filled with gentle smiles, as if she were witnessing the warmth of home. Roy lowered his head, quietly eating the food on his plate. The sounds of Ace and Luffy arguing, Nami's teasing, Belmare's gentle laughter, and Roy's helpless yet tolerant scolding filled his ears. Is this the feeling of family? He gently lifted his head, scanning each person at the dining table. A trace of warmth he had never felt before flashing in his eyes. Finally, his gaze settled on Roy. "It seems it's not bad," he murmured softly, then quickly lowered his head, stuffing the piece of beef he had just picked up into his mouth, as if he didn't want anyone to see that little bit of softened smile. The sea breeze gently brushed past outside the window, stirring this warm scene and dispersing the gloom in his heart. The taste of this meal seemed sweeter than any he had ever had. Chapter 43, Ace Roy Naval Headquarters Intelligence Department. The afternoon sun shone through the blinds into the office, casting a layer of tranquil golden light on the dark wooden bookshelf. The aroma of tea wafted up, filling the space with a subtle sense of calm. Vice Admiral Crane had just set down the documents in her hand, rubbed her slightly tired brow, and took a gentle sip of hot tea. Her expression was usually gentle and steady, but at this moment, a hint of fatigue flickered in her eyes. A soft knock came from outside the door. "Come in." The door opened, and Roy walked in, his white justice cloak fluttering slightly behind him. That familiar smile was still calm and confident, but with a refreshing nonchalance. "Sorry to bother you, Crane." Crane raised her eyes slightly. Seeing Roy, a soft light flashed in her eyes. "Roy, you came straight to the intelligence department as soon as you returned. It seems you have something urgent?" Roy sat down opposite her, his demeanor humble but not overly restrained. "I do have a matter I would like your help with." Crane set down her teacup, her hands clasped on the table, her gaze sharp yet calm. "Go ahead." Roy smiled slightly, took out a neatly folded note from his pocket, and pushed it forward. "I would like the intelligence department to help me find someone." Crane took the note, her long fingers gently unfolding it. The handwriting on the paper was neat and powerful. Gilder Tetsolo. She frowned slightly, slowly reading out the name. This name doesn't seem to have any notable records. Is he a pirate? Or a businessman from the underground world? Well, Roy gently shook his head, perhaps just an unknown person, but he has great potential. In the future, he might become someone capable of shaking the world economy. Crane's gaze shifted between Roy and the note, her fingers lightly tapping the table, producing a crisp sound. For Roy to personally come here and place such importance on this person, it seems not simple. She raised her eyes, squinting slightly, her gaze revealing a hint of scrutinizing sharpness. "What is the reason?" Roy smiled slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting in a meaningful arc. "In the future, his abilities will be of great use to the Navy. Especially," he shifted his tone, his voice deepening, "especially in dealing with certain existences." Crane's fingers paused for a moment, a hint of profound meaning flashing in her eyes. "Certain existences, huh?" She repeated softly, her gaze growing deeper, clearly understanding what Roy was referring to. After a few seconds of silence, Crane finally nodded gently, placing the note in her drawer. Her voice warm. "The intelligence department will prioritize this matter, Roy." However, she looked meaningfully at the young man before her, her eyes carrying a maternal softness, mixed with a complex feeling as if treating a precocious child. "You always manage to see things that others can't." Roy smiled, his gaze as calm as the sea, both humble and hinting at sharpness. "Thank you, Crane." He stood up to salute and turned to leave, his steps crisp and nimble. The door closed gently, and the office returned to silence. Crane picked up her teacup, watching the direction Roy left, a trace of an elusive smile appearing in her eyes as she softly murmured, "What an unpredictable kid." The sunlight streamed through the blinds onto her profile, casting a warm and expectant glow. Naval training ground afternoon, the sun blazed down like flames on the sandy training ground, sweat dripping onto the ground and instantly evaporating into a misty white vapor. Ace, Luffy, and Roy had already arrived early, standing by the sidelines waiting. Zephyr was leading a group of new recruits through high-intensity physical training, his voice loud and carrying the usual authority. The recruits' training uniforms were already soaked with sweat, but not one of them complained of fatigue, especially Drake in the ranks, performing each movement meticulously, his gaze focused and spirited, having fully adapted to the rhythm and intensity of the Navy's boot camp. Whoosh! A white figure flashed by, and Roy's figure appeared seemingly out of nowhere, landing steadily at the edge of the training ground. Roy. Luffy was the first to spot him, excitedly waving his hands, his eyes sparkling. Roy smiled slightly, first giving a standard military salute to Zephyr, Teacher Zephyr. Zephyr wiped the sweat from his forehead, glancing at Roy, then at the boy behind him. A hint of confusion crossing his face, but he didn't ask further, a trace of appreciative smile flashing in his eyes. He had always trusted Roy's judgment. Roy turned to Ace, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "Haven't you been shouting about wanting to spar with Rob? Today I'll give you the chance." Ace was taken aback for a moment, then his mouth curled into a smirk, his eyes glinting with provocation as he looked at Roy. "Can he really do it? I see he doesn't even know how to use hockey." Roy's expression was cold, merely glancing at him without explaining. Slap! Roy raised his hand and lightly slapped Ace on the back of the head. If I say to go, then go. Why so much nonsense? Use haki freely. Don't hold back. Ace rubbed the back of his head, grinning, sure, sure. Roy then turned to Rob, his tone calm, yet carrying a hint of encouragement. You too. Use your abilities fully. Rob nodded slightly, walking calmly to the center of the training ground. The surrounding recruits stopped their movements, their faces filled with curiosity and excitement. All eyes fixed on the two in the center of the field. Hey, isn't that Ace? The monster kid who can use haki at 9 years old. Who's that kid wearing the hat? He looks small and thin. Can he do it? Don't underestimate him. He's brought by Major General Roy, so he must have some skills. Drake stood in the crowd, arms crossed, calmly watching the two on the field, a hint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. In the center of the training ground, Ace was moving his wrists, a sly smile on his lips. Don't cry, rookie. Law's expression was indifferent, his eyes calm as water beneath the brim of his hat. With only slightly raised eyebrows showing a hint of disdain. So much nonsense. Zephyr stood by the sidelines, arms crossed, his voice loud and powerful. Start. The battle erupted. Ace struck first, his figure darting out like a cheetah, his fist wrapped in a faint layer of haki, aimed directly at Law's face. Zulfust. Law's pupils constricted, but his expression remained calm. He raised his right hand, and a pale blue spherical space suddenly unfolded. Though small, it was enough to cover both of them. Ace's fist seemed to hit the air, passing straight through Law's body without any sensation, as if striking through mist. What? Ace's pupils narrowed sharply. His heart filled with shock. He had clearly aimed well. The crowd outside erupted in an uproar. How'd he suddenly disappear? No way. That's a devil fruit ability. Law's figure appeared behind Ace, holding a scalpel, the cold gleam flashing. Ace felt a chill run down his spine, suddenly twisting to evade. The blade barely grazing his clothing. He quickly pulled back, a serious and confused look flashing in his eyes for the first time. What kind of ability is this? Feeling dazed, he had never truly fought against a devil fruit user before. The sensation of being unable to touch someone who was so clearly in front of him made him feel a sense of helplessness for the first time. Law's expression remained calm as he clasped his hands. Slaughterhouse. Whoosh. The sandy ground under Ace's feet instantly turned into a hard stone slab, disrupting his balance. Damn it. Ace's heart tightened, and he suddenly pushed off the ground, his legs exerting force as he executed a gale kick. Dozens of wind blades shot out, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Law's eyes narrowed, and he shifted again, instantly swapping positions with a stone. The wind blades howled as they crashed into empty space, kicking up a cloud of dust. Outside, Luffy was bouncing with excitement. Amazing. Ace can't hit him. Drake furrowed his brow beside him, a look of awe flashing in his eyes. No wonder Major General Roy values him so much. A space-type ability is incredible. Zephyr stroked his chin, thoughtful. The op no mi that Sengoku guy really took in an extraordinary grandson. In the center of the training field, Ace was panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. For the first time, facing a devil fruit user, he felt an almost desperate sense of powerlessness. This won't do. He gritted his teeth internally, focused his mind, and suddenly exerted strength in his legs, muscles tense like a bowstring. Shave. His figure instantly vanished. In the next moment, he appeared right in front of Law. Got you. His haki-wrapped fist slammed toward Law's abdomen. Bang. Law grunted, his body knocked back several meters. Kneeling on one knee, his face slightly pale. The crowd erupted in exclamations. He hit him. Ace was panting while staring at Law's figure, feeling an unprecedented battle intent and a hint of excitement. So, it turns out devil fruit users are not invincible. However, Law slowly raised his head, a cold smile tugging at his lips, his gaze seeming to see through Ace's thoughts as he flicked his finger up. Scalpel. Ace froze, wanting to activate Iron Block, but suddenly felt a chill at his chest, looking down to see his coat neatly sliced open, but his skin was unharmed. If that last strike had held back, I would have a drop of cold sweat slid down Ace's temple. Law slowly stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, his expression indifferent. Do you want to continue? Ace was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. Interesting. Let's go again. But at that moment, Zephyr raised his hand, his voice commanding. That's enough. Both turned to look at him. Zephyr stepped forward, his face serious. Ace, your hockey usage is still not proficient enough. He then turned to Law, his gaze softening a bit. Law, your stamina is almost at its limit after using your devil fruit ability for the first time in combat, right? Law nodded slightly, still calm on his face. Roy then walked over, smiling as he patted both of their shoulders. Well done. Ace pouted, but his eyes sparkled with determination. Next time, I will definitely win. Law glanced at him indifferently, his expression calm. Suit yourself. Zephyr looked at them, suddenly laughing heartily. Roy, these two little brats are interesting. Roy smiled slightly. So, I'll have to trouble you to take care of them more in the future. Zephyr waved his hand grandly. No problem. The more future pillars of the Navy, the better. The new recruits outside were buzzing with discussion, and Drake stared intently at Law's back, silently clenching his fists. I want to become stronger too. The sunlight shone on the training ground, reflecting the burning dreams and desires in the hearts of the new recruits. Chapter 44. Maramara, Nomi Naval Headquarters, Roy's residence. Night. The night was like water, and the warm yellow light inside the room bathed the living room in warmth and tranquility. Belmere sat in the center of the living room, a storybook spread open on her lap, with Luffy and Nami squeezed beside her, their eyes sparkling as they focused on the pages, occasionally gasping in amazement. Nojiko sat high on the sofa, knitting a light blue sweater, occasionally glancing up with a gentle smile on her lips. Law had been taken away by Razanani, reportedly to help him get familiar with various places in the Navy headquarters, while also allowing this pair of relatives, who had been saved from Doflamingo, to spend some time together. On the roof, the night breeze was slightly cool, making the tiles rustle gently. Ace lay back with his hands behind his head, gazing up at the starry sky, a hint of complex emotions in his eyes. Whoosh! A breeze swept by, and Roy's figure quietly appeared beside him, lying back as well, hands behind his head, carelessly looking at Ace. Kid, what's wrong? You look so gloomy. That's not like you. Ace pouted, silent, his ears slightly reddening. Roy squinted his eyes like a sly fox, reaching out to ruffle his hair. What's up? Did that kid lie at you hard? Ace remained silent for a moment before mumbling. Devil fruit abilities are really amazing. Once you eat them, you can become so strong. Way better than my training for several years. His voice carried a hint of unwillingness, along with a desire for the unknown. Roy chuckled lightly, flicking Ace's forehead with his finger. Fool. Ouch. Ace covered his forehead with one hand, glaring at him fiercely, but his eyes held a hint of playfulness. Roy retracted his hand, looking at the night sky, his tone unusually serious. But devil fruit abilities aren't all advantages. The night breeze brushed past, carrying a faint scent of sea salt. Those who eat devil fruits can never swim for the rest of their lives. If they fall into the sea, they become useless. Not to mention, they can also be restrained by sea prism stone. He slowly turned his head to look at Ace, his gaze deep and resolute. But hockey, that is the only truth in this world. Ace fell silent, his eyes flickering. But Roy smiled slightly, changing the subject. But then again, if one could fully develop a devil fruit ability, it could indeed make a person incredibly powerful. He extended his hand, gesturing in the night sky, his fingers glimmering faintly under the starlight. For example, Law's Op no Mi, if fully developed, could even allow someone to perform an eternal youth surgery. The great pirate Whitebeard's Gura no Mi could collapse an island with a single punch. Ace's eyes widened in shock. Collapse an island with one punch? Eternal youth surgery? Is that true? MHM. Roy nodded gently, his gaze soft yet deep, but that's a matter for the future, even if he has potential. It requires a long time to develop. There are no shortcuts, only step-by-step accumulation, and I don't want him to rely on that either. Ace stared at the night sky, fell silent for a moment, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. He turned his head to look at Roy, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Roy, I will definitely become stronger with my own power in the future, right? Roy looked at him quietly, the night wind brushing through his tousled hair. Of course, I believe in you, and I've always been watching you. The night breeze blew, and the two fell silent for a moment. After a while, as the night deepened, the sea breeze gently blew over the rooftop, and starlight sprinkled on their shoulders. Roy suddenly turned his head and casually called out, "Ace." Ace was gazing up at the starry sky, munching on the jerky Roy had given him, his voice muffled. Roy shot him a sideways glance, a familiar and mischievous curve forming at the corners of his mouth. "Do you want to eat a devil fruit?" Cough, cough, cough. Ace nearly choked on the jerky, sitting up abruptly, staring at him in shock. "What did you say?" Roy wore a mysterious smile, leisurely extending his right hand, palm open. A fruit, entirely fire-red and covered with spiral flame patterns, lay quietly there as if it were solidified flame, exuding an eerie glow. What is this?" Ace's throat felt a bit dry. A Logia-type flame fruit. Roy spoke softly, his voice deep and powerful. "If you eat it, you'll gain the power to control flames." He instinctively looked at Roy's face, but only saw those eyes filled with warmth and seriousness. Ace's hand trembled, truly trembled. He was a Navy officer, a seed cultivated by Roy, a genius who grew up at Navy headquarters. He understood all too well what a devil fruit meant, especially a Logia type, which was recognized as a humanoid, mobile, disaster-level existence. Many rear admirals had never even seen a paramecia-type fruit, and, at his age, even seeing a devil fruit user was rare, yet someone was offering him such a precious devil fruit without reservation. Ace's hand trembled slightly as he slowly reached out, but paused mid-air, his expression complex, seemingly afraid that everything before him was just an illusion. "See, can I really?" Ace's voice was a bit hoarse, his Adam's apple bobbing, his hand hovering in mid-air, but he dared not reach out. Roy didn't answer, only smiled as he gently placed the fruit into Ace's hand, his gaze tender yet firm. In that moment, many thoughts suddenly flashed through Ace's mind. Luffy's carefree smile, Belmir's warm back while cooking, Zephyr Sensei's roar when he scolded him for not training his haki properly, and Roy's ever-tolerant yet steadfast gaze. He looked down at the fruit, the flame patterns pulsing in his palm like a heartbeat, illuminating his trembling fingertips. This is the power that can protect them. "Thank you, Roy." He didn't speak the words, but the clear light in his eyes was more sincere than any language. "I won't let you down." Ace grinned, that familiar confidence finally returning. Roy smiled, reaching out to ruffle his hair. "Eat it. You'll have to rely on yourself from now on." Ace's mouth curled up, clenching his fist. However, just as he opened his mouth to take a bite, Roy suddenly turned around, quietly pulling out a transponder snail from his sleeve, pressing the recording button with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "We must commemorate your first experience with the fruit." Ace remained oblivious, unhesitatingly biting down on it. Ugh. The taste of the fruit was like stewed fish from the soles of someone's feet, mixed with the smell of laundry water bubbling with overcooked cabbage. Ace's features twisted instantly, veins bulging on his forehead, tears welling up in his eyes. What the hell is this disgusting food? In the transponder snail's view, Roy could no longer hold back his laughter, his shoulders shaking like reeds in the wind, laughter bubbling up from his belly. I forgot to remind you. The devil fruit is one of the most disgusting things in the world. You bastard. You knew this, didn't you? Ace yelled angrily while dry heaving, tears still in his eyes. Roy was rolling on the rooftop with laughter, nearly knocking over the transponder snail with his antics. "Of course I knew. But who told you to eat it so seriously? It would have been a pity to miss it. You just wait. I will definitely get my revenge later." Ace was so furious he was about to jump, tears and snot almost coming out, but he still gritted his teeth and swallowed down the fruit. "By the way, I forgot to tell you, just eating the first bite is enough." Just as Ace was about to curse, suddenly, boom! A surge of intense energy erupted from his chest, heat coursing through his limbs. He was momentarily stunned, and the next second, a dazzling flame erupted in his palm with a loud bang, the temperature scorching, illuminating half the rooftop. The wind stirred the flames, and the boy's astonished face was sculpted in the firelight. Roy steadily put away the transponder snail, giving a victory sign to the camera, then turned his gaze back to Ace and softly said, "Welcome to the world of flames." On the rooftop, the two boys smiled at each other, surrounded by firelight and starlight. This was a mark of growth, a trust from family, and also the starting point for Ace. The flame of the sun. At that moment, in the Don Quixote family territory's conference hall, The dimly lit hall was illuminated by flickering candlelight, casting shadows on the tall figure seated on the throne. Don Quixote Doflamingo was lounging with one leg crossed, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, his pink feather coat trailing on the ground, and the cold gaze behind his sunglasses was piercing. In the center of the hall, Bellamy knelt on the ground. Covered in injuries, his clothes tattered, the blood on his forehead already dried, looking as wretched as a wild dog. Hee. Doflamingo's laughter was low and dangerous, echoing in the silent hall. Bellamy. He slowly stood up, looking down at the man kneeling on the ground, his voice dripping with undisguised sarcasm. What face do you have left to come back alive? Bellamy trembled, suddenly looking up, disbelief in his eyes. And Master Doflamingo. He desperately wanted to explain, but as the words were on his lips, he suddenly recalled what that Navy boy had said 3 days ago. Replacement for the dead. Was it really like this? Bellamy's face turned pale instantly, his lips trembling as if he still wanted to argue. But Doflamingo had already lost his patience. Trash. He lifted his fingertip, and nearly transparent threads instantly wrapped around Bellamy's neck. No, Doflamingo. Bellamy struggled in terror, but the threads had already dug deep into his flesh, blood seeping along the line. Doflamingo's gaze was cold and ruthless, his finger curling slightly. Swish. Blood splattered, and Bellamy's head rolled to the ground, his eyes still wide open, unable to close even in death. The hall fell into dead silence, family executives standing silently on either side, no one daring to speak. Doflamingo slowly returned to his throne, the threads dripping blood from his fingertips, his expression dark and terrifying. Roy. He whispered the name, his tone filled with suppressed rage. Chapter 45. Learning Flame Knowledge Navy Headquarters. Roy's residence. The next morning. Boom. The morning silence was shattered by a deafening explosion, thick black smoke billowing from the direction of the kitchen. Shards of glass flying out with the flames. Fire, it's on fire! In the living room, Nami shouted with a toothbrush in hand, while Noki covered his ears and instinctively rushed towards Belmere. Sister, how did you blow up the kitchen? It wasn't my breakfast. Belmere hurriedly distanced herself from the situation. Roy, who was sipping tea in the yard, flashed and instantly appeared in the wreckage of the kitchen, grabbing the culprit whose face was covered in soot and whose hair looked like fried chicken. Ace. Cough, cough, I didn't mean to. Ace waved his smoking hand, explaining in a flustered manner, I just wanted to toast some bread. Toast some bread? You turned the entire kitchen into a volcano. Roy glanced at the overturned oven and the half-melted ceiling, his tone exceptionally calm. I can't control it. Ace squatted down, holding his head in anguish. The flames listen to me too well, but sometimes they don't listen at all. Roy's mouth twitched, and he sighed. It seems we need to arrange for some intensive training. At the Navy headquarters training ground in the morning, fire fist. Ace shouted angrily, his right fist roaring forward, intense flames erupting from his knuckles, transforming into a massive fire fist that charged towards Zephyr. The waves of fire rolled, and the heat was overwhelming. However, Zephyr just stood still, his gaze cold, as his right arm slowly wrapped in a layer of pitch-black armament hockey. Oomph. He raised his hand and seemed to casually swipe it. Bang! The blazing flames shattered with a thunderous sound, dispersing like smoke. Even the air trembled with a loud roar. The new recruits, watching from the sidelines, retreated a few steps. Astonished, Ace gritted his teeth, pushing off the ground to charge forward again. Then how about this flame whip? He leaped into the air, his right leg enveloped in flames, carving a scorching crescent in the air, like a burning whip striking down fiercely. Just a flashy move. Zephyr snorted lightly, meeting it with a punch. The flames exploded, and the shockwave kicked up dust and sand, sending Ace flying through the air, landing in a disheveled manner and rolling several times before coming to a stop. Ugh! He struggled to push himself up, gritting his teeth as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Zephyr walked over slowly, his tone stern. Your attack range is indeed large, and your momentum is strong, but your flames lack enough temperature, density, and concentration. He pointed to his arm, where Ace's fire attack had left only a slight scorch mark. You can't even burn my skin red. Who do you want to burn? Ace's face turned red from embarrassment. I'm still getting familiar with the fruit. Zephyr frowned slightly. That's no excuse. Your current control is like a 3-year-old child striking a match to ignite gunpowder. It could blow up at any moment. If you don't learn to refine your flames and only focus on expanding range and showing off, you will never beat Roy. Ace lowered his head, fists clenched, the flames in his palms flickering quietly. It was clearly scorching, but he felt a sense of powerless anxiety. What should I do then? He finally asked in a low voice, filled with unprecedented seriousness and unwillingness. Roy stepped forward, patting his shoulder with a slight smile. Start by learning to ignite. Flames are not meant to be thrown around wildly. He looked into Ace's eyes, his tone slow and steady. It's a knife, not fireworks. Hearing this, Zephyr nodded and continued. Control the temperature, control the output, control the trajectory. Start by practicing igniting a flame on one finger without burning the skin. Ace was stunned. Opening his mouth, huh? Roy casually picked up a twig and tossed it to him. Come on, burn it until it's charred, but don't break it. Ace looked at the twig in his hand, which was thinner than his finger, then glanced at them, complaining, "You adults really know how to torment kids." Wrong. Roy and Zephyr said almost in unison, "This is to teach you control." On the other side of the training ground, the new recruits formed a circle to watch. Drake quietly stared at Ace, unconsciously clenching his fists, while Law squinted, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Indeed, Mr. Roy's teachings are not just simple knowledge transmission. Just as Ace was struggling to control the flames without breaking the twig, Roy called out again, "Ace, come here." Ace quickly jogged over, where Roy sat cross-legged and pointed to the spot beside him. "Sit." He casually drew a diagram in the sand, labeling a simple flame pattern with a string of numbers. "Ace, what do you think is the most aggressive devil fruit ability in the Navy right now?" Ace replied without hesitation, "Of course, it's Admiral Sakazuki's magma fruit." "That's right." Roy nodded, holding up 3 fingers. "But his strength is not just because of the magma fruit. First, Admiral Sakazuki's armament haki is also incredibly strong. Second, his observation haki is extremely precise, allowing him to penetrate the opponent's defenses with magma. Third, he wrote a line of numbers in the sand. Magma temperature, about 1200. Ace's eyes widened. "Only a little over 1000? Roy chuckled lightly, his gaze falling on Ace's flames. "And theoretically, the upper limit of flames approaches 5000 degrees. Do you know what that means?" Ace held his breath. If he can finally control the flame temperature, for example, raise it to 4000 and concentrate on the tip of a needle, you could melt through the keel of an entire warship in 1 second. At 5000 degrees, a single strike could burn through armored steel, evaporate the moisture in an enemy's breath, and even instantly defeat skilled opponents with low mastery of armament haki. He paused, looking towards the training dummy in the prop room. Don't be misled by its hard material. It's specially made composite steel by the Navy's scientific department. But if you use high-temperature flames and focus them, he pointed to Ace's hand like a needle, you can make the enemy turn to ash before they even have a chance to scream. Ace's pupils contracted, and the flames in his palm unconsciously flickered. "So," Roy looked at him, his tone deep and firm, "don't treat the flame fruit as a large igniter. What you possess within you is the power of destruction and rebirth." Zephyr spoke slowly beside him. "From today onward, you will report to the scientific unit every afternoon, where Lieutenant Fireworks will train you in thermodynamic models. Before you get into fights, learn to control your energy first." Both thought Ace would complain about the trouble of learning, but instead, they found his eyes growing brighter. Wow, his eyes sparkled, as if he had heard some battle scripture. "So, does that mean I can evaporate pirate fleets with just one finger in the future?" Roy facepalmed. "That is not the main point, okay?" Zephyr, however, laughed. "Don't worry about it. He understands." Ace suddenly stood up, patting his chest. "I'm ready. We can start now." Roy squinted, chuckling softly. Indeed, he's a battle maniac. Chapter 46. The news from Tesalo a week later in the afternoon at the Navy training ground. The scorching sun ruthlessly shone down on the sand, waves of heat rising as if the very air was slightly distorted. Ace stood in the center of the training ground, his coat casually tossed aside, his bare upper body glistening with sweat, unable to hide the brilliant blue flames leaping and burning on his arms. His expression was focused, his body taut like a bow, his breath contained yet explosive, clearly indicating that after a week of intensive training, Ace could not only precisely control the temperature and output of the flame fruit, but even the color of the flames had undergone a qualitative change. This time, it wouldn't be like last time. Ace grinned, and the flames on his fist suddenly shrank into a thin layer, fitting snugly against the surface of his skin like a glove. Opposite him stood Roy, calm and composed, hands in his pockets, his gaze icy. The space around him rippled slightly like mist, his aura steady. Although he wielded a standard Navy sword, it exuded an undeniable sense of pressure in his hands. This was his first time engaging in combat in a swordsman stance, but the sharpness and pressure were impossible to ignore. The sidelines were packed with sailors who had come to watch. Even Drake, who was in training, couldn't help but pause to observe. The duel between two young geniuses was a rare spectacle in the Navy headquarters. "Are you ready?" Ace's lips curled up, the blue flames spreading from his forearm to his fist, the scorching breath bursting like a storm. Roy did not respond, only slightly lowered his head, resting his right hand on the sword hilt, the space quietly expanding a circle. Fire gun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ace struck first, his hands mimicking a pistol, firing dozens of flame bullets as thin as his fingers, shooting out like meteors from between his fingers. Every fireball is compressed to the size of a marble, yet contains a high temperature of 3,000 degrees, with penetration and density far exceeding the past. A hissing sound erupts in the air, as if even light is being distorted by the intense heat. Luo's eyes narrowed. The slaughterhouse. In an instant, he swapped positions with a stone at the edge of the field, and the fireball crashed to the ground, melting the sand into chunks of dark red glass crystals. The air torn apart by the scorching heat. The Marines watching gasped in unison. The intensity of his flames was no longer at the level of mere fire play. He actually burned sand into glass. Is this the compressed high-temperature flame gun? Luo did not delay. His space flickered, and his figure instantly teleported to Ace's side. A flash of a knife. A scalpel. Ace's eyes sharpened, his observation hockey instantly catching the change in air currents, his body crouched down and retreated, the blade narrowly brushing past the tip of his nose. He reacted quickly, pushing off the ground with both feet, flames erupting, leaping like a rocket. Flame feet. Flames wrapped around his calves, and he kicked out fiercely, the temperature scorching the air, carrying a heavy pressure. Clang! Luo gritted his teeth to block. The sand beneath his feet shattered, his legs numbed by the force, but his stance remained steady. He stayed calm, and in the next moment, he activated his spatial ability again, swapping places with the rubble behind him, instantly closing in on Ace's back. Surgical injection. The blade stabbed toward Ace's back like a shadow. But this time, swish. Ace predicted it in advance, his body suddenly transforming into flames, the slash passing through the scorching illusion, and then his solid form appeared in midair. In midair, Ace's legs exploded with astonishing flame jets, innovatively incorporating the principle of flame propulsion into the Navy's sixth-form shave. Flame shave, almost in an instant. Ace charged in front of Luo, his right fist wrapped in blue-white flames aiming for Luo's face, the high temperature causing the surrounding air to crackle with explosive sounds. Luo's reaction was equally impressive. Just before the fist was about to hit, he activated his ability to the limit. Slaughterhouse. Their positions instantly swapped, Ace's fist missing its target, but immediately changing to an elbow strike. Luo hurriedly crossed his knife to block, the clash of armament hockey and high-temperature flames producing a piercing metallic friction sound. The temperature rose again. Luo was secretly alarmed. During their last encounter, his knife could completely block the flames. But now the part of the blade in contact was beginning to glow faintly red. The Marines watching from the sidelines gasped. "It's too fast. We can't see the movements at all. That flame color is at least over 2,500 degrees, right?" Drake tightly watched every move of the two, his fists unconsciously clenching. This level of combat has far exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary Marine major. The fierce battle lasted 20 minutes, and finally, Ace seized a moment when Luo was exhausted, breaking through his defense with a fiery pressure point shot. The highly compressed fire line left a charred mark on Luo's chest, and Ace followed up with a flame shave to close in. A fiery punch. His right fist suddenly blasted out, The blue flame compressed to the extreme exploded as if igniting the entire air. Boom! Luo was blasted several meters away, crashing into the training grounds wall, debris flying and dust swirling. After 2 seconds of silence, a wave of applause and cheers erupted. Ace won. This battle was too intense. Are these two guys still kids? Luo knelt on one knee, with slight burn marks on his face and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, but his gaze grew even colder. Ace quickly ran over and reached out to help him up. Are you okay? Luo stared at him for a few seconds, grasped his hand, and stood up. You're strong. His tone remained cold, but there was no hostility in his eyes. Ace grinned. If I hadn't learned hockey 2 years earlier, I might not have one today. Luo snorted. Once I learn it, you won't have it so easy. Ha ha, then I'll wait for you. At the edge of the Navy headquarters training ground, outside the field, Zephyr and Roy stood side by side, their gazes crossing the swirling dust, resting on the two figures who had just finished their fierce battle. These two kids. Zephyr stroked his chin, rarely showing a knowing smile. The future looks promising. Roy nodded, his eyes filled with admiration and a hint of concealed pride. Ace's flames can now maintain a high-temperature compressed state for over 30 seconds. Luo's control over space is becoming increasingly refined, but his physical stamina needs improvement. He paused, the corners of his mouth slightly raising. Once they fully master armament hockey and observation hockey, some commanders will have to take these kids seriously. Ha ha ha. Zephyr laughed heartily. That's what makes it interesting. The old bones of the Navy will eventually have to rely on the young ones. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Just then, the transponder snail in Roy's arms suddenly rang. The transponder snail opened its eyes. It was a female model wearing thin-framed glasses. Speaking in a brisk and serious tone, Major Roy, please report to the Intelligence Department immediately. There's an urgent intelligence update. Navy Intelligence Department office. The office was dimly lit, the curtains half drawn, and a map of the North Sea on the wall marked with dozens of red dots. Vice Admiral Crane stood in front of the map, holding a document, her voice as calm and efficient as ever. Come in. Roy pushed the door open, glanced around the office, and sensed that the atmosphere was heavier than usual. Regarding the target you mentioned, Gillette Teselo. Crane took out an encrypted folder from a drawer and handed it over. We have tracked his recent movements. Roy took it, flipped it open, and glanced. The photo in the document showed a young man with a rebellious gaze, his face handsome, yet suppressed by an unsettling, twisted aura. The marks of a celestial dragon slave collar could still be faintly seen on his neck. He escaped from Ariehua 2 years ago. He raised an eyebrow. This must be a chain reaction from the Fisher Tiger incident. That's right. Crane nodded slowly. He was once a slave of the celestial dragons, harboring an extraordinary hatred for nobles and wealthy merchants, but even more obsessed with money. She pointed to a red dot on the map. The last known coordinates were the Crimea transshipment port in the North Sea, a gray area mixed with nobles, wealthy merchants, and smugglers. Roy closed the document, his expression solemn. I'll go there in person. Crane paused, her brow furrowed. Now? You know the North Sea is still a densely populated area for Doflamingo's spies, right? Roy smiled lightly, his tone playful. Don't worry, Miss Crane. That little turkey, I really don't take seriously. Crane was momentarily stunned by his words, then burst into laughter, shaking her head gently. Little turkey is quite fitting. Corridor outside the training ground, Roy left the intelligence department, walking down the corridor back to his quarters when he suddenly halted. He pulled out a neatly folded life card from his pocket. It was Ace's life card. At that moment, the paper's edges were slightly curling and twisting, indicating that his emotions were in a state of violent fluctuation. Did he get into trouble again? He sighed softly, and in the next second, his figure vanished into thin air. Testing area for the scientific unit of the training ground. Quick, again with that high-temperature flame emission. As the blue-white flames formed, please maintain a constant temperature. We need to read the plasma state data. At the edge of the training ground, Ace was surrounded by several researchers from the scientific unit. Various instruments aimed at him, recording every detail from energy fluctuations to heat sources. He wore a face of despair. I'm not a lab animal, but you are currently the youngest Logia user in the Navy, and you can control the blue flame state. The scientific value is immeasurable. The researchers shouted excitedly while operating their equipment. Not far away, Luo stood in the shade of a tree, arms crossed, watching this scene. The corners of his mouth finally curling up slightly in an almost imperceptible smile. Chapter 47. Crimea Transshipment Port North Sea Crimea Transshipment Port. The early morning fog lay like a veil over this most chaotic trading port in the North Sea. The distant waves surged, and the dock was filled with a cacophony of voices, cargo being loaded and unloaded, vendors calling out their wares, arguments and laughter intermingling to create a vivid tapestry of survival under a gray order. One of the most infamous gray areas of the North Sea's Crimea Transshipment Port. A diverse array of characters, nobles, wealthy merchants, smugglers, bounty hunters, and black market traders, intersected here where money and power flowed in the shadows, while the superficial order was barely maintained by the port's managers. Here, everyone shared a single belief. Whoever has more money calls the shots. An ordinary passenger ship slowly docked, and passengers began to disembark, merging into the noisy crowd. Just then, swoosh, a tall figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the passenger ship, as if materializing from the air. With slightly wavy black hair and a towering height of 3 meters, he had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His muscular lines perfect, yet not exaggerated. A finely tailored dark gray suit outlined his tall and upright frame, accentuating his cold yet elegant demeanor. A pair of deep black eyes quietly scanned the dock, devoid of any hint of warmth, yet impossible to look away from. It was Roy, not in military uniform. "Here we are," he said softly, his voice deep and refined, tinged with a hint of laziness. As his words fell, the originally noisy port fell silent for a moment. The vendors' calls abruptly ceased, passing noble ladies gasped and covered their mouths, and even the workers unloading cargo froze in place, oblivious to the thud of a box dropping on their feet. Everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn to this suddenly appearing man. Who is that? So tall and handsome. Is he a noble from some country? Or a star? Chill. Keep it down. What, he's a big shot. Roy ignored the commotion around him, striding down the gangplank with long legs in a leisurely manner. The sound of his leather shoes on the wooden dock was steady. What a hassle, he thought. He hadn't intended to attract too much attention by not wearing his Navy uniform, but his height and appearance stood out too starkly in such a place. However, it didn't matter anymore. Roy slightly curled his lips, his gaze sweeping over the port's hidden corners, where several greedy or vigilant eyes had already locked onto him. This saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. He casually walked into a tavern that looked relatively clean, and the moment he pushed the door open, the noise inside instantly quieted. The atmosphere stiffened, the bartender behind the bar froze, sweat beading on his forehead as he forced a smile and approached. "What would you like to drink, sir?" Roy sat down, his long fingers lightly tapping on the bar, his tone calm and soft. "I want information." The bartender's smile instantly froze. Information? Giltai Zolo is over there." Roy raised his eyes, his gaze slicing through the hearts of those present like a blade, his tone still gentle but impossible to refuse. The air suddenly turned cold. In a corner of the tavern, a group of burly men quietly stood up, their hands resting on their weapons at their waists. Without turning his head, Roy smiled lightly. "If you don't want to die, sit down." His voice was not loud, but it pierced through the air like a shard of ice, penetrating into everyone's bones. The few men instinctively froze, alarm bells ringing in their minds. Their beast-like instincts roared. Danger! Extrême danger! The standing men silently sat back down, their movements stiff, cold sweat trickling down the back of their necks. Roy turned his gaze back to the trembling bartender. "So, can you answer my question now?" The bartender's lips turned pale as he stammered. He was at the Golden Sand Casino yesterday, but this morning he went to the northern abandoned mine." "Good." Roy nodded, pulling out a belly coin from his pocket and tossing it casually. "Thank you." He stood up to leave, and the crowd inside the tavern finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Stepping out of the tavern, Roy looked toward the vaguely visible outline of the mine to the north. Narrowing his eyes, in the abandoned mine area, this future Golden Emperor is still scavenging for scraps. In the next moment, his figure vanished into the morning mist, as if he had never existed, leaving behind a crowd still whispering in confusion, along with a few followers who had lost their target, looking around in bewilderment. North Sea abandoned mine area. The blazing sun scorched the abandoned mine pit, and the air was filled with a pungent metallic smell and the dry dust. This was once a mine jointly exploited by the royal family and merchant guilds, but had long been abandoned by the authorities, becoming a new stronghold for exiles and ambition seekers. Guild Zolo, 28 years old, bare-chested, with messy blonde hair and beads of sweat on his forehead, bore a ring of deep-colored branding marks on his back, an ugly and glaring mark of a celestial dragon slave. He stood at the edge of the pit, tightly gripping a piece of ore that shimmered with a golden-red hue, his knuckles white from the force. It was a star iron ore, extremely rare, rich in metallic spirituality, suitable for high-end weapons and noble decorations, a coveted treasure in the black market. "Dig carefully, everyone," he shouted angrily at the dozen laborers at the bottom of the pit. They were dressed in rags, their muscles thin, yet they gritted their teeth and swung their pickaxes, sweat and dirt mixing into mud, sliding down their faces. "This kind of ore can sell for a sky-high price on the black market. If we gather a bit more, we could buy a decent ship and leave this hellhole." His eyes sparkled with an almost obsessive fire, as if that ship was his first step to reaching the pinnacle of the world. With the star iron in hand, he seemed to see another life. On a rainy night, his girlfriend Stella was dragged away by a celestial dragon, her skirt torn in the mud. In his rage, he confronted the celestial dragon, but was captured and taken to Mariewa as a slave. He knelt on the marble floor of Mariewa, being kicked by golden boots until his mouth was filled with blood. He crawled with chains, becoming a slave dog who pleased his master for a single gold coin. He whispered hoarsely, "In this world, without money, even breathing is a sin. There's nothing that can't be bought with money, and those without money can do nothing." But as long as he has money, he lowered his head, a sickly obsession gradually emerging in his eyes. Just as he was drowning in the flames of memory and desire, cough. A light cough cut through the heat like a cold wind. Zolo suddenly turned around, his hair standing on end. A black-haired man over 3 meters tall stood less than half a meter behind him, hands in pockets, his expression calm. "When did he?" Zolo's pupils contracted, his body tensed, the cold sweat on his back almost instantly soaking his waistband. He scanned his surroundings. His men were still laboring in the pit. Yet no one noticed the newcomer. "You." He instinctively took half a step back, his voice low and alert. "Who are you? A noble? A spy? A bounty hunter?" Roy did not answer but slightly lowered his head, his gaze lightly sweeping over the star iron in Zolo's hand. "Star iron ore? Good eye," he said softly, his tone calm, as if evaluating a product. Zolo narrowed his eyes, cautiously hiding the ore back into his embrace. "Who the hell are you?" Before he could finish, Roy took a step forward, placing his hand on his shoulder. "Wait, what are you?" Swoosh. The two figures instantly vanished from sight, leaving behind a group of shocked laborers and a pickaxe abandoned on the ground, reflecting a blinding light in the sun. Chapter 48. The ambition for gold. Deep within the North Sea, abandoned mine area, abandoned smelting plant, the acrid smell of burning permeated the air. Rusty steel pipes tangled and intertwined, and the sludge leaking from the ruptures had long solidified into a pitch-black shell. The entire space resembled a dead giant beast, silent and oppressive. Swoosh! The space trembled, as if the air itself had been torn apart. Zolo suddenly saw stars, losing his balance and falling into this silent steel grave. He instinctively tried to step back, his footing faltering until he crashed against a crooked support column. The moment his fingers touched the metal, a cold sensation sent a shiver through his entire body. "Where is this?" He turned around abruptly, his gaze sharp as a knife, glaring at the black-haired man who had appeared behind him without him noticing. The figure over 3 meters tall loomed like a shadow under the dim light, standing tall and composed. "Who are you?" "Space transfer. Are you an ability user?" Roy casually leaned against the steel beam, his right hand still tucked in the pocket of his trench coat, while his left hand lightly tapped the mottled metal, his tone as deep and steady as ever. "Naval Headquarters, Major General Roy." "The Navy?" Zolo's expression darkened, and alarms went off in his mind. He instinctively reached for his waist, but grasped nothing. "Looking for this?" Roy raised the dagger that should have been hidden inside his clothing, spinning it casually between his fingers. His movements as graceful as a dance, the cold light of the blade cutting sharp silver lines in the air. Poisoned, double-edged, specialized for vital strikes, very professional. Roy looked at him, a smile at the corner of his lips, but without a hint of warmth. What do you really want? Teselo's voice tightened, his wariness increasing. I'm not here to capture you. Roy casually inserted the dagger into a rusty steel plate beside him. I'm here to discuss cooperation. Cooperation? Teselo snorted, his expression mocking. The Navy is here to talk business now? Don't tell me you're the spokesperson for justice and order, then want to shake hands with an escaped slave? He suddenly pulled down his collar, revealing the shocking brand of the celestial dragon's slave collar on the back of his neck. Do you know what this represents? He sneered, his words sharp as knives. This is the footprint of the world stepping on me, a gift from the so-called guardians of the heavens. However, Roy just silently stared at him for a moment, then replied, I'm not here to talk to a slave. I'm here to talk to the future Golden Emperor. That one sentence stopped Teselo's cold smile, and the madness in his eyes trembled subtly. Are you insulting me? He said in a hoarse voice. I'm acknowledging you. Roy leaned slightly forward, his tone serious. Someone who can find star iron or in a 30-year abandoned mine. Someone who can turn a beggar into a semi-professional worker in half a month. He pulled the dagger out, a flash of cold light, then slowly put it away. You have vision, intelligence, means, and ambition. You just lack a real opportunity. Teselo's lips still held a cold smile, but the amusement had already faded. He stared at Roy, as if evaluating a strange gamble. So, you want to recruit me? Put a gilded dog collar on me, and let me be a national mine owner at ease? You're mistaken. Roy stood up straight, his figure casting a tall silhouette under the broken skylight. His gaze was firm, his tone deep. I want to invest in you, to become the richest person in this world. The air stagnated for several seconds. Huh? Teselo was stunned, as if he didn't understand the meaning of those words. What did you just say? I said, what you really want isn't to make money. Roy pointed to the position over his heart. You want to use money to shatter that lofty world, to forge a knife from gold and cut off their heads. That sentence struck Teselo's heart like a hammer. In that moment, his pupils trembled slightly, and the sarcasm and vigilance he had been forcing for so long began to show signs of loosening for the first time. He wanted to scoff, but found his lips stiffening. What gives you the right to say that? His voice was filled with hesitation, reluctant yet probing. Because I'm not here to talk nonsense with you. Roy's answer was devoid of embellishment, but it was resolute. The next second, the dust beneath their feet suddenly swirled violently, accompanied by an indescribable pressure erupting from within him. Boom! The conqueror's haki surged forth like a thunderclap tearing through the sky, shaking the entire abandoned smelting plant. The rusty steel beams creaked, the wall coverings peeled off, and the ceiling shook violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Teselo felt his breath snatched away in an instant, his knees uncontrollably slamming to the ground. Cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall, his back feeling as if pierced by icy spikes. The air froze, time stood still. In this violent haki, he felt as if he'd been thrown into a howling beast forest, thousands of wild beasts roaring in his ears. This was not oppression. It was a declaration, a king's declaration. Just as his mind was about to be torn apart, the terrifying pressure suddenly receded like a tide. Huff, huff. Teselo lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his knuckles turning white, his whole body trembling. He lifted his head to look into those calm, yet suffocating eyes, feeling true fear for the first time. What do you want? He croaked. Roy walked closer, his tone low, like a devil whispering temptations in his ear. I can not only help you control wealth, but also help you overturn your nightmares with your own hands. In that moment, Teselo's pupils constricted sharply. He seemed to see it. He saw that dark, rainy night, Stella being dragged away by the celestial dragons, her cries tearing through the night. He saw himself chained to the marble floor of Mariawa, knees bleeding, palms raw, crawling like a dog under the boots of countless nobles. He saw that disdainful celestial dragon raising his golden scepter, and he once thought he would die there. Money, he murmured as if biting down on past humiliations. Without it, you are nothing. His nails dug into the sandy ground, blood seeping out. He slowly raised his head, gritting his teeth. What do you want me to do? Roy did not answer, only slowly took out a black metal box from inside his trench coat. Pop! The lid sprang open, revealing a devil fruit that glimmered like flowing liquid gold, exuding an alluring light, lying quietly within, as if a burning desire had coalesced into form. Paramecia, gold fruit. Roy spoke. It grants the user ultimate control over gold. Whether in solid, liquid, or powder form, it can be shaped, manipulated, and reconstituted at will. All properties of gold will become your most powerful weapon. As long as it exists, you can control value, shake order, and set rules. Tezulo's breath quickened sharply. He certainly knew what this meant. Gold was the lifeblood of kingdoms, fuel for war, leverage for power, and the shell of faith. As long as he mastered gold, he would hold the world's throat. The fluctuations of the gold market, the demands of the military-industrial complex, the trading rules of the underground world, countless possibilities exploded in his mind. You. Tezulo stared at Roy, a complex light appearing in his eyes for the first time. You're actually willing to give me this power? This is just the beginning. Roy chuckled lightly, his voice calm, yet revealing a cold edge. I don't need your loyalty. I only want your success. He added, I just want the right person to be in the right position. Silence fell, as if the entire ruins were holding their breath. After a long while, Tezulo knelt heavily, not because of the pressure of hockey, but because the 20-year burden of shame, repression, hatred, and desire burst its dam at this moment. For the first time in 20 years, someone saw through the true self beneath his layers of disguise. Not a vengeful demon, not a greedy madman, but a genius forced into being by despair. Good. He extended a trembling finger, touching the fruit, and in that instant, he felt ignited by fate. Burning ambition surging forth from his chest. Roy gently placed the fruit into his palm, calmly saying, Eat it. Tezulo stared at the fruit, his eyes blazing. From today on, he whispered like a vow, it's not that I bow down to money, but that money is for my use. He bit down hard on the fruit, the crisp crunch echoing in the silent ruins. Roy turned and walked toward the rusted iron door, sunlight streaming through the broken iron window, casting a slanting glow on his shoulder. Remember, when you say money is omnipotent, make sure you are the embodiment of money itself. Chapter 49. Newbie Gift Pack. Abandoned smeltery of Beihai. The hot metallic scent swirled in the air as Tezulo swallowed the last bite of the golden fruit, its bitter taste making him frown. Suddenly, he felt a strange power surging within him, as if resonating mysteriously with some precious metal. He slowly extended his right hand, his fingertips gently gliding over the iron rack beside him. To his surprise, tiny golden specks suddenly appeared on the surface of the rack, as if some force had awakened the slumbering gold. These specks quickly gathered, forming a thin layer of gold foil on the rusty iron surface. Tezulo's voice trembled with disbelief. He spread his fingers slightly, and the gold foil immediately detached from the rack, flowing through the air, reassembling, and finally condensing into a delicate gold coin that landed steadily in his palm. Sunlight streamed through the dilapidated roof, casting a dazzling light on the coin's surface. Tezulo stared at the pure gold coin, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. So that's how it is, he murmured to himself, realizing that he wasn't creating gold out of thin air, but awakening and manipulating the dormant gold elements within the metal. He clenched his fist, feeling the power flowing within him. Although this ability couldn't create gold from nothing, in this world, there were almost no metal veins completely devoid of gold impurities. This meant that as long as there was metal, there was my gold. A fervent smile crept across Tezulo's lips. However, that ecstasy was quickly suppressed. Tezulo took a deep breath, forcibly calming his tumultuous thoughts, like a financial engine quickly regaining its composure. He looked up at Roy, his gaze calm and sharp. I need some starting capital and a ship. Roy raised an eyebrow, a half smirk on his face, not planning to ask for a bit more, like an island, a trading company, or a national treasury. But Tezulo shook his head, his tone firm. Greed leads to ruin. I'm not qualified to ask for too much just yet. A slight smile curled at the corners of Roy's mouth, and a hint of secret admiration glimmered in his eyes. This kid is calmer than I thought. He can assess resources and risks immediately after gaining his abilities, not greedy, not chaotic, clearly recognizing that he doesn't yet have the capital to contend with the bigger picture. Good, Roy said softly, his expression growing more serious. Since I brought you to the table, I'll make sure you can afford to play the first round. He paused, slowly turning to look outside the dilapidated factory, repeating softly, starting capital, the ship, his brow furrowed in thought, quickly turning into a disdainful arc suddenly. He let out a cold laugh, as if he had struck gold. Taizolo froze, instinctively taking a half-step back. He keenly sensed a very ominous premonition emanating from the oddly pleased yet sinister smile at the corner of Roy's mouth. "What are you planning?" Roy waved his hand casually, as if brushing away dust, his tone lazy yet filled with malicious amusement. "It seems there's a flamingo in Beihai that has left some assets around. Gambling houses, cargo ships, underground funding. It's a mess like a pile of opium. Just taking a share would suit your taste, wouldn't it?" "You mean?" Taizolo's eyes narrowed, his mind already conjuring up the image of that arrogant, obnoxious face. "Doflamingo, are you crazy?" Roy grinned slightly, his tone nonchalant. "What scared?" Taizolo remained silent for a moment, then slowly raised his lips into a cold arc. "But I like crazy." Roy extended his hand, his voice relaxed yet carrying an undeniable commanding tone. "Let's go. I'll take you to claim your newbie gift pack. Beihai, Crimea, transfer port deep night." The night sky was as dark as ink, yet the port was ablaze with lights. The sound of waves crashing against the dock felt particularly quiet in the night. A large merchant ship, painted in bright pink, was docked at the edge of the port, its sails emblazoned with a soaring flamingo, the symbol of the Don Quixote family. On the deck, a group of well-dressed yet coarse pirates were patrolling. "Damn it, we've been waiting all day. Is that big client coming or not?" One pirate complained. "Shut up." Another hissed. "Do you know who's on the ship this time? It's Lord Diamante, a senior officer of the Don Quixote family. Do you dare to grumble?" "Well, what?" The first pirate's face turned pale, and he immediately fell silent. Just then, the hatch door of the ship creaked open. A tall man in a cloak stepped out of the cabin, his long golden hair cascading down his shoulders, a customary flamboyant smile on his face. But his brow was furrowed with unease. He was one of the highest-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family, codename Block, leader of the Don Quixote family's fighting group, and a user of the flap fruit Diamante. He stood in the center of the deck, gazing into the distant night, muttering softly, "I feel something off. Why does my observation hockey have this oppressive feeling, as if death is approaching?" "Lord Diamante?" A pirate beside him asked cautiously. Diamante didn't answer. His eyes suddenly twitched. The next moment, boom! It was as if the entire air had been torn apart, and the ship suddenly lurched. Several pirates lost their balance and fell to the deck. In the night sky, a tall, slender figure stood quietly at the ship's railing, his black hair blown by the night wind, his suit rustling in the moonlight. The man wore a rebellious smile, as if the entire ship was merely a diversion after his dinner. "Good evening, little native. Row-I." Diamante's pupils constricted violently, his legs shaking uncontrollably, his face deathly pale. He never expected that this ship, waiting for a guest, would instead welcome this monster. The monster navy who had easily suppressed Doflamingo on Minion Island and even personally beheaded Virgo. "WH, what are you doing here?" Diamante stammered, instinctively retreating. "Just taking something," Roy said flatly, raising his hand lightly. Bang! On the deck, several pirates who had just drawn their swords were sent flying, not even able to utter a sound. "I understand," Diamante screamed, suddenly dropping to his knees. "The ship, the money, the goods, just take them. Don't kill me." He trembled as he kicked out a heavy golden chest from behind him, his face filled with terror and humiliation. Roy stood in the center of the deck, looking down at him, his tone languid. "Tell Doflamingo to forget about Dressrosa. Otherwise, I'll pluck every feather from him." Diamante was shocked. How did he know about this? Realizing that Roy had no further intentions, he stumbled onto a spare boat and fled in a panic, not daring to look back. 10 minutes later, on the deck of the Flamingo merchant ship inside the cabin, a heavy gold coin rolled slowly between Taizolo's fingers. The crisp sound of metal clinking echoing in the silent night, as if playing the prelude to a new era. The door was pushed open, and Taizolo emerged, each hand carrying a heavy chest. The golden light spilled through the gaps, bathing him as if he were immersed in gold. A total of 300 million berries. He placed the chest down steadily, adding, in a ship equipped almost luxuriously. His tone was calm, but the knuckles gripping the chest handles turned slightly white. All set. Roy leaned against the mast, enjoying the night breeze, looking relaxed. So how is the newbie gift pack? Satisfied? He winked, teasing half-heartedly. Taizolo glanced at him, not answering, but his gaze drifted over the deck, landing on the direction of the already departed spare boat, his brow furrowed. After a moment of silence, he quietly asked that Diamante, he is a senior officer of the Don Quixote family, right? Didn't he even dare to resist and just handed everything over? He seemed to be talking to himself. We're trying to find answers from Roy. He had witnessed the cruelty and arrogance of those people in the North Sea, yet that Diamante had just fled as if he had seen a ghost. He slowly turned his head to look at Roy, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Are you really a Navy man? The question was heavy, but Roy was not angry. Instead, he chuckled softly. Of course. He stretched lazily, seemingly unwilling to explain anything, just that I am doing something more important. And you, he pointed to the golden box at his feet, are my specially chosen partner. Good luck, future Golden Emperor. One day, you will make them kneel willingly, even offering up the throne. Taizolo looked at his unruly smile, feeling a complex mix of unease and anticipation rising in his heart. He lowered his head, staring at the gold coin he had shaped with his ability. Under the moonlight, the coin seemed to whisper softly, "Let money take back everything for you." The night wind billowed the canvas, and the Flamingo merchant ship transformed into a silhouette, slowly sailing into the night, heading towards the unknown distance. Taizolo stood at the bow of the ship, his figure tall and straight, his gray-green hair gently swaying in the night, his expression calm and determined. Chapter 50. The first appearance of Quinn the next day. At the headquarters of the Don Quixote family in the North Sea. Boom! The entire castle trembled violently in an instant, cracks spreading across the walls like spider webs. Hundreds of glass windows shattering under the terrifying impact of the conqueror's haki, as if heralding the apocalypse. In the center of the hall, Doflamingo stood like a demon in a long feathered coat, the tiles beneath his feet cracking inch by inch as strands of silk danced wildly. The air thick with murderous intent and oppressive fear. A signature smile hung on his lips, yet it was twisted with rage. Even the eyes behind his sunglasses were filled with crimson veins. Roy. His voice was low, like the roar of a beast in hell, shaking the entire hall. On the ground, Diamante lay prostrate like a corpse, his forehead pressed against the tiles, cold sweat pouring down him like rain, his cloak soaked through. And Master Doflamingo, he still wants me to convey a message to you. His voice trembled, nearly unable to articulate. Doflamingo suddenly bent down, grabbing him by the collar with a terrifying gaze. Speak. Diamante was nearly in tears, forcing himself to say, he said to tell you not to have any more ideas about Dressrosa. What? The hall fell into a brief silence. The next moment, Doflamingo's pupils constricted, his entire being seemingly struck by lightning, frozen in place. How did he know about that? That was a kingdom I had planned for 10 years. This is intelligence that even the world government may not have grasped. He suddenly stepped back, his expression darkening to the extreme. Images flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. The boy with the spotted hat and cold eyes. The traitorous younger brother who concealed everything with a smile. Rosinante. The traitor, damned traitor. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking as blood dripped slowly from his palm. Roy, what exactly do you want to do? He felt an unprecedented pressure. A man who did not belong to the Navy, yet held the dangerous rules, was slowly dismantling his throne as if it were a game, just as his mind grew increasingly cold. Bang! The door to the conference room was violently slammed open, nearly coming off its hinges. Tory Pole stumbled in, snot flying everywhere, panic-stricken. And Master Doflamingo, something's wrong. It's a big deal. What now? Doflamingo roared sharply. Tory Pole was so frightened he nearly knelt. It's Quinn from the Beast Pirates. He's already outside the castle. Quinn. This time, Doflamingo was no longer angry, but fell into true vigilance and contemplation. His usual wild laughter briefly vanished, replaced by a deep furrow in his brow. Why would Kaido's men come to seek my cooperation at this time? Are they trying to pull me into the game or distribute the pressure? He remained silent for a moment, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Let him in. Tory Pole quickly nodded and exited. Doflamingo walked to the shattered window, gazing at the dark sky. A smile returned to his lips, but this time was not arrogant but cold, oppressive, and unfathomable. Interesting, Roy, you are pushing me. Marine headquarters. Marineford sunlight poured over the grand white buildings. The morning sea breeze sweeping through the central avenue, stirring the metallic buckles on Roy's military uniform. He had his hands in his pockets, walking leisurely, his face calm, but his thoughts had already flown far away. Is it already the year 1510 of the sea calendar? According to the original historical progression, this year, the red-haired pirates would seize the Nika fruit, and then the incident with the windmill village would occur, right? He furrowed his brow slightly and shook his head gently. However, the current Luffy has already been brought to the headquarters for training by me. That accident shouldn't happen again, right? His gaze lowered, lips slightly parted. As for Sabo, I've already given a heads up to Dragon. The Revolutionary Army should be arriving soon, able to take him out of the Goa Kingdom before any accidents happen. This way, at least his darkest fate can be rewritten, and he can grow within the Revolutionary Army. Just as he was pondering, two small figures suddenly rushed up from the front. Brother Roy. Two small figures, like the wind, hugged his legs tightly, one on each side. Noki and Nami? Roy looked down and couldn't help but laugh. The two sisters were gazing up at him with their little faces, their eyes sparkling like they were filled with starlight. Noki looked shy, while Nami was already grinning widely. You too. Don't you have classes today? Yes. Nami stood on her tiptoes, proudly declaring. Today we're going to the intelligence department to learn how to read nautical charts. We want to become super awesome Navy officers in the future. Noki nodded vigorously, her small fists clenched tightly. Before Roy could speak, a lazy yet smiling female voice came from behind. Oh, the busy man finally decided to come back. He looked up to see Gion standing on the steps with her arms crossed, a teasing smile on her lips. Today, she was not wearing her flowing kimono, but had changed into a standard deep blue Navy uniform, the fitted waist accentuating her impressive figure, with a sharp and heroic demeanor in her eyes. Behind her was a slightly shy girl, with strawberry blonde hair cascading down to her waist, her clear green eyes resembling gems reflecting the azure sea. The moment she saw Roy, her face instantly turned as red as a tomato. Peacock? Roy paused slightly, then smiled warmly. Long time no see, Peacock. Brother Roy. Peacock bit her lip, shyly responding, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, looking as if she might melt in the sunlight. The granddaughter of Vice Admiral Crane, the future rear admiral of the headquarters. Her intelligence was frightening, but she turned red too easily, Roy thought, his gaze softening a bit. What else with this commotion? Where are you going? Of course, we're in class. Nami raised her hand. Gion said she would teach us navigation. We're also going to learn code analysis. Noki added earnestly. Oof. An excellent navigator doesn't rely solely on a sense of direction. Gion stepped forward and patted their shoulders, saying, Stop the chatter, business is important. She turned back, giving Roy a meaningful wink. By the way, I heard you made quite a stir in the North Sea regarding Admiral Sengoku. Roy smiled and shrugged. I just took a few things. It shouldn't be a big deal. Gion didn't press further, turning to lead the three girls toward the intelligence department. Before leaving, Peacock secretly looked back, finding Roy was also looking at her, and instantly turned back as if she had been scalded, her ears burning bright red as if they might drip blood. Watching them leave, Roy smiled slightly, looking up at the vast blue sky. Sunlight filtered through the white clouds and fell on his shoulders, warm and quiet. Next, it was time to check on Ace and Law's training results. Chapter 51, Seed's Naval Headquarters Training Ground. Afternoon, the sun shone on the vast training ground, the air filled with the smell of dust, sweat, and metal. Clang! The blade clashed fiercely with flames, and a shockwave of sparks erupted in all directions. In the center of the training ground, Ace's fists burned with a bluish-white flame. While Law wielded his weapon, the cursed blade, precisely cutting through the air. Flame fist. Slash. The scorching and freezing energies of space collided in mid-air, releasing intense vibrations, causing cracks to appear on the ground. Huff. Huff. Ace wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression excited. Now this feels right. You're too loud. Law remained calm as usual, but he was clearly more serious than usual. With a twist of his right hand, the space expanded again. Huff. The surrounding Marines stepped back, their faces filled with shock. The combat power of these two kids was already approaching that of officers, right? The temperature of that flame was scorching enough to turn the rocks at the edge of the training ground red. Law's spatial field was also becoming increasingly stable, able to expand continuously during combat. On the sidelines, Garp sat cross-legged in the sand, munching on sunbae while giving Luffy a special training of love, which was essentially a one-sided education with his fists. Your punches need to be faster. Where's your hockey? Use your hockey. Ow. Grandpa, it hurts. 7-year-old Luffy was being beaten, holding his head and running around, but he couldn't escape Garp's iron fists no matter what. This is just the beginning. Garp laughed heartily. Back in the day, your dad and your brother Roy took a much worse beating than this. Luffy's cries echoed loudly, occasionally even disturbing the fierce battle between Ace and Law. Luffy, shut up. Ace's forehead bulged with veins. Distracted, he lost his balance and was pushed back 3 steps by Law's short blade. Don't get distracted during combat, Law whispered. Ace gritted his teeth, flames bursting forth as if he wanted to burn the outcome of this battle into existence. Just as everyone was immersed in the training atmosphere, a familiar shadow slowly approached. Roy, hands in his pockets, walked leisurely, his gaze sweeping across the entire training ground. When he spotted a familiar figure under a tree not far away, he paused slightly. It was Kazan. He leaned against the tree trunk, his cloak half concealing his body, an eye patch covering one eye. He appeared to be dozing, but Roy knew he was definitely observing the battle on the field. Kazan. Roy walked up to him and whispered, "What brings you to the training ground today?" Kazan lifted his eye patch, revealing a deep and calm eye. Roy, just passing by, thought I'd take a look. He glanced at Ace and Law, fell silent for a few seconds, and spoke slowly. Are you sure you want to train him like this? Roy knew who he was asking about. He looked at the fiery figure of the boy in the field and quietly responded, Ace is a good kid. He shouldn't be denied because of his bloodline. The problem isn't with him. It's with those who have made the world this way. These words fell like a heavy hammer into Kazan's heart. He lowered his eyelids, memories of the past flooding his mind. The burning sea of O'Hara, Saul's fallen back, the smile that wouldn't close within the ice. You, Kazan said quietly, are quite bold. Do you know what kind of structure you're provoking? Of course I know. Roy smiled lightly. But if we don't break these structures, why should we be the Navy? Kazan didn't respond, merely chuckled softly. He looked at those kids, and for a moment, he couldn't tell what he was holding onto and what he was fleeing from. I'm leaving. He brushed the dust off his coat and turned to leave. See you next time, brother, Roy said softly as he watched his retreating figure. Kazan's footsteps paused imperceptibly, but in the end, he didn't look back, just waved his hand. His silhouette stretched long in the sunlight, as if walking down a road from which there was no return. Still swaying, brother? Roy retracted his gaze, but it was all right. The future is still long. He looked back at the training ground. Ace's flames grew even brighter. Law's space slashes became sharper, while Luffy's cries had long since drowned out Garp's laughter. Under the sun, the Navy's flag fluttered. Here, a new seed destined to change the world was being nurtured. Everything was still moving forward. East Sea, Goa Kingdom midnight. A gentle breeze stirred. The noble district of Goa Kingdom was ablaze with lights, while the distant, uncertain destination was shrouded in darkness and the stench of decay. The frail figure ran once more under the night sky. Sabo stumbled past dilapidated shanties and crumbling walls, a bruise on his forehead, still oozing blood. But he couldn't care less. The burning plan. They want to kill and silence everyone. His fists were tightly clenched, knuckles turning white, his steps unsteady but unwavering. He had to tell everyone. He had to stop this. But just as he was about to cross the blockade, 2 armed soldiers roughly intercepted him. Get lost. Commoners can't approach the noble district. Sabo was kicked away, falling into the mud, blood and muck mixing as it slid down his cheek. He struggled to get back up. Suddenly, an unusual wind swept past. The soldiers froze, their eyes going blank, their guns dropping to the ground. Sabo stood in shock. The next moment, a tall figure stepped into the moonlight. A green cloak fluttered, and the familiar flame tattoo under the cloak indicated the identity of the newcomer. He walked up to Sabo, half squatting down, quietly observing the muddy, furious child before him. "You just said, the burning plan?" Monkey Dragon's voice was low, tinged with a weariness born of battle, but also with a keen awareness. Sabo's eyes trembled. They want to burn everyone at the destination just to welcome the celestial dragons. He nearly shouted, only because the celestial dragons deemed it dirty. By the end, he was almost crying out, "I hate this world. I hate the noble blood flowing through my veins." After saying that, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted in Dragon's arms. Dragon silently looked at him, a ripple passing through his deep gaze. "Just as I thought, that kid." He recalled a few weeks earlier a private letter from Marineford. "In the East Sea, Goa Kingdom, there's a noble boy named Sabo. If you want to find a seed that can inherit the revolutionary will, I suggest you take a look. Signed, Roy." Dragon kept that letter in the inner pocket of his shirt, carrying it with him. This Marine major, he always felt, was not simple. Several key directions of the Revolutionary Army, such as regional autonomy, segmented dissemination of ideas, and infiltration methods of underground organizations, all stemmed from casual mentions by Roy in private conversations years ago. This time, he chose to believe in that letter once more. He picked up Sabo and whispered softly, "I will teach you to overturn all of this." The next morning, at the Odaluk family mansion in Hightown, Sabo woke up in a soft bed, sunlight streaming in through the window, as if everything from yesterday was just a dream. But his father's cold face pulled him back to reality. "Stop struggling." The third Odaluk said coldly, "Today, the celestial dragon Charlemagne will be visiting, and you must attend as a noble son." Sabo's eyes were dull, gritting his teeth in silence. This world is hopeless. Noon at the port. Taking advantage of the guard's laxity, Sabo stole a small fishing boat. A small boat quietly sailed out of the harbor, and Sabo frantically paddled. "Freedom," he whispered. "I want freedom." However, fate seemed to mock him once more. Just as his small boat was about to sail out of the harbor, a luxurious giant ship slowly entered, with the celestial dragon Charlemagne standing at the bow, wearing a bubble helmet. The little boat is such an eyesore. Sink it. At your command, Lord Charlemagne." The cannon is turned, and flames burst forth. Boom! Sabo's boat shatters in the explosion, and his body is tossed by the shockwave, plunging into the icy seawater. But just as he is about to sink to the bottom, a green figure sweeps across the surface like a storm, catching him in its embrace. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Kingdom of Goya, nobles are holding a lavish welcome ceremony. Alas, young Master Sabo's ship was sunk. What bad luck. Hypocritical sighs intertwine with expensive champagne, and no one truly cares. Amidst the nobles' feigned lamentations, no one notices a gentle breeze quietly leaving the Kingdom of Goya. It is the seed of freedom awakening. Chapter 52. Grandma Erin, year 1512 of the Sea Circle, Rog Town, EC. The morning sea breeze carries a salty scent, and the port of Rog Town is already bustling. A small warship slowly docks, the gangway is lowered, and 3 figures descend in order. "Roy, didn't you say you'd take us back to visit Grandpa Rock and Grandma Erin? Why are we here?" 9-year-old Luffy hops ahead, a piece of meat still in his mouth, mumbling incoherently. Roy, with one hand in his pocket, gently rubs Luffy's head with the other. "We're just meeting an old friend first. No need to rush." 12-year-old Ace follows behind, carrying a small cloth bag containing a carefully chosen gift from the Navy headquarters, a delicate shell wind chime. Grandma Erin loves to hear the sound of the sea breeze. Last time he went back, Grandma said she wanted a wind chime to hang by the window. Thinking about seeing Grandma soon, a smile unconsciously appears at the corner of Ace's mouth. 2 years ago, when Roy first took them back to their hometown in the EC, the scene was quite chaotic. Flashback to 2 years ago on Dawn Island in the East Sea. In the early morning, with the morning mist still lingering, an old house stands quietly in the sea breeze at the foot of Dawn Island. 3 figures walk slowly to the door, the young Ace and Luffy carrying small bags. cautiously and curiously surveying their surroundings. "Mom, Dad, I'm back." Roy stands at the door, a gentle smile on his face. Creak. The door slowly opens, and the sturdy figure of Rock peeks out, ready to scold. "You brat finally decided to come back, huh?" Then he sees the two little ones peeking out from behind Roy, one on each side. "Huh? Who are these two?" Rock raises an eyebrow, and his expression shifts from anger to confusion, then suddenly changes drastically. Wait a minute." He looks Ace and Luffy up and down, his eyes wide like copper bells. You little brat actually hid from us and have such big kids now. What the hell? How can you be so irresponsible? It's not mine." Roy instantly turns dark, just about to explain when Rock jumps up, grabbing his collar and pulling him down, bending down immediately to avoid hurting his father. "Are you still trying to argue? This little brat looks just like you when you were a kid, and this chubby monkey. Wow, don't pull Roy's clothes." Luffy rushes over to intervene, only to be lifted up by Rock. "Wow, Grandpa, you're so strong. Listen to me explain." Roy's words speed up. "They're not my sons. They are my students." At this moment, Aaron rushes over, her apron still on. What is going on? She glances at Ace and Luffy, and her whole being freezes. Son, is this your secret child? You've hidden this from us for so long." "Mom, it's not what you think." You've even learned to retort. Aaron's eyes redden, her voice trembling. "How could you let the child be without a mother at such a young age?" "I told you they're not mine." "Who taught you that? How dare you do it and not acknowledge it?" Rock angrily retorts. "We really aren't his." Luffy kicks his legs in the air, shouting loudly, "He's our Roy big brother, not our dad." Ace wears a complicated expression of not knowing these people, finally unable to hold back. Takes a step back until Aaron suddenly steps forward and hugs the two children tightly. "Poor children." Her voice is soft like the wind. "Don't be afraid. From now on, this will be your home." Her embrace carries a faint scent of lavender, soft and warm. Ace is stunned in that moment. He remembers the things he never had in his dark childhood. Luffy is already laughing and rubbing against her. "Grandma smells so good, even better than Aunt Belmere." Aaron chuckles and wipes her tears. "You must be hungry, right? Grandma will go cook now." That day's lunch was the highest standard welcome feast in the East Sea. Seafood pot, sweet and sour fish, dried plum rice balls, yam, and pork rib soup. A whole table full, fragrant and overflowing. "Eat more. It's the time for you to grow." Aaron fusses while serving rice. "You two are so skinny, it makes me heartache." After the meal, she digs out treasured yarn and fabric from a box and personally sews clothes for the two children. "I want a red cape." Luffy rolls in the pile of fabric. "Just like Roy Big Brother. I want a cool one. I want to make you a pajama like a Navy uniform. Is that okay?" Aaron asks the reticent Ace beside her. Ace pauses for half a second, then finally blushes and nods. At night, the two children finally lie in soft bedding. Ace lies awake, staring at the wooden ceiling, the wind chime outside gently ringing, the sound of Luffy mumbling about how good Grandma's fried rice is in his sleep, and Aaron gently closing the door. It feels like something is being slowly mended. The next morning, before dawn, Ace rarely takes the initiative to stand at the kitchen door, softly saying, "Thank you." Aaron turns around, smiling as she strokes his hair. "From today on, you and Luffy are also my children." From then on, every time they returned to the East Sea, Aaron would prepare a feast in advance, sew new clothes for them, make snacks, and tell tales of the sea. Ace respects her like a mother and never refuses, while Luffy becomes known in the village for being a grandma's boy, shouting all day at the village entrance, "I have the gentlest grandma in the entire East Sea." He even boldly claims that when he grows up, he'll build a flying ship for grandma. Flashback ends. The morning sunlight spills onto the dock of Rog Town, the sea breeze gently blowing, and the air is mixed with the scents of fresh fish and burning fuel from the ships. Luffy chews the last bite of his rice ball while mumbling incessantly. Who are we really going to see? Is it really more important than seeing Grandma, Aaron? I really want to eat the meat Grandma stews, the soft and delicious kind. Almost there, don't rush. Roy helplessly rubs his head. Before he finishes speaking, the air suddenly becomes thick, and a heavy white smoke spreads in all directions. Fog! Luffy's eyes widen as he reaches out to grab it, but the smoke easily slips through his fingers. This isn't a natural phenomenon. Ace immediately becomes alert, flames igniting on his fists, the bluish-white flames radiating a warning heat. A user. From within the depths of the smoke, a familiar deep voice resonates, filled with suppressed anger and weariness. Roy, you little brat. You're planning to get me into trouble again, aren't you? As the voice falls, a tall, silver-haired man strides out from the center of the thick fog. His broad body is wrapped in a white navy coat, with thick diagonal stripes draped over his shoulders, 2 burning cigars clenched in his mouth. And his gaze, sharp as a blade, sweeping over everyone. Disregard the big guy, Smoker. Roy smiles brightly as if he has seen an old friend, arms spread wide, putting on an innocent facade. Smoker takes a deep puff of his cigar, the smoke swirling around as his eyes narrow. So these are the 2 little brats you brought? Hey! Ace steps forward, clearly annoyed, flames flashing from his fists. You're the little brat. Wow. Luffy, however, is completely unfazed and leans into Smoker's face with starry eyes. You can smoke. So cool. Did you eat the smoke fruit? The smoke fruit. Smoker bit down on his cigar, the veins on his forehead throbbing as the thick fog swirled with emotion, gently undulating. Roy noticed and quickly patted Smoker's shoulder. Don't be so serious. I really have important business this time. How about a drink first? Cut it out. You suddenly show up in my territory, acting all mysterious. You definitely have bad intentions. Come on, I often go back home to see my parents, and I thought I'd check in on my old neighbor. Roy winked and lowered his voice, leaning in closer, but there is indeed something this time. Smoker narrowed his eyes. Speak. It's about Shanks losing his arm. As soon as these words were spoken, the air seemed to instantly quiet down. Smoker's pupils slightly contracted. As expected, the 2 exchanged glances. Neither said anything more, but an unspoken sense of danger filled the air. Ace and Luffy were still behind, playfully wrestling without noticing the undercurrents between the 2 adults. You really don't let people relax when you come back. Smoker sighed, biting down on his cigar. Investigate all you want, just don't stir up trouble. Roy smiled without speaking, waving his hand lightly. Take me to our old spot in Logtown. Let's talk slowly. Chapter 53, Cocoa Village Incident, East Blue, Logtown, a small tavern dinkling. The wooden door of the tavern was pushed open, the bell ringing crisply. The originally sparse patrons looked up and immediately stood in awe as Colonel Smoker, the White Hunter, entered with 3 others. Colonel Smoky. The owner rushed to greet him. What brings you here today? Same spot. Smoker, cigar in mouth, glanced at Roy and the 2 kids behind him. Get 2 more glasses of milk. Right away. The owner hurried to prepare. Wow, this place is so cool, Luffy exclaimed, looking around excitedly as if he had entered an amusement park, clinging to the back of a chair. Ace frowned, his tone discontented. Did you just say milk? I'm 12. Can't I have some alcohol? Smoker turned back and snorted coldly. You little brat want a drink? First, control your fire. What did you say? Ace's temper flared, his fists igniting. All right. Roy pressed down on Ace's head, taking the drinks the owner had brought over. Let us not wreck the tavern. The owner, observing quietly, set down the drinks and brought out a large plate of freshly roasted beef. This is our tavern specialty, a gift for Colonel Smoker and his esteemed guests. Note, since Smoker has been stationed in Logtown, he has strictly cracked down on pirates, never letting a single one escape, and there have been no civilian casualties, earning him the love of the local populace. Smoker nodded slightly, and the owner tactfully retreated. The brass light cast down, and the corner of the tavern quieted, leaving only the clinking of cups and the occasional creak of wooden chairs. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke, leaning back in his chair, lowering his voice. Speak. You suddenly come to the East Blue and bring 2 ticking time bombs. What exactly do you want to investigate? Roy took a sip of his drink, lightly swaying the glass in his fingers, his smile fading. How much do you know about Shanks losing his arm? Huh. Smoker let out a cold laugh, his eyes sharpening. A big pirate from the New World, getting his hand bitten off by a sea king in the East Blue? Who would believe that? He paused. Besides, you fought him before. Do you think that's reasonable? Roy nodded. Not to mention sea kings, even the pets in these waters of East Blue. It's rare for them to get a bite on me, let alone my arm. Smoker snorted coldly, pulling out a wrinkled piece of intel from his pocket and pushing it toward Roy. You've seen the intel from the headquarters, but I've got some other information. Roy unfolded it, his brow slightly furrowing. "Says Luso Kingdom?" "Yeah." Smoker lit another cigar, a week before he lost his arm. The Red Force made a short stop there. It said he had private contact with a certain royal. Contact with a pirate of Shanks level? Is the royal's life still intact? Roy raised an eyebrow, tapping his fingers on the table absently. Looks like something was exchanged. "I suspect so." Smoker frowned, but that kingdom has practically sealed off all outgoing records recently. "This matter isn't clean." Roy murmured, "It's not just about the hand, but Shanks' whereabouts and motives. What exactly is he trying to cover up?" Smoker's gaze was piercing. Roy's fingers lightly tapped the table, lost in thought. Just then, Luffy suddenly leaned over, his nose nearly touching the intel. "Wow, what is this? A treasure map?" Ace yanked him back, his face flushed. "Don't mess with important documents, Luffy, you idiot." Smoker's cheek twitched, suppressing his anger. "Roy, can you get these 2 live bombs away from me? Don't be so harsh, they're still young." Roy smiled, putting away the intel and patting Smoker on the shoulder. "Thanks. Old buddy, this information is very useful to me." Smoker huffed. "Just don't stir up trouble. I don't want to clean up after you." Roy laughed heartily. "You still have the nerve to talk about cleaning up? Whenever I run into Tina, I hear her complain about how to help you resolve the trouble you got into for not listening to orders." Just as the two were joking, bang, the tavern door was slammed open, the wind chimes clanging out of tune, startling the patrons. An intelligence officer in wrinkled military attire stumbled in, his hat nearly falling over his nose. "Report. Colonel Smoker. Urgent intel. Cocoa Village has sent a distress signal. A pirate crew is launching a large-scale attack on the village." "What?" Smoker stood up abruptly, the chair crashing to the ground, his cigar falling from his mouth. Where did these trash pirates come from? Getting bold, huh? He grabbed a military cap from the table and rushed outside. "Gather the troops, prepare to depart." "Calm down." Roy's light voice rang from behind him, carrying his usual laziness and cheer. Smoker turned back to see Roy still leaning in his chair, swirling his drink, but his eyes had turned sharp. "Let's go." "You?" Smoker frowned. "This is the East Blue. The headquarters doesn't need to intervene. You won't mobilize troops in less than 20 minutes. Roy stood up, brushing off the drink from his clothes. "I'll head out. 2 minutes is enough." He lazily pointed out the window. "While you're still mobilizing, I've already chopped those trash into fish food." "You bastard." Smoker's forehead throbbed. But before he could finish his sentence, whoosh, Ace stood up, blue-white flames instantly surrounding his arms, his fighting spirit resolute. Finally, something serious is happening. Luffy jumped directly onto the table. "Are we fighting? Are we fighting? I want to knock all those bad guys away." Crash. The owner, shocked, dropped the roasted fish he was about to serve on the floor. Smoker looked at the 2 eager kids, then at Roy, whose face said, "I just want to medal," and finally, in frustration, raked his hair. "Do as you please. Just don't make too much noise. Leave it to us." Roy smiled, standing up and effortlessly lifting Ace and Luffy with one hand each. "Let us go. It's time to take down the bad guys. Fight pirates." Luffy shouted excitedly, waving his fists in the air. The next second, whoosh, a strong wind shook the entire tavern, the curtains billowing, and the 3 figures had already vanished from their spots. Where did they go?" The intelligence officer stared in disbelief. Smoker picked up another cigar, taking a deep drag, with Major Roy personally taking action. What is there to fear? He turned and walked out of the tavern, leaving behind a lazy command. "Notify them of the reply. Those trash won't survive the night." Upon hearing Major Roy's name, the intelligence officer's expression stiffened, nodding seriously. "Understood." In the skies above the East Blue, the wind howled like a knife, drums pounding in their ears. Ace was blown by the fierce wind, unable to open his eyes, his hair disheveled as he floated in the air. "Hey, Roy, can you at least give me a heads up next time before? Whoa. Luffy was excitedly shouting in the air. "We're flying. This is more thrilling than swinging on vines. Can I kick from the sky?" Roy held on to both of them with one hand, standing in mid-air as if standing on solid ground, his gaze calm and sharp as a blade. In the distance, a thick plume of black smoke was rising slowly from the coastline. "Cocoa West Village," he whispered, his tone devoid of any emotion. Below on the sea surface, a pirate ship painted with a shark design was approaching the beach, its prow adorned with a jagged nose, while a massive sea beast thrashed alongside the vessel. The pirate flag fluttered in the wind. The dragon pirates. Dragon Aolong. He squinted his eyes after the fat-headed fish joined the 7 warlords. They really dared to be so arrogant. He looked at the 2 boys beside him. Today's battle. A smile crept onto his lips. You 2 will take the lead. Ace clenched his burning fist, his eyes blazing with determination. I can do it too. Luffy shouted, flailing his arms. Watch me knock that fishman captain into a fish fillet with 1 punch. All right. Aolong chuckled lightly, and with a movement, the 3 transformed into streaks of light, cutting through the sky straight toward the battlefield. Chapter 54. The Dragon Pirates, East Blue, Cocoa West Village coastline. The sea breeze howled, and the waves roared. A massive black pirate ship was slicing through the waves, its bow featuring a fierce shark design, with a rusty anchor hanging at the side. Dripping water as ropes swayed in the wind, resembling a chain whip wielded by the Grim Reaper. At the front of the ship stood a tall figure with arms crossed. Aolong, the captain of the Dragon Pirates, a fisherman by birth, with a bounty of 20 million berries. His jagged nose gleamed in the sunlight, and his entire face was etched with disdain and ferocity. Let us start from here. Aolong licked his sharp teeth, a sickly smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This piece of human land will become our fisherman paradise from today. Brother Aolong is right. Little 8 waved his 6 arms, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I can't wait to use the octopus grill from the village. Kruby, Chu, Jinsheng, Yin Xiao, Little Wu, and Pizarro, a group of fisherman pirates, also jumped off the ship and stepped onto the beach. They were all burly. Their skin colors varied, but none were anything but bloodthirsty and fierce. However, they were not facing an empty shore. Dozens of villagers stood at the dock, holding rusty harpoons, hoes, and machetes, forming a loose but unyielding line of defense. At the forefront was a middle-aged man wearing a windmill hat, Cocoa West Village's security officer, Ajian. His eyes were bloodshot, and sweat dripped from his forehead. But he did not take a step back. Pirate crew, I warn you. Ajian raised his harpoon, his voice hoarse yet firm. There's south no place for you in Cocoa West Village. Get back to your filthy sewer. The fishermen were taken aback for half a second. The next moment, it was as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Waha, you're killing me. A mere lowly human village dares to resist us. Is that harpoon dug up from ancient times? Can it still be used? Aolong stepped forward, his heavy footsteps echoing like drum beats in the villagers' hearts. He stared at the harpoon in Ajian's hand and suddenly grinned. You mean this? Crack. He bit down hard on the front end of the harpoon, and the steel-forged weapon shattered in his mouth like a piece of paper. Bloodied sharp teeth and broken metal flew everywhere. Ajian stumbled back, the harpoon now reduced to half, his hand trembling slightly. Listen up. Aolong tossed the crushed harpoon head to the ground. Looking down at the villagers with disdain, I am not an ordinary fisherman. I am a notorious pirate Aolong with a bounty of 20 million berries. it.What? That is a pirate with a bounty over 10 million. Panic spread among the villagers, with some elders collapsing to the ground and young people showing fearful expressions. From today onward, Aolong raised his finger, his smile growing colder. This village will be under our control. You will each pay a head tax every month. Adults 10,000 berries each, children 5,000. If you can't pay. His hand gripped the massive jagged sword at his waist, its blade as sharp as shark teeth, glinting with a cold light in the sun. Then you can pay with your lives. Brute. Ajian's eyes turned bloodshot, gritting his teeth. We are the people of East Blue. You fishmen slap. Kirby appeared in a flash, delivering a heavy punch to Ajian's abdomen, sending him flying several meters and crashing into a wooden crate behind him. The villagers screamed in panic. Uncle Ajian, don't come over. Ajian lay on the ground, spitting blood, but he struggled to rise, trembling hands outstretched. Try to stop the young people who wanted to rush forward. You can't escape. Chu licked his sharp teeth, stepping closer, a cruel excitement on his face. Submit obediently. Lowly race. From today onward, you are ours, boom. Before he could finish speaking, a shadow suddenly fell from the sky, as if thunder had struck the ground. Bang! The force of the punch exploded, and Chu didn't even have time to scream before he was sent flying dozens of meters. crashing into a pile of rocks by the sea, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. The scene fell into silence, the air seemingly frozen. As the dust settled, a boy was seen crouching in the rubble, his fist deeply embedded in the ground, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. Luffy is here. Luffy, why are you in such a hurry? Another figure landed steadily, black hair blowing in the wind, blue and white flames dancing at his fingertips. It was Ace. The two stood side by side, youthful, yet exuding an overwhelming presence. The eyes of the dragon pirates shrank in shock, and Kruby blurted out, "2 kids?" Oolong's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes filled with ferocity. "Too wet behind the ears humans dare to insult us like this. Kids, come back." Ajian shouted anxiously. "You're not their match." "It's fine." Luffy turned around, flashing a bright smile, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. "We're trained by Brother Roy." "You're seeking death." Oolong roared, stepping forward, his jagged nose suddenly extending, turning into a cold light aimed straight at Luffy's back. "Luffy, watch out." Ace's expression changed, and he acted instantly. Swish! He pressed Luffy's head down, and the next moment, Oolong's terrifying nose pierced through Ace's chest with a PFF sound. The villagers screamed in terror. But strangely, the spot where he was pierced instantly erupted into swirling flames. What? Oolong's pupils constricted sharply, and before he could react, he felt a burning pain on his nose. "Aya!" he screamed, quickly retracting his nose, only to find the tip had been charred and cracked by the flames. Ace frowned slightly, the flames recoalescing into solid form. "Luffy, you were too careless." Luffy, still with his head pressed down, grinned foolishly. "That's because you were here, Ace." "Damn it!" Oolong was furious, roaring with rage. "What does it matter if you're a devil fruit user? You're just 2 kids." He raised his big sword and shouted angrily, "Everyone attack! Kill them!" Kruby, Little 8, Jincheng, Yanxiao, Pizarro, and Pizarro charged forward like beasts unleashed. Roaring with fury, the killing intent was palpable, a terrifying momentum. "Luffy, yeah, let them witness Ace's flames erupting, turning into a blazing sun." The disciple, personally trained by a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. "Fire Fist." Ace pushed off the ground, flames roaring like a dragon, charging straight at Kruby and the other fisherman leaders. His right arm transformed into a several-meter-long torrent of flames, smashing out with great force. Boom! The scorching flames swept across like a giant wave, instantly engulfing Jincheng, Yanxiao, Pizarro, and Little Wu, turning them into charred remains. Sand and rock turned black, and the sea wind rolled back. Chapter 55. The Death of the Dragon. East Blue, Cocoa West Village Coastline. Boom! The flames roared like waves, consuming everything, leaving behind a scorched earth, with charred remains still sizzling. Ace slowly withdrew his fist, flames swirling back up his arm, his gaze cold. Oolong, Little 8, and Kruby widened their eyes, instantly dumbfounded, their hearts shaken. Not far away, Jin Cheng, Yin Xiao, Pai Sha Luo, and Xiao Wu, 4 fishmen, had already turned to ashes under a single strike of Fire Fist, unable to escape in time. What the hell? The evil dragon's eyes widened, his jagged nose trembling violently, a mix of anger and fear. Just a little brat? He looked at Ace, standing in the center of the flames, his gaze cold. And for the first time, he felt a sense of crisis. Ace smirked, his expression disdainful. "The so-called high-ranking fishmen, are you scared? Bastard!" The enraged, evil dragon roared, leaping up, gripping his knife with both hands and slashing downwards. Shark 2 slash! Whoosh! The jagged blade, carrying a violent spiraling force that tore through the air, came crashing down towards Ace's head. Hiss! The blade struck, but it only penetrated a soaring, blazing flame. What? Fake! The evil dragon's pupils contracted sharply, and in the next moment, the flames transformed back into a human form. You can't even use haki and you think of doing evil. Ace's voice was deep, and before he finished speaking, his fist was already filled with blazing flames, crashing heavily into the evil dragon's abdomen. Bang! The intense explosion hit like a cannonball, flames bursting from his back as the evil dragon spewed blood and was sent flying, crashing through 3 coconut trees before thudding down to the ground. Brother along. Octopus Xiao Ba roared, drawing 6 long knives, his muscles bulging. 6 knife-style octopus can cut. 6 beams of knife light danced like shooting stars, sealing off all directions as they slashed down towards Ace's head. Oomph. Ace's eyes turned cold, his figure transforming into a flash of flames, disappearing in an instant. Where? Xiaoba was confused. Behind you. Boom. Accompanied by Ace's cold words, dozens of blazing fire guns exploded behind Xiaoba. Fire gun barrage. Bang, 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 bang. Xiaoba was directly blown away by the flames, his 6 knives scattered, leaving only a charged shadow rolling to the ground in the aftermath. On the other side, Crocodile by Luffy, Fishman Karate 1,000-tile punch. With a roar, Crocodile by wrapped his right fist in a torrent of water, its impact like a tsunami crashing towards Luffy. Come on. Luffy stomped hard on the ground, kicking up dust, his muscles bulging, his right fist instantly enveloped in a faint layer of armament hockey. Iron fist shattering rock. Bang! The 2 fists collided, shockwaves sweeping through, shattering the surrounding sand and stones. Crack, crack, crack. Crocodile by S. Arm Bones let out a dangerous sound, his eyes widening. How can this brat's fist not even feel human? Again, it's finally my turn to hit someone. Luffy grinned, his figure suddenly disappearing in a flash. So, in the next second, he appeared behind Crocodile by Iron Fist machine gun. Bang, 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 bang. The fists rained down like a storm, the rhythm like a drumbeat. Crocodile by defended with all his might, but he was still pushed back several dozen steps, his body covered in bruises, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Fishman Karate water strike. With a roar, he unleashed a high-pressure water blade, slashing towards the approaching Luffy. Luffy shouted lightly, his feet pushing off the air. Moon step. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He jumped 3 times in midair, easily dodging the water blade, then gathered his strength, drawing a circle in the air and diving down. Gale foot round slash. Whoosh. A sharp crescent slash came crashing down. Crocodile by didn't he have time to dodge, only able to cross his arms in defense. Boom! The shockwave swept in all directions. Crocodile by was heavily slammed into the ground, sending sand and stones flying. As the dust settled, his arms were crushed and broken, completely losing the ability to fight. Grandpa's loving iron fist is not something you can take lightly. The villagers stared in disbelief, as if watching a surreal dream. What are these 2 kids? Are they gods? A Jin muttered, trembling, his broken harpoon already powerless to grip. Standing amidst the flames and smoke, Luffy and Ace slowly withdrew their fists, turning to look at the terrified evil dragon in the distance. Ace brushed the ashes off his hands, softly saying, "Is this the lowly race you spoke of?" Luffy scratched his head, grinning. "We're taught by Brother Roy." The evil dragon gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly, for the first time contemplating the thought of fleeing. The evil dragon struggled to rise, looking at his defeated subordinates, fear finally surfacing in his eyes. "Who exactly are you?" Ace and Luffy stood side by side, flames and hockey swirling around them. Ace chuckled lightly. "Marine headquarters, Ace." Luffy laughed with his hands on his hips. "I'm Luffy. Who else going to become a Marine Admiral? Then I can command Grandpa. Ha ha ha." Evil dragon. "Is the current Navy so terrifying, even the little brats?" Just as Ace and Luffy were about to finish off a long stop. "If you move again, I'll kill her." A sharp scream broke the silence of the battlefield. Gio's figure pounced out from the ruins, tightly gripping a villager's neck. That was the village Dr. Nagao, now having his carotid artery pressed by Gio's sharp nails, blood seeping from his neck. Ugh! Nagao struggled in terror. Luffy abruptly stopped, his body tense, his fists cracking. This despicable guy is actually taking someone hostage. Gio laughed wildly. "Haha, you 2 little brats are strong but still too young." His eyes were bloodshot, his face full of madness and sneers. "Go ahead. Aren't you both very strong?" Along swayed as he stood up, his chest charred, blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth. But he smiled maliciously. "Little brats, this is what battle is. Reality is not a game you play." Xiao Ba. Along gritted his teeth and shouted, "Don't just stand there, capture the rest of the villagers." Xiaoba hesitated for a moment, but still took steps towards the villagers. The situation suddenly reversed, and despair appeared on the villagers' faces. Na Gao was tightly restrained. His face pale. "Kids, run away, just go. Come on, come and fight me." Just as Gio was gloating and about to say something victorious, hiss. A barely audible sound. No one noticed. A point of dark red light quietly drifted from Ace's fingertips, silently flying to Gio's temple. It was a flame firefly smaller than a pinky finger. The moment the firefly touched Gio's head, boom! The intense white-hot flame seemed to tear the air apart in an instant. Over 3,000 degrees of instant high temperature exploded. Gio didn't even have time to let out a scream. His head was precisely detonated, carbonizing in an instant, bursting into a cloud of charred ash in the sea breeze. His body lost support, slowly collapsing to the ground, like a headless scarecrow. The villagers stared in shock. Several old men, even sitting directly on the ground. Na Gao collapsed on the sand, staring blankly at the sky, as if he had just been pulled back from the hands of death. Xiao Ba and Along were completely frozen in place, their faces pale, eyes trembling violently, fear occupying their minds for the first time. Ace withdrew the remaining flames from his fingertips, looking at them coldly, his tone as if it came from the depths of a cold winter's sea. "Brother Roy taught us from the very beginning to always be on high alert against pirates and not to believe anything they say." "What?" Luffy scratched his hair, looking confused. "Did he say that?" "Bang." Ace punched him on the head, sparks flying. "Bastard. You weren't listening in class at all." Hee hee. Luffy rubbed his head and smiled foolishly. "Can we fight now?" Ace didn't answer, but took steps towards Along, flames quietly wrapping around his right arm, white-hot enough to distort the air. Along forced himself to stand straight, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Stop. Our big brother is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Our Fishman Island has powerful figures behind us. Don't mess with us." Xiao Ba trembled and rushed up, clasping his hands together and shouting, "Our big brother just became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbei." 7 warlords? Ace was momentarily stunned, then showed a confused smile. "What is that?" The next second, boom! A fist wrapped in flames struck Along's chest. The blazing white flames erupted like a mountain flood, surging and burning, blowing Along's entire chest apart. "Ah!" Along screamed to the sky, his voice filled with despair and pain, but lasted only half a second before he was silently consumed by the flames. Bang! Along's corpse fell straight to the ground, his charred armor shattered, his chest blackened and caved in, leaving only a wisp of ash drifting in the wind. The air was so silent it felt as if one could hear the seagulls stop squawking. Xiao Ba collapsed to the ground with a thud. Kruby also lay there with a dazed expression, his lips trembling. "Monsters!" Ace turned to look at them and coldly said, "Stop pretending to be some high-level race. The blood of pirates is not worthy of pride." Chapter 56, Threatening Family? Cocoa Village. East Sea coast. The sea breeze stirred the lingering smoke and the smell of char. The sea surface was still turbulent, and the beach was littered with charred spots and fallen fisherman pirate corpses. Xiao Ba sat limply on the beach, his 6 arms trembling as if cramping, his bloodshot eyes filled with terror as he stared at the 2 boys in front of him. What have you done?" His voice was broken, as if a frog was being squeezed by the throat. "Do you know what our big brother, the warlord, means?" Kruby dragged his broken arm to get up, half of his face a bloody mess, still gritting his teeth and roaring, "You're finished. Jinbei won't let you go. He's a warlord of the sea, a great pirate recognized by the world government. You actually dared to kill Brother Along. He will take revenge for us. He will kill all your family. Do you hear me?" The sea breeze halted, sweeping over the scorching sand and the chaos. Their words fell like stones into stagnant water. Ace and Luffy stood quietly, silent, letting the wind blow their clothes, still expressionless. "Kill all our family?" Almost simultaneously, fragments flickered through their minds. Grandpa Garp stood on a mountaintop, shattering a mountain with a punch, laughing heartily. "Pirates? One punch solves them all." Brother Roy teleported and punched, instantly obliterating an entire pirate ship. "Remember, kids, mercy is for humans, not for beasts." Teacher Zephyr swung his fist like cannon fire, shaking the ground. You still want to slack off? Today's training is doubled. Admiral Sengoku slammed the table in anger. The Buddha's lights soaring, scolding Garp. Garp, was it you again? In that moment, what appeared in their minds was not Jinbei or the warlords of the sea, but family members broader than the sea and heavier than the mountains. After a brief silence, Ace smirked, tilting his head with disdain. You're just bragging. Luffy smiled widely, scratching his nose. What is Jinbei? Is it a fish? Is it tasty? Xiao Ba. Kruby, are you two idiots? Xiao Ba could no longer hold it together, shouting until his throat felt like it would split. Do you know what the warlords of the sea mean? They are beings that can contend with great pirates. They are kings personally appointed by the world government. How dare you? Slap. Luffy walked over and slapped him, making his eyes spin. Shut up. Warlords of the sea? Ace narrowed his eyes coldly. Try touching my grandma and see what happens. Brother Roy said that if anyone dared to threaten our family, he would raise his flaming fist, fire blazing, and say one word. Burn. Xiao Ba and Kruby no longer had any strength left. They didn't even dare to move, only silently watching as the two boys slowly approached them. What on earth are these two kids? Just as Xiao Ba wanted to struggle and say something, whoosh. A gust of sea breeze suddenly kicked up dust, and a tall, upright figure seemed to appear out of nowhere, standing firmly behind Ace and Luffy. The Justice cloak rustled in the sea wind, and the metallic boots clanked on the gravel with a powerful sound. Roy, a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, a monster officer who grew up in the EC, glanced at the scattered remnants of the battle and commented, "Well done." His voice was not loud, yet it struck like thunder in the hearts of every surviving fisherman. Xiao Ba sat limply on the beach, his 6 arms stiffly hugging himself, as if trying to ward off the impending terror. This sense of oppression, this is not an ordinary human. His gills twitched violently, cold sweat soaking his back. And for a moment, it felt like he was back in his childhood nightmare of being chased by deep-sea monsters in the deep sea. Roy's actually that Roy. Upon recognizing the visitor, Xiao Ba's eyes widened, almost screaming. Rear Admiral Roy of the Navy headquarters. The one who fought with red-haired Shanks and came away unscathed. He had been active in the New World for the past few years, and his reputation was no less than that of the Navy's 3 monsters. Naturally, it's over. It's over, it's over. He finally understood. The reason those 2 boys looked down on the warlords of the sea was not because they were foolish, but because behind them stood a being that even the warlords of the sea would not dare to easily provoke. Roy, you finally came. Ace jogged over. The flames on him still not dissipated. The heat in his hand seemed to still be flickering. He scratched his head, smiling a bit uneasily. When I burned that fishman just now, he said something about the warlords of the sea. I thought you didn't stop me, and I just burned him. Would that be bad? Luffy also leaned over, blinking his bright eyes. That octopus said he would kill our family. So mean. Roy chuckled, reaching out to ruffle Ace's messy hair. What is the big deal about killing a few pirates? Good job. His tone was extremely relaxed, as if he were commenting on a neighbor's kid knocking over a trash can. After saying that, Roy slowly turned, his gaze landing on the collapsed Xiao Ba on the beach. Just a casual glance, and that gaze sliced through Xiao Ba's skin like a knife, making him instinctively curl up. You see, right? Roy's tone remained gentle, yet his eyes held a chilling intensity. Gulp. Xiao Ba struggled to swallow, terrified as his 6 tentacles shot up, trembling like seaweed struck by lightning, his eyes wider than his octopus grill. Kruby didn't even have time to scream, directly rolling his eyes, foaming at the mouth, and fainting on the ground. Roy stepped closer, crouching down to meet Xiao Ba's gaze. Those were clear eyes, yet they hid a bone-chilling sense of oppression. Go back and tell that fathead fish. If he wants revenge, he is always welcome. But he paused, his tone suddenly turning as cold as frost. If he dares to touch even a hair on these 2 kids, I will personally go to Fishman Island and have a slow chat with him. Xiao Ba felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His whole body pressed down, cold sweat pouring down. He saw Roy stand up, lightly patting the non-existent dust off his military pants, smiling slightly. Now scram. Yes. Xiao Ba felt as if he had received a reprieve, using all 6 arms to carry Kruby and sprinting towards the sea at a 100-meter dash speed, splashing a series of waves, disappearing over the horizon in a matter of seconds, leaving not even a single bubble. Ace pouted, "TSK, so boring. I thought we could fight a bit longer." Luffy suddenly jumped up with a shout, his eyes sparkling. "Roy, you said, if we win, you'll treat us to barbecue." "Yeah," Ace nodded, adding, "and that place we didn't get to eat at last time, Firestone Grill." Roy looked at the two brothers with faces full of "I want to eat meat," and smiled helplessly, turning around. "All right, don't keep the villagers waiting too long." The three walked towards the village, playfully teasing each other, the setting sun stretching their shadows long. Behind them lay the blazing wreckage of the pirate ship. The fierce flames illuminated the entire sea. Chapter 57. The Banquet. The sea breeze gradually calmed, but the fierce battle had not yet completely subsided. Little 8 dragged Kirby, stumbling towards the sea, and amidst the splashing water, the two disheveled figures quickly disappeared at the horizon where the sky met the sea. On the other side, Ace was excitedly clenching his fists, while Luffy jumped and shouted, "Let's go, let's go. I'm hungry." They had just taken a few steps when Roy suddenly stopped. As if sensing something, he turned back to look at the wreckage of the evil dragon pirate ship, his gaze falling on a certain spot at the stern, a slight smirk appearing on his lips. Almost forgot they still had a little pet. He gently clenched his right hand, and the air trembled with a buzz. Boom! The sea exploded with a thunderous roar. Amidst the surging waves, a massive shadow was forcefully teleported from the seabed, soaring into the air. Moo! The giant sea cow mooed, staring with bell-like eyes, struggling wildly in the air, flapping its wings, but unable to break free from that invisible force. The entire village of Kakoja was stunned. "Oh my god, that's a sea beast. So big. How did it fly up? Wait, isn't that the monster that was next to the evil dragon ship?" Ace and Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Roast beef. So big. Yay, we can have a feast tonight." Roy smiled as he lowered his palm, and flames instantly erupted behind him. "Then, let's have a banquet." Several hours later, in the village square, smoke curled up, and the aroma filled the air. The giant sea cow had been neatly cut into portions by Roy's precise slicing, and Ace was roasting it with the flames from his flame fruit, now sizzling and turning. The villagers gathered together, some holding skewers, others raising cups to celebrate, while the children circled around Luffy and Ace, who had already become the heroes of the village. Officer Ajian, wearing a windmill hat and with grease stains on his face, approached with a bowl of wine, accompanied by the village's old doctor, Naga. "Major Roy," Ajian nervously saluted, "you saved our entire village. We really don't know how to thank you." Naga also slightly bowed. "Thanks to your timely intervention. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Roy waved his hand, his expression calm and resolute. "No need to thank me. We are the Navy." His tone was serious, as combating pirates and protecting the people was our duty. "And you are very brave." Roy suddenly turned to Ajian, his gaze sincere. "Not everyone has the courage to stand up against vicious pirates." Ajian was taken aback for a moment, then grinned, but his face turned bright red. This 36-year-old patrolman had spent his life dealing with ordinary matters and had never thought that one day a major from the Navy headquarters would personally praise his bravery. Ajian's lips moved, and in the end, he just awkwardly scratched the back of his head. While he was still shy, on the other side at the grill, Luffy and Ace were already in a fierce competition. Hey, that medium-rare piece was mine first. Don't steal it. You just ate 3 pieces. But you ate 4 skewers too." Shut up. I think this piece of thigh meat looks good. I'll cut a piece." "You can't even cut meat." Ha. The villagers were amused by these two little rascals, and the air was filled with a rare warmth and harmony after the battle. Roy also sat down, took the roasted beef that Ajian handed him, and took a bite. He chewed for a moment, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad. My parents should like it." Night at the port of Rog Town, East Blue. The night was deep, and the mist had not yet dissipated. The dim port lights swayed gently in the sea breeze. Everything was as usual. The fishing boats had long since docked, vendors had packed up, and seagulls circled and called between the masts. Occasionally, patrolling naval soldiers whispered to each other, creating a peaceful atmosphere. until a deafening explosion shattered the quiet night. Boom! The sea erupted with giant waves as a massive pirate ship suddenly appeared in the center of the port, with a charred hull and tattered flag. The sails clearly bore the mark of the evil dragon pirate crew. it.What? It's a pirate ship. Pirates have invaded the port. Cries of alarm instantly erupted at the dock, and the crowd scattered in a panic. Navy soldiers rushed out from the watchtower, raising their rifles at the ship. But just as the tense atmosphere was about to ignite, everyone stopped. A furious roar shook the port into silence. Smoke rolled in from behind the crowd. Smoker, draped in a navy coat, with two burnt-out cigars clenched in his teeth, strode forward. He glanced at the massive, disheveled ship, his mouth twitching in irritation. This is definitely that bastard Roy's doing. Sure enough, hey, Smoky Uncle. In the night breeze, Roy leaned against the ship's railing, waving his hand, looking handsome and striking in his navy uniform under the moonlight, smiling in a way that seemed to invite a beating. Two little rascals popped their heads up beside him, their faces smeared with grease and unclean sauce. Smoky Uncle. Luffy waved excitedly. We brought back gifts. You guys still know how to return? Smoker's forehead twitched with veins. What on earth are you three up to this time? 5 minutes later, in the Rogtown Navy office. Inside, candlelight flickered, and on the wooden table lay tattered navigation logs and ledgers, each page recording plunder and enslavement. Smoker flipped through them, snorting coldly. These filthy fishmen actually plundered so many villages in the Grand Line, all of its stolen goods. Roy leaned by the window, gazing at the swaying port lights in the night, his tone relaxed. The ship is left for you, and you can check what can be checked, what can't be checked. Just hand it over to the Navy Supply Department to handle. Smoker glanced at him. You think you could take care of these little thieves in a day? Roy laughed heartily, pointing to the two people beside him who were snacking. I didn't do anything. It was all thanks to these two little rascals. Ace was happily gnawing on a piece of jerky, flames flickering between his fingers. A mere fishman is nothing to worry about. Luffy had already finished his third skewer of octopus balls and mumbled. We also had an awesome banquet. Smoker raised an eyebrow, unusually looking at them for a few more moments. These two kids had changed. They had grown to this extent. After a moment of silence, he finally murmured, Humph. You little rascals, well done. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy and Ace jumped up as if they had misheard. The grumpy uncle, you actually praised us? Is this real? Are you sick? You two little brats. Smoker slammed the table. Get out. The two of them happily dragged Roy and ran out. Wait. Smoker chased out a few steps. Did you just finish a banquet? Why are you in such a hurry? Ace called back without looking. We want to go back to see Grandma. Grandma is still waiting for us to have a midnight snack. Luffy shouted. She said she would make me meat soup. You guys slow down. Be careful not to get lost and not be able to go home. Who essay rode? Idiot. The bastard Roy. How rare it is for him to come over. And he runs away so quickly. At the port, the moonlight fell on the gradually disappearing figures. The nearby residents had already gathered in a circle, looking at the docked giant ship of the evil dragon pirate crew, their eyes filled with shock and reverence. I heard they saved the entire Kakoja village. They actually solved the evil dragon pirate crew in just one day and came back. I heard they even held a banquet. That's Major Roy from the headquarters. So cool. The sea breeze gently brushed, bringing the lingering aroma of roasted meat. No wonder they are the elites of the Navy headquarters. With them in the East Blue, it truly feels secure. Chapter 58, The Arm Severing Speculation. Night at the Roy family on Dawn Island, East Blue. The night was deep, but there was still a light on in the village of Dawn Island. In the old house, the oil lamp flickered gently on the wooden table, casting a warm light. Rock sat on the sofa, pipe in mouth, quietly flipping through the newspaper. Aaron leaned beside him, occasionally looking out at the pitch-black sky. What do you think? Why haven't the kids come back yet? She held a freshly brewed cup of tea, steam swirling like the worries in her heart that lingered. Don't worry. Rock exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone steady. That brat already called, didn't he? When has he ever not kept his word? Just as he finished speaking, whoosh. A ripple of spatial fluctuation gently stirred. A flash of light appeared, and three figures quietly landed in the center of the living room. We're back. Luffy bounced out first, shouting loudly, his face smeared with barbecue grease, grinning widely. Ace followed closely behind, holding a small cloth bag. "Grandma, Grandpa, we brought wind chimes and delicious sea cow meat." The last to arrive, Roy, subdued his laughter, his eyes filled with tenderness as he slowly said, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Erin suddenly stood up, her eyes reddening, and smiled as she rushed forward. "You brat. Why did it take you so long? You actually remembered to come home." She hugged Roy tightly for a moment before quickly checking Ace and Luffy's faces. "Roy actually let you go fight pirates. Were you too hurt? Did you get hit? Did you eat well? We're super strong." Luffy boasted proudly. "We defeated a pirate crew and even held a banquet." Erin was both amused and exasperated as she turned to Roy. "I'm just glad you're back. I was so worried." Rock tossed the newspaper aside and walked over with a stern face. "Coming back so late? What's that about?" Roy scratched his head, looking apologetic but speaking gently. "Sorry, I got held up a bit." He looked at his parents seriously and said, "However, I still need to head out again. I'll leave the kids with you for now." "Now?" Erin was taken aback. "It's so late. Can't you go tomorrow?" Rock furrowed his brow. "You brat. You're not going to stir up trouble again, are you?" Roy smiled lightly and patted his mother's hand. "Don't worry. There aren't too many people in this world who can truly defeat your son." He paused, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. "Even if I encounter someone I can't beat, they won't be able to catch me. Haha, you're still laughing." Erin chided, though pride was evident in her eyes. "Brat." Rock snorted. "No matter how strong you are, remember that safety comes first." "Got it, Dad." Roy turned, his figure slowly disappearing in the spatial fluctuation, leaving behind a light remark, "I'll be back soon." The room fell into a brief silence. "He's still the same." Erin chuckled softly and shook her head. "That's what you get for setting an example." Rock cast a glance at Luffy and Ace. "These two little brats are probably cut from the same cloth." He. Ace and Luffy both scratched their heads and grinned foolishly. Erin sighed lightly and turned to Ace and Luffy. "Are you two hungry? Grandma will go heat up some food for you." "Hungry?" Luffy immediately raised his hand, his eyes sparkling. Ace took out a delicate wind chime from the bag and handed it to Erin. "Grandma, I bought this in Mary Geo's. I heard it brings good luck if you hang it by the window." Erin carefully accepted it and gently shook it. The clear and melodious sound of the bell resonated through the house, as if blowing away the fatigue of the long night. "So beautiful." Her eyes glistened as she softly said, "Silly child, you even remember to bring a gift for Grandma." Rock walked over and looked down at the small, exquisite wind chime, giving a soft hum. "Knowing how to be filial, I guess I didn't teach in vain. If Grandpa likes it, next time I'll bring you a special pipe, like Zifa-sensei's." Ace scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. "Cough, cough, cough." Rock was choked up while that cough. "I'll give you credit for being thoughtful. Grandpa, you're blushing." Luffy laughed and pointed at him. "Shut up." Rock smacked the back of his head. At that moment, Erin had already brought out a large plate of steaming stew and side dishes, along with fragrant rice. Come, eat while it's hot." She filled the table, beaming with joy. "Wow, it's meat," Luffy exclaimed as he dashed forward, his eyes shining. Ace also happily dug in. Rock stood by the window, gently hanging the wind chime on the window frame. The night wind blew, ringing the chime, as moonlight poured in, filling the room with warm food and laughter. He gazed out at the starry sky and murmured to himself, "Those brats have all grown up." In the east blew high above the night sky, the night wind howled. Clouds surged, and the stars were obscured by thin mist. A streak of light raced across the sky, each flicker crossing dozens of nautical miles, as if carving rifts in the night sky. Whoosh! Roy, clad in a justice cloak, with black hair dancing wildly in the wind, his eyes cold and sharp, reflected the distant silhouette of an island lying in silence. In the original story, Shanks lost his arm 2 years ago to save Luffy from falling into the sea. But Luffy wasn't in Windmill Village. He was taken away by me, and the timeline was pushed back by 2 years. He frowned slightly, waves of unease stirring within him. Logically, the Nika fruit should have been seized by red-haired Shanks long ago, but a new vessel had yet to be found. And now, news suddenly emerged that he lost his left arm in the East Blue. Something was amiss. As the wind howled, his thoughts became clearer and deep in his mind. A fragmentary and blurry memory from a past life surged like a tide. Speculations about Shanks's left arm. It was once rumored in the intelligence community that the arm had been secretly tampered with by Emu or the Gorosei. or buried with a special celestial dragon mark, capable of long-distance tracking, monitoring, and even forcibly teleporting back to Mariewa. It was one of the weaknesses that forced Red-Haired to negotiate. If he wanted true freedom to disappear into the dark, he had to sever it himself. If all of this were true, then his self-amputation was not to save some minor character, but for freedom. A glint of sharpness flashed in Roy's eyes, as if electric sparks were bursting in the clouds. Only by cutting it off himself could he break free from the shackles and the monitoring of Mariewa, truly becoming that uncontrollable force. He murmured, so he proactively triggered this situation. Is it because the Nika fruit has finally found a new vessel? Or is it to cover the start of a certain plan? Or has he finally decided to betray the world government? A flash of light flickered in Roy's eyes as he suddenly took a step forward, transforming into a golden-white arc that sliced through the night sky. No more blind speculation. Only by seeing it with his own eyes could he uncover the true nature of this game. Under the night sky, a figure shot toward the east blue, to the kingdom of Satsuruso. That was the place where Shanks lost his arm, and also the starting point of the mystery. Chapter 59. The Remnants of Fate at the Shabandi Archipelago. In the late night of Shucky's bar, the amber-colored liquor swayed slowly under the light. The wind outside blew through the door cracks, stirring the wind chime hanging at the entrance, producing a faint, clear sound. Shucky skillfully wiped the glasses, occasionally glancing toward the door. Rayleigh sat quietly beside her, his silver hair illuminated by a soft glow from the light, but the whiskey in his hand remained untouched. His gaze was calm, as if waiting for something. Just then, creak. The wooden door of the bar was slowly pushed open, and the night wind rushed in, bringing a hint of salty sea air. A tall man stood at the entrance, his black cloak fluttering in the wind, the empty sleeve of his left arm swaying gently. Rayleigh's gaze sharpened, realizing it was true. His voice was low as he stared at the empty sleeve. "Well, Mr. Rayleigh, Sister Shucky." Shanks stepped in, his smile as relaxed as ever, but his eyes concealed exhaustion and unspoken emotions. He sat at the bar, took the drink Shucky handed him, and downed it in one gulp, Adam's apple bobbing. "It's so late. Why aren't you causing trouble in the New World? What brings you to the East Blue? And you've even lost an arm." Shucky's tone was teasing, but her gaze was sharp as a knife. Shanks set down his cup, half closing his eyes with an ambiguous smile. "I just made a decision." Rayleigh frowned. "In a place like the East Sea, with your strength, no one can hurt you at all. What is going on?" Shanks smiled and shrugged, his tone casual. "I'm getting old. My reactions are a bit slow. Don't try to play tricks on me." Rayleigh's gaze didn't waver. Shanks smiled silently, gently shaking his glass, his eyes suddenly becoming distant. The tavern fell into a brief silence. Shanks suddenly spoke. "Mr. Rayleigh, do you know why I often go to the East Sea?" Rayleigh raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it because it's quiet there?" Shanks shook his head, his expression gradually serious. "It's a feeling." "A feeling?" "Yes." Shanks lightly tapped the rim of his glass with his fingertip. "I always felt that I could meet certain people there." Rayleigh's gaze sharpened. "Certain people?" Shanks nodded, his voice low, but strangely, this feeling suddenly stopped in recent years. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh furrowed his brow deeply. As a user of Conqueror's Haki and possessing strong observation Haki, Rayleigh knew that the feelings of strong individuals were usually quite accurate. Shanks continued. "Captain Roger said the new era is about to arrive, but I feel like an invisible giant hand is secretly stirring up the era that the captain opened with his life." Shaki put down her glass, her eyes sharp. "Are you saying someone is deliberately interfering?" Shanks did not answer directly, his gaze growing deeper, until recently, when I returned to the East Sea, that feeling reappeared. I met a little brat in the East Sea. It's completely opposite to what Captain Roger was like when he was young. Rayleigh's expression changed slightly, his brow tightening slowly. "What's so special about being different?" "But he has the same resilience as the captain, very kind, even in dangerous situations. He doesn't forget to care for and protect others." His eyes and smile. "That kind of temperament of not backing down in the face of oppression reminds me of that legend." Shanks sighed and leaned back in his chair, softly saying, "So I took a gamble." "With your arm?" Shaki raised an eyebrow. "Would someone like you really risk an arm for a little brat?" Shanks shook his head, not risking it but taking it out. There was a brief silence at the bar. Shaki leaned against the bar, a playful smile on her lips. So, is that little brat the one you were waiting for? Upon hearing this, Shanks finally laughed, his smile like a glimmer on the sea, gently stirring a certain tenderness deep within. Who knows? I don't even know why I chose him, he said. It's like a guiding force, just like the feeling Captain Roger gave me when he stood in front of me. Even though he said nothing, it felt like he could ignite the entire sea. Rayleigh stared at him for a long time, then slowly raised his glass. To the will of Roger. Shanks clinked glasses with him, and they exchanged smiles. To the new era. The glasses clinked, ringing clear like the sound of a sword, echoing in the sleepless tavern in the deep night. In the kingdom of Citruzzo, the morning light began to appear. Thin mists swirled, and the morning sun broke through the clouds, casting a dreamy glow over the coastal kingdom. At the top of the clock tower, Roy stood with his hands behind his back, letting the morning breeze ruffle his military cap and cloak. From high above, the entire city looked eerily peaceful. The observation hockey covered the entire island, with no anomalies. No remnants of battles, no fluctuations of hockey, and even the disputes among civilians were pitifully few. He squinted, his gaze sweeping over the marketplace, streets, castle, and harbor. Did Shanks really lose an arm here? This place is so quiet, it's unnerving. At the port tavern in the morning, he pushed the door open, and the smell of alcohol and would waft it over. The owner was a middle-aged man nearing 50, expertly polishing glasses. Roy presented a folded photo and placed it on the bar. The red-haired pirates? No impression. He raised an eyebrow, but quickly smiled. However, I remember this person. He came here with a few people to buy alcohol, very generous, ordered an entire cabinet of vintage. Roy frowned slightly and pushed a few gold coins forward. Did they do anything special? Special? The owner pondered while holding the coins, singing, drinking, and paying generously. They left by noon without leaving a single empty bottle. Just that simple. In this day and age, there are not many pirates who can be so orderly. In the palace archive room, white marble covered the floor, and the kingdom's registrars quietly turned through the documents. Roy, dressed in a Navy uniform, attracted quite a bit of attention, but after revealing his Major General's medal, everyone became respectful. The entry records for the red-haired pirates you mentioned are here. The officer opened a thick registration book. They were all registered under their real names, and the list of declared supplies was completely compliant. I wouldn't have known they were pirates if you hadn't said so. They actually registered obediently. Roy glanced over. Alcohol, navigational potions, repair materials, and rations. Roy frowned slightly, tapping the table with his fingertips. At dusk, the coastline was bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, and the waves gently lapped against the rocks. Roy stood at the old dock where the red-haired pirates once anchored, quietly releasing his observation hockey to meticulously inspect every inch of land. There were no bloodstains, no sword energy, not even traces of conqueror's hockey. He sighed softly, sitting back at the top of the clock tower in the city center, gazing at the faintly lit stars on the horizon. All the clues indicated that this was an ordinary resupply, too ordinary to be true. No struggles, no conspiracies, not even any noise worth recording. So he stroked his chin, a hint of self-mocking amusement flashing in his eyes. Shanks, did you really just choose the calmest place in the world to do the most decisive thing? The sunset carried the distant laughter from the tavern, and Roy's figure gradually faded into the afterglow of the setting sun, just as Roy left for a moment. At the foot of the mountains in the suburbs of the kingdom of Citruzzo, the sunset cast a slanting glow, and the mountain path wound down. A small figure was walking briskly on the stone steps. He was round, with slightly chubby cheeks, yet his steps were surprisingly light. An 8-year-old boy, dressed in faded coarse cloth, his eyes sparkling with undeniable excitement and curiosity. He carried a basket full of fruits, mumbling to himself, I clearly said I would leave after picking that one, but I saw an even redder one. He looked up at the already dark mountain path, smiling wryly as he weighed the heavy basket. When he got back, his mom would definitely nag him. It was his first time on the mountain alone, standing at the top of the slope, gazing far at the bustling crowd and ships, his smile as pure and bright as dew in the morning sun. No one knew that a heavy echo of fate was quietly sleeping within him. Chapter 60. The Hearts of Parents in the village of Dawn Island in the East Sea. The sunset cast a golden-red glow over the horizon. The small village at the foot of the Green Mountains had smoke rising from chimneys, and the sounds of plowing oxen and children playing occasionally broke the tranquility. A tall figure slowly stepped onto the village path, draped in a white cloak of justice, appearing particularly striking in the afterglow of the setting sun. "Oh, Roy is back!" The shouts from the fields in the distance caused a stir, as several villagers with hosts stood up straight, smiling widely. "Our village's big shot is back. What rare treasures has he brought this time? Is it candy? Is it jerky?" Roy chuckled as he pulled out several bags of colorful candy from his pocket and tossed them casually towards the rushing children. Don't grab. Don't grab. Everyone gets one." The children cheered and rushed forward, giggling and rolling in the fallen leaves. The adults nearby watched the scene with expressions full of affection and pride. At that moment, an old man wearing a worn cotton vest, his face full of wrinkles from laughter, approached slowly. He was known in the village for his love of boasting. He looked up at Roy's tall figure, reached out to pat his shoulder, but could only reach his arm, so he patted it a few times with force. "Kid, back in the day, I just said it casually, yet you really paved the entire village road to kingdom standards. Ha ha." Roy smiled and scratched his head. "Of course I remember what you said. It's much more convenient to go to the town for the market now, isn't it?" "Indeed." Uncle was beaming with pride, saying that 3 neighboring villages come here to buy things, claiming we are on the path of justice. Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed in the village, creating an incredibly warm atmosphere of homecoming along with the evening glow. On Dawn Island, at Roy's family dinner time, the charcoal fire was blazing, and the kitchen was filled with enticing aromas. The wooden table was piled high with steaming home-cooked dishes, potato stew with sea beef, fresh fish soup, and fragrant soy-braised seaweed that made one's mouth water. "Dinner is ready," Grandma Erin called out with a smile, still holding the last pot of fried meatballs. Luffy and Ace could no longer sit still and almost pounced on the dining table. "I want that meatball. Ace, don't snatch my bowl. Eat slowly." Grandpa Rock glared at them with a stern face, saying, "You two are too quick with your mouths. The meal isn't even served yet." Roy sat on one side of the long table, watching this scene with a soft smile. After everyone had eaten a bit, he put down his chopsticks and looked seriously at his parents. "Dad, Mom, don't you really want to move to Marineford? I've arranged a house there. The Navy headquarters is safer, and I'll be more at ease." Rock and Aaron exchanged glances. Aaron gently put down her spoon and said softly, "Silly child. We've lived here our whole lives with friends, neighbors, and habits all here." Rock grunted, but his tone was unusually gentle. "Don't always treat us like old folks. Even if there's danger, we have ways to protect ourselves." Aaron patted Roy's hand. "As long as we know you grow up safe and healthy, we'll be content." After a moment of silence, Roy nodded earnestly. "Then promise me, if anything happens, you must contact me with the snail phone. No matter where I am, I can rush back immediately." Got it, got it. You're as nagging as your mother." Rock raised his wine bowl and drank it all in one go. "I heard that, old man." Aaron laughed and scolded, then added rice to the bowls of the 3 of them. "Eat up, don't just talk, you're still growing." The night breeze carried the fragrance of flowers and grass, brushing past his ears, while a bright moon hung high in the sky, with stars twinkling. Roy stood alone in the small courtyard, gazing up at the night sky. Behind him, the eaves glowed with light, filled with warm laughter. The light of the horizon reflected in his eyes, but his heart had long flown far away. The Grand Line's pure gold, a wondrous item that could keep one eternally youthful, if that thing really exists. He looked down at Aaron and Rock at the dining table. Those 2 familiar, yet increasingly aging figures. The memories of his past life, as an orphan fighting for survival, surged back, as if a string in his heart had been gently plucked. "With my current abilities, as long as I have a clue, I can find it." He clenched his fists, his gaze as firm as ever. "I must ensure that you both live healthily and happily forever." The night sky was quiet, the starlight flickering, creating a serene atmosphere. And behind him was his most cherished harbor. The next morning, a light mist lingered, and the roosters began to crow. The sun had yet to rise over the mountains, but the chimney of Roy's house was already puffing white smoke, and the smell of fried food wafted from the kitchen. Grandma Erin, wearing an apron, was busy at the stove, with a small pot simmering thick soup and a large baking tray filled with freshly baked jerky and honey cookies, releasing an irresistible aroma. "Luffy, open your mouth, it's still hot," she said while packing the cookies into a cloth bag, not forgetting to nag. "You can't train on an empty stomach. Especially you, Luffy. As soon as you eat meat, you forget your name. Be careful not to choke." MMM. Luffy had stuffed 3 cookies in his mouth, his cheeks bulging like a hamster, with grease at the corners of his mouth. He nodded furiously while shouting, "Grandma's food is the best." Ace stood beside him, arms crossed, looking at this guy with a headache. "Can't you say goodbye to Grandma like a normal person? At least don't have food in your mouth. This is a way of expressing feelings, too." Luffy grinned, almost choking on the cookie crumbs. "Cough, cough, cough. See?" Ace quickly patted his back, shaking his head helplessly. What a troublesome kid. At the wooden steps at the door, Grandpa Rock stood with his hands behind his back, his gray-blue cotton coat looking a bit thin in the morning breeze. He seemed to be gazing at the sky, but his eyes were actually following the actions of his 2 grandsons. With a stern face, he scolded, "Training is training, don't slack off. Remember to write me a letter every month." "Grandpa, I'm not a kid anymore." Ace rolled his eyes, but his mouth couldn't help but curl up. "Don't worry, we'll definitely work harder than anyone." Roy walked up to his father, his voice deep. "Dad, we're leaving." Rock replied with an pretending to wave his hand casually. Got it. Hurry up and go, don't delay things." "Well, come back when you have time." "We definitely will." Roy smiled and nodded, a rare softness in his eyes. Just before leaving, Ace and Luffy ran in front of Eren, opened their arms, and hugged her tightly. "Grandma, next time we want to eat your stewed meat. Make more in big chunks," Luffy said with bright eyes. Eren laughed while ruffling his hair, carefully hanging the food bag. "Okay, next time, Grandma, we'll make you beef brisket and your favorite rice cakes." Ace then spoke seriously. "Grandma, I will work hard to become stronger. Next time I come back, it won't just be for food. I want you to be proud of me." Eren's eyes warmed, but she still held back her tears, reaching out to tidy up his clothes. "Silly child, you've always been our pride." Roy stood behind the 2, softly saying, "We're leaving. Go ahead." As soon as the words fell, his palm gently lifted and a spatial fluctuation slowly opened. Eren waved, "Be careful on the road. Remember to call home with the snail phone." Rock snorted softly, turning his head away. Don't let anyone underestimate the Navy that came from the East Blue. But his gaze had already unconsciously turned toward the center of the spatial fluctuation, as if he wanted to look at the 3 departing figures for another second. In the next moment, the 3 figures disappeared into the morning mist. In the empty courtyard, the wind rustled the bamboo forest. Eren walked to Rock's side, gently patting his shoulder, her tone full of teasing. "You stubborn old man, clearly the one who is most reluctant, yet you act so serious." "Cough, who isn't reluctant?" Rock coughed lightly, responding stiffly, "Those brats just need to be tempered. It's better for them to go out and gain experience earlier." Hee. Eren smiled, but didn't continue to expose him. She reached out to adjust Rock's cloak for him, her tone gentle. "It's getting cold. Don't stand outside for too long." Rock nodded, but still didn't move, his gaze fixed on the direction the children had left. A faint light glimmering in his eyes, seeming a bit moist. Those were his 3 proudest children, and also his deepest concern. Chapter 61. The Elder's way of expressing love at Marine headquarters in Marineford. The night had just dissipated, and the first rays of golden light fell on the decks of the warships at the port. As the warships slowly docked, soldiers who had already received the news had gathered at the pier, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. "Have you heard? Those 2 kids wiped out the dragon pirates. That's the Fishman Arlong with a bounty of 20 million. It's the highest bounty in the East Blue. These 2 are the grandsons of Admiral Garp and the direct disciples of Instructor Zephyr. How could they not be strong? Plus, with Major Roy leading them, those East Blue pirates must have been scared out of their wits." Just as the discussions surged like a tide, bang, the ship's bridge door opened, and 3 figures stepped out. Roy stood at the front, his military cap pulled low, his cloak billowing in the morning wind. Ace carried a backpack, a smile on his face. Luffy, with a bag of jerky prepared by Grandma on his shoulder, was chewing the last piece of cookie. "Wow, like a firecracker going off. The entire port erupted with cheers like a tidal wave. Welcome back. Well done, Ace. Luffy. You are the pride of our Navy. The soldiers raised their fists high, and some young recruits were so excited that they shed tears on the spot, creating a scene so enthusiastic that even the New World War report couldn't steal the spotlight. Luffy was taken aback, but immediately laughed heartily with his hands on his hips. I'm really amazing. I caught a huge fish man and an octopus. Ace slightly lowered his head and scratched it, trying to keep a low profile. But the corners of his mouth that couldn't stop rising had already betrayed his pride at that moment. Suddenly, wah-ha-ha, a laugh that seemed capable of shattering the heavens erupted from deep within the crowd. Wah-ha-ha, my grandson actually wiped out a pirate crew. I'm so happy. Boom. Karp transformed into a sonic boom and charged directly out of the crowd. His nearly 70-year-old body shot toward the three like a cannonball. Luffy, Grandpa, wait. Before Luffy could react, he was already picked up by Karp. Bang, bang, bang. Karp's iron fists mercilessly struck Luffy's head, each punch infused with love, causing 3 large bumps to instantly swell on Luffy's head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Grandpa, why are you hitting me after I fought the pirates? Luffy's tears flowed wildly. Karp laughed heartily and ruffled his hair. Because I'm so happy. Ha ha ha. Ace was laughing so hard he was bent over. Ha ha ha. Luffy, that's too tragic. Hey, looks like you're having a great time, kid. Suddenly feeling a chill behind him, a massive shadow loomed over, and a deep, steady voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Not good. Ace's back stiffened, and he turned his head stiffly to see Zifa standing behind him, the corner of his mouth slightly raised beneath his sunglasses. Zifa smiled slightly, his voice as warm as a spring breeze. Kid, how many days has it been since you last trained? Ace's face instantly changed. Teacher Zifa, we just completed a mission and haven't had a chance to. Zifa suddenly reached out, and just as Ace was about to elementalize and escape, he was caught by Zifa's giant hand covered in haki. Still trying to escape? Wait, teacher, I was wrong. Ace's flames had just begun to surge when Zifa's giant hand, entangled in haki, pressed down hard, extinguishing the flames with a sizzling sound. Ace struggled desperately, but was lifted up like a cat. Let's go to the training ground. I'll personally train with you. Help! Ah! Roy, save me. Ace was dragged away while screaming, causing the soldiers to burst into laughter. Your Roy won't dare to save you. Roy stood at the bottom of the gangway, watching one person being violently loved by Karp and another being carried away like a kitten by Zifa. Seeing the peculiar way the two elders expressed their happiness, he could only helplessly cover his forehead and smile wryly. Is this how the Navy legends express their love? In the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku in Marineford, sunlight slanted through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the mountain of documents on the desk in a golden hue. Sengoku sat in his office chair, frowning, the confidential report from the New World in his hand, making his expression increasingly serious. Knock, 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 he replied without lifting his head. Come in. The door opened, and Roy strode in, draped in a white justice cloak, his expression unchanged. He placed a report steadily on the desk. Sazluso Kingdom. Investigation complete, Roy stated succinctly. No abnormalities found. Sengoku looked up, narrowing his eyes slightly. Did red-haired Shanks really just pass by? At least that's what it appears. Roy responded calmly. They acted according to regulations, procured supplies, rested for 3 days, and then departed. There was neither conflict nor unusual behavior. TCH, Sengoku tightened his brows, his tone laced with suspicion. A notorious pirate with a bounty over $1 billion in the New World loses an arm in the EC, but quietly completes resupply and leaves? That seems too compliant. He lowered his head and pulled out another record of pirate movements, his gaze darkening. What do you think of the truth behind his lost arm? Roy shrugged. Insufficient intelligence. Cannot determine. Sengoku's fingers tapped lightly on the desk, and he looked deeply at Roy. Finally, he sighed, leaning back in his chair, his expression slightly weary. You're right. We currently don't have much energy to pursue these truths. He waved his hand to push aside some documents, revealing a New World sea chart pressed beneath them. The map highlighted 3 rapidly expanding powers with red circles. Kaido's pirate crew, which had just started collaborating with Don Quixote da Flamingo, with not many artificial fruits yet. Not yet a complete Beast Pirates, Big Mom's pirate crew, and Whitebeard's pirate crew. The situation in the new world is getting worse. Sengoku's tone was grave, as though an invisible weight pressed down on him. The major pirate crews are competing for territory, and with the Golden Lion hiding somewhere, it's almost suffocating the front line. Our troops and defenses are becoming strained. Roy scanned the map, the familiar yet dangerous names sharpening his gaze instantly. Sir, do you mean for me to go to the New World? Sengoku did not deny it, his tone serious. Your mobility and combat power are at the top level among the current headquarters forces. We need you as a flexible main force to support the front line. Even just as a deterrent, it holds immense value. Roy smiled, a hint of long-lost excitement surfacing in his eyes. To compete against the strongest monsters in the world? I'm eager to test my current strength. Sengoku observed the battle intent in his eyes, and the corner of his eye twitched slightly. You kid, don't mistake support for an invitation to duel with the big pirates. I'll know my limits. Roy smiled lightly. Sengoku suddenly remembered something and added, by the way, not long ago, Don Quixote da Flamingo was recognized by the world government as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Upon hearing this, Roy's gaze sharpened slightly. This is a reminder of my previous conflict with him. He looked at Sengoku, his tone calm, yet carrying a hint of sharpness. If he were to do something harmful to the entire kingdom, would his identity as a warlord of the sea protect him? Sengoku was taken aback, not expecting Roy to ask such a question suddenly. He stared at Roy's serious expression, and although puzzled, he replied firmly, If there is indeed evidence, I allow you to eliminate him. Roy smiled, a hint of coldness in his smile. That's good. Sengoku looked deeply at him, not asking further. Just as the two were conversing, a powerful wave of haki suddenly surged from the direction of the training ground. Boom! The entire office building seemed to shake slightly, the window frames creaking, and several documents were shaken off the top of the shelves. Sengoku frowned. What is Zifa doing to make such a commotion in training? Is he trying to tear the training ground apart? Roy closed his eyes slightly, his observation haki instantly expanding. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a smile appearing. Ace has actually used that move. It should be Ace. I'll go take a look. Sengoku nodded. Go ahead. I'll arrange the deployment orders for the new world as soon as possible. Whoosh. Roy turned, and his figure disappeared at the door. Chapter 62. Buddha's Fury Lotus at the Marineford Elite Training Ground. Under the blazing sun, the most famous training ground in the Navy headquarters was bustling today. The area outside the fence was already crowded with recruits and officers who had come to watch, and even the surrounding buildings and watchtowers were filled with uniformed Navy officers. Hey, I heard that kid Ace is only 12 years old? A monster with explosive talent. A Logia-type flame fruit user, the grandson of Vice Admiral Karp. The brother of Major Roy, a family of monsters. At 12 years old, he can blow up a 20 million bounty fisherman pirate crew. Do you think he's an ordinary person? The surrounding noise was incessant, the atmosphere hot, as if it were the eve of a volcanic eruption. In the center of the field, Ace's flames danced at his fingertips, a confident smile on his lips. Teacher Zifa, really? You're letting me go all out? I've learned so many new moves. Zifa crossed his arms, his gaze sharp as a knife beneath his sunglasses. Kid, too much confidence can lead to hardship. He beckoned with his finger. Come on. Flame pillar. Ace extended his arms forward, flames swirling in his palms like spirals, rapidly expanding in the air into a high-temperature pillar of fire towering 10 meters high, the air vibrating with a buzzing sound. The flames rolled up to the sky. Waves of heat surged. Oh! The onlooking trainees couldn't help but exclaim. Zephyr snorted coldly, swinging his right fist like a mountain, the black-armed color solidifying like magma. Boom! The fist crashed into the center of the fire pillar, and in an instant, it was as if two extreme forces collided head-on, the flames exploding violently, waves of heat sweeping in all directions. This temperature isn't even enough to ignite a Navy stove, Zephyr shouted, his figure flashing as he charged into the smoke. The natural type isn't just for fireworks. Ace's gaze sharpened, his feet shifting, hands rapidly crossing to compress the flames. Exploding flame sun, a fireball the size of a thumb spun quickly in his palm, the temperature soaring to thousands of degrees. Even the surrounding floor was scorched in advance by the heat. The fireball shot out like a laser, hitting the ground in an instant. Boom! The entire training ground floor erupted like a volcanic explosion, a hemispherical fire shockwave surging upwards, the orange-red flames reaching nearly 10 meters high. The onlookers were hit by a gust of wind, and even many vice admirals frowned. This firepower doesn't seem like what a 12-year-old kid could achieve. He actually mastered the compression explosion of flames so well. As the fire waves receded, Zephyr stepped out. His arms covered in black armor showed no signs of burns, and a smile quietly appeared beneath his sunglasses. The temperature control is more precise, and the compression force has increased a lot. Significant progress. He suddenly swung his palm, the air seeming to stagnate, the domineering palm wind lifting debris from the ground, the aura sharp as a knife. Ace instantly unleashed a flame defense, but was still knocked down by a shockwave. The moment he fell, he rolled to his feet, and with a rub of his palms, flames transformed into two rapidly spinning wheel blades flying out. Flame tooth blade. Two high-temperature, rotating flame wheel blades surged forward, scorching the ground in their wake. Zephyr did not dodge, the high-temperature fire wheels violently rotating and cutting between his crossed arms, sparks flying. Using the explosive thrust of the flames to enhance cutting ability? Interesting. With a light shout, he suddenly spread his arms wide, scattering the two fire blades. At this moment, Ace was panting heavily, the flames on his body no longer swirling freely, but rotating and condensing around him, like the stillness before storm. No, conventional moves can't break through the defense. Ace gasped. Flashes of Roy's teachings from earlier crossed his mind. The essence of flames is energy release. Roy pointed at the flames in Ace's hands. Try it. Compress the energy to the limit and then explode. Ace's gaze sharpened, suddenly bringing his hands together. Compress again. The previously churning flames suddenly collapsed inward. Like a black hole absorbing all energy, the ground around him turned bright red from the high temperature, the air emitting a sharp screeching sound. Zephyr's figure was now approaching like a cannonball, his arms wrapped in black armor, his iron fist aimed directly at Ace's face. Come on, kid, don't disappoint me. And at that moment, Ace roared. Flame Emperor exploding lotus. Boom! A crimson-golden fire lotus blossomed in front of Zephyr's chest. The high temperature instantly distorting the air, sparks exploding in a circular fashion, accompanied by a violent sonic boom and a scorching white shockwave. It was a shockwave of super high-pressure flames that exploded in an instant, shaped like a Buddha lotus, with the momentum of raging fire. The entire training ground trembled. The ground cracked in a spiderweb pattern spreading out from the explosion point, and a mushroom-shaped fire cloud rose into the air, resembling a flower of destruction. The high temperature roasted the air, and the onlooking trainees could hardly open their eyes. What level of explosive power is that? Is that an attack a 12-year-old can unleash? The instructors in the front row hurriedly activated their armed colors to shield themselves, blocking the impact of this flame storm for the trainees behind. Smoke filled the air, flames still not dissipated. Ace half knelt at the edge of the battlefield where flames intertwined, a faint fire flickering on his body, his face pale. He struggled to remain upright, his eyes still carrying a hint of unwillingness and hope. Did I succeed? From the smoke, a figure slowly walked out. Zephyr's upper half of the Navy uniform had turned to ashes, his sturdy upper body wrapped in armed color. But faint red marks could still be seen on his chest, as if scorched by flames. His shattered sunglasses slipped from his face, revealing his sharp, blade-like eyes. He stopped in front of Ace, looked at him for a few seconds, and suddenly burst into laughter. Well done, kid. The crowd of onlookers was first taken aback, then erupted in cheers. Wow, Commander Zephyr was actually broken through by a 12-year-old kid. What was that move? Flames can be used like this. The entire venue erupted in a wave of cheers like the ocean. Ace finally broke into a smile, his eyes turning white. That's great. The next second, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, his muscles twitching. Ouch, ouch, I'm exhausted. Zephyr walked up to him, picked him up like a burnt octopus. Creative pass. Release completion, 70 points. Control, 50 points. Physical fitness, negative points. From today on, double the weight training. Ace hurriedly shouted, Wait, teacher, I made progress today. Zephyr grinned. That's why we need to double the training, otherwise you'll think you're capable again. The onlooking trainees twitched at the corners of their mouths, watching Ace being dragged away, all sweating. Just then, Roy's figure quietly appeared at the edge of the field, just in time to see Zephyr dragging the exhausted Ace towards the physical training ground. The sunlight shone through the glass dome onto the charred earth of the training ground, and the air still lingered with the high-temperature residual waves caused by the Buddha's Rage Fire Lotus, the ground cracks radiating like flames towards the stands. Roy's gaze fell on the center of the scorch marks, Buddha's Rage Fire Lotus. He murmured softly, a hint of a gratified smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Not expecting that the compression explosion technique I casually mentioned back then would be realized by this kid. Just as he was about to teleport to catch up, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark red figure. In the shadow of the corner, a tall figure was turning to leave, the justice coat behind him fluttering slightly in the wind. Roy's eyes narrowed, and the next second, whoosh, just as Akainu was about to return to headquarters to get to work. His steps paused, the space in front of him slightly distorted, and Roy's figure appeared out of thin air. Uncle Sakazuki, Roy greeted with a hint of teasing, his tone light but respectful. Even someone of your caliber would come to watch a kid's assessment battle. Akainu's steps halted, his sharp gaze sweeping over, as if magma was about to erupt from his eyes. However, upon recognizing Roy, his tense expression softened slightly. Roy, he then said, his voice low and powerful. That kid you taught, not bad. Roy was slightly taken aback, then narrowed his eyes at him. Akainu Sakazuki, you actually complimented someone? Especially Ace? Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Is it because Ace took down the dragon pirates? Did it cause him to waver slightly about the bloodline of the Pirate King? Akainu seemed to see through his thoughts, snorting coldly. Don't worry, as long as he doesn't become a pirate and continues to uphold Navy justice to eliminate pirates, I won't have any objections to him. After saying that, he strode forward, the heat of magma steaming, leaving melting marks on the bluestone, each step seeming to press down on flames. Roy stood in place, watching his back, murmuring to himself, truly, absolute justice against pirates. In the distance, just as Akainu was about to disappear around the corner, a golden light suddenly flashed. A lazy voice echoed from the light. Hey Sakazuki, this is rare. You're not wearing a straight face. Kizaru Borisolino had his hands in his pockets, tilted his head as he emerged from the particles of light. A lazy smile on his lips. Do you want to grab a drink later? I heard that new tavern even the Admiral sneaked into. Sakazuki didn't turn his head, only letting out a cold grunt. Suit yourself? Wow, so cold. A beam of golden light and a streak of rock red moved away together, like fire and mirror converging, gradually disappearing at the end of the street. Roy withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the slowly cooling training ground. The charred cracks still ran across the center of the field, like the marks of growth Ace had left on this battlefield. Chapter 63. Kuina, Zoro East Blue. Lowtown Port. The sea breeze swept through the dock, carrying a salty and humid scent, the sound of waves and seagulls intertwining into a lively background. 13-year-old Kana stood at the edge of the port, her brows furrowed, one hand on her hip, the other tightly gripping the famous sword and the Wado Ikemanji, which symbolized her father's expectations. Her gaze was constantly alert to her surroundings, exuding a calm demeanor far beyond her peers. Behind her, 11-year-old Roronoa Zoro was clutching his stomach, frowning, impatiently trailing behind. Hey, Kuina, I need to go to the bathroom. Huh? Kuina turned around and glared at him. We just got to Lowtown, and you're already being a hassle. Mr. Roy told us to find Colonel Smoker quickly. There's no time to wait for you to dawdle. Everyone has their urgent needs. Zoro justified. Besides, I'm not like you. I can't hold it for that long. You. Kuina's forehead twitched, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and waved her hand. Go quickly and come back fast. If you dare get lost, I'll chop you up. Tsh, who gets lost these days? Zoro pouted and turned to walk towards the public restroom next to the port. 10 minutes later, in an unfamiliar alley in Lobetown, Zoro stood in the middle of the strange street, looking around. Where's this? Is this the road I just took? He glanced left and right, not recognizing any of the houses in front of him. I remember the restroom was on the left. No, it seems like it was on the right. Forget it. I'll just wander around. And so, he aimlessly wandered around, only to find himself going further off course. As he turned a corner, he accidentally caught sight of a slightly old sign. "it.But weapon shop." A weapon shop? His eyes lit up, and he immediately pushed the door open. Ding ding. A crisp bell rang out. The shop was simply furnished, but had a solemn atmosphere. Wooden racks displayed various swords and blades, and a faint smell of rust hung in the air, with some customers checking out the weapons. A shopkeeper, holding a pipe, sat behind the counter, focused on polishing a sword. Hearing the noise, he glanced up, and upon seeing a green-haired kid, his interest waned immediately. "Kid, I don't sell toy swords here." Zoro ignored his indifference, his eyes sweeping over all the sword racks, and finally, his gaze fell on a pile of rusty swords in the corner, covered in dust and carelessly stacked. He walked over, rummaged through the pile, and suddenly pulled out a dark red katana, its blade resembling a claw tearing through flesh. The shopkeeper, it.But, changed color instantly, nearly dropping his pipe. "Hey, kid, don't touch that sword. That's a cursed sword. It's already killed several swordsmen." But Zoro held the hilt, his eyes blazing with fire. "I want it. Are you crazy?" it.But panicked, preparing to jump over the counter. "That sword carries too much malice. It's common for its master to be killed. Using it means death." Zoro grinned, the dark red blade of the cursed sword shimmering with a ghostly light in his hand. "Then let me see if its curse is stronger, or if my life is." With that, he suddenly threw the sword high into the air. The blade spun in the air, drawing a sharp silver arc, its cold light gleaming like a ferocious beast baring its fangs. "Hey, are you out of your mind, kid?" it.But yelled, but it was too late. The shop fell silent, everyone holding their breath, staring wide-eyed as the cursed sword spun in the air, its cold light flickering. The sword spun in the air, its tip gleaming coldly, descending rapidly with the aura of death. Zoro's face showed no fear. Instead, he crossed his left arm in front of him, closed his eyes, and did not flinch at all. Swish! The blade fell like lightning, creating a fierce wind. Just as the tip was about to touch his skin, the cursed sword inexplicably changed its trajectory, bypassing Zoro's arm. Clang! The Sandai Kitetsu plunged heavily into the wooden floor, nearly embedding itself completely, with only the hilt gently trembling. it.But eyes widened, his pipe falling to the ground with a pop, while the other customers stared, dumbfounded, not daring to make sound. Only Zoro slowly opened his eyes, looking down at the cursed sword deeply embedded in the floor, a triumphant smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "Looks like I win." it.But was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter, stepping forward to throw his arm around Zoro's shoulder. "Kid, what's your name?" "Rorinoa Zoro." "Good name." it.But slapped the counter with a hearty laugh. "For your guts, I'll give you this Sandai Kitetsu." Then he turned and walked into the back room, and, after a moment, carefully brought out another sword. It was a completely silver katana, with its scabbard engraved with flowing cloud patterns, the blade long and resilient, as if containing the spirit of snow. "And this is the Yuki, the best sword in my shop. I'll give it to you too." "You're giving me both?" "Why?" Zoro asked, slightly surprised. it.But grinned, "Because I feel like it. A swordsman like you deserves a good sword. I run a weapon shop my whole life, and it's the first time I've seen a kid who can face down the Sandai Kitetsu. Maybe one day, you really can become the world's greatest swordsman." Zoro accepted the Yuki, instantly feeling the warmth and pressure it brought, a stark contrast to the ferocity of the Sandai Kitetsu. The two swords crossed at his waist, one black, one red, like fateful wings. "Thanks, boss." His tone was simple but steady and powerful. He turned to leave, the sunlight just right, casting a cold metallic gleam on the two blades. At that moment, at the other end of the street, Zoro, an angry voice rang out like thunder. Kuina was running around the street with the Wado Ikemanji in her arms, veins bulging on her forehead. "You could disappear for an hour, just going to the bathroom. Do you believe I'll really chop you up?" As Zoro emerged from the corner, he heard the familiar roar. His shoulders shook, and cold sweat instantly broke out. "Oh no, I'm dead." He touched the two new swords at his waist, a confident smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. But it was worth it. Lowtown Navy Headquarters office smoker sat behind a large desk, two thick cigars clamped between his lips, dense white smoke swirling around his rugged face. He squinted his eyes, sizing up the two kids standing in front of him, a polite sword-wielding girl and a green-haired kid with a bruised face. "You must be Kuina and Zoro, right?" His voice was deep and hoarse. "That guy Roy has greeted me." Kuina stood straight, respectfully nodding. "Yes, Colonel Smoker." "Mister, Roy said you would arrange a warship to take us to Marineford." Smoker snorted coldly, turning his gaze to Zoro. "What happened to this kid?" Zoro covered his swollen cheek, his mouth twitching slightly, not daring to speak. "Damn, Kuina was too harsh." Kuina remained unfazed, her tone calm. "He got lost for 40 minutes, delaying our plans. So I gave him a little education." "A little?" Zoro's face turned green. "You almost buried my head in the floor." Smoker raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth slightly lifting. "This kid actually has some spirit." He stood up, draping a coat with the word justice printed on the back over his shoulders, casually grabbing the 10 hands from the table. "Count yourselves lucky. I'm just about to head back to Marineford for my report." He held a cigar and said indistinctly, "Follow me. The warship is ready." The warship set sail. Splashing white waves, the sea breeze howled, and Zoro leaned against the ship's railing, a bruise at the corner of his mouth, rubbing his face with an unhappy expression. "Hey, Kuina, you hit too hard." Kuina, holding the Wado Ikemonji, shot him a cold glance. "Who told you to get lost again? And go to a weapon shop?" "I just went to the toilet and happened to pass by a weapon shop." "Happened to?" Kuina raised an eyebrow. Zoro, with a righteous look, patted his waist where the Sandai Kitetsu and Shusui were, a proud smile on his face. "That's all the harvest. What do you know? Destiny threw a good sword into my arms. How could I not accept it?" Kuina sneered. "If you dare to run around next time, I'll chop you and your luck into 8 pieces." Zoro shrank his neck and muttered softly, "Violent girl." Smoker stood on the bridge, looking back at the bickering pair, took a deep puff from his cigar, and gently exhaled a ring of smoke. Chapter 64. The clown appears near Dawn Island in the East Sea. The horizon met the sea, and the blue waves rippled. A small pirate ship painted in bright red and leaning to one side was wobbling towards the shore. The deck was old, the hull was crooked, and the only noticeable thing was a comical flag with a giant red-nosed skull, fluttering in the sea breeze. "Hee. This place looks good." Buggy, holding a telescope, stood excitedly at the bow, dancing with joy. The village was peaceful, seafood plentiful, and the terrain low-lying. Simply a paradise for beginner robbers. "Crew." Buggy stood at the bow with his hands on his hips, his red nose shaking in the wind, twirling the telescope in his hand. "Look, up ahead is a barren little island with refreshing sea breezes, plump fish and shrimp, and old, weak women and children running everywhere. This kind of favorable time and place is the exclusive hunting ground of me, Captain Buggy." "Wow." Machi jumped up in excitement, cracking his whip and sending a hapless seagull flying. Kabeji spun around the deck like a whirlwind, sparks flying from his feet. Even the lazy lion, Leaky, opened one eye and let out a burp. "Leaky," he yelled at the yawning lion, "stop playing dead. Get up and get to work. Prepare to dock. I am Bugu, and today I'm going to make a fortune as a pirate. I'm going to rob this broken island until even the coconut trees cry." Just as everyone was enthusiastically preparing to land, suddenly, Buggy froze. His red nose twitched reflexively, and the next second, all the hairs on his body stood up. His face instantly pale. What the hell? A bone-chilling cold seemed to seep from the seabed into his spine, sweeping through his entire body. This feeling doesn't bode well. His red nose flickered like a radar, his mouth began to twitch, his knees felt weak, and his belly trembled. "Captain Buggy?" Machi leaned in confused. "Why are you suddenly sweating? The weather is quite cool today." "Quiet." Buggy turned around and yelled, but his voice cracked, sounding more like a duck on the verge of collapse. He stared intently at the tranquil and peaceful Dawn Island, his gaze falling on the unremarkable mountains and forests. "Something's off about that island." Buggy's teeth chattered, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "My sixth sense tells me that if we dare to set foot on that land, it won't just be death. We will be beaten until our souls scatter. Even the red nose will explode on the spot." Kabeji, Machi, Leaky, lying down with a face of disdain. Buggy couldn't care less about his image and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Turn around, you idiots. I Buggy don't want to die as tragically as a bursting sweet potato." Machi, you just said this was paradise. Kabeji, looking shocked. Even Buggy, who dares to bite Whitebeard's ship, is so scared. What on earth is that island? The crew finally realized something was wrong and began to fumble to turn the helm. The small boat turned and fled, the tattered sail fluttering in the wind. Get away. Farther away. At least 500 nautical miles for safety. Buggy clung to the deck, retreating from the island behind him, as if he saw death smiling. That feeling is just like when Captain Roger was angry back in the day. What a joke, this is the East Sea. Can such monsters still live on that island? The small boat fled like a shadow in the wind, rapidly distancing itself from Dawn Island. In the distance, a flock of seagulls took flight, sweeping across the endless horizon. At the edge of Dawn Island's mountains, the sunset was blood red, dyeing the entire forest in a warm golden hue, leaves gently swaying in the breeze, and light spots scattered on a solitary rock half hidden in the woods. A man wearing sunglasses sat calmly on the rock, dressed in simple fisherman-esque clothing, his hair slightly lifted by the sea breeze. He quietly watched the shabby pirate ship that was hastily leaving, his expression calm, yet carrying a hint of faint mockery. TSK, this guy's nose is quite sharp. A playful smile appeared on the man's lips as he took out the phone bug at his waist and dialed. Dawn Island team, report. He spoke. The target pirate that accidentally entered our waters has retreated. No need for intervention. The phone bug responded. Understood. Crisis averted. He hung up the phone, stood up, and turned to look towards the distant village where a quiet house could be vaguely seen. That was where Roy's parents lived. He murmured, "Fortunately, Admiral Sengoku arranged for us to take turns on duty in advance. If anything really happened, it would be hard to deal with." The golden sunset spilled behind him. A vigilant yet hidden protective network quietly operated. On Dawn Island Beach, the sunset turned the entire beach into a soft golden color. Waves rolled up layer by layer, leaving sparkling bubbles and shells. Rock walked on the beach with a serious expression, his hands behind his back, while Erin linked her arm with his, her feet softly treading on the sandy ground. She wore a light-colored cotton dress, some silver hair gently fluttering in the evening breeze, her face bearing a gentle smile. This sea breeze is so comfortable, not fishy at all. She gazed at the horizon where the sea met the sky, her voice soft, as if it could be carried away by the wind. Rock, however, maintained a serious face, snorting, "The East Sea has been relatively peaceful lately. It seems the Navy patrols haven't been slacking off." "Oh," Erin blinked, her tone playful. "Are you praising the Navy or boasting about your son?" Cough. Rock was momentarily at a loss for words, his ears slightly reddening. Erin chuckled softly, moving a little closer and tightening her grip on his arm. "Stop pretending. You complain about the grandson being naughty all day, but last night you secretly polished Luffy's bamboo sword, and you spent the entire night polishing the scabbard too." Rock's face turned even redder, and he stubbornly retorted, "That's because I'm afraid of the humidity by the sea. Bamboo is prone to rot." "Ha!" Erin's smile grew even gentler. Whispering, "Sunder, old man." The two walked side by side, their shadows stretching long on the beach under the sunset glow. The evening breeze gently brushed past their ears, carrying a faint scent of cooking smoke. Erin looked at the children running in the distant village and softly said, with Roy protecting them, "Those two kids will grow up safe and healthy." Rock was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. "I hope so, but even with Roy, I still want to watch them grow up." Erin looked at him, her smile warm. The sea breeze gently brushed against them, their figures elongated in the sunset, tranquil and warm. On the deck of the Navy warship in the Grand Line, the sea breeze howled as the warship cut through the waves. Smoker stood in the center of the deck, holding his 10 hands on his shoulders, the smoke from 2 cigars swirling in the wind. He squinted his eyes, looking at the 2 little ones in front of him. Kuina held the Wado Ikemanji with one hand, the tip of the sword pointing diagonally at the ground. Zoro had both swords drawn, Sandai Katetsu and Shusui crossing in front of him, fighting spirit blazing. "Come on, kids," Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke. "Let me see how much talent Roy has chosen." Kuina was the first to strike. Frost moon flow, moon shadow. Her figure suddenly blurred. The blade gleamed like a cold moon pouring down, directly targeting Smoker's throat. Clang! The 10 hands blocked precisely, sparks flying. Smoker raised an eyebrow slightly. The speed and angle of this slash far exceeded that of the Navy soldiers in his division. Zoro followed closely behind. Two-sword style eagle wave. The dual swords crossed and slashed out, the fierce sword energy tearing through the air. Smoker deflected Kuina's sword edge and withdrew his 10 hands to block horizontally. The metallic collision sound ringing sharply. Interesting. He grinned, suddenly exerting force. Bang! The 10 hands wrapped in armament hockey pushed away the dual swords. Zoro stumbled back, and Kuina, taking advantage of the moment when the sword edge was deflected, spun around and slashed again. Frost Moon Flow reverse slash. Clang, clang, clang. Within 3 seconds, the blade light clashed with the 10 hands more than 10 times. The Navy soldiers on the deck watched in astonishment. These two kids could actually trade blows with Colonel Smoker. After 10 moves, Smoker suddenly withdrew, the smoke dissipating, and he stared at the slightly panting duo, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. They haven't systematically learned hockey techniques yet, but they can practice their swordsmanship to this extent. He snorted softly. No wonder that guy, Roy, values you so much. Kuina sheathed her sword, her expression calm. Thank you for the guidance. Zoro, however, grinned, his fighting spirit undiminished. Let's go again. Smoker smiled slightly. Save your energy, kid. He turned and walked towards the bridge, the smoke trailing behind him in a long arc. When we get to Marineford, you'll have your chance to fight. Chapter 65. The unyielding flamingo New World rout the sea breeze cut like a blade, slanting across the deck, fluttering the Navy flag. The warship surged through the waves like a giant beast, racing towards the tropical island of Dressrosa, known for its vacation vibe. At the bow, Cheyenne stood still in the wind, her pink shirt hugging her figure, the Justice cloak billowing behind her, and her military boots firmly planted on the deck, forming a striking contrast between her graceful silhouette and the sharp sword Kenpyra at her waist. She lightly traced her fingers over the sword hilt, her gaze piercing through the rolling waves, staring at the yet-to-be-revealed island. Her tone calm, yet tinged with an uncontainable sharpness. Catching the Don Quixote family has always been Sister Crane's long-held wish. Her tone was gentle, but there was a hint of hidden sharpness in the wind. However, that flamingo always slipped away like a loach. She scoffed softly, a hint of disgust creeping in her smile. Tisk, so disgusting. Footsteps sounded lightly, and a tall figure appeared beside her. Roy, clad in a Navy Justice coat, stood on the left side of the bow, gazing in the same direction. The sea breeze lifted the hem of his cloak, and he appeared like a sword about to be unsheathed, his aura sharp and contained. This time is different. His voice was deep and powerful. The Don Quixote family's forces are gathering in Dressrosa, and intelligence indicates he will make a significant move on the island. Major Crane has judged that this will be his moment of exposure. Cheyenne slightly turned, looking at him with a smirk. So the reinforcements Sister Crane mentioned are you, huh? She feigned nonchalance and lightly huffed. I just finished suppressing the new pirate group on the northern front, and I was hoping for a few days of leisure. But I ended up being redirected here. She blinked, her tone teasing. Roy, you really caught me off guard. Roy smiled helplessly. Sister Cheyenne still loves to tease me. After saying that, he put away his smile, looking out at the sea, his expression gradually becoming serious. I have some old scores to settle with Doflamingo. His tone was low, yet it carried a hint of sharpness. Cheyenne was taken aback, then looked at him seriously. You two have crossed paths? He was able to escape from you? Roy nodded, his tone complex. Back then, I could have clipped his wings, but due to certain factors, I let him go. As a result, he still won't give up. A flicker of inquiry appeared in Cheyenne's eyes, but in the end, she just smiled lightly, not pressing further. Now he is a warlord of the sea, a legally recognized pirate by the world government. Even we can't just act recklessly. TSK. Roy scoffed disdainfully, his gaze sharp as a blade. Can that guy resist doing something stupid? I actually hope he makes a big move. Roy slowly turned his head, looking at Cheyenne calmly, his voice low and sharp. As long as he dares to show his fangs, I will personally pluck every single feather from him. I really look forward to that moment. Cheyenne murmured, lightly tapping her fingers against the sword sheath, the metal clinking against the wood, the sound crisp and clear. I hope this voyage is not just about enjoying the sea breeze. In the distance, the sea surface darkened rapidly, the sky stained with deep shadows. The warship cutting through the waves, the sails swelling like a bow. Dark clouds piled up, as if a storm was imminent. That was the call of Dressrosa, and the drumbeat of blood and justice was about to clash. Dressrosa's secret manor, thick velvet curtains blocked the sunlight outside the window and in the dim conference room. The air was filled with damp and stale scents of incense. The core members of the Don Quixote family were all present, seated around the oval conference table, none daring to speak first. At the head of the table, Doflamingo had his fingers interlocked, slightly leaning forward, his elbows resting on the table. His eyes behind sunglasses, scanning the room motionlessly, his aura pressing down on everyone like a vice. Talp, talp, talp. His knuckles slowly struck the table, the rhythm steady, each tap resonating in everyone's hearts. Tory Bull leaned on his cane, sticky liquid dripping from his body. He hesitated for a moment and finally spoke. And Master, do we really have to do this? That Roy is not an ordinary Navy anymore. Before he could finish, the air seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere in the room instantly became tense, all eyes focused on Doflamingo. Fahuhu! Doflamingo suddenly chuckled, his laughter carrying a chilling undertone. Tory Bull, how has your courage diminished as you live longer? He abruptly stood up, slamming his hands on the table, his cape billowing behind him, his face appearing especially gloomy against the backlight. Who am I? I am now one of the warlords of the sea, officially recognized by the world government. A mere rear admiral dares to stand in my way. Does he have the qualifications? Foo-hoo-hoo. Everyone was intimidated by his imposing presence. And Pika's sharp voice rang out first. The master is right. What do we have to fear? Diamante waved his sword and shouted excitedly. Then let us take him down. Let the Navy know our might. Doflamingo's lips curled in satisfaction as he sat back down, crossing his legs. Besides, we are not fighting alone. He slowly raised his hand, fingers spread wide, as if to grasp Dressrosa in his palm. Behind us, we have Kaido backing us, one of the three monsters of the New World, the behind-the-scenes ruler of Wano. Isn't such an ally enough to put you at ease? With him here, a mere rear admiral can only keep his tail tucked between his legs. The eyes of the cadres gradually became fervent, and even the previously hesitant Tory Bull lowered his head, no longer refuting. Doflamingo's smile grew increasingly sinister. I'm just taking back what belongs to me, Faho. Tory Bull remained silent for a moment, and then spoke again. What about the research progress on Caesar's side and the transfer of goods? Monet is already keeping an eye on Caesar. Doflamingo interrupted him, his tone impatient. Jack from Kaido's side just came by, and he has already brought the orders from Kaido, and the requests have been arranged for Caesar to start researching. Those experimental subjects and arms orders will also be gradually put to use. He stood up and walked to the end of the room, suddenly yanking aside the curtain. Crash! Blinding sunlight flooded in, sweeping away the shadows in the room. His figure standing against the light, resembling a wild bird ready to take flight. Now, our primary task is to completely take control of Dressrosa. He slowly raised his arm, fingers spread wide, as if he wanted to grasp the entire sky of Dressrosa in his palm. The plan was set in motion. At the same moment, at the western port of Dressrosa, the transport ship, resembling a colossal steel beast, let out a deafening roar, its hull spewing thick black smoke, as if it were an ancient ferocious creature awakening from slumber. The towering mammoth head sculpture at the bow glared menacingly, its metallic tusks gleaming coldly in the sunlight, intimidating the entire sea area. On the deck, a figure as tall as a mountain stood unmoving, his black coat flapping wildly in the wind. What a boring task. Jack crushed the cigar in his mouth, his canine-like fangs glinting ominously. He had just turned 18, yet his presence was like that of a ferocious beast, with a cold, murderous intent in his gaze sweeping over the gradually receding coastline of Dressrosa. That guy, Doflamingo, really thinks of himself as someone important? He grinned, revealing a sinister smile. If it weren't for Kaido's orders, I wouldn't give a damn about this mess. Behind him, several crew members of the pirate group trembled in fear. Not daring to speak, Jack suddenly stomped his foot on the ship's railing, the steel deck groaning under the strain. "Hey, go faster," he bellowed, his voice like thunder. "At this turtle speed, when will we return to Wano?" "But, Lord Jack," the helmsman was sweating profusely. "This ship is already at its fastest speed." "Useless." A fierce glint flashed in Jack's eyes as he suddenly grabbed an iron barrel nearby and smashed it violently into the sea. Boom! The sea erupted into towering waves. The transport ship rocked violently, and the crew stumbled around in terror. Jack laughed wildly, as if reveling in the fear of others. He turned to gaze at the distant horizon, his murderous intent boiling. "If anyone dares to block my way," his fingers clenched tightly, as if the air itself was about to explode, "I'll crush them." The transport ship belched black smoke, gradually disappearing into the sea mist, leaving only its arrogant roar echoing above the waves. Chapter 66. 3 punches shatter the dream of docking New World Sea area. The blazing sun hung high. The clouds torn open, and the sea churned violently as a pirate transport ship, resembling a steel monster, charged like a raging bull, stirring up towering waves. On the transport ship, a pirate sentinel stumbled onto the deck, his face pale. "Boss Jack, a Navy warship has appeared ahead. It's the Marines." In the center of the deck, on a specially made giant iron chair, Jack, just 18 years old but already 6 meters tall, sat with his legs spread wide. His expression stern, like an awakened giant beast. His knuckles lightly tapped the armrest, each knock heavy as a drum. Upon hearing the report, he slowly opened his crimson eyes, raising an eyebrow. "The Navy?" He grinned, revealing his sharp tusks, his voice deep yet oppressive. "Oh? There are actually Navy warships daring to swagger in front of me in this sea area?" Jack suddenly stood up, his towering 6-meter figure like a moving iron tower, casually grabbing 2 scythe-shaped giant weapons leaning against the ivory decorations, their blades glinting coldly in the sunlight. He strode to the bow, snatched a telescope, squinting to survey ahead. "Can you see clearly? Who's on ship?" His voice rumbled like distant thunder. The sentinel trembled. "There's a young Navy officer in a major's uniform at the bow. And beside him is a female Navy officer in pink clothes. I don't recognize them." "A young major? A female Navy officer?" Jack squinted, pondering for a moment, then suddenly burst into thunderous laughter. "Ha ha, a wet behind the ears major and a woman?" He crossed his swords over his chest, his tone filled with disdain. "Is the Navy here to tell jokes? Today, I'll use their heads as an appetizer for Boss Kaido." Jack suddenly pointed his sword toward the Navy ship. "Bring the ship closer. Can 2 mere young Navy officers fight against me?" "Yes." The pirate transport ship charged like a raging bull, the engine roaring, cannon ports opening, the entire vessel lunging forward like a ferocious beast. On the Navy warship, the sea breeze howled, but the warship stood firm like a rock, quietly anchored on the sea. Roy and Guion stood side by side, gazing at the pirate transport ship looming like a mountain ahead. The sea reflected the cold light of the ivory bow and metallic blades, creating a sense of oppression. Guion raised a hand to smooth her wind-tousled hair, her tone tinged with mockery. "Oh dear, have pirates become this bold nowadays? Not only do they not run when they see the Navy, but they also charge straight at us?" Roy said nothing, only furrowed his brow, watching the towering figure step out from the bow of the ship. With a ponytail and 2 braids, wearing a metal jaw, adorned with 2 ivory-like decorations on his head and shoulders, and dressed in a fur coat while wielding 2 scythe-like weapons, the familiar silhouette was frustratingly recognizable. The King of the Sea, Jack. 3 black lines appeared on his face, and his expression turned complicated. That reckless fool, who dared to attack even when faced with 4 Navy ships containing Admiral Fujitora, former Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Tsuru, has actually made his debut this early. Guion noticed the change in his expression. "Do you know him?" "Sort of." Roy sighed, his gaze turning slightly cold. "Guion, I'll be back soon." He flicked his cloak and stepped off the bow, his figure vanishing like a shadow in an instant. Whoosh! The air exploded and the deck trembled. Guion lightly rested her hand on the hilt of her sword, watching the direction he disappeared, her lips curling slightly. "I really can't do anything with you. But don't play for too long." Meanwhile, on the transport ship for Boss Jack, crown him, defeat the Navy. The pirates cheered, as if victory was already in their grasp. Jack stood at the bow, his killing intent boiling, his dual blades crossed, exuding an overwhelming aura. However, in the next moment, boom, a colossal sound like a meteor crashing down erupted, a violent shockwave descending from above, shaking the entire transport ship violently. The impact sent planks flying, and the pirates screamed, scattering as the ship nearly capsized. In the center of the deck, a dark figure descended like a divine weapon, tearing through the air and crashing heavily between Jack and his subordinates. Amidst the smoke and storm, the young Navy officer slowly rose, one hand in his pocket, his gaze as calm as frost. It was the young Major Roy, who had just been at the bow of the Navy's ship. "You are Jack?" Jack stumbled back 2 steps, his eyes fixed on this suddenly appearing young man, whose aura overpowered everything. Such a distance, and he crossed it in an instant? Besides Boss Kaido, he had never felt such a sense of oppression. The other party was clearly just a Navy major. Yet it felt as if he could see through everything. Oof. Just in time, he forced himself to steady his mindset, roaring as he charged forward like a mammoth. "Let me see if you're worthy of dying at my hands." Roy stood on the shattered deck, the hem of his navy cloak fluttering in the sea breeze. He looked at the reckless fool who would one day be called the drought charging at him, sighing helplessly, truly unaware of the danger. "Don't underestimate me." Jack roared in fury, his 6-meter-tall figure resembling a beast awakening, his shoulders shaking, muscles bulging, full of battle intent. He swung his hands down violently, the 2 scythe-like blades slicing through the air like black crescent moons, shrieking as they aimed straight for Roy's head. Whoosh! The figure beneath the blades instantly twisted and vanished. Merely a shadow. What? Jack's pupils contracted sharply. In the next moment, a fist wrapped in dense armament haki appeared in his view, crashing into Jack's arrogant mouth like a cannonball. Boom! The first punch landed squarely, with a crisp sound his proud and sinister fangs, along with his nasal bridge and upper jaw, shattered, teeth shattered and blood splattered. He suddenly threw his head back. Blood and saliva mixed with shattered teeth sprang several meters away, his entire face collapsing and twisting in an instant. The first punch broke his arrogant mouth. Yah! Before Jack could recover from the first blow, the second punch came crashing down like a shadowy specter. Roy's left fist came crashing down like a battle axe breaking through a mountain, smashing hard onto Jack's left knee. Crack! The sound of bone breaking was crisp and piercing. Jack's knee collapsed under this devastating blow. The kneecap shattered into pieces and the joint dislocated. The horrifying sound of bones cracking echoed, and Jack, as if struck by lightning, knelt on one knee, his massive body crashing down heavily. His mountain-like frame crashed to the ground, his knee grinding into the deck, creating 2 deep pits. The second punch broke his escape route. Yeah! Jack roared in pain, his crimson eyes filled with bloodshot veins. But before he could react, the third punch had already struck. Without any buildup, without a roar. Just a straight punch like a meteor falling to the ground. It violently struck his lower abdomen. This punch was unadorned, silent, but as heavy as a hammer crushing the ocean floor. Bang! With a dull thud, Jack's abdomen caved in several inches, his abdominal muscles collapsing as if made of paper. A violent shockwave exploded from his spine, muscles convulsing, the spine shaking violently. Ugh! He suddenly spat out a large amount of blood, his eyes rolling back, his enormous body crashing through the rear cabin's wall, collapsing the steelwood structure, leaving a deep trail of destruction behind. As if struck by a meteor, the entire stern of the ship caved in. Boom! The entire structure of the transport ship's rear cabin shook violently, one corner even collapsing directly, clouds of dust and splintered wood flying everywhere. Those crimson eyes rolled back completely, losing consciousness. If it weren't for Roy slightly holding back on the third punch, Jack would have punched through the entire transport ship and into the seabed. The entire deck fell into a deathly silence in an instant. The fight took only 3 punches. 1 punch to the mouth, breaking his arrogant speech. 1 punch to the leg, breaking his escape route. 1 punch to the abdomen, destroying his proud body. King Jack, the youngest disaster candidate of the 100 Beasts pirate crew, was directly hammered into the bottom of the ship, unconscious, without even fully deploying his haki. At this moment, all the pirates on the transport ship were blank, as if they had witnessed a fierce beast being instantly slain by a sharp sword. The pirates froze, mouths agape, eyes bulging, jaws dropping to the floor. No one daring to blink. Their proud future strongest fighter Jack couldn't even withstand 3 punches. Someone's Adam's apple bobbed, realizing they had made a weak sound. Is that still a human? How is that possible? Captain Jack, just like that. Roy stood at the edge of the cracked deck, shook his fist, and casually said, "Too fragile." Stepping down, the broken boards splintered, and the entire ship trembled as if its spine had been twisted. He turned around and looked at the pirates. "Don't play dead. Those who should surrender hurry up and surrender." In a flash, a group of Navy soldiers arrived. "The people are yours now. Tie up everyone who is alive and execute anyone who resists on the spot." He glanced down at Jack, lying horizontally, adding, "Especially this idiot. Add 3 layers of sea prism stone chains." As the warship approached the transport ship, Guillaume leaned against the deck railing, her eyes sparkling. She looked at the transport ship that had just charged in aggressively, now seemingly caved in at one corner, and then at Roy's leisurely figure returning. Covering her mouth gently, she smiled sweetly. "Really, we clearly agreed to leave as soon as we could, yet you still remembered to beat someone into the cabin." Chapter 67. Arrival at Dressrosa on the Navy warship in a new world. The sea breeze gently brushed, and the blazing sun cast down on the deck. The Navy warship steadily docked next to the transport ship, which had lost its fighting capability, and with Roy's assistance, all the captives and spoils were transferred back in no time. Guillaume stood quietly on the deck, her pink kimono fluttering gently in the sea breeze, the sheath of her kanabo clinking against her waist, making a subtle sound. Her gaze swept over the pirates tied up with ropes, lying on the deck. Her expression calm, yet sharp. Roy's little brother is really fast, she thought, watching Roy leap onto the deck, landing steadily beside her, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Roy clapped his hands as if he had just done some morning exercise. Those who resisted had been dealt with, and the rest didn't even have the guts to escape. Guillaume's gaze shifted to a massive figure entangled in special sea prism stone chains, with hands and feet fixed to the iron rings on the ship's hull. That was Jack, heavily injured and unconscious, his face a bloody mess, all his tusks broken. "So big, and we still have to take him along?" Guillaume raised an eyebrow, saying, "I thought you would just kill him directly." Roy walked over, gently kicked Jack's mountain-like body with his toe, and smiled lightly. "This is no ordinary pirate. He is equivalent to the 4th in command of the Kaido pirate crew." Upon hearing this, Guillaume's eyes suddenly sharpened. "The Kaido pirate crew?" She stared at the giant for a moment and slowly said, "To be beaten into such a state without any power to fight back. Just how strong have you become?" Roy merely shrugged and smiled without answering. "Humph." Guillaume let out a light snort, her gaze still complex, filled with surprise, admiration, and even a hint of vigilance. He turned around and ordered, "Check the transport ship, take all the weapons, supplies, and records, and send a small team to deliver the transport ship to the nearest Navy branch for filing. As for this guy," Roy pointed at Jack, his expression cold, "I will personally supervise." After saying that, his right hand moved slightly, and a ripple of space suddenly opened, accompanied by a slight tremor. Jack's massive body along with the chains vanished in an instant. In the ship's tail prison, a loud thud echoed, the steel cage shook, and Jack landed steadily inside. Guillaume watched this scene, her expression serious. "Your ability has become more stable than before." Roy smiled faintly. "If it weren't stable, how could I fit such a big guy in?" He then restrained his expression, walked slowly to the bow, looked toward the direction of Dressrosa, and spoke in a low voice. "Since Jack appeared on this route, it means the intelligence was correct. Doflamingo has indeed reached some sort of cooperation with the Kaido pirate crew." Guillaume frowned slightly, her expression completely darkening. "Then the level of this matter is no longer simple." She turned and quickly walked toward the Navy warship's intelligence room. "I need to report to Sister Tsuru immediately. This is no small matter. Kaido is not the kind of man who would easily give up his subordinates." Once he learns that Jack has been captured, he may take actions beyond expectations. We must reassess the subsequent tactics. Her tone was grave. Roy nodded, watching her figure gradually fade away, and his gaze returned to the front. Guillaume is right. He murmured softly, this situation is no longer just about getting rid of a flamingo. The warship sailed forward, its iron armor like a mountain, with its target unchanged. Meanwhile, on the other side of the New World, in Wano country, a massive dark figure slowly opened its hellish golden eyes. In the plaza of Dressrosa Palace, the sunset was blood red, and the entire palace was bathed in heavy twilight, echoes of wails and cries resounding in the square, with the smell of burning mingling with the stench of charred flesh. A broken crown rolled at the feet of Riku King, who knelt on the stone floor. Covered in blood, his eyes vacant, arms trembling. Blood dripped through the gaps of his fingers gripping the knife. And on the blade was the flesh and blood of his own soldiers. Around him, terrified citizens were shouting accusations. The king has gone mad. He actually killed the guards with his own hands. We entrusted our trust to him only to receive betrayal. The crowd recoiled in fear, and chaos loomed around the palace. And the source of all this, high up on the balcony, Doflamingo looked down on this scene, his shadow elongated by the evening light, resembling a silhouette cast by a devil. He wore a deep red feathered cloak, sunglasses obscuring his face, with a cold, sinister smile curving at the corners of his mouth. What a deeply moving scene. He slowly bent down, manipulating the strings to pull the king of Doflamingo up like a puppet, his fingertips lightly tapping. For the so-called people, you would rather kneel and beg for mercy, willingly suffer injustice just to see these commoners. They hate you, humiliate you, and want to tear you to pieces with their own hands. Is this what you want to protect? Doflamingo tightened his fingers, and the strings suddenly snapped taut, causing the king of Doflamingo to stiffen as if possessed. His face turned pale, his eyes trembling, watching helplessly as he raised the torch and walked toward the civilian house. Burn it down, burn a few more houses, and you will never be able to turn back. However, just as the flames were about to reach, the harsh sound of footsteps suddenly shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Doflamingo, not good. Toripole rushed in, rolling and crawling, his face smeared with snot, his eyes filled with panic. The Navy's warship has arrived. Doflamingo did not turn his head, only sneered. So what if the warship has arrived? I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a ruler recognized by the world government. Toripole interrupted him, his voice rising. it.But standing on that warship is Roy. What? Doflamingo's smile instantly froze, a chill surging up his spine. His fingertips trembled violently. The strings he controlled became chaotic, and the king of Doflamingo fell to the ground, the torch rolling away, sparks flying. Doflamingo suddenly turned around, his gaze fixed on the western harbor. There, the sea churned as a battleship approached in the twilight, with a white cloak billowing in the wind at the bow. He immediately recognized the figure standing at the bow. It was the man he hated to the core and feared immensely, Rear Admiral Roy of the Navy headquarters. Damn bastard. His throat rolled, his jaw clenched, and his fists turned white. Why is this person here? Is it Crane? Or Sengoku? The plan has been disrupted. Toripole. Doflamingo instantly regained his composure, his gaze sharp as a blade. Activate the defense circle immediately. Let Sugar hide underground. The others prepare to engage. Toripole nodded, stumbling. Yes. But Doflamingo, we shut up. Doflamingo interrupted sharply, his gaze icy. Why panic? Don't forget, we have Kaido behind us. Even if Roy comes, I will never hand over Dressrosa. He took a deep breath, adjusted his sunglasses, his tone as cold as an abyss. Roy, since you dare to come, don't even think about leaving Dressrosa alive. In the distance, on the deck of the warship, Roy stood with his hands behind his back, looking far towards the palace. Chapter 68. Flexible response a moment ago. Near the coast of Dressrosa, the Navy warship's bow cut through the waves. The tropical kingdom of Dressrosa as island silhouette gradually becoming clear. The distant shoreline was dyed a blood red under the setting sun, as if heralding an impending storm. On the bow deck, Roy stood quietly, his white justice cloak flapping in the wind. His gaze was sharp, staring at the distant kingdom, his expression steady as a mountain. Footsteps sounded, and Xiwan walked over slowly, her pink military uniform fluttering in the sea breeze, her boots creating a crisp rhythm on the deck. Finished with the report? Roy's tone was calm, not turning around. Xiwan reached his side and nodded slightly. Yes, headquarters has replied. She paused, her expression somewhat complex. A hint of helplessness curling at the corners of her mouth. Admiral Sengoku personally inquired and even called together Admiral Crane and several high-ranking officials for a battle briefing. But she sighed. After Vice Admiral Garp interrupted midway, the tone of the discussion began to shift. Roy raised an eyebrow. He did indeed ask the old man to help look after the kids before departing. He turned to glance at her. What did the old man say this time? Xiwan cleared her throat, adopting a grandiose tone, imitating him perfectly. Hey, Xiwan, if that kid can't win, then let me go. I just happen to want to catch a dragon to study. Roy. Xiwan couldn't help but chuckle, continuing. As a result, Admiral Sengoku slammed the table and shouted, Garp. Shut up. The New World front is tense. How could there be time for you to go catch Kaido? Then guess what he replied? I can take 3 on my own and bring them back to display in your office. Puffed. Roy finally couldn't hold back, covering his forehead, his tone helpless. Truly, Garp is still as uniquely creative as ever. Xiwan smiled and shook her head, her tone becoming serious. However, in the end, it was Admiral Sengoku who made the call. The situation in the New World is complex, and the headquarters cannot deploy more forces. The order is for us to assess the situation and respond flexibly. Roy raised his eyebrows slightly. Respond flexibly? Yes. Xiwan nodded, her tone flat as she added. Anyway, with you here, even if Kaido really comes if we can't win, retreating is easy. Lastly, Vice Admiral Garp added. If you can fight, then fight. If you can't, come back, bring people and fight back. After a brief silence, Roy's lips suddenly curled into a faint smile, his expression chilling, his eyes shining with sharp light. Isn't that just telling me to do whatever I want? Xiwan glanced at him, seeing the undeniable fighting spirit already ignited in his brow. She sighed softly, rubbing her forehead. What is the Admiral thinking? Letting this guy do whatever he wants? He is not planning to uproot Dressrosa, is he? At this moment, Roy had already retracted his smile, refocusing on the harbor ahead, his tone deep and forceful. Signal, prepare the entire fleet for battle, ready to land. Yes. The Navy soldiers on the deck responded in unison, their morale high, rushing to their battle positions. Xiwan stood in place, watching the white cloak fluttering in the wind. Her gaze profound. Doflamingo, she murmured softly, this time, you can't escape. At the harbor of Dressrosa, the sea breeze carried the scent of gunpowder, and the warship's gangway slammed heavily onto the dock, kicking up a cloud of dust. Following was a chilling atmosphere, as if the shadow of death was approaching with the wind. The white cloak billowed, and Roy descended alongside Xiwan. Both wore stern expressions, their steps firm. Behind them, a restructured elite Navy force stood ready, their long guns and blades pointing forward in perfect formation. Opposite them, the entire Don Quixote family stood on high alert. Tory Pole, with snot dripping, half-bowed. Pika, like a mountain, remained silent, his massive hands slightly clenched. Diamante, draped in a cloak, held a sword, his mouth twitching. Senor Pink quietly bit a cigar, expressionless. Lau, Gladius, Buffalo, and Joro were all present, their faces tense, killing intent leaking out, yet they couldn't suppress the fear within. At the forefront, the pink feathered cloak fluttered. Doflamingo stood at the very front of the group, wearing a mocking smile, his gaze beneath the sunglasses as venomous as a snake. His voice was deep and hoarse, carrying a familiar arrogance. A rear admiral of the Navy suddenly visits Dressrosa. What? Are you here for sightseeing? Roy said nothing, only coldly scanned the opposing camp. Everyone is here? He sneered. It seems you really intend to fight to the death. His gaze flickered like lightning, sliding from Jorah to Toripol, then to Pika and Diamante, finally landing on Doflamingo. With a half-smile, he said, when did Dressrosa become yours? Aren't there still 2 people missing? As soon as the words fell, several members of the Don Quixote family felt cold sweat bead on their foreheads. quietly taking half a step back. It was that man who easily defeated Virgo on Minion Island and pressed the young Master S head to the ground. That monster Rear Admiral has really come. The dead memories suddenly revived, tightening everyone's nerves in an instant. Roy slowly withdrew his gaze, a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he looked at Doflamingo. Little turkey, stop pretending. As soon as I set foot on this island, I sense your foolish act of manipulating the king and slaughtering the people. So, tell me, do you want to put the handcuffs on yourself? Or should I pluck your feathers one by one and help you put them on? Roy's voice was as cold as frost, yet his tone was casually mocking. But in that moment, the entire venue fell silent. The members of the Don Quixote family changed their expressions drastically, and Jiuyin gripped the handle of his Canberra knife, his eyes burning with anger. Manipulating the king and slaughtering the people. The evidence is undeniable. You really did it, Doflamingo. Doflamingo's smile froze. His face twitched as he gritted his teeth and growled. I am a warlord of the sea recognized by the world government. What right do you have to question me? Roy tilted his head slightly, his gaze sharp as a knife. Warlord of the sea? He took a slow step forward. Do you think that this identity allows you to treat a country like a toy? This is not a talisman that lets you manipulate the life and death of a nation at will, little turkey. Doflamingo's pupils contracted, his fingers suddenly spread wide, and the air faintly resonated with a low hum of cutting threads. Roy, don't think I'm really afraid of you. Standing behind me is Kaido, right? Roy suddenly interrupted him, a playful arc appearing on his face. He raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers. Snap! In the next moment, the space shook violently. Boom! Dust flew as a massive body, as large as a mountain, crashed heavily in front of Doflamingo, creating a thunderous roar. Cough, cough, it was a beast. Bloodied all over, with a face swollen like a pig, broken tusks, and a dazed mind. It was the Ship King, Jack. Doflamingo's face turned pale, his sunglasses fell off, and his eyes trembled violently. How is this possible? You actually even brought Kaido's confidant. Roy looked down at him coldly, his tone calm, yet resounding. Now, do you have any backup you'd like to bring out? The scene was silent. The Don Quixote family felt as if they were in an ice cellar, their faces collectively pale. Doflamingo clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, his back stiffened, and even the air seemed to freeze. Meanwhile, Roy was slowly walking towards him, his aura like a mountain pressing down, step by step invading their hearts. Jiuyin stood by the military formation, his long knife still sheathed, but ready to strike at any moment. The silence before the battle was like the last second before the doomsday bell tolls. Chapter 69. The sudden turn of events no need to waste words with them. Jiuyin shouted coldly, and the Canberra abruptly came out of its sheath. Whoosh! The moment the blade was drawn, a silver-white sword energy pierced through the air, carving a sword mark several meters deep along the ground, kicking up dust and rushing towards Doflamingo's face. Shield white line. Doflamingo pulled his fingers, and the ground instantly rose with several thick threads interwoven into a shield. Forcefully blocking this blow, boom! The sword energy collided with the silk shield, creating a tsunami-like impact. In a violent shaking, the front row of the silk shield shattered, the aftermath sweeping across the entire port, forcing Doflamingo to take a step back, the stone slabs beneath him exploding. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face dark as ink. Damn that woman who often follows Crane. Her swordsmanship is even stronger than the rumors. Then he suddenly raised his head and shouted angrily, Everyone attack. Kaido is on the way. As long as we hold on, we win. Hee Navy. Do you think you can easily take Dressrosa? Kill. In an instant, the battlefield boiled. Jiuyin faced off against 3 Don Quixote executives. Facing the 3-person siege, Jiuyin's eyes flashed with disdain. It seems I have indeed been underestimated. Art is an explosion. Gladiolus roared as he raised his arms, inflated to the extreme, his helmet bulging, ready to explode. Steel helmet burst cluster. Just as the explosion was about to occur, Jiuyin stomped his right foot hard on the ground, and his whole body flashed like lightning to his front. Whoosh! The Canberra, carrying intense sword energy, descended from the sky, and the armed sword blade struck down like thunder, cleaving Gladiolus's helmet. Before the explosive energy could ignite, the core ignition point was severed, blowing Gladiolus himself away. At the same time, Bahafaro circled in the air, the propeller spinning rapidly. Twisting hurricane slash. Several whirlwind slashes howled down, sweeping in like a scythe storm. Jiyuan's gaze darkened, the long knife reversed, and with a shake of his arm, he unleashed a strike. Cloud flow cuts wind. She swung out a slashing attack, and the sword energy twisted into a vortex, directly absorbing Bafaro's whirlwind slash and shredding it in reverse. What? Bafaro's eyes widened, and before the propeller could react, it was sucked back by the sword energy. Boom! The propeller shattered, metal shards flying, and he fell from the sky like a bird with broken wings, crashing into 3 cargo boxes. Finally, Jorah swung his twisted brush and threw a distorted energy wave at Jiyuan. Failed art's deformed touch. A strange wave of light, like a warping space, rushed towards Jiyuan's face, intending to alter her shape and visual perception. But Jiyuan didn't even draw her sword. She simply stepped forward in an instant, closing the distance, and raised her hand. Bang! The back of the Kimbira struck heavily on Jorah's face. Wah! Jorah screamed as he spun out, crashing into his own frame, blood gushing from his nose. In the blink of an eye, all 3 executives were sent flying. As the dust settled, Jiyuan slowly sheathed her sword, standing still, the navy cloak billowing in the wind. On the ground beside her, blood flowed, and the Don Quixote executives who lay groaning had no strength left to fight. The 3 were instantly defeated. Jiyuan scanned the surroundings, sheathed her sword, and coldly said, "With such little skill, do you think you can stop me?" Just before the 3 attacked Jiyuan, Doflamingo led Toripole, Pika, Diamante, Senor Pink, and Lao to collectively attack Roy. "Kill him!" Doflamingo shouted angrily, and the 5 executives moved together. He himself was the first to strike, his fingers spread wide, the air trembling. Wildway's white line. The power of the string fruit activated, and the ground rolled like waves. Hundreds and thousands of razor-sharp threads surged forward. Toripole screeched as he spat out a foul-smelling, sticky liquid, and the sound of corrosion echoed in the air. Sticky chains. Pika's entire body merged into the ground, and a 10-meter-high rock fist suddenly burst from underground. Diamante stepped forward, his cape transforming into a steel blade, slashing with the momentum of a flag. Army flag slash. Senor Pink said nothing, his body sliding into the ground, seeking the opportunity for a fatal strike. Lao struck a pose with his exaggerated old man muscles. Throwing a punch, the seal of time. The 6 of them attacked together, the murderous intent condensing. Even the air seemed to wail. But Roy on the opposite side remained motionless, still standing in place, his gaze cold. The wind brushed against the corner of his cloak, and his right hand slowly drew out from his pocket. "Is this it?" He chuckled lightly, his right fist slowly retracting, the black lightning of armed color swirling violently around his fist. In the next moment, 6 fists of domination. Boom! The earth rumbled. The air exploded. Multiple phantom punches flashed by, and 6 fist winds struck out in an instant. But in the blink of an eye, they crossed space like ghostly projections, instantly moving in front of the enemies. First punch. Before Lao's seal of time could be unleashed, his chest suddenly caved in, blood mist erupted, and he flew backward at supersonic speed, crashing through 3 stone walls unconscious. Second punch. Before Diamante could fully swing his sword, a punch wind broke through the air, directly hitting his heart. The sword shattered inch by inch, his sternum crushed, his features twisted, and he spat blood wildly. Third punch. Senor Pink had just poked his head out from the ground, and before he could speak, the punch wind struck him like thunder, turning him and the ground beneath him into a conical pit. Fourth punch. Pika's giant rock fist had just emerged from the ground when it was hit head-on by the punch wind. The rock fist collapsed, and his main body didn't even have time to retreat into the rock wall before being heavily injured and knocked down. Fifth punch. Toripole, full of confidence, flung out the sticky chains, and the next second, the punch wind smashed him head-on with a fierce power that burned through all the slime. The figure flew horizontally for 100 meters, crashing into the dock's crane and twisting as if his body were breaking apart. The sixth punch. Doflamingo's white line of the wild waves was like paper in the face of the punch's wind. Large swathes of white silk shattered with a loud crash. The residual force even severing the feather coat on his chest. Boom! The sixth punch landed, shaking the earth and mountains, with debris flying everywhere. The entire port seemed to be punished by the heavens, raising a massive cloud of smoke and dust. All 5 cadres fell to the ground, heavily injured and unable to rise. The scene filled with wails. Doflamingo suddenly halted, braking sharply. His forward stance froze mid-air, his feathered cloak shaking violently. Cold sweat pouring down his forehead. How is this possible? He hadn't even moved. His gaze trembled violently as he looked at the young man, standing still before him, even his breath undisturbed, his heart nearly collapsing. Is this still a human? Roy slowly retracted his fist, stepping forward, each step heavy like a drum. He raised his eyes to Doflamingo, his voice as cold as polar frost. What's wrong? Esteemed warlord of the sea? Not going to fight anymore? Now it's just you left, Flamingo. Chapter 70. Dual dragons strike the smoke of battle still lingered. The dust yet to settle. Standing amidst the ruins, Doflamingo, with bloodshot eyes, stared at the scene before him. Treble, Pica, Diamante, Lau, Senor Pink. His proud family had been completely shattered by Roy's 6 punches in an instant, without a chance to counterattack. He felt like a clown, isolated and helpless, thrust to the front lines of battle. He trembled all over, forcing a laugh from his lips, but he had already lost all his previous arrogance and flamboyance. That laughter was hollow, frenzied, as if he was laughing in despair. Roy, you monster bastard! He suddenly roared to the sky. The conqueror's haki within him completely out of control, sweeping over the port like a volcanic eruption. Boom! The earth shook, the edge of the port collapsed, and the sky seemed to darken. Do you think this can end me? I am Don Quixote Doflamingo, the warlord of the sea, the darkness of the world. He suddenly sprang up, crossing his hands to pull tight the silk threads. 1,000 arrows piercing the heart, feathers strike line. Silver threads rained down, densely pouring toward Roy, almost tearing the space apart. Slap! A palm struck out, seemingly ordinary. Yet the silk thread storm instantly collapsed. Doflamingo and his attack were slapped back to the ground. Boom! The port's surface exploded into a large pit, dust rising, blood splattering. Doflamingo did not catch his breath, but roared again in fury. 10 sacred evil bullets, divine execution. 10 silk thread crossbow bolts pierced the air, fast as lightning. Roy merely lifted his foot, gently stepping down. Crack! The ground erupted with a roar. The 10 divine bullets and the surrounding ground were shaken to dust. Doflamingo's pupils contracted, fear gradually emerging in his eyes. No, it's impossible. I still have my last trump card. He howled, "Birdcage!" Countless lines fell from the sky, as if to seal off the entire Dressrosa. But in that instant, Roy finally slowly raised his eyes. Enough! Boom! The visible conqueror's haki exploded from him like a massive wave. The entire port fell into silence. The birdcage lines in the sky that were about to form seemed to be pierced by heavenly thunder, exploding and collapsing into dust in the air. Doflamingo was swept away by the shockwave, crashing heavily back into the deep pit, his pink feather coat completely shredded, not a feather remaining. He was covered in blood, his golden hair soaked and sticking to his face, his sunglasses lost, his figure thin and looking as pitiful as a skinned turkey. He lay in the deep pit, desperately clawing at the debris with his fingers, his mouth twitching, his gaze on the verge of losing consciousness. But he still refused to shut up. You dare not kill me. I am a celestial dragon. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Roy teleported, delivering a precise knife hand down, his movements like executing routine duties. Doflamingo rolled his eyes, completely unconscious, his slurred final words swallowed in his throat. Humans really are. Strip clean. Shizen quickly approached from the side, her gaze falling on the bald figure lying in the deep pit, her tone carrying a hint of cold humor. She chuckled lightly, sheathed her knife, but her expression quickly turned serious. Was that last sentence true? Roy stood at the edge of the pit, his gaze calm as an abyss. 8 to 9 out of 10. Shizun's expression changed, her tone grave. That's not just about capturing a warlord. The identity of a celestial dragon involves the internal matters of the world government and must be taken back for the fleet admiral to decide. Before she finished speaking, the air trembled, and Roy's figure vanished in an instant. A few seconds later, clap. He reappeared, each hand carrying a fainted girl, specifically 14-year-old Sugar and another. Shizun was taken aback. What is this? They are also from the Don Quixote family. They were hiding underground. Roy handed Sugar to the naval soldiers behind him, his tone icy. Especially this one. She is the most dangerous. Sea prism stone binds her limbs, and no form of relaxation is allowed. The soldiers' expressions grew serious. Yes. Just as Shizun was about to ask, Roy suddenly looked up, gazing into the distant sky. His eyes sharp as a knife, his tone deep. They came quite fast. Shizun was stunned, then her expression hardened, slowly gripping the handle of her knife. TSK. They really are a bigger hassle than the last. Off the coast of Dressrosa, a storm suddenly arose, the sky low and dark clouds looming like the end of the world. Thunder roared in the heavens, and a massive blue dragon figure broke through the clouds, dragon scales like iron, reflecting a cold blue light in the lightning. The dragon's head was held high, its gaze piercing, carrying destruction and fury across the entire sea and sky. Beside it was the great banner of the beast pirates, the winged dragon, still not having become the ashes of an inferno. Brother Kaido, Jack's breath is already fading. Jin's voice was cold with a hint of anger. That Doflamingo can't hold on any longer. Damn Navy. The blue dragon form of Kaido let out a thunderous roar, the dragon's cry stirring up massive waves. Daring to act against my men. The dragon's roar shook the sea surface. Waves surged, and a storm was born. However, just as they were about to reach the port of Dressrosa, swish, the entire naval ship, originally docked at the pier, suddenly vanished without a trace amidst the flashing lightning. What? Jin's pupils suddenly contracted. The warship disappeared. Roar! Kaido's dragon eyes widened in anger, his dragon tail swinging fiercely, stirring up a whirlwind. This is the Navy's little trick? Jin quickly scanned the sea, soon catching sight of the naval ship that had suddenly appeared dozens of nautical miles away. Brother Kaido, over there, chase! Kaido roared. The blue dragon and the winged dragon instantly changed direction, racing toward the warship. Roy stood at the stern, his gaze coldly fixed on the distance. They are coming. Shizun appeared by his side, her expression grave. Kanjuro had already unsheathed half an inch. Your judgment was correct. We cannot fight in Dressrosa. Kaido and Jin moving together means they are really angry. Swish! Before she finished speaking, the entire warship vanished in a flash of golden light, pulling back dozens of nautical miles. The blue dragon and winged dragon couldn't keep up, roaring in anger at the boundary of sea and sky. The winged dragon form of Jin followed closely, flames swirling around his wings, his gaze sharply scanning the sea surface. Brother Kaido, the warship has disappeared again. Jin's voice was low and vigilant. The blue dragon's pupils contracted, his observation haki fully expanded. Suddenly, he sensed a fierce aura piercing the darkness like a lighthouse, a totally unhidden, fierce provocation. It was like a bait deliberately left by a hunter, burning brightly on a distant, isolated island. This is drawing me over? Kaido's dragon eyes narrowed, and then he let out a sinister laugh. Haha, interesting. Navy brat, are you waiting for me? Jin's expression darkened. Big brother, this might be a trap from the Navy. Trap? Kaido laughed wildly, his dragon body suddenly accelerating. I'm Kaido. Even if it's a trap, I'll crush it. In the center of the new world, heavy rain loomed, and thunder danced wildly. Roy stood alone at the peak of the Rocky Mountain, the wind howling, his white navy cloak billowing like a flag. He closed his eyes, focusing, and through his observation haki, he sensed two terrifying auras rapidly approaching from afar. Behind him, Jiuan arrived with the wind, and Kinaro had already unsheathed a third of his sword. Roy opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. The warships have moved to a safe position. Kaido is mine, and Jin is yours. Jiuan was momentarily taken aback, then snorted lightly. You little brat, you're quite decisive. Roy's lips curled slightly. What's wrong, Jiyuan? Are you scared? Scared. Jiyuan's fingers brushed over the hilt of her sword. The cold light reflecting her sneer. It's just the right time to test out my new moves. Boom! The sky was torn apart, and lightning poured down. A massive figure crashed down like a meteor. Kaido the Azure Dragon roared down from the thunderclouds, his dragon body towering, scales like cold iron, burning with rage in the lightning. The entire rocky peak trembled, the ground cracked, and a mountaintop collapsed, dust swirling into the sky. Following closely, a pair of pitch-black flaming wings burst through the clouds. Jin's wings spread out for dozens of meters, crashing down. He landed steadily beside Kaido, transforming into a human form. Flames swirling around him, his pupils locking onto the opponent like a hawk. Kaido slowly stepped out from the dust, now in human form, his 7-meter-tall body bare-chested. Muscles forged like steel, wielding the massive kanabo, the 8 precepts. He swept his gaze across the front, finally locking onto the lone figure standing far away. Navy brat, Kaido grinned, his fangs glistening like an ancient beast awakening. You have some guts. He suddenly stepped forward, the air shaking violently. You dare to deliberately lure me here? In the next moment, the Conqueror's haki erupted. It was as if an ancient, ferocious dragon was roaring, shockwaves sweeping across the entire island, darkening the skies. The ground cracked inch by inch. The air trembled. The entire sea seemed to wail. Swish! Roy moved, merely taking a step forward. His Conqueror's haki was released simultaneously. Surging forward like a flood, the two waves of Conqueror's haki collided violently in the void. Boom! The sky was torn apart, dark clouds swirling violently, and the sea was forced back hundreds of meters. The ground collapsed, rubble flying. It was as if the entire island was witnessing the clash of two kings. Jin's pupils narrowed beside Kaido, a mere Navy rear admiral. How can this pressure be on par with Big Brother Kaido? Jiyuan also suddenly focused, an uncontrollable look of surprise appearing in her eyes for the first time. Is this Roy's true strength? In the howling wind, Roy slowly raised his right hand, his index finger curling, slightly beckoning to Kaido. I'm not luring you. His voice was not loud, but it pierced through the thunder and waves, cold as frost. I'm baiting you. Kaido's eyes exploded with rage. Arrogant brat. Boom. He raised the 8 precepts high, smashing down, causing the ground to collapse directly. The entire rocky peak instantly crumbled, rubble and thunder flying together. Yet amidst the chaos of debris, Roy's figure remained steadfast, his white cloak fluttering. His fist slowly tightened, his gaze like a blade of lightning aimed at the opponent. Chapter 71. Dragon Battle. You seem to have some skills, brat. Kaido grinned madly, his ferocious fangs shining in the lightning. The 8 precepts suddenly raised high, black-red lightning swirling around the dark iron rod, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The Conqueror's haki surged out like a tangible force, shaking the air, cracking the ground, the entire isolated island trembling before this power like falling leaves. The clouds high above seemed to be torn apart by an invisible sword light, the thunder roaring. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Boom! The Black Wolf Fong Club turned into an afterimage, distorting the space wherever it passed. Wherever it went, the air collapsed, and space seemed to be crushed. This strike was enough to flatten a mountain. On the opposite side, Roy's black hair flew wildly, his gaze like lightning. The armament haki on his right arm crystallized into black star patterns. The Conqueror's haki deep within his bones flowed like cosmic meteors, his fist slightly pulled back, the pressure causing the ground to crack inch by inch. Star-crushing fist. Bang! Boom, 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 boom. The two waves of Conqueror's power violently collided in midair. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. Crackle. Centered around the two, all rocks within a 1,000-meter radius vaporized, no longer shattering, but directly dissipating into dust. The ground was hollowed out like a meteor crater, shockwaves slicing through the distant sea, creating a 100-meter deep rift. The waves rushed back, the island shook. Kaido's pupils contracted slightly, his footsteps carving out a 100-meter giant pit in the ground. This brat's physical quality can actually take my thunderous 8 trigrams head on. Before he finished speaking, swish. Roy's figure suddenly blurred, A jet-black whip-like kick struck from Kaido's left side, the haki sweeping like a whiptail. Instant bon flash. Boom! Kaido was caught off guard. His whole body was violently swept away, trailing a long cloud of dust. Bang! 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 He crashed into 3 rocky mountains before stopping, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but a wild laugh appeared on his face. Teleportation? Ha ha ha! Interesting. Just as Jean was about to act, a golden sword light like a heavenly thunder struck towards him, instantly tearing through the sky. Jin's expression changed drastically, his fiery wings suddenly flapping to dodge. The golden light brushed past, cutting into the ground with hundreds of meters of sword scars. Your opponent is me. Jiwen walked out slowly, her long hair flying, the kinaro gleaming coldly, the sword's edge pointing at Jin's throat. Jean snorted coldly, flames burning wildly around him. Even the air was scorched and twisted. You dare to block me, woman? Jiwen cast a cold glance, her sword intent transforming into an invisible edge. You are not worthy of me, taking half a step back. Flame Emperor, Jean roared. A torrent of flames like a dragon swirling, engulfing the heavens and earth. Jiwen's figure turned into an afterimage, one sword breaking the fire. Heavenly feather slash. Boom! The fiery tornado was forcefully split in 2. Under the high-temperature shock, the surrounding mountains melted. Jin's gaze shook. The condescension in his eyes behind the mask disappeared. This woman cannot be underestimated. But Jiwen gave him no chance to catch his breath. Moon Shadow Shave. Her figure teleported above Jean, the blade like the moon. Clang! Jean hurriedly countered, the flame knife and kinaro clashing violently, sparks flying. The 2 figures intertwined, sword energy and flames interweaving, the battlefield gradually moving away from the central battlefield of Roy and Kaido. Just as Kaido laughed wildly from the ruins at the base of the mountain, thunder roaring, swish. Roy's figure suddenly teleported, like a black meteor falling from the sky. Star-crushing fist. Bang 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 bang. 4 heavy punches imbued with haki struck from incredible angles and speeds, precisely hitting Kaido's chest, right shoulder, side waist, and chin. Each strike unleashed shockwaves like a mountain collapse. The final punch sending the Beast King crashing into the sky, his body flying like a wild beast with a severed line. Roar! In midair, Kaido's furious roar echoed through the skies, his body instantly transforming into a several 100-meter-long azure dragon, scales chilling, dragon horns entwined with thunder. Flames scorching the air. Heat breath. In the next second, a scorching white beam of light erupted from the dragon's mouth, akin to a divine judgment, tearing apart heaven and earth. However, Roy remained unmoved, his right fist slowly gathering power, black-red armament haki swirling upwards like a tornado, star patterns appearing. Instant bon breakthrough. Boom! The fist wind was instantaneously teleported to the core of the heat breath, followed by a violent explosion. The haki shockwave met the dragon's breath. The entire sky seemed to be split open. Several kilometers of airspace turned into a vacuum. Thunderclouds rolling, air currents rushing back. It's not over yet. Kaido roared. The azure dragon diving down, dragon claws slicing through the air with immense force. Dragon tornado bad wind. Around the dragon's claw, countless sharp wind blades infused with armament haki erupted instantly, forming a dense wind/slash barrier, intertwining like a cage of death, blocking all paths of evasion. Faced with this ultimate killing move, Roy did not retreat, but instead stepped forward. Life returned, liberation. In an instant, his blood surged rapidly, his muscles bulged like armor, and his skin gleamed with a metallic sheen. Boom! He charged directly into the wind blade barrier. Clang, 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 clang. His flesh collided continuously with the wind blades, sparks flying. With each impact, the sound of shattered metal accompanied the crumbling wind blades. Instant bon sky charge. Suddenly, Roy disappeared into the air. Bang! Roy instantly appeared beneath Kaido's belly, his right fist striking upward in fury, the haki and dragon might clashing violently. Ugh! That punch fell like a meteor, bending the dragon's body. The 1,000-ton giant was forcefully sent to the clouds, its chest and abdomen scales exploding, blood mist scattering into the sky. Roar! The dragon's scales shattered, blood sprayed, and the dragon's body rolled in the air, but the fighting spirit in its dragon eyes grew even more violent. In the sky, dragon-shaped Kaido rolled and spiraled, anger fueling his flames even more. Descend 3 realms into the abyss. Boom! The sky suddenly exploded. Black-red thunder rained down from the heavens, as if the wrath of the gods had descended. Kaido roared in the air, his azure dragon form suddenly contracting into a robust human shape. He gripped the Kanabo tightly, his conqueror's haki swirling like a raging tide. The iron rod spinning wildly under the enhancement of his strength and haki, transforming into a black-red storm that devoured the heavens and the earth. The Navy. He dove down from 10,000 meters high, his body like a comet falling, collapsing the space along the way, the sea exploding, the atmosphere being torn apart into a bloody chasm. This strike was not a battle, but an annihilation. On the ground, the fierce wind was like a knife. The entire island's rock layers crumbled under pressure. The volcano began to erupt, and the seawater was vaporized into a misty sea. Roy stood in the center of the ruins, his black hair dancing wildly, his cloak flapping, the wave of Conqueror's haki roaring towards him, even shaking the ground beneath his feet into powder. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his feet sinking into the rock layers, his right fist slowly pulling back, muscles trembling like rumbling thunder. The black lightning of Conqueror's haki jumping on his fist's edge. In the next moment, the Conqueror's haki erupted, and a star-like cross radiance appeared on the fist. Fistbone galaxy impact. As Kaido descended with the might of world destruction, Roy's fist transformed into a meteor piercing through heaven and earth. Boom! Between heaven and earth, black and red intertwined, destruction and resistance converged. The two attacks collided midair. Boom! In an instant, time seemed to stagnate. The world fell silent. Light retracted, and then exploded completely. First, a blinding white light engulfed everything. The enormous star-like cross radiance colliding with the black-red hurricane in the sky. The surface of the entire island was lifted like fragile cookies. The shockwave spread out in a spherical shape, tearing apart all the clouds within a 10-kilometer radius. The sea split open into hundreds of meters deep chasms, revealing boiling rock beds. Boom! At the moment of impact, the entire island's surface surged like waves. The shockwave expanded spherically, ripping the clouds to create a vacuum zone with a 10-kilometer diameter. Ugh! Kaido roared. The Kanabo trembled violently. The tiger's mouth burst, blood evaporating instantly in the high temperature. Roy's muscles were pulled to the limit, his feet sinking 10 meters into the rock layers, causing the entire continental plate to collapse. At this moment, 2 waves of Conqueror's haki roared like twin dragons, entwined in the air, tearing and exploding. The powerful haki caused the space to distort, as if they had not even touched. Ugh! Kaido's iron rod trembled violently, the tiger's mouth cracking. His fierce face showed shock for the first time. Roy's feet were deeply embedded in the ground, but his fist momentum did not diminish. The black lightning of Conqueror's haki clashed violently with Kaido's haki. Break for me! Boom! The fist's power erupted. Kaido was actually sent flying backward by the recoil of this punch, crashing heavily into a distant mountain. The entire rock peak instantly collapsed. Boom! The two's haki exploded. The ground of the entire island was directly shattered into countless fractured pieces. The seabed rock layers were exposed. Magma gushed forth. The high-temperature evaporated seawater turned into rolling fog walls. In the distance, Jin and Quinn, who were battling, simultaneously stopped. Shocked at the battlefield, Kaido was actually sent flying. Roy could actually stand firm against Kaido. The smoke had not dissipated, the mist was rolling, and the lava surged like blood. Roy slowly stood upright, the blood dripping from his fist, evaporating into mist in the scorching air. But his gaze remained sharp as a blade. In the distance, in the ruins, Kaido struggled to rise, covered in blood, his dragon horns cracked, his body marked with fist marks, but his smile grew even more sinister. Ha ha! How many years has it been? He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, laughing like thunder. Someone who can make me spit blood. Someone who can fight me to the fullest. Kid, state your name. I don't kill nameless people. Roy shook his right fist, the Conqueror's haki surging again, coldly responding. Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Roy. Roy. Kaido's pupils constricted, his dragon eyes wide open. So it's you, the Navy brat who clashed with red-haired in the East Sea. The fierce wind swept through. The battle intent surged like a tide. Chapter 72. Jin's decision above the ruins of the island battlefield. The sky was dark, magma and mist intertwined. The scorching sea breeze howled like a wild beast. Boom! With a loud bang, debris flew. Kaido slowly stood up from the deep pit, his body covered in countless scars. But as the dragon scales on his body glowed with a blue light, the wounds slowly healed under the terrifying recovery power of the mythical Zoan azure dragon fruit. At the broken tip of his dragon horn, flesh and blood writhed, blue scales grew layer by layer from the wound. Even though this injury would have been fatal to an ordinary person, Kaido seemed as if he was just warming up. Oh ho ho! He laughed wildly as he grabbed the kanabo, shouldering it, exuding a momentum like a resurrected mountain giant. Kid, are you ready for the second round? Opposite him, Roy stood quietly on a shattered cliff, his cloak rustling in the fierce wind. His expression was calm, but his slightly furrowed brows revealed that his current state was not as relaxed as it appeared. That last punch, while overwhelming Kaido in momentum, also had a significant impact from Kaido's haki, although there were no obvious injuries on the surface. The earth-shaking clash had left his internal organs churning, and the haki was crashing through his veins, like countless needles writhing deep within. I can't delay for too long. He took a deep breath, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Instant surgery. This was a powerful move developed over the years, based on Roy's surgical fruit ability. The space trembled slightly. An invisible blade of space sliced across Roy's body, instantly teleporting all his internal injuries, internal bleeding, ruptured fascia, and even the residual corrosive power of haki outside into the void. Boom! Roy's body returned to purity, and his momentum instantly surged back to its peak. What? Kaido's eyes narrowed, his observation haki already covering the entire area. Yet he could not capture the trajectory of this teleportation power. He clearly sensed that Roy had sustained internal injuries. So how did he recover in an instant? A hint of doubt and caution emerged in Kaido's heart for the first time. This move could instantly transfer injuries, but it consumed a tremendous amount of stamina. Theoretically, he and Kaido were not far apart in terms of injuries. Yet now he appeared perfectly fine, which was achieved at the cost of a large amount of stamina. I must end this quickly. Roy reopened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade piercing through the fog. His muscles swelled, haki entwined every inch of flesh. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. He slowly raised his fist, the familiar star-like patterns emerging on the fist edge. Kaido had stepped forward, the thunderous roar of lightning on his iron rod, a sinister grin spreading across his mouth. Ha ha! You really can surprise me, kid. Since you don't plan to escape, don't blame me for breaking every bone in your body. The eyes of the two locked in the sky, their imposing aura clashing in the void with a sharp sound, the battle intent boiling. Boom! The rock layers exploded, and the two figures almost simultaneously turned into afterimages, shooting towards each other. Before the air could react, two forces capable of destroying mountains and seas were about to collide again, tearing apart the tranquility of the entire battlefield. At this moment, above the isolated island, the battlefield where flames and sword energy intertwined. The battle that had briefly stagnated due to the clash of Roy and Kaido's domineering aura suddenly boiled again. Whoosh! Ji-Yuan stepped on the moonwalk, her figure darting through the air like lightning, the golden sword in her hand cutting through the sky, slashing out a blue-golden sword energy. Stormy flying swallow. The sword energy tore through the sky, its cold gleam intimidating. Jean spread his wings, flames enveloping him, twisting his body to evade lightly, and swinging back. Fire Dragon Emperor. A fiery tornado roared into the sky, the temperature rising sharply, flames streaking across the sky like meteors. Ji-Yuan dodged, but keenly sensed something was wrong. This fire did not unleash its full power. Her gaze sharpened, focusing on the sky. Jean did not pursue but transformed into a wyvern form, rapidly ascending. Ji-Yuan's heart thundered. He is forcing me to retreat. The goal is to disengage from the fight. Chafe. Golden light burst forth. She accelerated with all her might, forcing a pursuit. The two flew rapidly to higher altitudes, gradually distancing from the main battlefield. Below, the battlefield remained violent. Roy and Kaido's battle intense sword again, their domineering clash resonating with heaven and earth. The fragmented island shattered, thunder echoing. Ji-Yuan suppressed her peripheral vision, fixating solely on Jean. At this moment, Jin's expression was as cold as ever, but inside, he was already surging with waves of emotion. Brother Kaido was getting carried away. This is not Wano. We can't fight for long. The Navy reinforcements could arrive at any moment. Jack must be taken away. He quietly pulled out a small piece of Jack's life card from his chest. The paper trembled lightly, the direction unmistakable, just dozens of miles behind the island. That Navy warship was hiding. Jean suddenly opened his eyes, his observation haki erupting, locking onto the position of the warship. At the same time, Ji-Yuan also suddenly sensed a guiding aura on him. The life card. His target is the warship. Jean no longer hesitated. His wings trembled, flames roaring. Fire Dragon Emperor Flame slash. A long-anticipated intense flame slash tore through the sky, heading straight for Ji-Yuan. Ji-Yuan, unwilling to show weakness, unleashed a torrent of sword energy. Flowing Shadow slash. A golden slash met it. Boom. The two techniques collided in midair, flames and golden light exploding and intertwining, shockwaves sending both parties flying back. But Ji-Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Jean had already retreated rapidly under the cover of the explosion, his figure transforming into a black flame stream, racing towards the warship. The target is Jack. Ji-Yuan shouted angrily, hurriedly pursuing, but aerial combat was ultimately not her strong suit. The repeated use of moonwalk and shave in high-altitude continuous battles had severely exhausted her stamina. Bastard, stop right there. In midair, Ji-Yuan swung her sword, unleashing multiple sword energies. But they were always precisely dodged by Jean in his wyvern form with his flying agility. Jean turned back with a cold smile, flames coalescing on his wings. His speed surging again. You can't catch up to me. Fire Dragon piercing the sky. Blazing flames ignited the heavens, transforming into a meteor plummeting straight towards the warship. At the same time, alarms blared across the Navy warship. High-energy life forms approaching, closing in at super speed. Target locked on the deck of this ship. The captain shouted, "All hands, intercept and protect Jack and Doflamingo's transport chamber." But in the next moment, a furious flame slash descended from the sky. Boom! The deck was instantly blasted out. A huge gap formed, steel deformed, wooden debris flying everywhere. Despite several officers desperately resisting, Jin's momentum was already upon them. Ji-Yuan's pupils constricted. Slash of the wave line. She forcibly unleashed her armament haki, slashing out a sword light that spanned the sea and sky. The sword energy precisely rushing towards Jin's attacking trajectory, trying to obstruct Jin's flight path. But Jin twisted his body to evade, although slightly disturbed. He did not go off course. Naive. Meanwhile, on the isolated island battlefield, Roy, who was fiercely trading blows with Kaido, suddenly trembled. He abruptly turned his head, his observation haki instantly locking onto the distant direction of the warship, capturing the rushing black flame stream. His pupils constricted, and he shouted angrily, "Jin, how dare you!" Kaido roared, arriving in an instant. "You little brat, getting distracted in battle can get you killed." Thunder 8 trigrams. Bang! Lightning tore through space. The Conqueror's haki-wrapped wolf fang club sweeping in like a tornado. Roy snapped back to his senses, gritting his teeth and forcing himself to use the flash step. His figure turning into an afterimage and disappearing, but he was still sent flying dozens of meters by the residual wave of Conqueror's haki, blood mist exploding from his shoulder. He gritted his teeth, turning to fix his gaze on Jean, who was diving away in the distance. He cannot succeed. Jiyuan was desperately pursuing in the sky. The warship was in crisis, and the pace of the battlefield suddenly became urgent. Chapter 73 Departure, Navy Warship Prison Boom. As the last layer of the deck was torn apart by flames, thick smoke and the smell of blood surged into the rusty prison corridor. Marines fell amidst the flames and shockwaves, their cries gradually subsiding. Jean folded his wings, stepping into the prison, flames gathering around him like a forged blade, generating heat with every step. He strode into the cabin, the flame-wrapped claws easily melting the door lock, his cold gaze sweeping over the two people inside. One was the battered, unconscious Jack, his life force weak but not yet extinguished. The other was Doflamingo, sitting against the cold wall, his eyes vicious, a mad grin on his lips. Fufufu, you finally come, Jean. He thought Roy had been defeated by Kaido, his eyes flashing with a mad light. That bastard Roy, does he think he can stop Kaido? However, Jean did not pay him any mind. He just narrowed his eyes and walked over to Jack's side. Shut up, Doflamingo, he said in a low voice, his wrist flicking, the long knife suddenly igniting with dark red flames, the intense heat warping the surrounding air. The blade traced a dazzling arc clang. It accurately struck the weak point of the sea stone chain structure, and the chain instantly shattered, the broken end glowing a lava-like red. Just then, Jean, a thunderous roar echoed from the bow of the ship, followed by a golden sword light carrying the might of wind and thunder slicing down from the deck. Storm Feather Slash. The golden slash pierced through the entire Navy warship like a meteor, carrying an astonishing, oppressive aura of conqueror's haki. Jin's eyes flashed with warning, and he suddenly turned around. Jin, rushing with all her might, her golden sword wrapped in violent sword energy, cleaved through the cabin, directly threatening Jin's throat. Jin's pupils constricted, and in a panic, he swung the flame blade to block. Clang. The flame blade and the golden sword clashed loudly in the prison, shockwaves collapsing and distorting the cabins on both sides. Jiyuan's face was pale, her military uniform soaked in blood, the wound on her left shoulder still oozing. But at this moment, she was filled with killing intent. You dare to invade a Navy warship, kill our men, and still wish to take someone away? Jin's expression was cold, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Jack already free from his restraints. Flames erupted, forcing Jiyuan back. No time to tangle with you. He abruptly grabbed Jack's body, his wings flapping violently, bursting out of the cabin, creating a series of steel rips and explosions. Jiyuan chased out with her sword. Bastard! At the shattered island, Kaido's thunder 8 trigrams tore the ground apart, the conqueror's haki sweeping across like a tsunami. Although Roy forced himself to use the flash step to dodge the fatal blow, he was still injured by the residual wave, blood mist exploding from his shoulder. No, Jiyuan can't hold on much longer. His gaze sharpened, his right fist suddenly gathering power, a cross-shaped light shining at the fist's edge. Cross-star explosion. Kaido laughed wildly, wrapping his conqueror's haki around the 8 trigrams, preparing to take this hit head-on. Come on, you little brat. However, just as the two forces were about to collide, Roy's figure suddenly disappeared. What? Kaido was taken aback, his club swinging through empty air, and the ground instantly cracked. He suddenly looked up, using his observation haki to frantically search, only to find that Roy had appeared thousands of meters away, heading straight for the warship. Roy, you bastard! Kaido roared in fury, the dragon scale patterns on his body flashing wildly. How dare you ignore me? Jin casually tossed Jack into the sea, turning to engage in a fierce battle with Shuan in the sky, flames and sword energy continuously clashing, the exploding firelight illuminating the entire sea area. Fire Dragon Emperor, Flame Wing Slash. Jin shouted angrily, his wings spreading into a massive blade of scorching flames, sweeping across the heavens and earth, slashing down diagonally. Shuan, struggling to maintain her weary body, swung her sword to block. Clang. With a loud noise, the Kinpyra sword trembled violently, and she was knocked back several dozen meters. Blood surging. Gritting her teeth to steady herself, her expression turned serious. This is bad. My stamina is nearing its limit. It's over. Jin whispered coldly, flames gathering again, ready to deliver a finishing blow. But in that moment, a finger gun shot, a black finger gun imbued with hockey shot through the air like a meteor, instantly appearing behind Jin. Bang! Before Jin could fully turn around, his shoulder was pierced, and amidst the exploding flames, his body shook violently, being blasted like a ragdoll into the rock wall of a nearby small island, stones flying everywhere. Shiwan was stunned, Roy. With a light landing, Roy stood tall in the air, his right arm still marked with the traces of black lightning, wearing a tattered Navy uniform, covered in wounds, yet still exuding an intimidating aura. Sorry. He took a slight breath, his gaze cold. I'm late. A hint of relief flashed in Shiwan's eyes, but she also sensed the chaotic energy within him. Are you still holding on? Holding on or not, it doesn't matter, Roy replied calmly, then turned to look at the shattered cabin affected by the explosion. Inside the prison cell, Doflamingo sat there in a daze, his pupils constricted, and his grinning smile froze in an instant. A mocking curve appeared at the corner of Roy's mouth. Little turkey, did you really think Kaido could defeat me? Doflamingo's eye twitched, sensing the still boiling remnants of Conqueror's haki on Roy, which was the pressure of standing tall after fighting Kaido. This madman, can he really withstand Kaido? Boom! The next second, thunder ripped through the sky. In the sky, a furious azure dragon suddenly broke through the clouds, lightning flashing between its horns. Golden eyes wide open. Roy, I'm going to kill you today. Kaido roared as he charged into the battlefield, bringing with him a dragon's might that could block out the sun, dragon breath gathering deep in his throat. Roy's expression remained unchanged, his observation haki expanded, sensing that countless injured soldiers on the warship were on the brink of death. This battle can't be dragged out any longer, his gaze darkened. If this continues, I might end up in a mutual destruction with Kaido, but those people on the warship will all die. He looked deeply at Shiwan, who was about to speak, but he suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist. Roy whispered, we're leaving. What are you going to do? He didn't answer, only turning to face the rushing azure dragon. The dragon's eyes were crimson, its breath ready to engulf the entire sea at any moment. But Roy just gave a cold glance, a fierce arc forming at the corner of his mouth. He raised his finger, pointing in Kaido's direction, slowly articulating, next time, I want to let you go. Whoosh! In the next instant, Roy, Shiwan, and the entire warship on the brink of destruction vanished from their spot. Boom! Kaido's dragon breath crashed down the next second, striking the original position of the warship, sending hundreds of meters high water columns erupting from the sea. The surface of the sea was completely overturned, the scorching shockwave plunging into the deep sea, vaporizing into thick mist. Roar! The furious azure dragon circled in the sky, roaring in rage, the fierce wind sweeping, thunder roaring, its anger nearly igniting the entire sky. In the distance, the heavily injured Jin struggled to fly out from the wreckage, flames wrapping around his chest wound, his face pale, but still calm. Kaido, brother, he gasped. Roy took the people away. Jack was thrown into the sea by me. Fortunately, he didn't have time to take him. We can't drag this battle any longer. If we stay here, what if he comes back with reinforcements? We might not be able to retreat unscathed. Kaido gritted his teeth, his anger surging. But after staring at the empty sea for a few moments, he finally roared. Notify the nearby subordinates. Fish Jack out. He growled softly. Today he's lucky. Next time, I'll make sure there's not even a corpse left. Chapter 74 Branch 1 New World Branch 1 Port Whoosh. With a violent tremor in space, a battered and scarred Navy warship suddenly appeared above the port, crashing heavily into the sea as if tearing through space. Boom! It stirred up waves dozens of meters high, the raging tide crashing against the port, the patrolling Marines immediately on high alert. Enemy attack. Cannons at the ready. Quickly aim. That ship, wait. A soldier suddenly shouted. That's the Navy flag. In the waves, the torn canvas flapped loudly. The broken yet still fluttering characters of justice on the bow made everyone hold their breath. But when they saw the Navy flag flying on the warship and the blood-soaked Shiwan on the deck, everyone's expressions changed drastically. That's Shiwan's warship. Oh my God, how did the warship end up like this? On the deck, Shiwan was covered in blood, struggling to help a young officer with tattered clothes and one knee on the ground. "It's Major General Roy. Hurry. Medical team, emergency assemble. All personnel prepare to support boarding the ship." On the damaged warship's deck, Shiwan helped support the gasping Roy, her eyes filled with worry. "Are you okay, Roy?" Sweat beaded on Roy's forehead, his face pale, yet he still showed a hint of composure. "I'm fine, just finished fighting Kaido, and then forcibly teleported the warship this far. My stamina is a bit drained." He was about to continue speaking when suddenly Shiwan, "Roy." A solemn voice came from the side. The branch-S commanding Vice Admiral, Weasel, rushed over with his officer, landing steadily on the damaged ship. When he saw the horrific state in front of him, his pupils suddenly constricted. "What happened?" "Don't ask." Roy abruptly raised his hand to stop Weasel's questioning, his voice hoarse, yet carrying an undeniable calmness. "The soldiers on the ship are mostly severely injured. Hurry, arrange for treatment." Weasel instantly realized the situation was extraordinary. Without hesitation, he shouted, "All personnel, listen up. Prioritize treating the injured. Medical team, get ready immediately." The port instantly became chaotic. A large number of medics rushed to the dock with stretchers, medical kits, and first aid supplies. Meanwhile, Roy took a deep breath, his feet planted on the ground, his hands pressing on the broken deck. Buzz! The air trembled, and in the next second, all the injured soldiers, unconscious individuals, and important supplies on the warship disappeared from the deck. At the same time, in the medical tents of the safe zone at the port, one injured soldier after another appeared on the ground, being steadily transferred and settled. They appeared. Is it teleportation? So precise. Not a single bit off. Weasel and the others witnessed this miraculous operation, momentarily forgetting to speak. The officer stared blankly at Roy's still bleeding hand, gulping. "Major General Roy can actually do this." Shiwan stood by, watching Roy half kneeling on the deck of the damaged ship. A complex emotion swept through her heart. This was no longer the little rascal who only joked and loved to sneak food. That little brat from back then had grown into a major general of the Navy headquarters, a man who could confront powerful, monstrous pirates head-on and rescue everyone from despair. Branch 1 office. After a brief bandaging, Roy and Shiwan were brought to the branch office. Weasel sat behind the desk, his expression serious, hands crossed against his forehead, his gaze scanning back and forth between the two. "Now, can you tell me what exactly happened?" Shiwan glanced at Roy, saw him nod slightly, took a deep breath, and briefly reported the mission. The 7 warlords attempted a coup. Kaido intervened. There was a battle on a deserted island. The flames attacked the ship, prevented Doflamingo from being captured, and Roy fought Kaido head-on. "What?" The Weasel suddenly stood up, the chair creaking as it toppled over. "You fought Kaido?" When he heard that Roy fought Kaido without losing, the Weasel's fists clenched tightly. He stared at Roy, his eyes filled with shock, then his anger erupted. "Bam!" The Weasel slammed his fist on the table, and the solid wood surface instantly cracked. "Nonsense!" He shouted angrily, his eyes filled with shock and barely concealed worry. "Do you know what you're doing? What level of monster is Kaido? Even if you want to fight, you should wait for support from the headquarters. If you die out at sea, the Navy will lose a future star. But if we don't stop it, the situation will get even messier." Roy replied calmly, "You know Doflamingo's importance." The Weasel opened his mouth, but ultimately fell silent, letting out a long sigh. It's really reckless to the point of being speechless. He looked at Roy, his eyes a complex mix of admiration, shock, and deep unease. "Fortunately, you all came back." He rubbed his temples and said in a deep voice, "You all rest first. I will report to the headquarters immediately." Marshal Sengoku's office in Marineford. Crack. A crisp sound as Sengoku crushed the sunbae in his hand. The projection of the snail phone displayed the Weasel's serious voice. "Report. Urgent report from Branch 1. Vice Admiral Shiwan and Major Roy encountered Kaido and the flames of the Kaido pirates and successfully prevented them from capturing Doflamingo." Sengoku's pupils suddenly constricted. "Kaido took action personally?" "Yes." The Weasel's voice was grave. "Vice Admiral Roy is in a head-on battle with Kaido and hasn't fallen behind." Sengoku's brow furrowed. Slowly putting down the documents in his hand, his gaze sharp as a knife. Roy has actually grown to this level. Wow! Karp's laughter erupted in the office. That brat actually dared to fight Kaido. Truly worthy of being my pupil. However, Vice Admiral Crane's expression remained calm as water, and she slowly spoke. Sengoku, Doflamingo is of celestial dragon blood. Have you thought this through? Sengoku replied solemnly. I know, but he manipulates kings and slaughters civilians. The evidence is conclusive. This matter needs to be decided by the Gorosei. They won't let the bloodline of the celestial dragons die at the hands of the Navy, at most. They'll send him to impel down. Crane said calmly. Sengoku fell silent for a moment, then nodded heavily. I understand. I will contact the Gorosei shortly. Crane walked to the window and gazed at the distant sea, her expression profound. The pattern of the new world is about to change. Meanwhile, at Mariehua, in a spacious room, the atmosphere was tense as Sengoku's intelligence and images were presented one by one. The expressions of the Gorosei varied. Ha, Doflamingo. Satanist Sujuru sneered, a waste that almost trampled our celestial dragon reputation into the mud. Just a traitor. Saint Vacheli disdainfully remarked. We can't leave him to embarrass us. But he is, after all, of celestial dragon blood, and he knows some things about. Send him to impel down, never to be released. Saint Maz's tone was icy. Agreed. The five then continued to browse through Roy's files. His teleportation ability has developed to the point of crossing long distances and can freely deploy forces on the battlefield. And he can fight Kaido without losing. This is not something that can be achieved solely by relying on a devil fruit. This person is too dangerous. But he is a Navy officer, and his record shows that he treats pirates in line with Navy justice, with no crossing of lines. Like Karp, he is a disobedient monster. Saint Maz's tone was calm, but because of this, he cannot be easily angered. Promoting his rank, granting him freedom of action, and keeping him in the Navy is the most prudent choice. Agreed. The candlelight flickered gently, and the conference room fell into silence again. But beyond the sea, the waves were already quietly rolling. The situation in the new world is changing. Chapter 75. The world shakes the next day. The headlines of the World News Agency read, shocking. Navy Major Roy fights the new world's overlord Kaido without losing. The Seven Warlords coup fails. Doflamingo is imprisoned and impelled down by the Navy. Newspapers scattered across the world like snowflakes, and the news birds flapped their wings at dawn, delivering a shocking piece of news to the entire new world. Navy Major Roy faced Kaido head-on in the new world, fighting for hours without a clear victor. Ultimately, he successfully prevented Kaido from capturing prisoners and safely withdrew. Former Seven Warlords Doflamingo, due to his conspiracy being exposed and irrefutable evidence, is now imprisoned by the Navy and will soon be sent to impel down. A monster of a new era in the Navy is born. The name Roy shakes the seas. At the Marine Headquarters training ground in Marineford, the sun blazed down, sweat pouring down. Ace smashed a training post with a punch, then turned to look at Luffy and Zoro, who had just finished training and were panting. Hey Luffy, Zoro, what do you think Roy's doing right now? He must be sneaking some senbei again. Luffy laughed wide, his stomach still growling. Nearby, Kuina wiped down her sword, coldly remarking, Mr. Roy is a major. He wouldn't act like you, looking so disheveled. Suddenly, a shout rang out like thunder. Hey, you guys look at the news. Luo ran over quickly, holding an unfolded newspaper tightly, his face surprisingly filled with shock. Brother Roy fought with Kaido. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison, immediately surrounding him. Ace snatched the newspaper. He fought Kaido head-on. No clear victor. Zoro's pupils contracted, sweat sliding down his forehead. That Kaido we're talking about. Luffy looked confused. Who is Kaido? Is he strong? Idiot. Zoro and Ace shouted in unison. Kuina's long sword trembled slightly in her hand, but new fighting spirit ignited in her eyes. Mr. Roy has actually become this strong? And on the high platform at the edge of the training ground, a sturdy figure stood quietly. Zifa's military uniform remained neat, and he unusually did not scold the students for stopping training. He was also unfolding the same newspaper in his hand. He looked at the group of shocked kids, and a rare smile crept onto his lips. Now this is more like it. Roy, you truly are my disciple, Zifa. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters in Baltigo, the morning wind swept over, and the sand dunes rolled lightly. Dragon stood at the conference table, the newspaper trembling slightly in his hand, his gaze as deep as the sea. Roy, actually facing off against Kaido. Behind him, Haku, Kureha, and Sabo, who were training, also gathered around. Kureha's eyes widened. That Kaido. Who is this Roy, so powerful? Haku frowned slightly. Most people would consider it a miracle just to escape after encountering Kaido and the flames. The 12-year-old Sabo, however, lowered his hat's brim, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips. It seems there are truly worthy strong ones in the Navy. Dragon remained silent, his fingers slowly gliding over the map. The world pattern is about to begin to stir. On Cake Island of the Big Mom Pirates, Mama, 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 Charlotte Linlin crushed a candy cake, tearing the newspaper in half with her hands. That guy Kaido was actually stopped by a Navy brat. Katakuri stood by, speaking in a low tone. This Roy will likely become our great enemy in the future. Perispero licked his candy staff. Plus, he is a teleportation fruit user, moving freely. After fighting, he could just run away. TSK. Going against him will be quite troublesome. Linlin chewed her candy with a darkening gaze. Mama, 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 the next time we meet, let his soul become one of my collectibles. Red-haired pirates, the Red Force. The sun set over the sea, and the sea breeze whistled. Shanks leaned against the deck railing, holding a freshly unfolded newspaper in his right hand, his expression serious as he scanned the headline. Vice Admiral Roy faces off against Kaido unbeaten. His smile was no longer carefree, but rarely revealed a hint of gravity. Hey, Beckman, what do you think? Beckman lazily exhaled smoke, squinting his eyes as he stared at the setting sun, gradually sinking below the horizon. There are only a few guys in the whole ocean who can go toe-to-toe with Kaido and come out unscathed. He paused, turning to look at Shanks. But you know his strength better than anyone, don't you? Shanks remained silent, the newspaper in his tightly clenched palm crumpling silently. Jesus Burgess suddenly put a hand to his forehead, revealing a rare, bitter smile. Do you remember when we first met him in the East Blue? Damn, how old was he back then? I remember, LeCroux interjected while chewing on a piece of meat. You got slapped into the sea by him, and I had to fish you out. Shut up. Jesus Burgess covered his face, as if recalling the scene from years ago when he was slapped away by Roy. Shuddering. Fortunately, he hadn't grown to this extent when he hit me. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Shanks finally broke into a smile. But there was complexity and weight behind it. Roy, he is the bell tolling for a new era. He looked up at the night sky, his eyes as calm as the stars. The tide of the new era has just begun. On the Whitebeard pirate's ship, the Moby Dick, the night wind blew in newspaper pages, fluttering down onto the deck. Marco picked up a copy, and before fully unfolding it, a playful smile appeared on his face. Old man, today's news is interesting. Whitebeard, holding a giant medicine bottle, tilted his head back to take a swig, then glanced at the newspaper. Gwaha! His hearty, booming laughter echoed across the deck. That rascal Kaido actually got a taste of defeat. When did the Navy get such a young monster? Joseph frowned, seemingly trying to recall. Roy, that name? I've heard it recently in the New World. Vista sighed. The monsters coming out of the Navy these days are getting tougher one after another. Whitebeard suddenly drove his long knife into the ground, speaking solemnly. Gwahaha, no matter who this kid is, we fear nothing. The new era is coming. Old man is the strongest man in the world. The crowd cheered. At the Navy's first division, the port was filled with the sound of wind and crashing waves. The aftershocks of battle had not completely dissipated, but the cries of the wounded aboard the warships were no longer heard, as all injured soldiers were stabilizing under treatment. At this moment, Roy stood quietly on the high wall of the first division, his posture tall, facing the deep sea. Beside him, Juen had already treated her injuries with his instant surgery, carrying Kenpyro on her back, her eyes still filled with lingering fear, but more so with respect. She turned to look at Roy, her lips curving slightly, teasing. Roy, you're quite the celebrity now. The entire new world is talking about you. What are you thinking about right now? Roy did not turn around. He just gazed at the rolling sea mist in the distance. His tone calm. I'm thinking about how to knock Kaido into the ground next time. Juen was taken aback, then laughed. You really are just like Vice Admiral Garp. She gently nodded. You'll succeed. The wind blew their cloaks, just like the tide of the new era, sweeping towards them. Chapter 76. The night was deep, and the waves surged. The pitch-black warship slowly sailed into the gates of justice, behind which lay the unfathomable whirlpool sea and the silent, stern entrance to hell. Clang, clang. The sound of sea prism stone chains clashing echoed hollowly across the deck, like footsteps from hell. Members of the Don Quixote family were all tightly escorted, dressed in prison uniforms. Their faces filled with panic, except for one person. Even with his hands bound by sea prism stones, Don Quixote da Flamingo still wore a proud smile. Fufufu, impelled down. Roy, do you think this is the end? The tide of the new era will not stop. Roy. Roy stood at the bow of the deck, his expression stern, not responding. Beside him, Juin squinted her eyes, hand on Kinpyra, her tone icy. Impelled down will take good care of you. Take them away. With Jiyuan's command, a large number of soldiers stepped forward, leading the members of the Don Quixote family off the warship and into the cold gates of Impel Down. When the Marines attempted to escort a girl named Sugar, Roy suddenly reached out to stop them. The 14-year-old girl bowed her head, her hands shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs, curling into a ball like a toy that had lost its owner. In her eyes, there was no longer the anticipation of obeying orders, but rather complete confusion. Roy slowly approached, standing in front of her, his tone gentle yet firm. Sugar, your ability is not meant to be used for obeying orders. The girl trembled all over, slowly raising her head, her gaze bewildered. Me? Roy looked at her, his voice deep and powerful. It can become a force to protect others. I need you. Use this ability to protect those who truly need help. Sugar suddenly froze, tears welling up at her eyes. In that phrase, I need you shone like a light into the depths of her dark heart. Can I really? Roy gently nodded. The Navy needs you. The civilians need you. Do you want to become a just Navy officer? I do. The girl's resolute voice almost shouted without hesitation. The next moment, Jiyuan walked over, took the key from the Marines, and smiled calmly. From today on, you are no longer a weapon to be used. Welcome to the Navy. With tears in her eyes, Sugar nodded vigorously. The sound of the sea prism stone handcuffs falling to the ground felt like the past fate was completely severed. Meanwhile, in the most confidential floors of Impel Down, Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood before the projection monitor, his expression serious. On the large screen, Sugar was being led into a special deep cell, wearing a custom-made sea prism stone suppressor. Even her breathing was precisely controlled. Sengoku, recalling Roy's description of its harmfulness, spoke softly. If this ability falls into evil hands, the entire world will be thrown into chaos. Magellan obviously understood the importance of the matter, slowly nodding. I will permanently imprison her. Isolated in Cell 6, Sengoku glanced at the officers beside him and finally set his gaze on the intelligence dossier sent by Roy. Seal the information. The news of Sugar's imprisonment must not be made public. Understood. Before the warship returned, Sugar changed into a clean Navy uniform, standing at the stern. Looking at the dark outline of Impel Down, her heart filled with mixed feelings. The night was as dark as ink, with faint lights flickering on the sea. Jiyuan, draped in her cloak, stood at the edge of the deck, holding Kinpyra against the ship's railing, gazing at the distant stars and the rolling waves. Footsteps approached, and Roy came over, standing beside her. The sea breeze stirred the corners of their clothes, and they remained silent for a long time. Jiyuan suddenly spoke, her voice soft. Thank you, Roy. Roy glanced at her, his tone indifferent. What for? Jiyuan smiled gently, not answering immediately, but instead gazing at the endless sea. Slowly speaking, all these years following Crane, we pursued Doflamingo several times, and I know a bit about that girl. A child abandoned by her mother since she was little, exploited by Doflamingo's manipulation of her psychological weaknesses, she became a tool, a weapon. She tightened her grip on the sword handle, then relaxed it, a hint of a sigh in her tone. Fortunately, she is still young. There are mistakes she hasn't had the chance to make. There is still time to stop many things. Jiyuan turned to look at Roy, her eyes serious. Thank you for giving her a chance and a choice. Roy said nothing, just gazed at the sea's surface under the starlight, and, after a long time, he quietly replied, "Not everyone can choose who they are, but if they can, I hope she chooses to be a person, not a weapon." Ji-Yuan gently nodded, a rare, gentle smile on her lips. Then she will remember that she is truly needed by someone. The two stood silently opposite each other, with only the sound of the waves crashing against the ship, as if this quiet understanding was being submerged into the deeper sea. The next day, at Marineford Port, the morning sun cast golden rays over the shimmering sea. As the warship slowly entered the Marineford naval base, the entire Marineford erupted. Major General Roy, Vice Admiral Guillaume, Navy soldiers raised their weapons, and a tsunami-like cheer instantly exploded. Countless sailors waved their military hats, cheering joyfully, and even the soldiers on the coastal artillery put down their weapons to salute the port. At the front of the dock, Admiral Sengoku was dressed in formal attire, his expression solemn. Karp laughed loudly, standing side by side with Zifa and Vice Admiral Tsuru. Behind them were Ace, Luffy, Zoro, Kuina, and other elite newcomers of the Navy. Karp grinned widely and stepped forward first. "Brat, well done. This is more like my disciple." Just as Roy stepped off the bridge, before he could speak, Karp punched him on the shoulder, causing him to sway but still stand upright. Sengoku also stepped forward slowly and said in a deep voice, "Major General Roy, your achievements have spread throughout the world. You have successfully prevented Kaido from capturing prisoners and thwarted Doflamingo's conspiracy to usurp the country. You are not only the Navy's top combat power, but also a symbol of justice for the Navy." He unfolded an appointment letter and announced loudly, "By the resolution of the headquarters, effective immediately, you are promoted to Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters." Oh. The roaring cheers swept through the entire port like thunder. Ace grinned. Roy is getting stronger and stronger. Luffy's eyes widened as he excitedly waved his fists. "I want to be an admiral too." Zoro tightened the hilt of his sword, staring at Roy's back, softly saying, "I will catch up to you." Kuina tidied her hair, her eyes shining brightly. "It seems I still have a long way to go." Roy smiled slightly, lowered his hat brim, and raised the corners of his mouth. "Mr. Roy looks forward to fighting alongside you in the new world." A few hours later, in the Marineford Admiral's office, Sengoku, Karp, Zifa, and Tsuru sat around the table in the spacious and solemn office. Roy had just completed his routine medical checkup and entered after a brief tidy-up. Sengoku looked at him with a serious yet gentle expression and said, "Roy, the 5 elders just finished a call." He paused, his tone slow and heavy. "They agreed to grant you the freedom of action. You do not need to be stationed at the branch for a long time. You can execute tasks flexibly according to your own judgment. When necessary, you can also independently initiate countermeasures against pirate forces." Roy raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression turning serious. "Freedom of action? Are they that generous?" After pondering for a moment, he chuckled softly, his tone low. "Are they afraid to?" Karp grinned, leaning back on the sofa and yawning. "It's not that they're completely afraid, but it shows that you have indeed demonstrated combat power that surprised those old men." Zifa said solemnly, in the name of Rear Admiral, "Having the power to act at the level of an admiral is an exceptional exception." Tsuru's tone was profound. "This kind of freedom is both trust and a test." "But you did well, Roy." Sengoku stood up, looking out at the vast sea, his voice steady. "This world is brewing a change. Your existence is not only the Navy's special combat power, but also the spark for future reforms. We old folks may not be able to accompany you to that point, but—" Zifa took over the conversation, his expression firm. "You must lead them forward together." Karp suddenly burst into laughter. "Aha! Brat, don't let me down." Roy looked at these 4 pillars of the Navy, his expression as calm as ever, but he bowed deeply. "I understand." The 4 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with approval and expectation. The new era of the Navy was quietly taking shape. Chapter 77. The first appearance of Caesar stepping out of the Admiral's office. Roy's face regained that playful grin. The sun shone down, and the training ground was filled with heat waves, with distant sounds of shouting and clanging metal. Just as everyone was training, whoosh, a shadow flashed, dust flying, and the air in the center of the field seemed to be torn apart. In the next second, Roy's figure appeared in the center of the field, arms wide open, dramatically shouting, "Hey, little brats, missed your big brother? Ha ha ha." Ace was practicing martial arts with Luffy, and upon hearing that familiar voice, he grunted without turning around. "Who misses you? Don't get too full of yourself." Luffy, however, abandoned the fight, darting over excitedly, shouting, "Big brother Roy, teach me new martial arts. Grandpa always likes to hit me." Kuina, who was dueling with Zoro, smiled faintly, casually pulling Zoro, who was eager to rush forward, and politely nodded to Roy. "Rear Admiral Roy, welcome back." Zoro, being held down by Kuina, struggled with his swords, shouting, "Hey, let me go. I want to challenge him." Meanwhile, 16 years old, having graduated from the training camp and promoted to Navy lieutenant, wearing a deep blue uniform with a sword at his side, Ro walked over steadily, slightly nodding. "Rear Admiral Roy." Roy grinned, his gaze sweeping over the energetic youths. And suddenly, a mischievous thought flashed through his mind. "Little brats, I'll give you a chance." He raised a finger, shaking it provocatively. "Come me all together? If you can touch me, I'll treat you to a big meal." The training ground fell silent for a moment, then boom! Flames erupted from under Ace's feet, and he shot out like a rocket. Fire pistol. Roy remained unfazed, shifting his foot slightly, his figure swaying, and Ace's heavy punch missed. "Too slow, Ace." Just as his words fell, a whoosh of wind suddenly came from behind. Luffy, with his legs wrapped in hockey-like whips, swept in at high speed. Gale foot whip. Roy didn't look back, simply raising his hand lightly. Slap. "Hold on, little monkey." He accurately grabbed Luffy's ankle and tossed him away like a sandbag. Wah! Luffy rolled through the air and crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Two-sword style, eagle wave. Seizing the opportunity, Zoro drew both swords simultaneously, launching a fierce slash at Roy. With a burst of speed, the two swords sliced through the air, aiming directly at Roy's throat. Roy's eyes flickered, his foot gently pushing off, and he disappeared from the spot with a whoosh, Zoro's slash only cutting through the air. "What?" Zoro's pupils dilated. "Behind you." Kuina keenly sensed Roy's position and drew her sword in a flash. Clang! Roy blocked the slash with one elbow, his smile unchanged. "Good reaction, Kuina." Ro stood at a distance, calmly observing the battle situation, and suddenly raised his hand. Slaughterhouse. A transparent, spherical space instantly unfolded. Roy's eyes flashed with appreciation. "Oh?" Not wasting any time, Ro pointed with his right hand. Swap. Whoosh. Roy was instantly swapped with a huge rock, appearing between Ace and Zoro. Ace and Zoro charged almost simultaneously. Flames and sword lights intertwined, attacking together. Hockey-imbued fists and sword slashes converged, pressing toward Roy. So naive. His body suddenly enveloped in pitch-black hockey, and the punches and slashes struck him, producing a loud, clanging sound. Ace's eyes widened. How can he be as hard as steel? Roy stomped the ground, arms wide open. Instant shockwave. Boom! A shockwave of distorted space erupted, accompanied by the sound of cracking air. Ace, Zoro, Luffy, Kuina, and even Ro at the edge were all sent flying by a tremendous force. Wah! Everyone landed awkwardly, tumbling into a heap. Roy stood in place, arms crossed, laughing heartily. "Little brats, you still need to practice more?" Ace pounded the ground with his fist, angrily shouting, "Bastard! Next time, I will definitely hit you." Luffy lay on the ground, clutching his stomach and wailing. "Ah, my big meal is gone." Zoro flipped over and sat up, his hand gripping the sword slightly trembling. Gritting his teeth. "Damn it, I almost cut her." Kuina lay beside him, breathing gently, her eyes filled with fierce fighting spirit. Law silently stood up, dusting himself off, and said softly, "Indeed, it's monstrous strength." In the courtyard of Marineford's residence at dusk, flames danced, and the aroma of grilled meat filled the air. A lively barbecue feast was in full swing in the courtyard. Belmere rolled up her sleeves, skillfully turning the skewers on the grill, the charcoal fire reddening her cheeks, warming everyone's hearts. Nami and Nojiko were helping set the table with bowls and juice, occasionally teasing each other, their laughter crisp. "Wow, grilled meat." Luffy's eyes had turned into stars as he lunged toward the grill, drooling so much that it almost created a small puddle on the ground. Ace sat on a low stool, biting into a chicken leg while mumbling, "Umph. Don't think treating us to barbecue can make up for the fact that you just sent us all flying." Law laughed heartily, ruffling his hair. "Not convinced? Then hurry up and get stronger." Ace rolled his eyes, but didn't he push his hand away. Kuina quietly sat beside them, elegantly sipping juice. Suddenly looking up to ask, "Admiral Law, does your teleportation fruit really have no weaknesses?" Law paused for a moment, blinked, and mysteriously lowered his voice. "Of course it does. But," he deliberately prolonged his words, scanning the crowd, watching them perk up their ears and focus intently, then suddenly burst into laughter. "I'm not telling you." "Ha ha, TCH. Everyone collectively expressed their disdain. Even Belmir couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Law silently cut the grilled meat, his expression as usual, but suddenly spoke. "One day I will surpass you." His tone was calm, yet carried an iron will. Law's gaze slightly narrowed, looking at him for a few seconds. Then his smile faded, and he nodded seriously. "All right, I'll wait." "Hey, it's ready." Belmir brought over a large plate of fragrant skewers, smiling as she broke the silence. "Hurry and eat, you little brats. Always messing around as soon as you meet. Aren't you tired?" "Admiral Law," Zoro suddenly spoke, calm but with fighting spirit. "Next time, I won't lose." He stood aside eating meat, his twin swords at his side, his gaze determined and focused. Law raised his glass to him, smiling but saying nothing. The setting sun cast long shadows in the courtyard, filling the air with laughter and joy. The afterglow of the sunset bathed everyone in warmth and brightness. Meanwhile, deep within a secret laboratory on a deserted island in the New World, strong winds swept across the barren land. The exterior of a shelter was covered in rust and vines, seemingly isolated from the world. The heavy air was filled with the scent of chemicals and metal. And within the dilapidated research facility, the experiment table was piled with unidentified organs, test tubes, and fruit remnants, while a few twisted, failed experimental creatures wailed in the corner. "He, add 0.03 milliliters and 0.01 units of the bone catalyst. Ha, the success rate is increasing. This is the real." Caesar Clown, wearing goggles, had a twisted expression of excitement on his face, his eyes bloodshot, mouth grinning like a mad dog lost in poison. Just then, bang. The laboratory door was violently kicked open, metal scraps flying. A strong smell of tobacco and sweat rushed into the lab. Quinn waddled in with his hefty body, a half-burnt cigar in his mouth, his face clearly showing displeasure. "Caesar, you madman, I've been looking for you for 2 days." He shouted unhappily. "Do you want to die on this stinky island?" Caesar took off his goggles, his eyes bloodshot. "What are you shouting about? I just adjusted a batch of improved artificial animal fruits. Do you know? If this batch can be mass-produced, I will." All right. You're really falling back into your old habits." Quinn patted his shoulder, and the next second, he pulled out a newspaper and casually threw it at Caesar's face. "Hey, don't say I didn't warn you. Check the news, dear partner." Caesar frowned as he tore off the newspaper, glancing at it casually. But the next moment his whole face suddenly froze. Shocking. Doflamingo's treason exposed. All members escorted to impel down by the Navy. What? Impel down. His hand trembled, causing a reagent bottle to fall to the ground, splashing a pool of corrosive liquid. Doflamingo got caught. When? Why didn't I know? Quinn rolled his eyes and sighed. "You wouldn't even know if the world ended while you were busy with your research. It's over. All that research funding, experimental fruits, logistics, they're all on Doflamingo's tab." Quinn lazily dug in his ear. "What are you panicking about? Kaido said that a madman like you is exactly what we need. Just bring your poison and research results to Wano. We'll take care of the funding, venue, and safety." Caesar hesitated for a moment. "Wano? Is there enough experimental material?" Quinn grinned. "In Wano, aside from sea prism stone, there are plenty of fools who can't even resist. You can research however you want." Caesar's eyes gradually brightened, licking his lips, grinning. "Then I want to be polite, hee." Quinn nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand. "Let us go, don't waste time. Kaido is about to play a big game. It's time to push forward the plans of the Beast Pirates." At dusk, The two walked side by side out of the dilapidated laboratory. Behind them, the firelight illuminated the slogan on the iron gate. Unauthorized entry into the restricted area will result in death. On the distant coastline, pirate transport ships disappeared into the thick fog, slowly departing under the blood-red sunset. Beneath the surface, a crazy conspiracy was about to restart. Please give a 5-star rating. Chapter 78. Zoro, Kuina's swordsmanship teacher in the office of Vice Admiral Gion at Marine Headquarters. A soft knocking sound came from outside the door. Come in. Gion's voice was cold and indifferent, yet not lacking in authority. The door slowly opened, and Law cheerfully pushed Kuina and Zoro inside. As he opened the door, Gion was sitting at her desk reviewing documents. Upon seeing the three, she slightly raised an eyebrow. Law, it's rare to see you have time to visit me. What is up? Law grinned and pushed Kuina forward. Come on, Gion, help me mentor this girl. She needs a real instructor in swordsmanship. Gion's gaze fell on Kuina, finally stopping at the sword at her waist, her eyes slightly narrowing. Then she nodded. You are Kuina? I heard your performance in the training camp was quite good. Kuina stood up straight, her gaze firm. Yes. Vice Admiral Gion, I want to become stronger. Gion gently closed the documents in her hands, walked slowly to her front, and slightly lowered her gaze. Why do you want to become stronger? Kuina answered almost without thinking. To become the world's greatest swordsman. In that moment, a rare appreciation flashed in Gion's eyes. Very good. She nodded decisively. From today on, you will train with me. Thank you, Vice Admiral Gion. Kuina immediately bowed. Her eyes filled with fervor and respect. Law grinned beside her, winking. Thanks, Gion. Gion shot him a glance, but said nothing. After leaving Gion's office, Zoro crossed his arms with a dissatisfied expression. Hey, Law, why didn't you let her teach me too? I can feel she's a very strong swordsman. Law ruffled his green hair, smirking. What's the rush? I've already arranged for you a tougher teacher. Zoro's eyes lit up. Who? Law smiled mysteriously. Follow me. In the office of Admiral Kizaru at Marine Headquarters, Kizaru was comfortably leaning back on the sofa, crossing his legs, sipping red tea while flipping through a magazine titled Leisurely Fishing Guide, humming a little tune. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Kizaru leisurely said, Come in. The door was pushed open, and Roy walked in with a face full of anticipation alongside Zoro. Kizaru looked up lazily, revealing his signature nonchalant smile. Oh, isn't this the troublemaker from the New World, the Rear Admiral? Not out fighting Kaido today, but here to find me for a cup of red tea? Roy grinned and stepped forward. Uncle, I need your help with something. Upon hearing this, Kizaru immediately waved his hand. Well, I really hate trouble. Swish. Without wasting words, Roy flicked his fingers, and a steaming bowl of North Sea miso char siu ramen appeared steadily on the table, aromatic and inviting. Kizaru raised an eyebrow, about to speak when swish. Another large bunch of recently popular golden, honey-glazed tropical bananas appeared next to the ramen. Kizaru stared at the delicacies on the table, the corners of his mouth twitching. Wow, you're really making it hard for me. Roy smiled gently and flicked his fingers one last time. Swish. A note landed neatly beside the teacup with a few elegantly written characters. Help with 3 missions. In an instant, Kizaru stood up with a bright smile. Well, it's all small stuff. I love teaching newcomers. Zoro was dumbfounded on the side. Is this really one of the legendary top powers of the Navy, Admiral Kizaru? Kizaru casually picked up the miso ramen and took a bite, the corners of his mouth slightly curling. It really tastes like the North Sea. At the Navy headquarters training ground, in the evening, the sunset bathed the vast training ground in golden light. Admiral Kizaru strolled leisurely to the center of the field with his hands in his pockets. He glanced sideways at Zoro standing nearby and lazily asked, Hey, green-haired kid, what do you want to learn? Zoro had already taken his stance, his dual swords crossed, his gaze fiery. I want to become stronger. To be the world's #1 swordsman. Kizaru scratched the back of his head and yawned. Well, you found a wrong person. I'm not someone who solely relies on swordsmanship. Roy chimed in with a smile. Uncle, I know about your cloud sword from that day. Oh dear, Kizaru said lazily with a smile. You exposed my secret. He raised his hand, and golden light gathered at his fingertips, slowly forming a long sword made of light in his palm. The blade was slender as a whip, and even before moving, the air around it began to ripple. Then I'll be a little serious. Kizaru's gaze was lazy, but his aura suddenly changed. In a flash, Zoro's pupils shrank, his body tensed. Swish! His figure turned into a streak of golden light and vanished in an instant. The next moment, the light sword was already pressed against Zoro's throat. So fast, Zoro was shocked, cold sweat streaming down his face, not daring to move an inch. Kizaru chuckled lightly and retracted the light sword. Speed is power. Have you ever been slashed at light speed, kid? Zoro gritted his teeth. Again. What a troublesome kid. Kizaru sighed, and his figure blurred again, accurately forcing Zoro to retreat repeatedly. Unable to defend himself, each sword strike like lightning slicing through the air. Don't just pursue power. Your dual sword movements are too straightforward. Without improving your physical skills and observation, no matter how strong your swordsmanship is, it's just poor slashing. After being pressured for dozens of moves, Zoro finally found an opportunity to lightly touch the light sword's trace and shouted out for a counterattack. I don't want to win against you now. I want to win against the future you. Kizaru squinted his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting. Oh, so you're not just relying on brute force. Meanwhile, at the Gion Kendo Dojo, Gion was dressed in a kendo uniform, with Kinpira quietly resting at his waist. Opposite him, Kuina was holding the wad, Ikemanji, breath held. Standing straight. Kendo is not just about swinging a sword. Gion's tone was steady, his gaze sharp. Mind, technique, body, each must be honed to the extreme. Kuina tightened her grip on the wad Ikemanji, nodding seriously, yes. Your eyes are good, but you're too bound by the rules of your style. Your movements are too stiff. Before Gion's words finished, the Kinpira suddenly came out of its sheath. Clang! A sharp slash grazed Kuina's cheek at a very fine angle, cutting off a few strands of hair. Kuina did not dodge or blink. Instead, she tightened her grip on the sword hilt. Gion nodded in satisfaction. Good courage. But I won't hold back on every sword strike from now on. Kuina took her stance, the tip of her sword pointing forward, her eyes igniting with fierce fighting spirit. Please teach me. The Kinpira danced, the sword light like a crescent moon, her figure constantly changing positions in the training ground, her steps light and her strikes swift, leading Kuina to break through her limits inch by inch. Predict my next sword position. Don't just look, but feel it with your heart. Kuina gritted her teeth and persisted. With every successful block, she made slight progress, sweat flowing down her hair, but never retreating. In the evening at Roy's courtyard, the evening breeze blew through, and the aroma of grilled meat filled the yard. After training, Zoro collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat, his face tired but his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. That lecherous uncle is ridiculously strong. Roy sat under a tree, laughing heartily. Don't be fooled by how he looks. He's a serious Navy admiral. Zoro, panting, tightened his grip on his dual swords. Next time, I must land at least one strike on him. Kuina, having changed into clean clothes, walked over, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Gion is really terrifying. She can see through every one of my sword moves. She's known as the female swordsman closest to an admiral. Roy added with a smile. I feel like what I've learned from her is not just swordsmanship. Kuina looked up at the darkening sky, but a true sense of enlightenment. Roy smiled gently, teleporting to the grill, flipping the skewers while shouting, Belmare, are you ready? The kids are going to be starving. Belmare brought out a large plate of fragrant grilled meat. Okay. Stop shouting. I prepared double portions for you today. Nami and Nojiko helped carry juice and bread, while Luffy excitedly ran around distributing skewers. At this time, Kizaru also appeared mysteriously in a corner, leisurely walking over while munching on a banana. Well, after such hard training, it's not so much to come for a barbecue, right? Laughter, the aroma of meat, and the lingering essence of sword intent. The new generation of Navy lights was rising slowly in the sunset. Chapter 79. Zephyr's internship task time quietly passed. In the morning of 1513, at the Navy headquarters training camp, sunlight filled the training ground, and the morning breeze stirred the sweat and fighting spirit of the youths. 10-year-old Luffy suddenly leaped up, his fist wrapped in the soft armor of armament hockey, smashing down towards 13-year-old Ace. Too slow. Ace scoffed, sidestepping and countering with an elbow strike. Bang! Luffy was knocked back, stumbling, but showed no signs of retreat. Instead, his fighting spirit surged even more. Come again. On the sidelines, Zephyr crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping over the two, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. These two kids are progressing quickly. His gaze scanned the other side of the training ground, where Ein held a short knife, moving like a butterfly, the blade slicing through the air, producing a faint buzzing sound. Binz was controlling several vines, skillfully weaving through, accurately wrapping around the target, his control skills gradually maturing. Ein's reflexes, Binz's tactical control. This year's Navy newcomers are impressive. Zephyr nodded slightly, making a decision in his heart. It's time to show them the real battlefield. Kids, gather up. The crowd quickly lined up, their breaths unsteady but their gazes blazing. Zephyr's eyes were like an eagle's. From today on, you will embark on your first real combat mission. Real combat. Luffy's eyes brightened. Are we going out to sea to fight pirates? Ace shoved his hands in his pockets and snorted. Finally, something interesting. Zoro tightened his grip on his dual swords, fighting spirit boiling. Just in time to try out my new techniques. Ein stood quietly beside them, his expression calm. But a glimmer of expectation flashed in his eyes. Zephyr said in a deep voice, "The target is the West Sea, to eliminate the newly emerged Bloodblade pirate crew, with a bounty of 100 million berries." Oh! The boys raised their arms and cheered, their fighting spirit soaring. The next day, at the Marineford port, the warship set sail, and the boys stood on the deck with eager smiles on their faces. Zephyr stood at the bow, his gaze deep. Ein whispered to Binz, "I'm so nervous about my first mission." Binz clenched his fists. "Don't be afraid. With Teacher Zephyr here, we won't lose." The warship broke through the waves, heading towards the trial ground. Just 2 hours after the training warship departed, at the Navy headquarters port, a warship that had just completed its mission slowly docked. Roy returned, covered in dust, yawning. "Finally back, Uncle Kizaru really treats me like a tool." Hearing this, Roy smiled slightly. "Isn't this what you, Brother Roy, promised Admiral Kizaru?" At Trafalgar Law's own request, he chose to become Vice Admiral Roy's aide to learn alongside him, and Sengoku readily agreed. However, when they arrived at the training ground,